It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite, always on time and never late train conductor, Adam Friended.
A train reigns supreme.
That doesn't rhyme.
I know it doesn't.
It doesn't rhyme.
That might be a good thing, though. We might be able to come up with a different moniker that rhymes with train. We never had much luck with team anyway.
A train is really lame.
Oh my God. We're not off to a good start here. Are we going to get into this video or what? How long do I have to wait for this shit?
I want, you know what? I should get like a little train whistle sound effect that I can play whenever you get an A train. Choo choo.
I think my cat has hidden my harmonica. Oh my God.
Oh, your cat? Wow. What a music critic. Oh my God, already J-Mac.
I know.
Thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for $100. Says, support public transportation and visit the A train station. Reduce your carbon footprint and take the S bus to work. We're not doing the S bus.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to stop with that. Do your part to build a better tomorrow.
Can we go A high-speed rail? Is that an option?
That's right. Is it an electric train?
There's a meme. Somebody made a meme of the A train blowing up the invading ship in the Marvel movie. Or which Marvel movie is it? Endgame?
Endgame,
I believe it is, yeah. Which it's amazing. It's completely amazing. But I don't know if I can pull it up. We'll have to find it before the end of the show. But
yes,
what's this video here?
Hasan. So we watched the Chappelle comedy special. I actually rewatched it again. It was funnier the second time, which is interesting. The first time I thought, I was like, oh, it's kind of funny. Second time, I'm like, this is way funnier than I remember it.
Yeah.
But Hasan watched it and he was just very mad. He was just very mad at Chappelle. How dare you make fun of people that are not straight white males? How dare you? You can only make fun of white males and Jews. That seems like Hasan's take. Now he might not have actually said that, but I'm doing a little bit of mind reading. I can feel the take coming from his brain. So he's very upset, like all the other wokesters and bread tubers, that Dave Chappelle dared make jokes that are related to the LGBT community.
It's funny because Hasan basically lays out the exact argument that Dave Chappelle accuses the white community of making in the fucking special. Did you notice that?
I did notice.
Like
that, yes.
Chappelle comes out with just a devastating argument about activism and how achieving your goals as an activist is very difficult to do, and the black community has had a tough go of it over the years, right? Yes. But yet the LGBT community, oh my God, they're like running a sprint here. They've made more progress in 10 years than the black community has made in 50. And
it's interesting because I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, it's interesting because rewatching the special again, like Dave makes a couple comments that I think is what everyone get triggered by. It's him saying that he's a TERF.
Yes.
Is what bothers him saying that gender is a fact. But like, if you actually listen to the plots of his little stories, his comedy stories, the morals of his stories, they're all pretty pro-accepting of LGBT people. They're all pro-empathy, pro-understanding. They're not anti-LGBT really at all.
Yes.
And that's what's so weird to me is that like I'm listening to a special. I'm like, he's not anti-LGBT in this special, and everyone's assuming like he's up there saying like fuck trans people, which he's not saying anything remotely close to that.
Yes. There was a bunch of local news here because of the walkout, the Netflix walkout, which was predominantly trans people, and they had a bunch of these trans people on the news, and they were categorizing this as hate speech masquerading as a comedy special. Did you walk away thinking this is hate speech? I mean, I really didn't get that impression.
No, nothing like that. No.
Yeah.
And it was funny because they had that walkout and Vito.
I know Vito
got involved. It's so hilarious because it was funny because I open up Twitter. Like,
give the backstory on Vito for people who might not have heard.
So Vito is, if you guys don't know, Vito is a YouTuber. He rose to fame I don't forget. He was at, was it a Black Lives Matter protest? He was at some protest like a couple years ago where he was trying to hand out Pepsis, like in the Kardashian
I
commercial.
forgot about that.
That's what made him like famous. And it was a fucking hilarious video. So he'd been kind of doing YouTube videos since then. And Vito's done things I don't like, and he has takes I don't like, but I do appreciate he's not afraid to like tell anyone that they're wrong.
Yes.
Including his own audiences. He's not afraid to go into these very contentious situations.
Yes.
And so he went to the protest, the Netflix employees protest,
yes,
with this sign, I think, that said like Dave Chappelle is funny. Him and I think Dick Masterson was there too.
Dick
and
Masterson went with him and was his camera guy. It was hilarious.
Was filming, and it's just him saying like, "I love Dave Chappelle. I love Dave Chappelle." And they got, oh my god, the people got so mad at him. They tore his sign down. They were acting totally crazy. And then the worst, well, maybe not the worst, this could have ended up being in Vito's favor. That the crazy part about this is that at first all the news was trying to frame Vito like he was violently aggressing on these protesters.
Yes.
Like he was cursing and shouting, and it was just totally lies, total 100% lies. Even the AP had a total lie about him, and they printed this picture of him with this fake caption about how he was being aggressive. And it's like all these news organizations had to retract their original stories. It was just totally crazy.
Yeah, they took his sign. He had a sign, and a guy took the sign and broke it in half, and then accused him of bringing a weapon.
Because he had the wooden stick part of the sign left, yes.
Yes. So, is that bad faith? A lot of people have been talking about bad faith lately, Sitch. I'm curious. Do we have a good definition of bad faith?
That could be the best example of bad faith that ever existed.
It seemed a little bad faithy to me,
Yeah. Yep. And then it was funny too, because like, Vito got in trouble for, and I think this was wrong. He got in trouble for, he had tagged Team YouTube on the, what's the name of that stream? Was it Friday Night Tights?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Jones
oh, yeah. That was a recent controversy. So Friday Night Tights is a popular show. On Friday, obviously, they cover pop culture, and they had Alex Jones on, which Alex Jones has been banned from YouTube for, I don't know, a year or two now. So he's kind of a lightning rod for whether or not you're going to get your channel struck if you have him on a podcast or a show, or even upload a show that has him on it. So Friday Night Tights is definitely, walking the line, which good for them. I think, I'm a free speech guy. They should be able to have Alex Jones on. I don't think it was right to ban Alex Jones. Alex Jones was in court for some falsehoods that he said about Sandy Hook. The court system was taking care of it. Why are you going to deplatform him at the same time?
Was that why they deplatformed him?
I believe it had something to do with it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So they have him on, and Vito tags YouTube on Twitter to basically tattle about them having Alex Jones on. Like, what the fuck, Vito?
Right.
Which I think one of the reasons why it was such a big story was because it was so out of character for Vito. It's like Vito defended Cuties, the fucking movie that everyone was calling pedo bait.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
But so it's funny because after this incident, he's getting all this public attention. He has apologized and said he was drunk.
Oh,
he
really?
did that, and he is offering to pay everyone involved, $100 or something.
Really?
And then it turned out like immediately after he apologized, I think he was interviewed by Alex Jones's show. So people were like, "Oh, maybe that's why he apologized, because he knew he was going to do this interview." It's a little awkward. So I don't know. It's funny. But, I still like Vito. You got to take the good with the bad. So.
Yeah, and if he was drunk.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, you gotta give him credit. You gotta give him credit for going out there. I mean, I wouldn't go out to these fucking people and, interact with them. But
A-Team is about forgiveness. So.
That's true. That's true. That Christian forgiveness.
We're a forgiving crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish our detractors were as forgiving as us, Sitch, don't you?
No, not really. Fuck them. Look
at this.
Adam, we are the faces, okay? And what would a face be without a heel? Okay. You need a villain.
True. Now we already have. Our show has already attracted some Chappelle haters in the chat. I don't know if you've
Doomer Media.
I don't know if you've noticed this.
Look at this. Look at this Chappelle, this dirty Chappelle hater. He hates Chappelle so much he wants to pay us. Doomer Media for $5 says Dave Chappelle is unironically evil. Wow.
Now we talked about possibly having Doomer Media on the show a little bit later to represent Hasan's position, because Doomer came out with a video that basically took Hasan's position here. So, we are not afraid of conflict on this show. We like to encourage conflict. So I don't know. We might razz him in the chat a little longer before we actually invite him on.
Yeah, we'll see. He doesn't have to come on if he doesn't want to, but
I know it's getting to the point where, we
I don't want this to be the Sitch and Adam and Doomer show. Okay, like we've had him on a lot.
I know, and also, I mean, we had a discussion about paying your mods, and I'm like, dude, now he's going, like, we haven't even given him a wrench yet. He's like basically working for us.
Doomer's not getting a wrench. Okay, listen, Doomer's never getting a wrench.
All right, let's get into this video. What do you think?
Well, right before we get into the video, let me just say, Diehard Dougie for $20. Thank you so much. Says, random thought of the day. Marx was wrong. Religion is not the opium of the masses. Opium is the opium of the masses.
True. Yeah. It's far better opium than religion too, by the way, guys. If
someone in the chat asked a good question. They say, has anyone seen Doomer and Hasan at the same place at the same time?
Ooh. When we don't have a face reveal on Doomer, we could be dealing with Hasan's alt.
Well, Doomer does have way better audio than Hasan, so maybe not. Maybe not.
True.
That's true. Someone said if it's the Sitch, Adam, and Doomer, it's the sad show. That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
We'll have to pressure Doomer into changing his name.
That's right.
Before he can come on the show again.
Anyway, let's start the video.
That time of the day, I'm doing it. I'm doing the damn thing. I've been holding off on it. I'm going to be covering the Dave Chappelle stand-up special close.
There's like 15 cuts already. You're noticing this, right?
Like, wait, was it really? Wait, go back. I wasn't really watching.
It's that time of the day. I'm doing it. I'm doing the damn thing. I've been holding off on it. I'm going to be covering the Dave Chappelle stand-up special closer. I watched it last night. I have a lot of thoughts on it. I even tweeted about it to start the discourse.
The comedian took center stage Thursday night at the Hollywood Bowl for a...
And then Hasan leaves. Now he watched this beforehand, right?
Yes.
You didn't see this because you probably listened to this video. You didn't
I did see that this beginning part that Hasan literally plays the introduction video and just wanders away.
It took him 8 cuts to say 2 sentences. I'm doing it. I'm going to cover the Chappelle show.
It took him 8 seconds to say 2 sentences, and then he wanders away to play. And it's funny. I was thinking, like, oh, he's learned. He's like, maybe I should only play mainstream media videos when I wander away because they won't yell at me for stealing their content.
He is learning. You gotta admit it. That's good, right? Little social pressure works.
I guess.
Sold-out show performing to a crowd that included Brad Pitt, Tiffany Haddish, Stevie Wonder, John Hamm, and more. While the comedian did not repeat any of the jokes in the special that have been loudly rejected, he did have a few things to say on cancel culture, saying, if this is what being canceled is like, I love it. On the topic of gender, Chappelle said in the special, gender is a fact.
Every human being in this room, every human being on Earth, had to pass through the legs of a woman to be on Earth. That is a fact.
He doesn't say gender is a fact.
He does say gender is a fact.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
He didn't say it there.
No. Well,
he
says it right. That's the thing he says right before he says that, I think.
I don't know. I was watching pretty carefully.
He says gender is a fact, and then he says that line.
Oh, okay.
But I mean,
they did have the quotes there.
Well, it's weird because
evidently he doesn't know the difference between. Now I'm sounding like fucking Bosch here. Like,
he doesn't know the difference between gender. Well, no, but here's what's weird. Okay, everyone is interpreting the gender as a fact line to mean something I don't think was his intention.
Right.
Because even the LGBT people, they agree that. What do you mean? Of course, they agree that gender is a fact. What do you mean? Who says gender isn't a fact? if you're trans, you think that your gender is a fact about you, don't you?
Yeah. He meant biological sex as a fact. If you take, passing through the legs of a woman as
right, but that's how people are interpreting it. They think when he says gender is a fact, he means gender is a biological fact, which maybe you're right, because he does give the example of being birthed by a woman.
Biological sex is a fact.
It feels like from what he was talking about in the special that his point was you can empathize and accept someone who's transitioned and accept them for being a trans woman, but you still have to acknowledge the underlying fact that biological sex is a real thing.
Correct.
That we have to hold these two ideas in our mind at the same time. That seemed to be the message I was getting from his special.
Yes.
But no.
I should have given it a fresh watch, but I have a much better memory than you, so I watched it a couple weeks ago. And I mean, we talked about it the very next day because I think you watched it and I watched it like when it first came out. And I thought his first special may have been slightly better, but not by much. I thought it was just as good as the first special that everyone was talking about. So I was like, this is a 9.5. And the first one was a 10. But you were so on it. I do remember that. But now I think you've raised your rating on it.
Yeah, now I've raised it. Yes.
I mean,
now
it's just
much
fucking brilliant. Yeah. It's so brilliant.
Right.
And the way he comes off all the time like, yeah, I'm a fucking transphobe. Fuck you. That's so good. That's so good. It's so good because how do you fight against that? Like he said he was a transphobe in the fucking thing.
Right.
Like he completely inoculated himself against the charge of transphobe. He's like, yeah, I said it in the thing. Fuck off. Get away from me. Yeah. Hate speech dressed up as a comedy show.
Hate speech dressed up as comedy. That's actually one of Hasan's points. It's like, this didn't sound like a comedy show. This was just him preaching. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, first of all, most of comedians, not most, but a lot of comedians have some sort of like social preachy message woven in the comedy, but it's very clearly,
not
these are
preachy.
Setups and jokes.
Preachy is where you cross the line. Yes, I think of preaching as saying something that is contested. Many people disagree about. So there are some people in the audience that are going, I don't accept that. Although did you notice? I watched with my wife, and there was one moment where the camera, you could see the audience, and there were two women sitting in the audience that were just not happy. They were fuck you, Dave.
The two very woke looking overweight women.
Yes. Yeah. And then they panned the camera away, and you could tell on the next shot they were trying to like keep them outside of the frame. It was pretty funny. So there was definitely a couple people there that were not on board with what he was saying.
That's right, Adam. It was a comedy show. It's just a comedy show. I don't know why everyone's getting so mad.
Well, the comedy show excuse, you got to admit.
Yes.
I mean, why?
Well, this was literally a comedy show.
I know, it's literally a comedy show.
We're joking, literally.
But in the context of social change and activism and all the kinds of things, speaking truth to power, all the kinds of stuff that you want to consider in this situation. Isn't the court jester hiding behind it's a comedy show when they speak truth to power? Sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's always sort of why artists aren't the immune system of society, Adam. Okay. Comedians are the immune system.
Comedians are artists. Please stop. Please just stop. Okay. Comedians are artists. Writers are artists. Actors and actresses are artists.
Oh, real?
Yeah.
What do you got? What, chat? Do you agree? Are comedians artists?
Weekly streamers are artists.
Hasan is there anyone that isn't an artist? Okay, I mean, Adam, if you really think about it, people that like you know, they practice health. Are they not artisans of the body?
Attorneys and doctors can be creative, but they're not artists. They're not making. They're not making social comment. Look, the whole idea behind art is you're making social commentary.
What do you mean? Lawyers are always making social commentary through practicing law, and they're being very creative about it. Okay, are they not legal artists?
Fuck you. Let's move on.
No, I gotcha, motherfucker.
Are you saying my definition is too broad?
I'm saying it might be a little broad.
Listen to Sitch. This guy's pro lawyer. Can you imagine?
Aiden Paladin says comedy is an art, particularly stand-up is an art. So there you go.
There you go. Exactly.
EM Penner for 50 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says longtime listener wanted to weigh in on Evola. He thinks any widely shared ancient tradition signifies an underlying metaphysical truth. Unfortunately for him, ritual human sacrifice is one of the most widely practiced ancient traditions. Whoopsie. There you go.
That's great.
There you go.
That's great. True. Bringing back human sacrifice. I'm not down with that, Sitch. I don't know about you, but who are we going to sacrifice?
1, 2, 3, not it. Violent for 20 BGNs. I'm not sure what the BGN is. As an artist, I love listening to your show while drawing and doing my duty as the immune system of society. Thank you guys for all the content.
And thank you for helping us maintain this healthy society. I want to thank you. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for what you do as an artist.
BGN is Bulgarian Lev. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Hello from Bulgaria.
J.K. Rowling by identifying as Team TERF, a term that means trans exclusionary radical feminist, an ideology that excludes trans women as women.
I'm Team TERF.
The National Black Justice Coalition called for the closer to be pulled from the streamer, and GLAAD weighed in on Twitter.
The National Black Coalition?
Look,
what is that?
Hasan has returned.
I know.
For commentary on the video he didn't watch.
You know, the TERF thing, this isn't really fair too, because part of that was a joke, because he in the comedy special he says, I looked up the definition of feminist.
Yes.
And it says someone who believes that all women should be treated the same as men.
Yeah.
He said, I didn't realize that this whole time I'm a feminist.
Yes.
Because this whole time I thought a feminist meant frumpy dyke.
Yes.
And that was the joke. And then he comes back to that was saying like, oh, well, he must be a TERF then because he's a feminist. So that was part of the joke.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course he's hiding behind the comedy. Comedians never get accusations of hiding behind the comedy. Actually, we get that accusation like 3 times a day, 10 times a day, 1 million times a day. We get that accusation all the time. But how that's a very curious accusation that I don't necessarily know. I don't know how to combat that accusation, because I think it does kind of apply here. You can't really say, I don't feel it's accurate to come right out and say Dave Chappelle is a TERF because it was in the context of a joke, but that's what people are doing.
Well, I mean, I will say the only thing that I think he has some culpability for is when he says that he's a TERF, I don't know what that means. I don't know what he thinks that means.
Well, also, he said, I'm on Team TERF. He didn't necessarily say.
That's true.
Like, he could be a supporter of the TERFs, but not necessarily a TERF himself.
Right. And he was saying that, you know, because the joke was, he was saying like, Caitlyn Jenner, you know, Caitlyn Jenner's first year as a woman, she gets Woman of the Year award.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, how insulting is that to every woman that's ever existed, you know, lived their whole life as a woman. You know, 1 year as a woman and you get the Woman's Year Award. Yeah. So I understand like his position in that sense. It seems to be like him saying like, you know, there is some classification difference between, you know, a cis woman and a trans woman. So I don't know if that's only what he means. I don't know what else he means, because he also said that he thought the bathroom bills were stupid, and that's one of the big TERF issues.
Yes.
So
yeah, he's not Team TERF on bathrooms, guys. He wants trans people to be able to use the bathroom of their choosing.
Right.
And makes several jokes that are hilarious about how bad it would be in a bathroom with the opposite situation going.
Right.
going on. Yeah, those jokes are super funny. And he in the special overall, I would say he's sexist more than anything, which I find fucking hilarious. Because part of the joke about him saying women should be treated like men is that he's saying, yeah, women should be like, shut the fuck up, bitch, like that, like treating. You should treat women like Sitch and I treat each other. It's basically
ready to throw down.
Yeah, no pulling punches and shit like that.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that Chappelle is willing to beat up a woman just shows that he treats them the same as a man. Right?
He does a giant bit in there where he talks about how he gets in a literal fight with a woman. So yeah, it's completely part of the bit.
Doomer Media for $5 says comedy is an art unless it comes from some clown like Sitch. Also wrench. Wow.
Oh my God.
Really wants a wrench there. Jeez. That's a really good.
That's not how it's done.
No. Though Aiden says give Doomer a wrench.
Really?
Yes, Aiden's you know what? Because Aiden said so, Doomer, I'll listen. Because Aiden said so. Friend of the show, Aiden.
Listen to this simp here. Okay. Fucking Aiden. Another Aiden simp. We have so many problems with Aiden simps on this show, and now
let me say, Aiden has changed. Aiden has changed my mind. Okay. She's completely right that Deep Space Nine is the best Star Trek. Okay.
Really?
I've been listening to Star Trek in the background while doing other things, and I kind of was going through Deep Space Nine and Next Generation, and Deep Space Nine is the only one that holds up by today's standards. All the other Star Treks feel very dated.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
So with all its faults and flaws that I don't like, I will agree Deep Space Nine is the best Star Trek. And probably the best starting point too, for anyone that's interested.
I'm just joking, Aiden, I'm just joking around. Please don't cry in the chat. You're going to get me in trouble again. There
you go. Yes.
Synonymous with ridiculing trans people and other marginalized communities.
Here's the thing. Dave Chappelle's brand has always been ridiculing marginalized communities, oftentimes even including black people, as a matter of fact. Of course, there's a difference when a black person is making jokes about the collective experience of black people. Don't hear my word for it, a white guy.
It's such a weird way of phrasing it. He says Chappelle's bit is that he makes fun of marginalized communities. That's not Chappelle's bit. Chappelle's bit is that he makes fun of everyone and anyone.
There was not a lot of making fun of black people in this special. The special he was definitely speaking for the black community in an activist kind of way. I felt. I mean, I don't think he threw any shade at the black community at all.
He did, but before I get to that, I want to say Doomer in the chat says, I gave Doomer a wrench, and he says, LMAO, Sitch is going to take it away now. Doomer knows me too fucking well.
Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it.
I took it away, motherfucker.
Already?
I was giving you the wrench just for one shot, just to take it back. No wrench for you. Did it taste good, Doomer? Did it taste good in your mouth till it all turned to ash and darkness and despair?
Sitch, listen, we did a little, I don't know, debate discussion. I don't know what it was. We talked a little we had a Thursday stream on the channel. Many of you checked it out. Sitch was, we had a little discussion before the stream began about Adam's behavior being a little caustic, a little toxic, a little unbecoming of the immune system of society. Sitch, I feel this argument that you made could be leveled at you. Could be leveled at you. The same argument could be made about giving someone a wrench, allowing them to do one fucking chat, and then taking it away from them.
Yes.
Taking away wrenches. It's a total little Hitler move. That's what it is. It's like, I am the dictator.
I'm just like Hasan. I just took someone that was an 11-month supporter, and I just banned them. So
Doomer's a friend of the show. Doomer's been on twice. He's
yeah. I just slapped Doomer in the face.
Doomer's a good guy.
Total pimp slap. Get out.
Okay.
But yes, he made Chappelle. I think he made one joke about the black community.
Really? Yeah. You have a fresh viewing. Let me know.
It was the he said he went to get the vaccine, and he said, "Doctor, give me the third best vaccine," because he got the Johnson & Johnson one. And he said that was very N-word. That was like, he said that was the most N-word decision I've ever made.
So, oh yeah, he did.
So yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is.
Dave Chappelle himself has literally admitted that. So much so that he turned around and fucking quit. He quit the Chappelle show because he saw someone laughing at him and not with him. That was a huge point. Having said that, however, was the Chappelle.
Should I read that little thing he put up?
Yeah, it's hilarious. This is Hasan's editor at work right here. Editor.
He quit the Chappelle show because he saw someone laughing.
Okay.
Early in the interview, Letterman. Go ahead. It's tiny, so I can't really read
I thought you were going to read. I was shocked.
No, I read the first couple. I did my, people want to hear me pretend to read, and then you take over.
Okay. Earlier in the interview, Letterman broaches the subject of what precisely caused Chappelle to leave his show. They get to talking about how Chappelle was filming a certain sketch, and a crew member laughed at a beat that he thought wasn't really the point of the sketch. While there was racial humor in the sketch in question, the laughter seemed to stem from something not related to the satire. The crew member laughed at Chappelle rather than with him by the sound of it. As Chappelle puts it, it just raised an interesting question to me, which I was already wrestling with in the first place. It sounds like Chappelle was already grappling with a serious dilemma that his show satirized racial stereotypes or reinforced them. Now, I actually have seen Chappelle do stand-up live. And it was
what?
It was
what?
And it was
humble brag. Humble brag.
Well, I'm only saying this because it was shortly after he stopped doing his show. And he told this kind of long story at the end of it about Iceberg Slim, the pimp that wrote that book about, being a pimp on the streets. And he gives this long story about like how to handle women, or how pimps handle women in this like very negging, emotionally manipulative way. And at the end of the story, he says, that's why I quit the show. Because he basically felt like he was being a pimp for the powers that be, I guess. Because, I mean, to me, it'd be crazy if Chappelle's just like, well, I saw one crew guy laughing.
I know.
And I wasn't exactly sure what he was laughing at. That's why I quit my show. Like, obviously that's not, but just a tiny piece of the story here.
There had to be a confluence of things.
Yes, of course. Chappelle did have a great bit about how he said the women's movement needs a strong man to lead them because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, that was great.
And he said like, they all thought, in order to fight back with the Me Too thing, we're all going to wear black dresses at the Golden Globes. And I was like, and he's like, how fucking dumb is that? And how dumb is that? That doesn't show people shit. If you really were serious, you wouldn't fucking go. Yeah. Right? You wouldn't go. Or Chappelle said you would fire all your agents.
All your managers.
You'd fire all your agents and managers, and you'd find some female manager and you'd hire them. Someone that would prevent them from being fed to the Harvey Weinsteins of the world. But they didn't do that because they didn't care. That's why they
men are just superior negotiators. So why would you?
Unfortunately, true, but...
I mean, they don't want to throw their careers away at the same time, right?
Right. But that was the point, is that you have all these people, and it kind of goes back to the luxury beliefs thing. You have all these people who make these claims about politics, especially celebrities and rich people like Hasan, and none of them are willing to actually sacrifice, parts of their career or money or anything to actually achieve any of these political goals they claim to care about. And it makes the whole thing just ring so hollow.
Yeah. You got to hit them where it hurts.
Yeah. But no, they're just pussy.
At him and not with him. That was a huge point. Having said that, however, was the Chappelle show not fucking awesome? No, it was. It was fucking incredible because there were some really good fucking bits in there as well. And that's the whole point of comedy. Some of that shit's going to be funny. Some of that's not going to be funny. And you never know how it's going to be received overall. I don't even fault people for having fucking privileged blind spots and making silly jokes or making hurtful jokes every now and then. In order to make people laugh, you're going to fail a lot. And failure in that situation means that people are not going to find what you're saying funny, especially when you're trying to reach out to a broad audience while being clever.
It's interesting and stupid that the way he's categorizing failure here is, oh, Chappelle in the Chappelle show, he made jokes about quote unquote oppressed, marginalized communities. That's what he's conceptualizing as failure. And it's like, you can't have, if you have a comedian, especially a black comedian, who all they do is they just make fun of white people, like it's going to be like really like bizarre and racist. And you're like, what the fuck's going on? If you have any comedian and all they do is make fun of one group of people, it's going to be very strange.
Yeah. It's going to seem racist.
It's going to seem really racist. Yeah. It's weird. And that was the thing that, like with Chappelle, he wasn't afraid to attack, or not attack. He wasn't afraid to make jokes on everyone of any race.
Now, some have talked about the Jewish jokes that he made, which I just didn't think were funny. I just didn't think they were not, I don't mind that he made fun of Jewish people. I just didn't, they were probably the weakest jokes in the thing.
I thought the first one was funny, and then I thought the second one was not funny.
I guess maybe because I don't understand maybe I don't have enough knowledge about the Israel-Palestine stuff. There was something about like returning aliens.
So the first joke was he was talking about how he was sick with COVID, even though he didn't really get sick. He was just isolated. And he was watching all these UFO videos. And he said, I came up with this interesting idea for a science fiction story. It'd be if there was ancient aliens that existed and built up a civilization on our planet, and they're very advanced. And then they left our planet to go colonize a different planet somewhere out in space. But when they were out there, that all fell apart and they were attacked. So then, thousands of years later, they come back to Earth and they want to take it back for themselves. And I call it Space Jews. And I thought that was funny. I thought that was kind of funny.
I guess
it obviously that's a reference to saying that, the Jews left Israel, they went to Europe, and they, came back and took Israel, which, obviously it's not, if you're trying to be realistic, it's not exactly a fair assessment of the situation.
Yeah, it's not.
I thought it was right.
It's not accurate enough to actually be funny. It's not even really the straw man version enough of it to be funny.
Well, that is that's the total straw man.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But I thought it was funny. I wasn't bothered by it.
Yeah.
So
I was bothered by it that it wasn't funny. That's all I'm saying. Like, not that it was anti-Semitic or anything like that.
Right.
Just, yes. I did enjoy the fact that he included it, even though it was probably the weakest jokes in there, because then when the wokies on Twitter started talking about how he didn't insult anyone but trans people, you could say, well, he pretty obviously insulted Jews when he said the space
well,
Jews
yes.
joke.
There was a tweet by oh God, what's his name? Sulu. What's the actor's name?
Oh yeah.
Star Trek.
I don't remember.
Sulu. Oh my God.
We'll just go with Sulu.
I'm totally blanking from Sulu.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yes. Yeah.
That guy.
A prominent gay activist.
George Takei.
Is the perfect guy to get upset about the Chappelle show, because he is that gay activist that has had all the success that Chappelle is talking about.
It's so sad because George Takei, he has that wonderful voice, and his career was sort of revitalized. I don't know if you know this. His career was revitalized by none other than Howard Stern.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because, he wasn't doing, I don't remember how, but for some reason he ended up on the Howard Stern show once, and he has such this great voice, and Howard always liked to, tease him about gay stuff. And one time he had, and talk about like his sex life, because he had like a very bizarre relationship with his husband. And they would want to get into very intimate things that would make Adam like totally cringe because he's a horrible homophobe. They get into very intimate details about their sex.
Did he not, but did they not have, didn't they have kind of a, like, not a traditional type marriage? Weren't they like super crazy, like hitting each other and stuff like that? George Takei and his husband.
I don't think they were. I don't know about them hitting each other. But,
okay.
But nothing like that. Nothing Well, I don't know unless this came out later. Because I only know about this from when he talked about the show. So they didn't talk about anything abusive. But anyway, so he was on Howard. He was very funny on Howard's show. And it's just disappointing because then, you know, years later, you see he becomes super woke on Twitter. And you're just like, it's just sad to see someone. You're like, oh, I like this person. They're funny. And then they just become super woke and politically correct. And you're just like, oh, what's going on? What are we doing? It's like the mind virus that's just affecting so many people. Yeah. But anyway, the reason this came up was because he was criticizing Chappelle, saying, oh, you know, Chappelle only got away with his special because he was attacking LGBT people. He wouldn't get away with this if he was attacking other, you know, Asians or Jews. And he listed a bunch of other people. And everyone's like, oh, well, obviously he didn't watch the special because he made 2 jokes about fucking space Jews.
Yeah, exactly.
He did mock the Jews. He even mocked Asian people. There was the joke right before the space Jews joke was Chappelle saying, while he had COVID, saying, I was watching all these terrible videos of black people on the streets beating up Asian people. And it made me feel really bad. But then I realized that's probably what's going on inside my own body right now.
Yeah. Ooh, so, that's a tough one. That's a tough joke.
That's a hilarious joke.
That's throwing the black community under the bus right there. That's like blacks fighting Asians inside his body. Chappelle, too far. Yes. No, so I did look. So I was wrong about George Takei. I don't want to throw George Takei under the bus. I must have been thinking of somebody else, but he's had a long 27-year love affair with his husband, who I think his husband's Jewish. So maybe that's another reason why he didn't like the Chappelle show so much. He did not like the space Jews joke.
Well, yeah, he didn't know about them. So obviously he didn't. He only probably watched.
Oh, he didn't.
Yeah. Because, you know, these people, they don't watch the special. They just see like the clip that's played out of context. Yeah. So
that's so funny. When people start ripping on it, I immediately think, I'm going to watch this right now. Like,
yeah, exactly. You would think, right.
I want to see this. It's terrible. What? It's sexist, racist. Oh man. Let's check it out. Let's see how bad it is.
Someone says Chappelle is married to a Filipino woman. So there you go.
Oh,
it's okay for him. It's okay for him to attack Asians because, you know.
But you know that's like
that's a negative stereotype for successful black people.
Well, no,
actually it's to marry a white woman.
The woke people spin that into, oh, you can still be racist and married to them. What do you mean? They're like your domestic servant.
No, they say you're fetishizing them.
Yeah, by marrying.
That's what they say. Yes, you're fetishizing them.
As soon as you give them a checkbook, that's when you start fetishizing them.
Hey, I mean, I would hope you fetishize your wife, right? That's a good thing, isn't it? How's it been?
It makes for a long-lasting, happy marriage. That's for sure.
Ryan Curtis for $20 says, "Give me and Doomer wrenches, or I will perform necromancy to resurrect the Mongolian Empire."
Whoa!
Their warrior class reigns supreme. If you don't want to be morally shamed by their great successors, I think you know what to do. There you go. Trying to bully me into giving a wrench.
You probably didn't listen to the live stream on my channel where I went through the Genghis Khan book, and Genghis Khan laid out his morality in the book, and the morality was basically like feminist progressive morality, like no more kidnapping women, like women have a say. Everything in it was completely progressive.
Well, then how did he become?
We were
a
laughing.
Horrible rapist.
Well, because it was you know, everything is going to be super progressive inside our group, but the outside people, you do whatever you want with them. They're not actually people.
I see.
But
interesting.
It is funny. It was remarkably like what the founding fathers laid out for America. Which is it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Right. That's why as soon as I heard it in the book, and we had that huge argument with Sargon about Mongol morality, I was like, okay, well, this is too hilarious.
That is very fascinating. Funny. Yeah, I'll have to read that. That sounds really interesting.
Yes, I have bookmarks. I can give them to you.
Jokes. Some jokes punch up, some jokes punch down, but ultimately, all jokes punch. Now, I am a huge fan of Dave Chappelle. Incredibly important person for me specifically. I love Dave Chappelle. I had the Chappelle show on UMD, okay, in fucking Turkey.
Should we warn the humble brag? Humble bragging gets super. There's a lot of humble bragging here. Just giving you a trigger warning.
It's
off the hooks.
Unlike Adam, I said like, oh, I paid money to see a Chappelle show. I didn't say I spent the evening with Dave Chappelle.
Right. Yeah.
But Hasan is saying, oh, I met Chappelle. You know, I was in personal interaction space with him because I just know, like, you know, all these famous people, you know, that know him. Yeah.
Did you notice during the debate with Larry Elder, on the way to commercial, Hasan brought up the music that they were playing. And he said, yeah, I know this guy. You know, I'll hook you up. We can hang out with him. And it was so hilarious because the guy who's supposed to be moderating a debate between Hasan and Larry Elder just became like best friends as they're going to commercial break. And Larry Elder's just sitting there going, oh, yeah, this is totally fair.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I thought about clipping it out just because it's so... It is so, especially Hasan, who's like the truth to power guy. The power differential is palpable there.
The truth to power. So let me use my power connections to lord over you. Yes.
Yeah. It's two rich white guys sitting right there. The black guy in the middle.
Well, Hasan's not, I don't know, is Hasan white? I mean, isn't he Turkish or whatever?
White passing.
Okay.
That's the term, white passing.
Fair enough. That's true.
Legit. That's legit.
That's true. That's legit.
Ideology. He's. You don't think Hasan has white?
And when you actually take a comedian's
don't answer that question
work and even write it on a different medium, you will never be able to translate the humor because the delivery is so unique to that person. If you cut a comedian's joke,
so supposedly we missed it. Supposedly Hasan said he was white just now.
Did he?
I don't know. People in chat are saying that he said that. I don't know where
you will never be able to show the full context of a joke. It's as simple as trying to retell a Dave Chappelle joke.
So now that he's claimed he's a white guy,
now that he said it, okay, fine. I stand corrected.
There man, Sitch, you don't know how this woke stuff works.
I don't know.
Now we accuse him of cultural appropriation. Don't you see? It's all bad, okay?
Take a comedian's work and even write it on a different medium. You will never be able to translate the humor because the delivery is so unique to that person. If you cut a comedian's joke in half, you will never be able to show the full context of a joke. It's as simple as...
You just got to stop for that bold level of analysis there. If you cut a comedian's joke in half, you won't be able to understand the context of the joke. Fucking shit.
Adam, okay. We're talking about Hasan here, okay? He's got the working intelligence of like a gnat and a dung beetle, okay? We have to give credit where credit is due. Regardless of how obvious that is, he at least said something that is true. Okay?
Does he say the most important thing about comedy? The thing I've said many, many times, comedy is about
surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the secret to comedy. That's the whole idea behind setup and payoff is you're setting up a surprise.
Yeah, but that's not true. I gave Doomer a wrench and I took it away, and everyone knew that was going to happen.
That's why it wasn't
funny.
That's why it wasn't funny. This is why jokes aren't funny a second time.
Everyone laughed in the chat. They all reveled in it, okay?
They're laughing in the way people laughed at Stalin's jokes, okay? They're laughing because they don't want to be beheaded. None of them want to lose their wrench.
They're laughing at the way that when the commies lined up people to shoot them in the streets, they're laughing that way. That what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe if we laugh at this guy's stupid, unfunny joke, we'll live.
Okay. An actual American flag. I am saluting you for $20. Says I'm married to a Filipina. Is that how you say it? Filipina. If Dave is married to one, then I'm married to one. Oh, if Dave's married to one and I'm married to one, does that mean I get the gamer word pass? I don't think so. I don't think so. All jokes aside, let's have a great stream laughing at our favorite Nuggie Lord. True. That's true.
Yes.
Trying to retell a Dave Chappelle joke or any other comedian for that matter. If you tried to retell a fucking joke from a comedian, you would never be able to fucking get that same energy. You would never be able to capture that same essence. But having said that, as someone who also believes that like fucking canceling comedians or comedy policing is not anything, like it's not activism, it's nothing. Okay, I don't believe that. I watched Dave Chappelle's last special, and I think the worst thing you can call Dave Chappelle is not a fucking transphobe, because he is transphobic for sure. But the worst thing you can call him is just a hack. And I'm sorry.
What? This is so crazy. Yes. This is so crazy. He just talked for 5 minutes, probably closer to like 11 minutes with all the cuts in there. But he just talked about how the show was great, and now he's calling him a hack.
I know.
Is this?
Well, I think he was talking about the Dave Chappelle show or his previous work or something. I don't know if he's talking about this stand-up.
Oh, so you think he's saying that this show is a hack and his previous work is good?
He's trying to do this thing that's really stupid and I think dishonest, where he's like, listen, guys, I'm not your average woke SJW. I don't want to cancel anyone. I don't want to joke police anyone. Okay. I'm not going to joke police Dave Chappelle. I'm just saying that his jokes were boomer cringe and unfunny. So he's trying to do this thing where he is trying to joke police him, but he's trying to rename it like he's not joke policing Chappelle.
Yeah. I wonder if this is, because we're in a weird scenario right now where he's sitting there watching the chat and kind of adjusting what he's saying from feedback in the chat. So I wonder if the chat, if he was saying all those things in the chat was like, nah, this is transphobic, dude. This is terrible. And by the end of it, he's like, okay, well, I'll just call him a hack and completely turn this thing around.
Maybe. I mean, the chat right now is just saying, I'm coming again and again. So I don't know what feedback he's getting from that.
Where does it say? Oh, yeah, I do see that.
But maybe. I mean, he definitely speaks slow enough. Maybe, we're mocking Hasan a lot. If you're watching as opposed to listening, he basically has a cut after every 3 words that he says.
Yes, yeah.
And for one of the streams that we did, I actually had to take the raw footage from the stream and cut it. And I felt the pain of Hasan's editor having to fucking cut the stream like every 5 seconds. And me and you had thought that it was just because he's stupid, but maybe it's because he's a genius and he's actually just talking this slowly so he can read the chat.
Yes, I think that's
adjust
exactly
everything he says accordingly.
It's so weird because, I mean, this is politics 101. They talk about Trump and how Trump will have these huge rallies, and the rallies are where he gets feedback from the crowd. Do they like this? Do they like what I'm saying? And he adjusts along the way. I mean, one time he came out as pro-vaccine and the crowd booed him. Yeah. He hasn't talked about vaccines since. There's no way he's going to bring that up again.
Yeah, think of how sad Trump is. He was all like, I'm going to start Project Warp Speed. We're going to get these vaccines out. I'm going to be a hero. Everyone's going to say, Donald Trump, you saved us from COVID. And then, that happens and the vaccines come out like quicker than ever. And he can't take any credit for it whatsoever.
Yeah. Yes.
He must be so sad about that.
Yeah. He loves taking credit for things.
Special was literally the divorced dad special. He was out there spouting the same exact bullshit that a fucking victim of divorce court brother would say as it pertains to the fucking trans people. Like, literally.
What does that mean?
That's the greatest analogy. Some guy who's been totally taken to the cleaners by his ex-wife. Hasan has zero empathy for. He's the fucking bad guy in this story.
Well, I don't even understand what is
he's saying. He's saying here. I'll explain it to you. It's
okay. Explain it to me.
He's saying that Dave Chappelle did the first special.
Yes.
And the first special was so hated that basically the trans community and the woke community took him to the cleaners in the same way of an ex-wife would take their husband
now he's
to
obsessed.
The cleaners. Right. So now he's obsessed with getting even with his ex-wife. But Dave Chappelle instead is obsessed with getting even with the woke people that made his life so miserable after the first one.
Okay. Yeah. It's funny because keep this in mind. He spends this. So he's doing this reframing thing where he's like, I'm not joke policing. It's just that these jokes were bad. And then later when he actually watches the clip, he laughs and says, oh, this joke was funnier than I remember.
He does the same thing you did.
Yes. Well, I thought it was funny. I just thought it was funnier. He's saying that it was not funny at all.
Yeah.
This was cringe boomer jokes. This was divorced dad divorce court jokes. Okay. This isn't funny. Look, I'm not joke placing. I'm just saying it's not funny.
It's so. Divorce is such a. It's the analogy. Divorce is so difficult. Like
Are you saying that Hasan is punching down on men who have suffered?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Divorces?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the framing.
Because that's what I'm saying. I cannot believe, Hasan, that you are punching down on people that have suffered very bad things in their lives. This is like, talk about lack of empathy. Wow, what a piece of shit. What an oppressor.
Well, he's also casting the trans community as the vicious ex-wife in this scenario because they're the ones that came after him and destroyed his life. So he's basically setting it up as, oh, Chappelle is just upset because the trans community were unfair with him.
That's true.
Yeah, you should be upset when people are unfair with you, Hasan. Yeah, you should get even with those people. You should make another totally successful special that increases your status and fucking puts them in their place. That's the way I look at things.
Well, also there is something kind of gross that like he's using this divorce dad analogy when it's like Hasan is a millionaire who fucks prostitutes, like I don't know. He doesn't seem very invested in marriage or anything. The concept
does
of marriage
Hasan?
Whatsoever.
I don't know that Hasan. I don't know.
He went to that brothel.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Remember,
common knowledge? Okay.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Fascinating.
Last week, I think. Someone from the chat told us about it, and then I found the clip of it.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
Or they sent me the clip on it on Twitter.
You did your legwork.
Yeah, I forget.
Hasan did his legwork, and then you
There was some
up.
brothel in Europe somewhere that he visited that was like, got in trouble for sex trafficking after he'd been there.
Ouch.
And he was all like, yeah, I went to a brothel. I'm not going to hide it. This wasn't even, I think he said, like, it's like that he had sex with call girls and other stuff before. So I don't know. I'm just saying it's interesting that a guy who, bangs prostitutes and porn stars, which I don't really have a problem with. But if you're going to do that and then like shit on people that have been through divorce, it just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Because it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. People try to make it work.
Right.
It was just so bad. It's not that like, oh my God, I'm so triggered. Like, I'm so triggered. I know like a lot of people will reflexively want to fucking defend Dave Chappelle. And I totally understand where you're coming from, especially if you grew up with his content and you fucking love him. But his jokes were they were such like the old person jokes. It came from a place.
This is the new, I see this a lot. This is a new tactic that all the bread tubers
try to
employ.
Vosh does this all the time.
Yes. I'm not triggered. You're just cringe. Okay. Yeah. They say as they're crying, like tears welling in their eyes. I'm not upset. You're just cringe. Let me wipe away these tears. There's something in my eye. I'm not upset.
I mean, how are they defining triggered? Because, triggered is an emotional response. Cringe is disgust. Disgust is an emotional response. Checkmate. You are fucking triggered, bitch. Right.
Hasan's fleshlight. That's right, guys. Hasan's fleshlight is in the chat. For $20 says, hey guys, Hasan doesn't pay me very much, but I just want to show my support. Also, A-Team all day, baby. Let's get together sometime, Adam.
Cool.
You want to get together with Hasan's fleshlight?
Well, not really, but but I do thank you for the super chat.
Oh, we have
maybe we could have stimulating conversation with Hasan's fleshlight. I don't know.
We have another celebrity, Hasan's stepsister. That's right. I like Hasan's stepsister has a new avatar. It appears to be Hasan with a wig. So I don't even know if it's a stepsister. This looks pretty biological at this point. Hasan's stepsister says in all caps for $2, I'm not a prostitute. Parentheses anymore. ...
Ooh,
there you go.
Ouch.
The crappy robot for £2 says, quote, don't punch down. Hasan Piker says, as the U.S. deserves 9/11. That's right. Hasan Piker said the U.S. deserves 9/11. But look, American citizens who are minding their own business and are completely innocent, that's not punching down, right? Because America's the evil empire. So, yep.
I would be happy if we stopped the punching up, punching down distinction because I just feel like, I don't know. Are we going to let people who are lower than you in the social hierarchy just say completely
crazy shit.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell?
No. You punch at craziness. You punch at stupidity. Okay.
It seems like Hasan would. I mean, if there's a bunch of like people saying racist shit that are below him, I feel like he would have a duty to call it out, regardless of whether.
Well, he does. I mean, I'm sure he's attacked people he thinks are racist that are much smaller than him. Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
And relying on the lowest hanging fruit you possibly can, which is to say, haha, trans people are fucking weird. It's crazy, right? Oh, that man, this
is such a bad faith. There was no joke anywhere in that special that was Chappelle saying, haha, trans people are weird. That did not happen at all.
Yeah.
Woman with a penis, that's wild. That's some shit you hear from the fucking random guy who watches Fox News every night, dude. You're defending your people, so I get it. Yes,
if anything, the bathroom jokes were more along the lines of, it would be weird not to give them bathroom privileges. That's more the way it was.
Yeah, the whole that's what's so bizarre, because the whole joke was, he was saying, if I'm in the bathroom and a trans woman walks into the bathroom, my first thought is, why is there a lady in the bathroom?
Yeah, exactly.
And then when she whips out a penis and pees in the urinal, he says, I'm not going to be like, thank God that she's in here with me. My family is protected. He's as a joke, he's like, no, I'm going to be freaked out.
Yeah.
But if a trans man came in the bathroom and she turned around and sat down like backwards on the urinal, I would be like, wow, that guy's peeing on his butt. What's going on there? Oh my God, he must be a veteran. Thank you for your service. And so like the whole, and it was baffling to me how people like don't understand that the point of the joke is Chappelle saying that he thinks that the trans bathroom bills are wrong. He even calls them mean. He says these are mean laws. That he thinks that these laws are mean, but he's just doing it in a funny way. Obviously, he has to make a joke about it because he's a comedian.
Yes.
He doesn't want to just sit up there and preach. So he tells a funny joke about the situation.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's totally lost on Hasan. Totally lost on Hasan.
Yeah, I guess you had a fresher viewing, but yeah, I don't recall this trans people are weird. If anything, it was in the other direction, because he did have the heartwarming stuff at the end where in the special, he has a friend of his that he actually like befriends, and she's a comedian as well, and does an opening bit for him. And he all the jokes there are basically him relating to this just human condition. And she's the one that's like, this is just how life is. Life is strange. And he's empathizing with that. Not in a you're weird fucking normal up situation like Hasan is casting it, but just in a we all have strange experiences in life. Yeah.
Right. The end of his story where he talks about Daphne, the trans woman comedian that he tried to help, and then she ended up committing suicide. He says at the end of their, he tells this long story about how she was, trying to do that. He had her open up and stand up for him, and then she did poorly. But then, later they had a very interesting and funny conversation, with the audience during his own show. And Chappelle ends it by saying, at the end of the performance, he said, I don't really understand, what you're talking about. And Daphne's response was, I don't need you to understand me. I just need you to believe I'm having a human experience. And he really, and you could tell that like really affected Chappelle. And he said, I do believe you. I do believe you.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't know. I thought that, that was very powerful. And he was talking about the need for empathy and how empathy, is not a black thing or a trans thing, that you just have to have empathy as a human being for other human beings.
Yeah. One of the things, and Doomer made a video where he was critical of Chappelle's special, and I watched that video and I just flipped it around in my head, because I understand it from both perspectives. And even watching like the local news and stuff on this, there's not a lot of empathy coming from the trans community on this, because they don't seem to understand that there's something at stake for, you guys are going to get triggered, but I'll use it just out of convenience, for the cis community, the people who are not trans, the people who, you know, live their lives using this biological sex binary as something they find useful in their daily lives, that you're kind of asking them to put aside in a way that's uncomfortable for them. There is some level of offense that they have that you're not taking something that they hold dear serious.
Right.
So
that's true.
There's not a lot, there's anti-empathy on both sides that I think is part of the problem, because one of the reasons why I do think the Chappelle special is so successful is because Chappelle got those people on his side, because he treated that binary as something that is useful. That's something that just we understand and can relate to and make jokes about. And like all the bathroom room jokes that worked so beautifully were aimed at cis people. They definitely were. Cis people could relate to. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. So, and he says exactly that. He says empathy must go both ways.
Hell
so
yes.
It must come, you know, from cis people to trans people and trans people to cis people. And he says taking a man's livelihood is akin to killing him.
Yes. A good point. Excellent point. Yeah. So, and also, I mean, I'm watching the local news. I'm watching these trans activists, and they're talking about this is hate speech dressed up as a comedy special. You're fucking lying. You're lying. You are a fucking liar. And just the fact that people are willing to look the other way because this is an oppressed minority when they're fucking lying to you. Just people are not happy about that. And people have every right to not be happy about that.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
I'm a trans person, and that's why I'm defending other trans people. That's the only way that I can do that, right? Not everyone is a trans lover like you. Like, see, this is what I mean. That's the kind of guy who's gonna be like, yeah, it was fucking funny, dude. You're a fucking trans lover. Like, what does that mean? I'm a human lover, okay? Trans people are people, dude. And even Dave Chappelle gets that.
I do like that he picks out like the most easy target from his chat.
Of
like,
course.
This is the other side, you know, this trans bigot. It's like, okay, son, come on.
All of politics is just straw manning the other side with the most incendiary examples.
Sitch and Adam's law.
Yeah. Well, no, that's Adam's
By the way.
law.
I thought Adam's law was
90% of political talking points are straw man arguments.
A straw man, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
99%.
Yeah, but the Sitch and Adam's law was that in any political conversation, they try to pull an extreme example and paint everyone as that. Yeah.
That's kind of, I mean, that's like a Adam's Law Part B. I mean, that's kind of in the same ballpark.
Listen to this. He's trying to weasel in.
It's just restating Adam's Law in a different way.
No, they're different. Oh my God.
Hey, I'm a stoat now, okay? Stoat doesn't have the same negative connotation.
Listen to this, stoat.
I'm going with the stoat now. Stoat is actually basically a weasel with a different name.
It's just a cuter weasel with a better sounding name. Okay.
Because I listened to the entirety of his stand-up special. Even Dave Chappelle, when he talks about his Daphne bit, which had a lot of fucking problems in and of itself, but even when he talks about that, that's kind of at the heart of what he was saying, is that, like, I don't care what people are. I know that everyone's going through their own thing, and I don't want to make it worse for others overall. And that's truly what I believe in. But the unfortunate reality there is, like, if you're fucking biting Steven Crowder, dude, as one of the greatest fucking comics of our generation, that's a failure, dude.
Yeah, how does he? I wondered this when I watched it the first time. How does he pull Steven Crowder into this conversation? Like,
I don't know. He said you're biting Steven. Is he? What is he? I don't even know what he's talking about. Because it's weird, because at first he says he accurately gets Chappelle's point about, like, oh, you know, he's just trying to treat people as human beings and being empathetic to them. And then he completely says, but I mean, you're using Steven Crowder talking points, show, you know. Like,
Chappelle is using, first of all, I mean, I've watched some Steven Crowder stuff. I wouldn't call myself a Steven Crowder fan, and I'm even less of a fan of his comedy. I do not think Steven Crowder is funny. Yeah. Do you find Steven Crowder funny?
I haven't watched enough of his stuff.
I do like his Change My Mind series. I think the Change My Mind series is pretty good. But other than that, I don't watch his show, and I don't think he's funny.
Okay.
And when he does his skits and stuff, I'm just, oh, this is so... I mean, if you want to call Steven Crowder, dad humor, I'm on board with that.
Joe Burrito for $20 says, do you guys have a P.O. box if we want to send you stuff? I've asked this question before, but I don't know if I got an answer.
I've contemplated getting one. I found a place that I could get one that's not too far away, but I don't.
You should get one so people can send you stuff.
I'm the one to send because I can actually show it. I can't wait for the plushies to get here.
That's right. That's right.
When do I get my Mauler and Rags plushies and my Adam and Sitch plushies?
I know.
Great.
I know.
Yeah.
Adam, either get a P.O. box or just start giving out your address.
I want to reenact the fire meme where the guy is in the house and it's burning down and he's doing coffee. I want to reenact that meme with the plushies. See if it'll be perfect. It's a perfect viral meme, right? Can you imagine all of us sitting in a burning house with big fat smiles on our faces? Everything is fine.
That's right. I don't know. I think that
totally going to go viral.
I think that will give the wrong impression. I think that will give the wrong impression.
It'll give the impression that we've all turned TradCon.
Or the opposite, yeah.
I'm sorry. That's so bad. That's so sad. It was like watching a fucking Steven Crowder bit, dude. It was like listening to your fucking drunk stepfather
okay, so he's comparing Steven Crowder to Chappelle.
Yeah, he's saying they sound... Well, this was obnoxious too, okay? We have Hasan Piker, #1 political streamer in the country, possibly the entire world, makes, $250,000 a month, okay? And you're like, well, can you give me some specifics here, Hasan? Can you, I don't know, like give an example of something he said and then explain why it's offensive? Of course not. Of course not. He's not going to tell you fucking anything specific. He's not going to give you any clear examples. He's just going to ramble on incoherently in this general, vague, nebulous nonsense.
Yeah.
The entire time he talks about this.
He's a bullshit artist. Which is still an artist, mind you.
Are you saying that Hasan is part of the immune system of society?
Oh my God, what have I done? And that's the moment he knew he fucked up.
That's right. Hasan is obviously one of these viruses, okay? Hasan is the COVID spike protein that is trying to grab onto the red blood cells of society and infect us with his stupidity and socialism.
He's anti-comedy. He's anti-artist.
He is. He is.
On about these transgenders, like he made like a they them joke at some point. It was really not a joke. Those were literally just like mind-boggling to me as someone who has a lot of...
I don't remember the they them joke. Do you remember it?
I just watched it. I don't remember the they them joke.
Yeah, I don't remember a they them joke.
No.
I do. There was a story I shared with you. I don't know if you actually read the story or just read the headline about...
I read everything you send
Okay,
me,
well, then
Adam.
we'll test him. So there was a waitress at a restaurant in Canada that was non-binary, and she wanted to use they them pronouns, and this caused a conflict with her employer because one of the bartenders was like,
oh yes, the bar manager for some reason. Well, I don't know, like from the article it wasn't clear whether it was intentional or not. They're like, oh, they were calling them like sweetie or something.
Yeah, sweetie, hun, all these nicknames. And they ended up letting her go just to avoid the conflict, obviously.
Wait, was it a trans woman or a trans man?
It was a non-binary person, I guess. I mean, she's
biological. Wait a minute.
A biological woman that is that was saying, I'm non-binary, I want you to use they, them pronouns. They ended up letting her go, and she ended up getting it was $30,000 or $60,000, I don't remember.
Yes.
In a lawsuit against the business.
Yes.
For discrimination. which I sent it to Sitch because obviously Jordan Peterson was talking about how, how there's the Jordan Peterson was not in favor of the law that made this possible.
And to be even more than that, it was Jordan Peterson famously said that, you could get arrested for not using someone's non-binary pronouns,
right?
Specifically non-binary pronouns. And all the bread tubers said, you're not going to get arrested. And Jordan Peterson's response to that was, well, I'm going to get fined. And if I don't pay the fine, what happens?
Yeah, exactly.
You go to jail. Right. And so is the restaurant person refusing to pay the fine?
I don't know. Obviously, probably not. They're just probably going to pay it and move on. But the only reason that I'm bringing it up, because in the article is using they, them pronouns. And it is impossible to tell what the fuck is going on, what the fuck is happening in this situation. Like, I had to read it 18 times to figure out who they were talking about, who is the bar manager, who is the person, what was the conversation, when did the they, them pronouns are just, they make an article impossible to understand. It is a real problem.
Right. Well, and with that article, the thing that was confusing to me was, I just skimmed the article. I didn't do a deep dive of it or something because I didn't care enough to. But when I skimmed it,
well, you don't know the scenario because you didn't read it 18 times trying to figure out who the fuck they were talking about.
But what I'm saying is,
you didn't even know that it was a biological female that was non-binary. You didn't even know that.
Well, because the thing that was confusing to me was that it wasn't clear if the person that was calling them sweetie that was just a habit. They're just calling them that, and this person was getting completely offended because they're just being a fucking sensitive, brittle snowflake. Or if the person was calling them sweetie or honey intentionally to piss them off.
I think it was intentional. I think they were saying, "Oh,
it felt like what happened was that they called them sweetie or honey once, and then the person got upset by it, and then the bar person thought that it was preposterous that they got upset with them calling them sweetie. Which, to be honest, it is pretty fucking ridiculous that you get upset.
The they, them pronouns,
sweetie or honey.
The they, them pronouns in the article, there was a couple of sentences that were particularly tough for me because somebody put a hand on somebody's shoulder and that turned into assault. And I couldn't tell.
It was the reason the reason the non-binary person got fired was because they touched their shoulder, or they were the one that was escalating the situation beyond further.
Was the bar manager the one that placed a hand on the shoulder, or was the non-binary person?
It was the non-binary person. That's why they got fired.
The non-binary person placed the hand on the shoulder of the bar manager, and the bar manager called that assault.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Totally ridiculous, yeah.
Well, another reason why this is ridiculous to me is that, I guess it would depend on the age too, because depending on if an older woman will call both men and women sweetie or honey, that they're younger than them. It's not even like a gender binary thing.
I get called sweetie all the time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
It's a regular thing.
But that's why it's so bizarre that they were calling me sweetie and honey, and I'm non-binary. I'm like, well, that's not really a binary distinction anyway.
Yeah.
So that whole story is so fucked. The whole thing just sounds super dumb.
Batshit crazy.
I can't believe they're getting money for that, but whatever.
Yeah. It's great.
Fucking respect for Dave Chappelle. I love him. I was legitimately surprised that someone who's supposed to be such a fucking good cultural critic, and that's what comedians are, the best ones are, at least the ones that have staying power, just basically mocking trans people, ridiculing them. Some of the most marginalized people on the planet are trans. We know this already. Come on.
He's like, some of the best comedians are cultural critics. And now that Dave Chappelle is attacking some aspect of culture that I like, it's not funny anymore. Oh, it's just mean. It's just oppressive.
Yeah. Ridiculing.
It's no. Chappelle's right on the money. He's right on the money.
You can't do a special ridiculing trans people. That's ridiculous.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He did not.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
It didn't happen.
It's completely ridiculous. Yeah.
And one of his better points was in the early where he was saying, I have a lot of respect for the gay community, but not the new gay community because they're all sensitive, brittle snowflakes. The old gay community,
Yeah.
They were the Stonewall gays. These are people that would, you would insult them and they'd like, spit fire back at you, and they were solid stone.
Yeah.
Unmovable.
Yeah. No.
Saying stuff like they are at the centers of power and they're punching down on me. Like, he brought that up so many times. Like,
see, this is a part where I lost it, because he doesn't understand that the argument Chappelle is making brilliantly in the whole fucking special, especially in the beginning, is that no, they're the ones with the fucking power, Hasan. Listen, Hasan completely proves Chappelle right, because look at this situation here. Who has the power here, and who is Hasan catering to?
Right.
In this situation.
He's catering to all the media elites that are all denouncing Chappelle for the most part.
Yes, exactly. Who's speaking truth to power, and who is sucking power's dick right now?
Right. No, I mean, you look at the reviews and it's like, oh, the audience reviews are all positive, and then the official reviewer reviews are negative for the Chappelle comedy special. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Chappelle comes out and speaks truth to power about who has the real power in this situation. Does it brilliantly. Does it completely funny. Yep. And then you have Mr. Hasan Piker on the internet, Mr. air quotes truth to power. Mr. I'm fucking standing up against the man. Yeah, exactly.
The biggest streamer in the world. Yes.
Yeah. Speaking truth to power? No. Right. No, you're the fucking mouthpiece of the man, dude.
I know. It's so preposterous. I mean,
I know.
It's so preposterous when all the media elites are all saying, "Oh, how dare you," trying to get you canceled and all this nonsense. It's like, okay, obviously we see what's happening here,
dude.
I mean, he even brought up, the Kevin Hart situation, where it's like Kevin Hart dreamed, his dream was that he would one day host the Oscars.
Yeah.
And then when he finally gets the chance to, it gets removed from him because he made some joke like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah.
About the LGBT community. And he even talks about, remember, like, one of the first things he talks about is how there's the rapper named DaBaby who shot and killed someone in a Walmart, and no one cared. Didn't affect his career whatsoever. But then when he comes out and says like homophobic stuff on stage, which it was pretty homophobic, but then him saying homophobic stuff on stage, that's what gets him in trouble. It's like he literally murdered someone. Well, I don't say murdered. I don't know the fact of the case. He literally killed someone, and it like no one cared. But he says homophobic remarks, and everyone's like freaking out.
Do you know that there was a bunch of rappers that were up in arms about Chappelle? That part of they were like they thought Chappelle basically outed him. Yeah, exactly. They're like, hey, that case hasn't been closed yet, you fucking idiot. But yes, I did look up DaBaby. Is it DaBaby? I'm not sure.
DaBaby.
I don't listen to his
one
music,
word.
But there's just a lengthy, obviously, apology to the gay community from this tough as nails rapper. Who has the power here?
It's so pathetic.
Who has the power?
It's so pathetic. I know.
Yeah.
It's so funny. You see some guy who's like the whole aesthetic of the rap community is to be like, oh, I'm hard. I'm keeping it real. And then it's like, oh, I'm so sorry for the comments I said to the gay community. This was out of ignorance and I apologize. It's like, oh, fuck off. Yeah. Everything's fake. It's such bullshit.
If the gay community ever takes over the mafia, we're all doomed. We're all fucking doomed.
I thought actually that the case was settled because the article that I read about it said that the charges are all dropped against him, and that the victim's parents were like really upset about this.
Yeah, there might be a civil case going on. The criminal case.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Probably a civil case. It's funny because I looked it up and it's like the only stories I could find about the shooting were all local news stories. But if you type in the comments about the anti-gay stuff, it's like, oh, you can find all the mainstream national sources.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What? How is that not proof? How is that not proof that Hasan has no fucking clue what he's talking about here?
Charles Murray goes into all this stuff. I can't remember which book it is, but Charles Murray makes a fucking blistering critique of the gay community. He's the guy that can do it too. Not Charles Murray. Who's the other Murray? Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray. Yeah.
I was like, Charles Murray's the IQ guy. I don't know what you're talking
about. Douglas Murray is a gay author, and he, like, obviously Chappelle's the guy who can attack the black community. Douglas Murray's the guy that can attack the gay community.
I was gonna say Charles Murray, those you don't know, he's the guy that did the very contentious
Bell Curve.
Bell Curve, the race and IQ stuff. I haven't read it, and we've talked about him in the past. I don't think Charles Murray is smart. I think Charles Murray is a fucking moron. Okay. I wouldn't trust any research that comes out of him ever again. And you know why?
Because of the tweet.
Because of the tweet. He was out here. One tweet. Charles Murray's out here mocking organic food. He's like, you should just buy like that consumer craft fake cheese nonsense. That's the same as organic food. I'm like, what the fuck? How could someone say something so fucking dumb my entire life? Are you fucking kidding me, Charles Murray? You're supposed to be some intelligent scientist, some statistician, some math guy. He doesn't even know the fuck what's going on about organic food. He wants to eat this processed bullshit that's got so many fucking chemicals and shit and hormones and fucking antibiotics and all this other garbage in it that you're fucking eating and is making everyone in this country fucking fat and unhealthy. Get out of here, fucking Charles Murray.
There's no such thing as organic pasta. Let's be clear about that.
That's not there. What do you mean? There totally is organic pasta.
It's still processed, and that's the processing. That's the problem.
That's not what organic means. Okay, it means that they don't put extra shit in it, so that the materials are just the materials.
But it's the processing.
It also means that the cows. No, but that's not what it means. It means that the cows.
Food is terrible.
It means that the cows that they got the cheese from were not fed force-fed hormones and antibiotics and all sorts of other bullshit.
I lost faith in Charles Murray when he did the podcast with Coleman Hughes. And you're supposed to be a fucking behavioral scientist. What the fuck? Or a behavioral economist. And they were talking about, I think it was the race and IQ stuff. And Coleman Hughes was saying, I just what is to be gained from this? This is completely going to just destroy relationships between the black and white community. What is the upside here? And Charles Murray just didn't get it. I was like, you need a Dave Chappelle to come in and to, if you want to talk about race and IQ, you need Dave Chappelle to do it.
Look at this.
He knows
Look
how
at
to
this
do
chat.
it. Fucking.
You know what's going on in our chat? We got a bunch of fucking people. A bunch of people in our chat who eat stuff on their face full of Panda Express and McDonald's.
Really? I didn't get Panda Express today. A bunch of other
fast food, a bunch of Doritos, a bunch of garbage. And they're like, Sitch, organic food isn't real. That stuff's not healthier than. And that's look, listen, you guys, you're just all in cognitive dissonance mode. Okay, listen, if you want to eat your garbage poison food, you go right ahead. You go right ahead, but don't dilute yourself. Okay, don't dilute yourself.
Yeah. Sucker.
White people switched up. I used to be able to make fun of white people.
No, wait, let's go back. Sorry.
Are at the centers of power, and they're punching down on me. Like, he brought that up so many times. Like, white people switched up. I used to be able to make fun of white people, but then white people switched up, and they were like, now I'm trans and white, so you can't make fun of me. Did you even?
What a great joke! What a perfect joke that Chappelle made. You know why that's a fantastic fucking joke? Because I said that for years.
I know.
I said that
your
for
argument.
Years. Yes, Chappelle made my argument that now you have all these white people coming out as trans and non-binary just so they can, succeed in the oppression hierarchy. Yes.
Here's the ultimate example, though, of white privilege. They literally attached queer, which for all intents and purposes, queer means heterosexual, but you're an ally of the gay community. But you can be a member of the LGBTQIA community. You can literally be a straight white male and be queer.
Yes. I know. ridiculous.
How crazy is that? They're like, oh, everyone's this is a group with power, and in order to get in the group with power, I don't want to suck any dick or anything, but I want to be categorized as LGBTQ. Is that not accurate?
That's definitely.
It's so weird. Yeah, people want to get into that power, get into that star chamber so badly. They've redefined words so that they could.
Does Hasan actually identify as trans, or was he just joking?
Oh, did he say he identifies as trans? He's talking about white people.
He implied it.
Because
he said, like, oh, someone said I'm only defending this because I'm trans.
Mm-hmm.
So does he identify as non-binary or some bullshit?
He has black fingernails, so maybe so.
There you go. You guys let me know in the chat. Does Hasan do like the whole like, ooh, I'm totally non-binary or something? Doesn't Vosh do something like that? There's someone that's like, it's like bullshit when they say like they're non-binary or whatever. Like, okay.
Non-binary? I mean, Destiny calls himself bisexual. Doesn't Vosh call himself bisexual as well?
Well, listen, Vosh had to copy everything from Destiny, including his sexual orientation.
That's third. Okay. That's third in line, right? Isn't it?
Right.
Is it LGBT, lesbian, gay?
Well, I don't know. Bisexual is kind of like everyone hates bisexual, so I don't know if that helps you.
Yeah, but they're technically higher billing than trans. I mean,
that's not even remotely true. I mean, maybe they're higher billed than straight people, but
yeah.
People were saying he was joking about the trans stuff.
Oh, he was.
Does Destiny say he's non-binary? I thought he just said he was bisexual. Oh, that's funny if he says he's non-binary. There you go.
He's going non-binary now.
Scott Adams, I don't know if you know this. Scott Adams identifies as black.
I do know that, yeah. I do know that. And his chat gets super triggered by it. It's hilarious.
It's so funny.
Hasan does some lashing out at his chat, which I actually found pretty funny. Mm-hmm. Hasan makes some jokes in here that actually are funny.
This is not true.
I did some reluctant laughing.
You'll have to point this out to me when it happens, because I don't think this is true.
I'll try to suppress my laughter so nobody. Okay. So I don't want to get our show in trouble.
Yeah.
Watch it. I mean, his unironic last point on his stand-up special is, please stop punching down at my people. That was his last take to the LGBTQ community. Actually, not what he said. No, dude. Black trans women specifically are.
That is accurate. That was
one of
his last points.
Yes.
And
First
he had
even.
Right. He had a story about how he was in a bar and this trans woman who he was trying to be nice to was like clapping in his face and saying like, stop attacking my people. We've gone through like decades of oppression. Mm-hmm. And that the person that was saying this was there with two black guys. And he like looked at the black guys and was like, is there something you're not telling this white bitch about history? And I understand what he's talking about, and I think this is where he's coming from when he says like he's Team TERF. He's saying like, because he's kind of empathizing like, oh, you have women who feel like they were fighting for their rights, and then suddenly you have someone kind of like usurp their movement or their power away from them, who just kind of showed up. And I think he feels the same way in some regard about a lot of the trans people who are claiming that they have all these oppression points and oppression status over the black community. When you say, well, I mean, the black community is obviously, as a community has gone through a lot more than the trans community in America.
Yeah, it's a stellar argument. I mean, that's what's so good about the special is he is making a case, an argument. He's laying out a case at the same time he's doing jokes. So the jokes are callbacks to things that he said earlier at the same time that the points that he's making in the arguments are callbacks to other points that he made earlier on. I got to tell you, it is literally brilliant.
And there's this really sneaky, dishonest thing that you see from like the bread tubers and leftists, where when it suits them, they'll remove your individuality. And then when it suits them, they'll promote it. So for like an example of this would be, if you're white and you say, well, I'm not racist, I've never done anything racist, so I can't be, part of this white supremacist society, they'll say, yes, but even if you as the individual haven't done anything, you are part of a group that accrues benefits because of your skin color that society gives to you. So in that case, since it benefits them to make this oppressive argument, they'll remove your individuality. So you're just part of this group. But then when it comes to Chappelle, they'll force his individuality onto him. They'll say, oh, well, Dave Chappelle cannot be oppressed. It's not punching down because Dave Chappelle is a multimillionaire and one of the most popular comedians in the world.
Yeah.
So his blackness is taken away from him because he's successful and because they don't, it doesn't fit into their argument at that moment.
Yeah.
It's so dishonest. It's so dishonest.
I feel like there is an argument to be made that, you can be a high-powered black person or gay person or whatever, but when you're pulled over by the cop, that they're judging you just basically on your skin color. So
right. Well, that's what he literally says it. He says he almost got into a fight with a really buff white gay guy, and then the guy whips out his phone and calls the police on Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he's
I remember that.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, you guys act like you're oppressed minorities, but the second it benefits you, you're suddenly white again.
Yeah.
And that was the point.
Yes, I forgot about that part.
It's funny because there was an NPR thing I listened to that was terrible. NPR is so fucking disgusting.
It is terrible now. Yeah.
And it's so depressing because they still have like good science shows that they have good non-political content. All their political content is fucking trash.
Yes.
Utter
so
garbage.
Biased.
Oh my God. It's so woke, disgusting. And they had they had the lady, I don't know, they're trans, some kind of trans individual. I think it was a trans woman the one who was fired from Netflix for leaking the documents, though she's claiming that she didn't leak the documents. And, they had her on and she does like this whole thing where in order to circumvent this argument, she's like, oh, well, Chappelle's ignoring the plight of all the black trans people. They're the true oppressed minorities. All the black trans people, like, they have more oppression points than Dave Chappelle, so they can criticize him. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God, this is so pathetic.
Yeah.
The intersections of marginalization to a degree that is the absolute worst.
We got to get he's throwing some stats up there that we were interested in.
Actually, his unironic last point on his stand-up special is, please stop punching down at my people. That was his last take to the LGBTQ community. Actually, not what he said. No, dude. Black trans women specifically are at the intersections of...
At least 13 trans people have been killed in 2021. Most are black women.
Dominique Lucius, a 26-year-old black trans woman, was shot and killed on April 8th in Springfield, Missouri, making her at least the 13th victim of a fatal anti-trans violence. In 2021, she marks the 7th black trans woman killed in just 4 months. According to a police statement, law enforcement officers were dispatched to the site shortly after. Okay, so here's I hate all this. I hate this fucking dumb shit. Okay, the Human Rights Campaign does this. All these organizations do this. They're like, there has been X number of murders of trans people or black people or Jews or whoever. They'll pick some minority group.
Yeah. And
all they do is they just look at how many have been killed. They don't actually...
How many have been hit in the back of the head with a fucking bat?
Well, no, but they don't look at like what the motivation for the killing was.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So like, this doesn't say that the person was killed for being trans. They could have been robbed. They could have been killed for fucking anything. And that's why this is so dishonest, because they always frame it like, oh, this person, there were 13 trans people killed. And the way it's framed is if like there were 13 trans people that were killed because they were trans, which is never the case. They never make that argument. They just say that there were people who died and happened to be trans.
Yeah.
And it's very dishonest. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, I think it was Nuance Bro did a very good video on this about how if you looked at the stats, obviously not for 2021, this was last year, the year before that, that actually trans women, and I think all trans people as a group, are actually murdered less than non-trans people.
Really?
Statistically.
Wow.
Yes. And that the only group of people, the only subgroup of trans people that had comparable or more rates of being killed were specifically black trans women. And that was only if you compared them to the general population. if you compare them to the Black population, I still don't think that they were killed more statistically than a non-trans Black individual. So this whole narrative about like, oh, there's all these trans murders is a total lie, 100% fake news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so people always pull out cherry pick statistics to make their own point. I find it difficult to believe that. I mean, I just looked up anti-Jewish attacks, and there's like 295 in Los Angeles alone. 295.
That's crazy. I mean, that's people that are attacked because they're Jewish. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy.
So I mean, we got what is it over here? 13 trans people have been killed.
Well,
I mean,
it's killed. Yeah, I don't know.
It's awful. It's totally awful. Yeah.
Cullivar.
You're never able to make this argument because obviously one person being attacked or killed is too many. So it's just
right.
It's a terrible. This is why it feels completely, I mean, a dishonest argumentation tactic, because it's always an appeal to emotion. It's like, look, these people. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it feels really gross because it's like very obviously these organizations that are supposed to be, you know, the Human Rights Watch and all those other things, and they're very obviously hyping up fear and you know, violence in order to get donations and to appear relevant and, you know, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Because the way that I found out that this was the tactic they all used was, I don't know if you remember, it was a couple years ago. There was this debate about, you know, what was the more pressing matter in our country? Was it people killed by a white supremacist or people killed by, you know, a Muslim terrorist? There was like this debate going on a few years ago about this. And they were all like, oh, you know, there's so many more people killed by white nationalists. And there was some number they'd give. And when I actually looked into that number, it was the same thing. It was just people who were part of a white nationalist organization who had been involved in a murder or a crime. Many of them were crimes against family members or friends or other white people.
It was unrelated.
So it's totally unrelated.
Unrelated.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
It's unrelated to them being white nationalists. So.
Yeah, it's all, you have to be skeptical of any of these claims.
Someone says, was Dave's friend that killed herself from being bullied by other trans people on Twitter, including those 13? Yeah, I don't think they were.
Oh yeah, that's another part of it.
They were.
That's another part of it. She got completely bullied for standing up for Dave.
Yeah.
Which is like so fucking
horrible.
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Cullivar for $20 says, Adam, I'm making a superhero named Drug Free Boy. He takes all the junkies getting so high with their needles of sticks and bongs made of lye. And as he burns them alive, he will squeal with joy because he is a drug free boy.
That's a villain. Holy shit.
What was the name of that comedian? That's a song that he is referencing.
Oh, it
I'm
is.
a comedian. It's very funny. Stephen Lynch. Yeah, Stephen Lynch, very funny. Song called Superhero. He does all these like very funny songs that start off like very innocent and they become like horrible at the end. So
wow.
There you go. Thank you, Cullivar.
It did start off innocent enough. I was thinking, oh great. Cool.
Marginalization to a degree that is the absolute worst of all society has to offer. There are a couple different types of audiences that will be receptive to this material, right? And it's not because I'm a fucking like, oh my God, I'm so sensitive. I'm so sensitive. I'm a sensitive guy. Like, no, I mean, I fucking listen to edgy comedy all the fucking time, okay? And the issue there is there are a couple different kinds of people that are going to be receptive to this and be like, no, it's great, and demonstrate blind loyalty. Dave Chappelle fans. A lot of Dave Chappelle fans are going to say, this is Dave Chappelle. This is what he does. He's edgy. Why are you fucking trying to police comedy or whatever? Then there are the worst kind of people, Republicans, who will defend it because they'll be like, well, cancel culture's coming after Dave Chappelle again. And
so I'm looking through this human rights campaign thing about like the trans people that have been killed. And it's so dumb because they're talking about in 2020, they're like, in 2020, anywhere from 44 to 74% of trans people that were killed by someone that they knew, a family member, friend, peer, or acquaintance. And they say this like it's some like dark, tragic thing. And I'm like, isn't that most people killed by someone.
Yeah, most crimes, most murders are committed by someone they know. Yeah,
I know. It's like, what the fuck is this? I hate this. Okay. Here's a very easy way to find fake news. Anytime anyone displays a stat and they don't give you what the norm is, that person is probably lying to you.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's a very easy way. If they don't say like, well, the normal population is X and this is Y, okay, just immediately think like, the stat's probably bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, people like Steven Crowder who basically see their own fucking source material on stage. It hurts. It really does. And obviously, like, I'm not trans. I am not like impacted.
Did you see the tweet that he had there? What's this tweet? Dave Chappelle and Tucker Carlson canceled Screw the Woke Mom. Source for the show today.
So he's making the Vosh argument. He's like, well, then the right wing can use this rhetoric to be successful and popular. That's the real problem.
I thought he was saying that Chappelle stole Steven Crowder's material.
Well, he did. He is also saying that,
but that's not true.
No, of course not. It's ridiculous. Oh my God, guys. Mm-hmm. We have another celebrity in the chat. Hasan's secret male lover for $2. Mm-hmm. Says, guys, I have a secret to tell you about Hasan. Mm-hmm. I wonder what that secret would be.
Oh my God, no, don't. No more ASMR, please. Our show is very anti-ASMR.
Okay.
Their own fucking source material on stage. It hurts. It really does. And obviously, like, I'm not trans. I am not like impacted by his transphobic rhetoric in any meaningful capacity. Obviously, I'm saying it hurts in the most selfish way possible. Comedy is incredibly important. And I see a lot of these like Nanette style, liberal comics who say that even people who have experienced marginalization should not make content out of that because you're making other people laugh at your fucking sadness and your experiences. And I fucking despise that because
that was Hasan reading a super chat there, wasn't it? Little background there.
Life is fucking awful.
Chat,
okay?
Explain
it's dog
to,
shit for the most part. It's a
explain to some boomers like me and Adam. I don't know what do you say? A nanite? A nanite? I don't know what the fuck that means.
Nanite type humor.
But I hate this thing it's so disgusting. I fucking hate it, and they're getting away with it too. It disgusts me. All these fucking pieces of shit. All these pieces of shit socialists and woke bread tubers. They've done this fucking like reverse Uno card shit where they're like, the real problem with wokeness is liberals. All these liberals with their wokeness. And I'm like, what the fuck are you? The fuck wokeness is literally from socialist academia. Fuck you, you pieces of lying shit. They're doing this like insane gaslighting campaign to convince their audience that like all negative wokeness is really the evil liberals.
How is liberal just means freedom, dude? I don't get how do you cast the anti-freedom authoritarians? The anti-freedom authoritarians are the woke people. How are you casting them as liberals? They're illiberal.
I know.
Yeah. That makes absolutely no sense.
I hear something weird happening. I have to make sure something bad isn't happening. I'll be back.
In your house?
Yes.
Don't get broken into.
I won't. Hey, if I don't come back in 5 minutes, call the police.
Sequence of disappointments, and then sometimes you come, other times you have a big shit, and that's really rewarding. Sometimes you eat really good food, and comedy's up there for me specifically. I think that
look, Hasan is admitting that comedy is up there with taking a big shit. My God. The simple life.
Comedy is incredibly important because it helps you sometimes make sense of the senseless. It helps you identify with different perspectives that you could not, that you hadn't previously considered. And it makes you happy. It makes you laugh. That's supremely important. So I get annoyed when people are constantly like, oh, we got to dictate culture. We got to dictate culture. We got to stop comedians from doing, comedy. It frustrates me. So seeing someone like Dave Chappelle, who I looked up to, like full disclosure, a good friend of mine is very close with both John Mayer and also Dave Chappelle's manager. I've hung out with them.
is good friends with their manager, not actually Dave Chappelle or John Mayer. So he's just hanging out with the manager. The manager's like, yeah, we're going to have a show. Come backstage. We'll hang out.
A bunch of times, like, I can't even have a conversation with Dave Chappelle because I'm fucking terrified. I'm intimidated by him. It's not like that's how much love I have for Dave Chappelle. Like, I've been around him and I can't even fucking talk to him. So seeing someone that I have so much fucking respect for, that I like literally fucking fangirl over like that, do such hacky fucking bits, dude. It sucks. It hurts. Dude, he literally has a joke where he says, I don't hate women, and doesn't need to explain his heart. He's not transphobic and you're living a little too hard. He's not transphobic. He literally said, I'm a trans exclusionary radical feminist. And then and likened trans women.
He says he's a transphobe about 8 times in the thing.
It's a joke. Oh, but like, oh my God. He says,
boundaries, bitch.
Yeah, he says Daphne hugs me, and then because I'm a transphobe, I smacked her away.
Yeah.
Like,
boundaries, bitch. Oh God, it's hilarious.
How disgusting. This is so disgusting. How can you hear a story where Dave Chappelle talks about that he notices that a trans woman is like always at his shows, and he's so, and then they have like this nice conversation, and that he goes out of her way, or Chappelle goes out of his way.
You just misgendered Dave Chappelle.
I know
how
I did.
Fucking crazy that is.
Chappelle goes out of, I'm so sorry, Dave Chappelle. I didn't mean to misgender you. Don't cancel me. Chappelle goes out of his way to have her open for him.
Yes.
And then after that, even when she's terrible at it, to say, let me invest in your career for the future. Whenever I'm where you live, you can open for me. Like, that's an insane thing to do for someone.
Yeah.
That's an insanely generous thing for a comedian of Dave Chappelle's level to go to just some nobody who wants to be a comedian and says, I will help you out of the goodness of my heart. I will help you, follow your dream. And then to turn around and call him a transphobe. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How could you possibly think that?
Words have no meaning anymore.
It's disgusting. Like, how could you hate someone and then do like one of the most generous things you could ever do for an individual?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
And then when she killed herself, he set up a trust fund for her daughter.
For her kid, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, fuck you, Hasan. Like, what the fuck? Come on.
He's flip-flopping on his position all the way through this. I think he's just reading the chat and doing whatever anybody says.
Right. Cullivar for another $20. Thanks so much, Cullivar. Says, Adam, wait. I found a superhero for AA.
Mm-hmm. Who's AA? What's AA?
Academic agent.
Oh.
Butt sex man. He waits for the criminals in the dark corners of the night, then pounces on them with no lube and gives convoluted speeches as he sodomizes the sin out of them. There you go.
Oh my God, Cullivar.
Listen.
Academic agent is not going to like that super chat, Cullivar.
I'm sure he'll love it. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Doing blackface. Trans women, in the eyes of TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, which are like the least.
Look at this. His editor throws in a picture of J.K. Rowling when he's talking about the TERFs. Don't forget this giant TERF. It is strange because one of my problems with the kind of the war of the sexes is neither side really gets everything you could hope for. Like, both being a boy has challenges, being a girl has challenges. So I can totally relate to the idea that somebody becomes trans and then adopts the persona of a woman when they haven't had the experience of living through being a woman growing up. It's completely I mean, that's completely relatable.
Sure.
I mean, I understand it's the same if the transition is the other way. You don't necessarily know the challenges of like dealing with other boys and dealing with other girls growing up. It's like night and day, it seems.
Well, I think part of the reason that there's so much craziness around this topic is because the trans situation is a direct exposure of how woke ideology about gender cannot be true and is not true. Because if you think about it, and this was the point that Chappelle was kind of making, I mean, maybe he wasn't making this point, but he was sort of alluding to this, is that like, so you have some feminists who are complaining that society is forcing upon them this idea of femininity and that it's not biological. And then you have trans women come along, and a lot of trans women are basically just behaving as that feminine stereotype.
Right.
And so Dave Chappelle's comment about blackface was like, oh, you know, feminists are mad because they feel like you're doing not only an impression of women, but you're doing like the stereotype impression of women. Right. And this creates this really bizarre philosophical conundrum, because it's like, well, if you're one of these people that believes this fake nonsense that all gender roles and gender expression is cultural, then you would say, oh, well, trans women are only acting that way because they're engaged in this sort of negative stereotype that society has put upon them. But then that has a problem, because then it's like, well, wait a minute. So then you're saying trans women are inherently bigoted by being trans women, right? Because they're inherently acting out these like feminist stereotypes. But then on the other hand, the other explanation is like, well, probably this isn't learned. Probably a lot of this behavior and your gender identity is biological.
Yeah, that's the point I was thinking about.
Right. And so that means that maybe a lot of the ways that people are acting or feeling are just innate. And it kind of shows that there is this innate gender that people don't want to, that the wokies don't want to talk about. But then that destroys their entire position about gender being meaningless or gender being this learned thing. And so, since I think the trans issue creates this conundrum, it basically forces the woke community regarding trans issues to be in a state of 100% always cognitive dissonance. And I think that's not the whole reason, but I think that's part of why people are so fucking crazy around this topic. Because you have to be if you're in a state of cognitive dissonance all the time.
Yeah, that will definitely drive you insane. Cognitive dissonance is nothing to mess with. There is the two components though that you need to separate out, and I don't know that people, I mean, maybe they do talk about this stuff, but there's not only the inner like biological identity that someone with gender dysphoria feels. There's the social feedback from people that perceive you as whatever gender you present as. So it's like J.K. Rowling has gone through her whole life presenting as a woman, and I think most of her challenges, she would probably say, well, all of them, because they're not from, she doesn't have gender dysphoria. She doesn't have a discontinuity between what she presents and what she feels inside. All of her challenges, she would say, are from the social feedback to how she presents. And someone who may be dealing with trauma of the, this discontinuity between how I feel and how I'm presenting, they're not getting that social feedback, which is just a huge part of the experience of being a man or a woman. So that experience is what someone like J.K. Rowling would say that you haven't really experienced what it is to be a woman, because, and I guess what I'm saying is there's kind of this miscommunication that's always going on between, the TERFs and the trans community, because the trans community is saying, yes, I have experienced my entire life feeling like I'm a woman trapped in a man's body. And J.K. Rowling is saying, yes, but you haven't experienced the social feedback because you're presenting as a man. So you haven't really experienced what it is to be a woman.
Right.
So they're both at each other's throats saying, I've experienced what it is to be a woman. No, you haven't. And it's just this feedback.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Just a miscommunication. Well, and I don't know that they're ever going to get past that because I mean,
they won't.
They're just going to take one side of the argument just to hate on each other.
They never will, because you have a lot of the feminist movement is rooted in the fact that there is a category called woman, and that they can derive power and quote freedom from that categorization. But then you have the queer theorist who, for unfortunately, the trans community has latched onto. And the queer theorists say that there is no category as woman, that this is all bullshit. And so these two ideologies cannot coexist together. And that's the problem. But we do have some breaking news, guys. We have some breaking news. We have a special guest in the chat. David Chappelle's manager. That's right. Did you guys know that Dave Chappelle's manager, big fan of the show?
Wow.
He says for $5, he says, I don't know who this Hasan kid is. We are not friends. There you go.
Hilarious.
Hasan totally just fabricating his friendship with Dave Chappelle's manager.
I'm willing to bet that this is like a one-time, one-off thing. He was in the presence of Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, I've had dinner with Christopher Nolan, right? I've mentioned this before.
But that's a smart way to phrase it, right? Because if he's like, well, I'm friends with Dave Chappelle, no one's going to believe it. But if you're like, I'm friends with Dave Chappelle's manager, his agent, no one knows who that is. So they're like, oh, maybe that's true.
I mean, I'm not sure if, when I was having dinner with Christopher Nolan, I'm not sure his agent was there. This was at the Directors Guild of America, by the way.
I said, you sat at the table with Christopher Nolan?
I stood at the table with Christopher Nolan. There was a
oh, you were a waiter?
No, there was an hors d'oeuvres table that we were both.
Oh, I see.
Chatting at, But this was long, you know, obviously I'm the fucking boomer here. This was long before, this was like when Memento was hot. This was like before Christopher Nolan was even Christopher Nolan, like pre-Batman, like any of that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, after Batman, you couldn't get within like a mile of him.
Oh, of course.
He's got too many security guards.
He's not. There was it was for, I'm not sure it was for Sundance. I think it was Slam Dance did a thing at the Directors Guild of America, and Christopher Nolan came and spoke. You know, all the young upstart film directors are there.
Young up-and-comers.
Yeah, exactly.
These are people who are joy kills. These are TERFs literally have never laughed, okay? You motherfuckers think leftists are about having no humor? Try TERFs. TERFs have never laughed in their entire lives, okay? They've never been.
I hate to tell you this, but TERFs are fucking woke leftists, okay? They're literally radical feminists, you fucking dumb shit.
Do you ever watch Magdalene Burns videos? She was a TERF on YouTube. It's a tragic story. She actually got a brain tumor and passed away.
Jesus.
But I went and looked at her videos because I was thinking, I remember some of those videos being pretty funny. But I looked back and I couldn't really find any funny ones.
There you go.
I was like, maybe I was misremembering.
I just think it's ridiculous that they always try to categorize TERFs as like conservative or something. It's like, they're radical feminists. They're fucking woke leftists. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Funny, and they've never laughed in their entire lives. Dave Chappelle not only said, I'm a TERF, but also then turned around and said, not only am I a TERF, but like TERFs actually see trans women like black people see people doing blackface. That's actually funny. If you point out how ridiculous that is. The trans bathroom bills. That's a funny concept. I've made so many jokes about that. How creepy conservatives are. I want to see what the fuck's going on. What are you going to do? Check out people's dicks and pussies? Like, that's creepy as fuck. I don't even want to be in a public restroom. And these motherfuckers are out here literally being like, yeah, we need to look.
See, this is why Hasan's a fucking moron. Okay. He thinks he knows comedy better than Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
So Dave Chappelle makes very funny jokes about how he would feel uncomfortable if a woman with a penis was peeing in the urinal next to him. Okay. And he phrases it in a very funny way and in a way that actually supports getting rid of the bathroom bills. And over here, we got just the comedy show. Comedian Hasan is like, let me tell you what's funny. Why did Republicans want to stare at my genitals while I'm in the bathroom? What's the deal with that?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Not funny, Hasan. Very dumb. And it doesn't even, not only is it not funny, there's no message behind it either.
He's literally plagiarizing Chappelle's show now. I mean, this was in the Chappelle show. Now he's trying to say, I made these jokes long before Chappelle ever did.
I made jokes that were just 1,000 times dumber and worse and had no message behind them other than that Republican bad. So obviously, since Chappelle didn't make that type of joke, he's a bad person.
To the stalls. And he had a funny joke about that at first when he was talking about the bathroom bills. He said, what do you want to fucking give a birth certificate to walk into a bathroom? That's crazy. And then immediately switched it up to being like, and then a lady is going to walk up with a fat cock and pee in the restroom next to me. I don't want that. It's like, and I know these are jokes. I'm not supposed to take them seriously.
See, like this is the thing. And this isn't just true of leftists. This is true of everyone. Okay. This is 100% elephant controlling the thought process. Okay. Chappelle's joke about the trans bathroom was literally anti the bathroom bills. He was saying he would be more comfortable with a trans man peeing next to him than a trans woman.
Yes.
And then he just says it in a funny way. And since that funny way could be construed as insulting the trans women, like Hasan and all the leftist brains just turn off and their elephant goes wild. And they're like, oh, you're being transphobic.
Yeah, somebody got offended by this, and that's what
it's also kind of the same thing that happened with Big Joel in the Blair White video, because Chappelle doesn't have to convince pro-trans people that the bathroom bills are bad. He has to convince people that are in favor of the bathroom bills. And so by phrasing it the way he does, like saying it'd be fucking weird if a trans woman walks in the bathroom and whips her dick out, he's trying to appeal to those people.
Yes, great point. He literally probably moved more people on that issue than Hasan has ever moved in his entire life.
True.
Yeah. So do you want a political win, or do you want to complain about Dave Chappelle specials? Man, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because that's like a giant issue for them. And the people that are most invested in that issue are the people who are on the local news saying this was fucking hate speech disguised as a comedy show. It's probably their single best political advocacy out there. What a bunch of morons.
Well, they don't actually want to change. Here's the red pill, okay, for everyone. The wokesters and the leftists don't actually want to change anyone's mind.
No.
Because if they change someone's mind, then they don't have the political weapon.
Yeah,
right?
You're right.
Like if all the Republicans came out in favor of
this was in the Joel talk too.
I know. He literally basically admitted it. Was that, well, okay, I'll be a little fair. He didn't really say that, but you could sort of imply it from what he was saying. But if all the Republicans came out in favor of like getting rid of the trans bathroom bills, they would lose a weapon in their arsenal, because their real goal is they want them to be just so utterly defeated and destroyed politically that they don't exist.
That they can't get elected. Yeah.
Right. And that's why they're beating them over the head with this, you're racist or transphobic or bigoted, blah, 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 blah.
So
blah.
that's bizarre, because then that's why they're trying to get rid of the special, because the special, if the trans bathroom bill was just taken off the table, if the Republicans were like, yeah, we agree with Dave Chappelle, it's just weird, let's just be done with this. Like, you guys use whatever bathroom you want, we're over it, right? Then they can't raise money on it, they can't win elections on it, they can't make a big stink about it, right?
Sure. I mean, I don't think that's like the goal. I don't think there's anyone that has that conscious thought process.
No, I don't either, but it is definitely
an effect. Yes.
It is definitely in play. I mean, it's just weird. I don't know. Why wouldn't the Republicans just do that and take the whole strategy away from them? This is the thing,
they have to protect the women. Okay.
This is the thing too, because the left constantly cast Trump as anti-LGBT, and I was like, what the fuck? What, Trump anti-LGBT?
Well, he was. I mean, I don't know why you're saying he's not, but
really? Well,
maybe, sure. If you're talking about legislation, yeah, I don't know about what he is personally, but legislatively, he definitely was.
Because of the T, right? But not because of the LGB.
Well, because there was two things. There was
he wasn't anti-gay marriage.
No, I don't think. Yeah, you're right. He was not. But he did the two things. There was the they wanted to kick trans people out of the military, and then there was they wanted to remove the protection under title whatever. Was it there's the workplace discrimination law. It says you can't discriminate on the basis of sex. And that includes sex stereotyping. And the courts have ruled that sex stereotyping law protects both gay people, and then it later was interpreted to protect trans people. And they fought against that and thought that that should be removed. And the problem with that, as I made a video about this, was that if you remove the sex stereotyping protections from the law, you would be removing the protections of not just trans people, but gay people under the law too. So you could, and look, I don't know, and you're probably right. Like, I don't think it was intentional. I don't think they were like, we want to remove protections from gay people. I think it was all targeted at at trans people, but there are going to be, quote, casualties of war in that situation.
That's what I thought. I mean, there's a lot of gay Republicans. That's why I just don't. I mean, I don't think they're gonna. I don't think a lot of people are gonna. They're gonna lose a lot of voters over the gay stuff. To be honest,
it's a weird thing because you have. I think you're right. I don't think you're gonna have, at least in this climate, unless something drastically changes. I don't think you're gonna have Republican candidates come out as being anti-gay anytime in the near future.
Yeah,
because it's like considered a settled issue. Yeah, too much downside. You're not really accrued a benefit. But then you have like, the John Doyles and Lauren Witzkes of the world. Yeah, who are like, we gotta get rid of the gays. Yeah, we gotta get rid of the gays.
This is totally against biblical teachings.
Listen. Yeah. There's no such thing as a private life. Anything you do in the privacy of your own home is a reflection of the community at large, okay? So when you're engaged in your degenerate gay sex at home, you're really degenerating all of society.
That's Sitch's own personal opinion he's sharing with you guys, just so you know. He's not doing an impersonation of anyone.
You caught me.
That's how he honestly
feels.
That's
my actual opinion.
This is the mask slipping right here.
That's right. All these talks with the TradCons is starting to influence me. You finally got me.
We've been talking to a lot of people on the right in the last few weeks. Yeah.
Well, let's be fair. We're talking to a lot of neo-reactionaries. I don't know if they consider themselves. Saying on the right is kind of like.
Well, I mean, if we're calling out far left and far right, then.
Sure. No, but I'm saying I try to be careful when we're talking about like bread tubers to call them either socialist or leftist. I don't want to call them the left. So I don't want to call it
Sitch protecting his own right there.
Well, no, I just believe because I'm trying to avoid Sitch and Adams law. Okay. I'm trying to avoid categorizing extremists as indicative of the entire movement. So by the same token, I don't want to call neo-reactionaries the right because the majority of people on the right do not agree with the neo-reactionaries.
Right. Well, you can't call them conservative. That's for sure. Well, I guess just not calling them left-right is the thing to do.
Yeah. But unfortunately we can't really escape from that paradigm. It's too established.
We've been dealing with a lot of neo-reactionaries lately. And TradCons.
And I don't take him seriously, which is why I'm saying, and I am very privileged to be able to not take that seriously. And I know people who do take that seriously because when you see a room full of people fucking losing their mind and giving a standing ovation to someone who's literally being like, trans women are just men who are in a dress, lol. That sucks. Like if you're a trans person, you're like, what?
That's totally funny. You got to admit that's funny just for the stupidity of it.
But yeah, it's unintentionally funny because he's so disgustingly dishonest about what Chappelle was saying, what the point of the bit was. Yeah.
It's just the lady in a dress, lol.
I like that. I do like that he puts on a Southern drawl.
Oh, I know. He does that every time.
For some reason.
He does that every time.
Yes.
Is there any, I wish I would have went back and rewatched it to see if there is any joke that's even like mildly like, this is just weird. Like, it's just weird. Look, listen to your gut. It's weird.
Listen to your aesthetics. None. Okay.
There is none.
I know.
There is none. None of that in there. None of that. He does go after the activists, saying the activists are pieces of shit, but not because they're trans, because they're activists and they're fucking mean people. It's a completely different thing. He's not saying, He's not saying you're a bitch because you're trans. He's saying you're a bitch because you're a fucking bitch. He says that many times. Many, many times. And the reason it's so popular is people can relate. People have dealt with these activists on Twitter and in the workplace. There's a Canadian restaurant right now that's writing a check for $60,000 as he breaks his pen.
Oh, fuck, dude. Especially if you're a fan of this person. Imagine you're a fan of mine, and I just sit here and do an entire fucking hour just shitting on your existence. That would fucking hurt, man.
It's so ridiculous because that
I know
this is the depth of misunderstanding here, that you think you could fill an audience up that would take that would be laughing at that. It's just ridiculous.
Well, they always this very dishonest thing where it's like anytime you question or joke about any aspect of the narrative that is being pushed by trans activists, it's like, you're questioning my existence.
I know.
It's like, no, like, first of all, most people are not doing that. I'm not doing that. Chappelle fucking sure as shit wasn't doing that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's so dishonest.
There was several jokes in the comedy special that definitely walked up to the line, maybe even put a toe over the line. But Hasan here is categorizing the whole show as those jokes. You could not do that show. That show would be so uncomfortable. No one could take, like, you know, the jokes that were definitely pushing the line. Like a whole show of those jokes,
like the space Jews.
No, yeah, exactly. No way, not in a million years. But they're categorizing the entire show as just those couple of jokes, which and they even left the space Jews joke out of it.
Now Hasan probably thought the space Jew jokes were it. Look,
oh yeah, he thought those hit, didn't he?
Yeah, I can fucking guarantee you that if this special contained no trans jokes, the situation would be reversed. You'd have all these people complaining about the space joke, and Hasan would be like, "Man, these jokes are fucking funny. Oh my god, these jokes were killer. Oh man, bro, these were so great." Total 180. Total 180.
Now Doomer's in the chat saying I agree with him. Doomer says,
what does Doomer know? What does Doomer know? He's no shit.
I wish you'd give Doomer a wrench just so I could see
just so you could see him.
Doomer says maybe even put a toe over the line. Adam agrees with Doomer. I said maybe. You said definitely. That's not an agreement, dude.
See, here's people's elephant running wild. So I said if the trans jokes were moved, Hasan would be totally on board with the space Jews joke, which I think is a fucking objective fact. I'd be baffled if anyone disagreed with that.
Yeah.
And so in the chat is like, Sitch's Palestinian derangement syndrome is acting up.
Oh, really?
But see, this is what I'm talking about. Everyone hears what they want to hear.
Totally.
I literally said nothing about Palestine, nothing about Israel. I mentioned that Hasan would be on board with the space Jews joke, and someone is like triggered. Like, Sitch, a Jew, mentioned something about Jews in Israel.
You never even talk about it. Israel. Is like,
they just get so riled up, their brain just shuts off.
Sitch and I have talked literally for hundreds of hours. Out of those hundreds of hours, we've talked like 5 minutes about Israel. Like,
I know.
And it was just Sitch basically explaining the Palestinian situation on the show.
I know.
Yeah. It's not a hot topic for us. So
no, but this is what most people on the internet do, and it's sad. It's like they hear like a fraction of what you said, and then their brain just fills in the rest.
Yeah.
They just go off. They just go off on the races.
Yeah. Terrible. I hate being straw man.
Also, Doomer's wrong. So what can I say? Doomer, I don't want to give you a wrench, but I agree. I do want you to be more visible so you can see the stupid shit you're saying in chat.
Yeah, let's do it just for us.
No, see, Doomer, you gotta hurry up and get to 100,000 subs so that you'll get the little check mark in chat.
Oh my god.
Okay. Can't see. You know what YouTube needs? We need to talk to Susan about this. We need like an anti-wrench. We need like a poop emoji that appears next to someone's name.
Oh my god, that would be good. A troll emoji.
Right.
You could just label him as a troll.
Right. So if you want to signal like that this person's like dumb, but you want them to stand out, like that's what we need, Susan.
That would be great.
We need the anti-wrench. Okay?
That would be perfect. Yes.
Because
we want him to stick around. That's perfect. I do want him in the chat. They're fun to argue with. You don't want to ban them, but you do want everyone to know immediately that they're just, they're low. They're bad takes. It's just a bad take farm.
Cauliflower for $20 says, did you guys hear about the kid in Virginia that is non-binary and that he sexually assaulted 2 teen girls in 2 different schools in the bathroom? This all dovetails. So
I looked into that. Did you try to? Did you look?
I did try to look into that. Yes,
I found nothing concrete.
So I found some things concrete. The concrete part of the story is that, or appears to be, is that there was a boy. It's weird because most of the outlets say that he's a boy. They don't say non-binary, but that could be just cover up. But we'll see. Is that a boy sexually assaulted some girl to some capacity, and then this was reported to the school, and instead of him being expelled or arrested,
they made him class president.
They well, he was transferred to a different school. Now it didn't say, what I saw didn't say what the extent of the sexual assault was, but and then at the second school, he supposedly is being claimed that he sodomized a girl in the bathroom. And so to me, the big part of the story here is that, and then supposedly there was, again, some type of other cover-up was trying to be held about this. So to me, the story is just like, what the fuck's going on with the school district? Why are they so horribly incompetent in covering up this stuff? Now, there's another narrative that's being established, which is that there's a claim that this boy was wearing a dress, and that the reason that they're trying to cover this up is because it's like, they're trying to do some woke stuff with transgender bathroom bills and yada, 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 yada. I haven't seen, first of all, I haven't seen the boy is non-binary wearing a dress thing confirmed or not. If someone has something that confirms that, send it to me, because I couldn't find that. All I could find was the confirmation that he's been accused of the sexual assault. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, it doesn't, like, the whole transgender part of it doesn't even make sense nor matter to me. Because if you have some boy who's a serial sexual assaulter, they can just walk into the girl's bathroom and rape someone. Like, they don't have to pretend like they're wearing a dress or something to do it, right? Anyone can just walk into a bathroom, hide in there, and then when someone's in there, like, rape them. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the whole wearing a dress issue.
Yeah.
So, but I would say that I would caution that we should wait out, because I feel like there's something more in this story. So I would caution that people wait till all the facts actually come out about
Was there a police report filed?
I haven't found it, but I'm assuming there was. I mean, assuming the families. I'm assuming the father, because the father's been the one who's really pushing this, accusing the school of covering this up or not taking this seriously, which, and it sounds like they're not. It sounds like, the people in charge of these decisions on the school side should definitely go to jail or be sued into oblivion civilly, because it's really fucked up. If some kid is sexually assaulting people and they're just fucking bouncing him around like a pedophile priest, like, you need to, like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Is there any indication that it may have been consensual?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know the answer to that.
See, that's one of the questions that I had, because it's mostly the dad, and I just felt like, well, if it's a teenage girl, obviously the teenage girl is going to tell her dad that it was like non-consensual rape. Maybe it was consensual, and like she doesn't want to say. Maybe maybe the police are like, oh well, this was consensual. The dad doesn't want to face that. So I mean, parents and their kids are. Well, I mean, yeah, everyone's already. What the fuck, Adam? Jesus fucking Christ. It's like,
well, people that are saying that are letting their elephants dictate them because
nobody in high school had sex. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, no, because think about it this way. If the story was some girl was saying I was Me Too'd in the bathroom and you had a cis boy come out and say, I didn't, we had consensual sex. This girl's lying. Okay. If you removed the quote trans aspect out of it completely, all the people saying Jesus Christ at him would not be saying that. They'd be saying, well, a lot of girls lying about being raped. So it's a total. So that's what I'm saying. You're right.
I asked if there was a police report for that reason. Like that's the first thing the police are gonna. That's the first thing the police are gonna ask was this consensual or not? Like that's the first thing they're gonna fucking ask.
And that's so you're right, and that's why I would like to see if there's a police report, and I would like to see if like this incident happened and the girl immediately goes to the police.
They're so strawmanning. I thought I probably shouldn't say this because people are not going to be able to fucking take it.
I know, but that's good. Listen, sometimes people gotta fight their cognitive dissonance. Okay, because like
why is that? Like it's all of the articles that I read, and please, if I'm way off base and you guys have the smoking gun that obviously it was non-consensual rape and there's a police report that it was fucking, like, send it to me for heaven's sakes. But I read 4 or 5 articles and they're dancing around the only one claiming that it's rape is the dad. How come the police aren't claiming that it's rape? I mean, if it's a school cover-up, sure, fuck, that's totally fucking shitty, but the police will be onto that. So the police are not going to let the school cover it up. What?
Right. Well, and that's, I mean, because
people are saying there's a positive rape kit. Okay, if there's a positive rape kit, I just didn't see the stories. But not only
everything, sure.
Not only that, I looked into this. I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So maybe new information has come to light. When I looked at it, they were just kind of sniffing around. Look at someone. David Ho is Adam. Listen and believe. Like what?
No, but that's exactly it. Listen and believe to the women.
I know. Listen.
Okay, listen. I hate.
My parents did not know any. I lied to my parents so fucking much.
I hate that in today's world. Okay, I find a statement from the London County Sheriff's Office, and it's on Facebook. Why is it on Facebook? Why don't they just have like a normal statement? But I can read it.
London County is where this took place.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
There has been misinformation circulating regarding investigation. I haven't read this, by the way. There's a misinformation circulating regarding investigation into a reported sexual assault that occurred on May 28th, 2021 at Stonebridge High School in Ashburn, Virginia. Due to exclusions under the Virginia Code regarding disclosure of juvenile reports and the facts of cases pending in court proceedings, the London County Sheriff's Office is limited to what information can release. On May 28th, an LCSO school resource officer was notified by Stonebridge High School staff of a possible sexual assault. A thorough investigation and evidentiary analysis was conducted over the course of several weeks by the London County Sheriff's Office Special Victims Unit. Once the elements of a crime were determined on July 8th, a 14-year-old male was arrested in the case of 2 counts of forcible sodomy. Okay, so he was arrested.
There you go.
Following the arrest.
So in the articles that I read, they were probably dancing around it because an investigation was underway and they didn't want to threaten the investigation. That's probably what was going on.
Maybe, because I read articles that were both more. I read sources that were both more left-leaning and right-leaning, and there was a lot of vague non-information.
Right. Yes, I read those articles and I was like, why are they fucking dancing around this? Get to the fucking chase here. Was there a police report filed and was the guy arrested? Yeah. Yes, fuck that guy.
Okay. Following the arrest on July 8th, 2021, the judicial process was turned over to London County Commonwealth's Attorney General's office to determine bail in the case of a juvenile, the continuation of detention or other legal restrictions, blah, blah, blah. Stated in both the current and former memorandum, the London Sheriff's Office is not involved in school discipline nor the placement of students. Like they're like, don't blame us. Nevertheless, the LCSO works closely with schools through criminal investigations. On October 6th, The October 6, 2021 incident at the Broad Run High School did not involve complex circumstances. The arrest was immediate, and the arrest was reported to the community as information released was unlikely to disclose the identity of the victim. However, the May 28th investigation was different in that the suspect and victim were familiar with each other. The investigation was complex, and the public announcement had the potential to identify the juvenile victim. Okay, so that's interesting. That sounds like what they're saying is that the May 28th incident, which was the prior incident, was the May 28th incident, was that the kid was arrested and the police were sort of not, there was a question about whether it was consensual or not, is what it sounds like. Maybe that's not what they mean when they say complex, but that's what it means to me. And now they're saying that the next incident that happened on October 6th was pretty apparently rape.
Okay.
And not complex. That sounds like what they're saying. I'm not sure that's what they're saying, but that's what it reads to me, what they're saying.
Right. Which is probably going to tip the scales in the first incident from he said, she said to fucking.
Obviously. Right.
Yeah.
But see, actually, that might explain the story more because you'd say.
The first incident, the police didn't come to any conclusions yet.
Well, it would, no, I'm saying it would explain why he was just transferred to another school. Because I assume if you're accused of a crime as a minor and you're arrested, but you're not found guilty, I mean, I guess it depends on what the crime is, but I guess depending on circumstances, maybe they're like, well, you just go to school until you go to trial. I don't know how the process works. Unless they're afraid that you're going to commit the crime again, which obviously people would argue they should in this case. But then you run into the problem, because what if you have a he said, she said situation with a rape and the guy's innocent? Like, think of like Mattress Girl.
Oh, I know.
Should pending the investigation, should that kid have not been allowed to attend any school until the investigation was over?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It sounds like
in his situation, he was vindicated. Right. So
sure. No, I'm just saying that would explain the process of why it's possible. Again, I want to know more specifics here, but it's possible that he was accused of rape. They weren't really sure. He got transferred to another school. Unfortunately, it sounds like he probably was a rapist and then raped again. And now it's like, okay, obviously you should not have put him back into the situation where he could commit this crime again.
Yes. So. Yeah. It's fucked up. Totally fucked up situation. Yeah.
Very fucked up situation. And well, the school board will get sued into oblivion probably for this.
Yes.
As they rightfully should.
Yes. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
The this always comes up. I guess the elephant rider metaphor is not clean with everyone. The elephant rider metaphor is, because a bunch of people in the chat are talking about our elephants, their elephants, your elephants, elephant. The mind, the rider elephant metaphor is a metaphor for how the mind is divided into an elephant and a rider. And the elephant is your emotional gut reaction to things, and the rider is your logical reasoning portion reaction to things. And when people talk about our elephants rampaging, they're saying that our emotional take is affecting our reasoning. But I mean, I completely contest that assessment in this situation, because I feel like I was very rational and reasonable about the whole thing. Well, I feel like other people were like, rape, Adam, don't you like...
people, if you actually want to have free will, okay.
Yeah.
If you actually want to have free will, you're going to have to make the tough decision here. And I know it's difficult. It's very difficult. It feels terrible. But if you want to be a man, if you want to be a warrior, a true warrior, okay, you gotta admit to yourself that the fact that this was labeled as relating to a trans person, or a person pretending to be a trans person, the hide in the bathroom, is what triggered everyone to be, this boy raped this girl instantly. That was the trigger. If that element of it wasn't there, and the boy said that he didn't rape her and it was consensual, a lot of people would have either they wouldn't know what to think, or they would have the opposite opinion than they do now. Okay. And if you don't realize that, then you're not in control of your elephant.
They also,
and so,
I'm
just saying the thing that made me question the story was two things that made me question the story. Whenever I see a bunch of people come out on some story that sounds very like too good to be true-ish, it always makes me question. Scott Adams talks about this a lot. If the story is too perfect, there's probably some element to it that's not accurate. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, as you said, I had the same thing. I'm reading all these articles about it, and it's just so vague. And when I read articles that are vague or worded in specific ways, that triggers my elephant to say, oh, something's going on here.
Yeah, they're hiding something. But they were hiding something for a good reason, because they were doing an investigation, and they didn't want to set up a situation where they completely Covington the kid if he was innocent. Like, it turns out he wasn't innocent. It turns out he was guilty as can be, but you don't know until you do the investigation.
Well, see, here's something that I didn't even understand. This is weird. So this is saying that, wait a minute.
Our elephants are correct sometimes.
So here's something that I didn't even understand, and I wonder if people in the chat didn't understand. So I'm reading this article someone sent me. That's a local article. It says that the first accusation from May 28th was the forcible sodomy accusation, and that the recent accusation was not that, was that he held the girl in class against her will and touched her inappropriately. I thought, by the way everyone was saying this, the way the articles were written, that he had raped someone in the bathroom twice, and that this was the second occurrence of it. But that's not what the police are saying in this article. So
there's also a component here that I think has a lot of elephants rampaging, and that is the thing that made me look into the story to begin with. There's a gut-wrenching video of the dad like being arrested for who doesn't, I mean, who is not on that dad's side? Like, you know, dad going up against the system, you know, trying to get justice for his daughter who was fucking raped. Like, of course you're 100% going to be on the dad's side, because who wouldn't be? I mean, you'd be a monster not to be.
Sure.
I just
definitely.
And maybe I shouldn't say this, but you know, your elephant is on the dad's side, but at the same time, I've noticed there's another dad in another story that's acting in exactly the same way. And I don't know if you've watched any of the Kyle Rittenhouse
Videos.
Trials.
Yes.
But Anthony Huber's dad, the guy that who attacked Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard and ended up getting shot in the chest, that guy's out there saying my son is a hero and he needs to be justified. He needs to be vindicated. Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist. He needs to be put in jail. Right. So, and I feel terrible for Anthony Huber's dad too. I do, but he's not seeing the situation the same way I'm seeing it, right? So that is just a totally fucked up situation.
Well, I want to commend people that remained in the chat, because we literally lost 150 viewers just by talking about this. So you had 150 people so triggered by their elephant, so triggered by being faced by climbing the mountain to tame their elephant that they ran away. So I commend the people that stayed.
All basically by my ignorance. Just because I read the story before there was actual information.
Right.
Before the information is
out. Michael Caruza has a good point. And this is, I think, what's the emotional core to this. Michael Caruza for $20 says, the thing that made me upset about the story is that I don't believe this person would have been allowed to go back if he wasn't trans. That's the way the story is being framed. There's literally zero indication that that's true, even though that's the way everyone's framing the story. Because apparently the claim is that it says the family for the daughter who was sexually assaulted, or claimed to be sexually assaulted on May 28th, the first time, Their attorneys are claiming that the boy says that he's gender fluid. Okay. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. Does that have anything to do with why he went back to school? Who knows? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably what I said. He was arrested. They didn't know if they could. The police were investigating him, and they made a determination, probably the wrong determination, obviously, that whether to hold the kid out of school or not. And they said he could go back to school. I don't think it had any. I would be surprised if it had anything to do with them being trans. But we will see. We will see. And it'll be funny because regardless of whether, you'll see if it comes out, you'll have a 2-movie situation here. Because when it comes out, like say the police report comes out and there's some explanation about why the kid was allowed to go back to school and has nothing to do with him being trans. The people who are invested politically, the pundits that are saying that this is all because he was trans and, the woke gone awry and all this stuff, they will not, like, it doesn't matter what the report says. They will refuse to believe it.
I didn't know they could do that. Brian says they can use a rape kit for his gender fluids as evidence. Can't they determine gender from the rape kit?
Yeah, they used his gender fluids, Adam.
Oh, okay.
Duper Dow for $20 says, wasn't that one of the rules of some famous psychologists? Brains are designed to change hard questions into easy but inaccurate ones. People hear something that's not pseudo pro-Jewish, but their brain makes it anti-Palestine. Yes, I forget what it's called. Aiden probably knows if she's still in the chat. There is there's some word, some term for that. Yes. Spencer Harmon for $20 says the Daily Wire is the one who did the investigative journalism into it. If you're not reading from them, everyone else is getting secondhand. I tried to read the Daily Wire article, but it's actually paywalled. Yeah. So I said, fuck that. And so, yeah, I am reading it secondhand. I trust the police reports the most.
Obviously.
And I'm having difficulty finding anything but very short statements from them. Probably, as you said, because this is a minor.
Yeah.
So I think we're not going to really get to the bottom. So with like a lot of these juvenile cases,
it's going to be sealed.
Like most of the information is sealed until the trial ends. And even then it could still be sealed. But so probably not going to get to the bottom of this until this trial actually occurs.
What is it about us, Sitch, that even though our mind is saying, yeah, don't say that, we're going to go ahead and say it. What is it about? I think I literally said I probably shouldn't say this ahead of saying it.
We both have unlike Vosh, we have moral principles. And our moral principles are designed around finding out what is true.
Yeah, we are. We're team truth. We're totally team truth.
Yes.
Yeah. Even when it hurts our side politically. Right. I mean, I have to side with the truth.
Well, forget that. Even when it hurts ourselves financially.
That too. Yeah. That too. Vosh doesn't have that problem, as you notice. His show is much larger than ours.
Yes. Right.
If it helps him financially, truth smooth, right?
Listen,
who cares?
Listen, we should, you know what? I think Vosh is onto something. Listen, we're trying to fight against wokeness and socialism here. Okay. So we should just side with stories that we think are still not known yet, even if it's irresponsible to cover it that way, because it's breaking news. Even if it's irresponsible to cover it that way, we should still do it because the outcome is we're helping ourselves become more popular. Thus, we're helping our message become more popular. Thus, we're helping the country become anti-woke and anti-socialist.
But what if we're wrong, though? Then that seems like a huge hit, too.
No, but if we're wrong, no, but listen. If we're wrong about this one individual story, it won't matter because the end goal, Adam, will be that our message of anti-wokeness and anti-communism will be successful. And that's all that really matters from a consequentialist point of view.
We're getting to the point where I am beginning to question whether or not the rhetorical only strategy is going to work for Vosh. I think
it's working very well right now.
It is, but I don't know that it's sustainable. But obviously you and I are both in an information bubble with people who just can't stand Vosh, but
Sure.
But
yeah, but it's not like I won't even. It's not. I mean, is it fair to say it's information bubble? I mean, we both watch his content firsthand. It's not like we're getting this information about him secondhand.
We're getting the feedback of the audience that doesn't like Vosh. We're not getting any feedback from the audience that loves Vosh.
Yes,
like,
but as this entire segment has proven, we can we can ignore or go against the feedback from our audience that we can.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
but I'm still not getting why people like Vosh is kind of a mystery to me.
Oh, it's totally. What do you mean? It's totally understandable why. Listen, 90% of persuasion is confidence. Okay, and Vosh's biggest trait is that he can say the dumbest shit. He can say anything he says, he'll say it with like 110% confidence. He could just be bullshitting right off the top of his head, and he'll say it with 110% confidence.
People hate it.
That's his greatest strength.
People hate it when I'm confident because I'm usually doing it to like be mean to people. All of my confidence comes out when I'm being a dick.
They only hate it if they think you're wrong. If they think you're right, they're like, woo.
Oh, you're right. You're totally
Pwn
right.
him. Yeah. Wreck him.
You're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah.
Destroy him.
Yeah.
So, no. So, I mean, I totally get why people like Vosh. And he's really good at coming up with bullshit intellectualizations or intellectualized arguments that are nonsensical, but sound like they're smart.
This was an interesting sidetrack, and I'm curious. Was an interesting
sidetrack, yes.
I'm curious how this will go. Do you know where this story is, and like, is this a big story? Because like, I don't watch Fox News. Fox News could be running this story 3 times a day for all.
I know it's a big story on Twitter. I don't watch TV news either. Yeah. I know it's a big story on Twitter. I see it all the time in my feed.
Oh,
which is what made me kind of like look into it a little bit.
But I've been kind of off Twitter a bit. I've been like working on the comic and trying to stay away from Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Getting into comment section fights with people on YouTube. Yeah, I understand.
Oh yeah, I was a lot in the comment section instead of on Twitter. But yeah. These people. Okay, moving on. Back to the video.
We were watching a video of some kind. Die Hard Dougie for $20 says, being a centrist means getting shot in the left lung and the right lung. You can't speak with no lungs, fella. Mm-hmm. Maybe if you're a pussy. Okay. But me and Adam, we rip our lungs out and we say, we don't need them. Because we die gasping for air. Okay.
Lungs. Fucking soy.
I know. Mark Ellison for $20 says, for Team Truth. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
That's the reality. And you can do that if you don't care. And that's the problem. A lot of people don't fucking care, especially about trans people. So it's
so ridiculous. Please stop, Hasan. Stop. Punching trans people in the face for an hour and a half is not remotely what happened. Mm-hmm. And obviously, he didn't ask the woman to open up for him because he hated trans people. It's like, it's so antithetical to the whole message of the show.
Dave Chappelle's like, I really hate trans people.
I know.
And I want to keep shitting on them. What can I do to get around this without being attacked? I know. Let me just randomly find this trans person who likes my content. And I'll just say, hey, it's a good thing you're a comedian. You want to open for me. This will be like I have a black friend line. This will get them off my back. Yeah.
This is what is so against human nature too. And obviously the socialists are the worst about human nature because they don't understand human nature in the least bit. But the more successful you get, and Hasan should know this because he's very successful himself, like the less hate you have in your heart for anyone, because you're like, what do I have to, why would I hate trans people? I'm a fucking bazillionaire. Okay. Mm-hmm. I got the nicest house in the world. I married the woman of my dreams because, I have every single dating opportunity open to me. Like, my kids are fucking, everyone loves them because their dad's fucking famous. Like, who is there to hate? What is there to hate? Like, imagine Dave Chappelle waking up in the morning going, these trans people. I mean, my life is fucking,
I know,
is at 110%, but These trans people just, I can't sleep at night. No, that's so ridiculous. That is so blatantly ridiculous.
Really laughable.
From Mr. I don't care because Twitter is not a real place.
Yes. Yeah. And Hasan should know this. He lives in a $3 million home. Like he's talking.
Well, but there's a difference though. Because Hasan is terminally online. Like his job is to be terminally online. So he does care.
But he did say empathy. He's like, I love all people.
Hasan has no empathy.
He said it himself.
Hasan's a piece of shit. He has zero empathy.
He has zero empathy for people.
He said America deserved 9/11. He has no empathy for Dan Crenshaw losing his eye in the war.
Because he's more successful than him. Listen, it's all about being more successful. He banned someone
from the chat who has been like 11-month subscriber.
Well, you got me on the. That's definitely punching down. I don't know.
And his chat was all like clapping for the guillotine. I mean, like, there's no Hasan is a stream devoid of empathy. Okay.
I love all people, especially my Nuggy Queen.
When motherfuckers like trans people are controlling culture, like we're catering to the needs of trans people in our culture. That's no different than saying gay people are controlling culture in the 90s and we're catering to their needs. It's no different than saying black people are controlling culture in the 60s. And a lot of people said things like that.
That's so... Oh my God, it's so backwards. How can he not see that?
Well, he's sort of doing this thing where he kind of takes something that's true and then he hyperbolizes it beyond the point so that he can strawman it. So it's like, yeah, trans people don't control culture, but mainstream culture is definitely on the side of we must defend the trans people from, and trans issues from all attacks. Like, that's definitely the side that the mainstream media is on right now.
Yeah. Yeah, no jokes about the king, right?
Right. I mean,
but you know what?
That's the only reason why Caitlyn Jenner, got so much fucking press. She literally fucking ran, she got someone killed. This part.
No one talks about that.
I know. Well, anymore. South Park did a whole bit on it, but, and she's a fucking moron. She was a moron when she was a man. She's a moron now. Like, her family's terrible. Like, come on.
Wonder how much those old Wheatie boxes go for. I wonder if those are collector's items.
Probably a lot more now.
Those motherfuckers weren't funny. They were just racist or homophobic. And now they're transphobic. If you find yourself agreeing or repeating jokes from Steven Crowder's broadcast, you find yourself being defended by Ben Shapiro's of the world as an insightful cultural critic, as comedians are. And that's a lot of responsibility. That's ridiculous. Like you fucking.
There you go. That's how you know Dave Chappelle was wrong, because Ben Shapiro defended him.
I hate the guilt by association. Just completely triggers the shit out of me. It's like
this was literally the same argument Vosh made last week. He said Ben Shapiro is making this argument, so it's a bad argument. Relevant.
Yes. No. Sounds a little Ben Shapiro to me.
Ben Shapiro thinks Hitler was bad, guys. So therefore,
oh yeah,
it is weird that they always focus on Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro is their Avatar, boogeyman.
Yes.
He's
going after
boogeyman.
Steven Crowder too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Though I wish he's like, if he's repeating lines from Steven Crowder. Well, like, you want to be specific there, Hasan? What lines from Steven Crowder did Dave Chappelle steal?
Yeah.
Do you have some specifics? No, of course he doesn't.
Tell us. You had 15 seconds between the cut to look something.
The show is actually good. You're just a bit too sensitive, to be honest. Smile.
True.
Yeah, dude. I'm the most sensitive motherfucker out there, dude.
He is.
Talk to all the people you've banned. Of course you're sensitive. What are you talking about? All the people on your ban list will explain to you how you're sensitive.
Wait, wasn't the ban that was because he played? That was all about him playing JXC's content, right?
Oh yeah.
And the person was like, "Yeah, it's kind of messed up," and he's like, "Banned." And he's like, "I'm not sensitive." Please, Hasan.
Hasan is totally sensitive.
God, so sensitive.
You're not fooling anyone, Hasan.
This video was like the crying Wojak meme. That's like it's got the smug face mask, and then behind it he's crying. Like that's what this video tastes like to me.
Tastes like jealousy of Chappelle's success.
Yes.
Like, why can't I be anti-woke and people love me?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to suck off these wokies, this woke crowd? Why do I have to be on the internet every day completely saying these ridiculous things so people will give me money? That's what it sounds like. You're just not funny enough, Hasan. That's the thing. If you were funnier, you could move up the ranks. Right. Hasan could definitely if Hasan did stand-up comedy, I mean, obviously he can because he needs an editor to be able to do something like that. You can't just walk out on stage.
No, yeah.
You'd have to memorize your set.
EM Penner for 5 Canadian says, Academic Agent and Hasan have one thing in common. They both said America deserves 9/11.
Academic Agent said that for real? Holy shit.
I don't know. I don't know if they meant that or just because he had that very like America should fall.
Oh yeah. That's when we tuned out. Yep. That's when we lost we're like, okay, no more of this.
Nick in the chat says, I'm friends with Adam and Sitch's manager. They clearly have a bad take on the rape story.
Oh, really?
That's right. You know what? The fact that our manager's talking to you about that, we're going to have to get rid of him. We're going to have to fire our manager because he's not allowed. I'm sorry. They're not allowed because our manager is non-binary. They're not allowed to talk about this with you guys.
I thought our manager was a she.
No. Wow. Adam didn't know the gender of our manager. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Wow. Terrible.
We don't have a manager. We're not worthy of managers yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, says for $20, I have an Audible account wasting away and I want to start using it. I know to read Why Nations Fail, The Narrow Corridor, Dictator's Handbook, Why Gender Matters, and some Thomas Sowell books. What else can I add? S-Class is the best class.
If S-Class was truly best class,
yeah,
wouldn't they be the ones to give you the book recommendations?
I could give you some. Ready?
I'm dying. Let's hear them. What are you suggesting?
I mean, they're all going to be your book recommendations. Let's see. I'll open my Audible account. I've got Socialism, the Failed Idea That Never Dies, Thinking Fast and Slow, The Blank Slate, The
boring.
Modern Denial of Human Nature.
Thinking Fast and Slow is kind of boring.
Oh, excuse me. The Madness of Crowds, Persuasion, Austerity, The History of Dangerous Ideas, The Deficit Myth, So You've Been Publicly Shamed, Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters, Why Gender Matters. I have Dune for some reason, but I don't know if I'll ever listen to it. So,
here's the book. The
48 Laws of Power and The Bank War, Andrew Jackson, Nicholas Biddle, and The Fight for American Finance.
Here's the book that you'll be on the edge of your seat. It's by Rusty Young. It's called Marching Powder. It's about a drug runner in South America who ends up in a Bolivian prison. It's the craziest story you'll ever read in your life. It's like it's amazing culture shock.
There you go.
Yeah. When you after you read that book, when people talk about how bad we have it in America, you will laugh in their faces. You will completely just fucking laugh in their faces. When they want to talk about American corruption, you'll just go, you're a fucking idiot. Like you do not know corruption until you've read Marching Powder. That book will just change your entire outlook on the world.
CT for 5 Canadian says, as your manager, I have no idea who this Nick is. We're not friends. CT is claiming to be our manager.
That's who I was thinking was claiming to be our manager, but
there you go.
CT wants to be our manager, but it's a weird situation because we can't really pull the we work alone on her since we work together.
Listen, me and Adam, we are like wild stallions. Okay,
yeah.
We have to roam the plains of the internet free.
Yeah.
We have no riders riding us. No. Wait, maybe that's a bad metaphor. Okay, I take it back.
No buck breaking jokes, okay.
That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking of an elephant rider, not like a gay thing. Wow, Jesus. Get your mind out of the gutter, Adam.
Listen, man, he literally talked about a friend of his who was trans, and that friend of his killed herself.
Yeah.
A trans comedian. Talking about her bombing was fucking hilarious. That was actually a good part of the bit. And relentlessly and mercilessly shitting on her trans opener was funny. That was actually funny because it came from a place of empathy and respect for that person as an individual, as a human being. That was a good story. Then turning around and misgendering them while refusing to examine the conditions that led to that person jumping off of a fucking building and killing themselves shows me that it's hard for Dave Chappelle to practice empathy towards trans people because he doesn't see them as fucking full human beings. It doesn't matter.
This is so fucking vile.
It's totally dishonest, yeah. And Dave completely pulled his punches on the trans community because he could have completely framed that suicide as the trans community's fault, and he didn't.
For bullying her on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He said, I don't know what's going on with her life.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that was because of that, but I'm sure it didn't help.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He definitely pulled his punches. And it's disgusting because, I mean, Chappelle tells this very heartbreaking story about this trans woman who was a friend of his who is trying to help him stand up, who ends up killing herself. And at the end of it, he, because this is a fucking comedy show. He says, I'm going to tell her daughter when the trust, reaches the age of maturity. It's a trust fund that her daughter can go to college. He says, I'm going to tell her, I knew your father and she was the best woman I ever knew.
And he doesn't even misgender.
Well, but they're saying because he says, I knew your father, the father part is
that's the misgendering part.
That's the misgendering that they're referring to.
So major confusing to say, I knew your mother. Like, this is where things just get into wacky world.
Right.
It's like he didn't carry her.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that, this is where they totally misunderstand everything that he's saying. Him saying, I knew your father and he was the best woman I ever knew.
She was the best woman.
You're right. She was the best woman I ever knew. Is him acknowledging that someone can transition. And that he identifies that that's a thing, and he identifies that he accepts it. So it's literally the fucking opposite of what Hasan thinks.
Yeah.
And this is what is so disgusting. It's so vile. He tells this heartbreaking story about this woman, this trans woman who died. And Hasan's over here like, Dave Chappelle doesn't see trans people as people. Oh, he just doesn't understand them as people. I'm like, it's so disgusting.
Yeah.
Why would he go out of his way to help this woman and this woman's child if he didn't see her as a human being? Like, why would he tell this story? Is he telling the story just so he can stick it to the trans community or something? Like, what the this is so fucking vile.
Yeah.
God, Hasan is such a piece of shit.
Kava in the chat says he literally fathered her. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
You don't. Yeah. How can you? You can't get around that.
It's what's the opposite of an MPreg? It's the opposite of MPreg.
It's so bizarre. It's just it's so nitpicky. It's so pedantic.
But it's not even because he doesn't understand why he framed it that way very specifically.
Yes.
As a pro-trans.
As an endorsement of trans.
Endorsement, yes. But they're too stupid. They're literally too stupid. So I said, you say certain things, you say certain words, you frame certain things in some ways, and people's elephant just goes bananas, and they start trampling over everything.
Yeah. Sad.
That's it. And that's the problem. I mean, there are super fucking cringe-ass trans people. I make fun of them sometimes, too. The difference is I'm not making fun of them being trans. Or I'm not fucking saying they're cringe because they're trans. I'm making fun of them because they're cringe. I'm not saying that.
What is he talking about now?
He's saying, I don't make fun of trans people for being trans. I make fun of them because they say or have stupid opinions. Which Chappelle
is
never
exactly what Chappelle did.
I know. It's exactly what he never made fun of someone for being trans. No.
Yeah.
You can't make fun of trans people. that there isn't any humor to be found in the trans existence. We have incredibly binary and very rigid gender norms that we have literally built everything around. It is so important to our identity. And people are so honestly and personally fucking trans that they literally say, fuck all that. This is me. And people fucking murder them for it. I don't know what other proof you need. It's like talking about being openly gay in like the fucking
So I'm glad we already talked about earlier the whole myth about like there's all these trans people being murdered for being trans. It's a total fabrication. Like I'm sure it happens, but it's not like they act like this is some very commonplace occurrence. It's not even close. Not even close.
Yeah. I know one case, but I mean there's not really the big case that's like, you know, serial killer out to kill as many trans people as possible. Because
well, you don't even, it's not like, oh, you know, 100 trans people were killed this year for being trans. Like there's nothing like that is even remotely happening.
Right. Yeah.
Total nonsensical position.
Yes.
But
70s, like, and people saying, oh, you're just doing it for attention. It's like, dude, really? You want to suck a cock for attention then? If it's just for attention? Oh, people are being trans for attention because they're getting like so many benefits. Really? The benefits of what?
Would you suck a cock for attention?
First of all, it's weird because he's conflated being trans with sucking dick. I don't understand what that has anything to do with.
He's totally unclear about any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad we make sure things are clear?
We
talk about things long enough to make sure it's clear.
We fucking try to make them clear as shit.
I don't know that like. Go ahead.
Well, he's wrong because he's like, you think people are being trans for attention? It's like, well, it's not really that. It's that if you have a bunch of people are in a peer group, and someone in the peer group says, you know, they identify as trans or whatever. This is the problem, and this is why, you know, I like the Irreversible Damage book. Okay.
Middle school and high school. You don't read books. What are you talking about?
I listened to it on Audible.
Oh, okay.
Is that, you know, in middle school and high school, kids, you know, they're going through puberty. It's a confusing time. You know, most of us can remember, you know, some confusing issues, you know, not necessarily for sex, but there's confusing issues. Kids feel depressed. And it's weird because it's like, you know, a lot of times when you're a little kid, unless you have like a really fucked up upbringing, you usually don't feel like the kind of depression or sadness or anxiety that you might feel once your hormones start pumping and it starts making your brain different. You start feeling different, start feeling about yourself differently than you ever thought. And you have all these weird changes with your bodies. And it's especially true with girls, especially if they start growing breasts or whatever, and people are noticing them and that makes them feel uncomfortable. And then, so it's very easy, and this is what's not being acknowledged in this conversation. It can be very easy for kids in middle school and high school to not say, oh, I want to be more popular, so I'm going to be trans. It's more like, oh, I feel bad, and I don't know why I feel bad. I think it has something to do with me going through puberty. Maybe the reason I feel bad is because, like, they equate like, oh, if I'm going through puberty and puberty's making me feel bad, maybe it's because I have gender dysphoria. That must be why I feel bad. Therefore, I should stop my puberty. And then when they stop their puberty, lo and behold, oh, I suddenly feel better because, you know, they don't have those hormones racing in their bodies or whatever. And then if they start taking testosterone, it's like, well, testosterone can make women feel better already.
Yes, hugely better.
Effect. Right. And so it's like this is the issue. It's not that I don't think there's a bunch of girls running around or boys running around saying, I'm going to be trans to be popular. I think there's a bunch of kids running around that are confused because this conversation cannot be had with any sort of maturity or nuance and are thus, unfortunately, going to make a mistake of getting surgery or being on hormones, and it's going to cause irreversible damage to them in the future. That's the concern, Hasan.
I remember very clearly the thing that made me super depressed when I, you know, after puberty was just unrequited love. Like me just like falling for girls and, you know, maybe having one or two dates with them and it's just not going anywhere and me just being freaking heartbroken. Like,
Sure.
For weeks about just, so close.
It's the end of the world.
Yeah. So, I mean, I very, very clearly remember this being, I mean, it's funny to think about as an adult, but this just being like fucking the end of the world for me.
Right. Yeah. When you're a kid, you have like no conception of time.
Yeah.
You're like, whatever is happening right now in my life is like the rest of my life is going to be this way.
Just like thinking, not being able to concentrate on studying or not being able to sleep or eat or just.
My God. What a simp.
Listen, I'm just assuming, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just, maybe I am just a giant simp, but well, you can't necessarily call it a simp because this, I mean, I remember the girl, this was a girl that I just was totally in love with. And I did, I mean, I dated her and, you know, talked to her. So obviously I wasn't just giving her money over the internet. Okay? Yeah. She got in my car and we went places. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, I'm just teasing you. I had similar situations.
So yeah, exactly. I feel like everybody. I mean, I mean, it feels like we can talk about these things specifically. There's other things that I think people are down about. I mean, I think there were kids that I knew but couldn't really relate to who were just giant fucking nerds, and you know, they didn't. My unrequited love, depression was equal to their. I didn't get an A+ on my geometry exam, and now I'm fucking devastated for
what
weeks.
A nerd. Jeez.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to think of other things that are
everyone has their bugaboo. Yes.
Right. But this is a normal thing for kids to go through. So, but
that's true.
I don't know if I don't know if that girl like ended up saying, you know, I'm into girls. Maybe I'm just thinking, okay, well, maybe I'll try this angle. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. That's one theory. Yeah.
What the whole she lays this out in the Irreversible Damage book. There are people, and I don't necessarily know if this transfers over to the real world as much as, like, I could see people doing certain things for attention. Did you see the story that was going around about the people with Tourette's? There are people who have a particular type of Tourette's that are showing up in hospitals and doctors' offices. But this particular type of Tourette's is interesting because it's not real Tourette's. It's based on this YouTuber that's a popular YouTuber that doesn't really have Tourette's, but they've deduced that the YouTuber is faking it in a way that other people are copying.
No. So to be clear, there's some YouTuber who's faking having Tourette's, and people are now showing up with his same Tourette tics
type of Tourette's, yes, that aren't real. Yeah.
Now here's the question: are those?
Like,
well, here's the question: are those people actually have Tourette's, and it's just now the Tourette's is manifesting in this way that never manifested before, or those people just don't have Tourette's?
According to the article, they don't really have Tourette's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
So, I mean, yeah, we need to study this shit. One of the things that's so infuriating about the whole Irreversible Damage, and I mean, Abigail Schreier is trying to investigate this, and ContraPoints went after Abigail Schreier. Obviously, ContraPoints is no longer on Team Truth because shouldn't we be studying this stuff? I mean, I don't want to throw shade at ContraPoints. You know, there are people in the world that have legitimate gender dysphoria. But there are also people in the world who don't have Tourette's and are walking around acting like they have Tourette's because some YouTuber
they saw it on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That is called a social contagion. Sitch suggested the book Influence. In the book Influence, they go into all of the research done in social contagion. Some places have had social contagion happen with suicide, where, you know, people commit suicide because it's a popular thing to do. In media, they tell broadcasters to cover famous people's suicide very carefully because there are spikes in suicide after a famous person kills himself. So it's something we have to be conscious of.
True.
I think we should definitely study this stuff. So
I agree.
Not being able to get your fucking the hormones, not being able to pay for that shit, thinking that every single person around you is a fucking threat. That seems like a fun experience, dude. Who the fuck wants that, dude?
Why would you think everyone around you is a threat? What the fuck does that have to do with being trans?
Well, and also I don't like the argument that he's making, because he's saying no one would be trans because it's so difficult.
So terrible. He's saying being trans. He's like, guys, I'm not anti-trans, but being trans is so terrible that no one
I know. It's a terrible argument. Society's come a long way in accepting trans people.
Yes, I know. It's hilarious.
It's such a psychotic thing. The privilege of being fired from your job that you never felt comfortable at because you thought that every single person was already like looking at you like you're some fucking freak. That's the wonderful benefits of being trans, I think. Trans people tell trans jokes to each other all the time. Only keyboard warriors.
This is so ironic, because the way he spells out being trans is literally would make people not want to be trans. He's laying out a picture of society that just people are completely unaccepting of trans people.
Yeah. Right.
When my read is kind of it's the opposite, but I don't know about your read.
Right.
People are celebrating trans people in this day and age.
Well, they are, but also, I mean, in a lot of message boards and forums where people talk about trans issues, they say like, oh, you're going to feel so much better once you're on hormones.
Really?
Blah, blah. Yeah. Like there's a lot of like, and there's a lot, and this is part of the issue is that there is this push that when it comes to hormones and surgery, that there should be nothing but affirmative care, which I think is very dangerous because again, the problem is you have to figure out who has gender dysphoria and who doesn't. That's what the doctors are supposed to figure out. And we're basically removing that and just saying, give it to everybody.
Yeah, that's not a good situation.
No, not a good situation.
For PC about it? But okay, but that's different than just being like, lol, you're a dude wearing a dress. You know what I mean? That's like such a fucking bottom of the fucking barrel, dude. It's just like such low-hanging fruit. Ultimately,
No, it's a good thing Chappelle didn't make that joke.
Yeah, totally.
Care? Do I think that like
character?
Yes.
Dave Chappelle should be deplatformed? I'm sorry. You might get mad at me. I don't. It's not going to happen regardless.
So brave.
No matter what you say or think. It's just sad. It is what it is. Even if
he's basically saying he should be deplatformed, but it's sad that he's not going to be. It's like Hasan. No, we don't want to be deplatforming people. I thought we were supposed to have these tough conversations. Hasan's like, no, I just want you to have these tough conversations with me, your buddy Hasan. I'm the one that'll
listen. We got to kill Jeff Bezos and all the rich people, but you got to deplatform Dave Chappelle. I mean, listen, I'm saying you shouldn't deplatform Dave Chappelle in a very soft way, but I mean, it's sad that he's going to just continue to make his horrible transphobic comedy. I'm not saying he should be deplatformed. I'm just saying it's sad that his continued existence will attack the humanity of trans people. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's so bizarre.
Netflix pulls the special, like nothing is going to happen. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, if Netflix says like, oh, we stand with our trans creators and that's why we're pulling the special, like, okay, like I don't think you're making like a impact in the way that you think you are when that happens. And ultimately you're not changing Dave Chappelle's attitude on it. It's just for the optics. Would you say the same thing if it was racist against black people? Well, the difference is if it was like overtly and openly racist against black people, it would not have been published. That doesn't mean that like black people overall are in a better condition than trans people. I'm not engaging in the oppression Olympics narrative here. We have an understanding of what like overt racism is nowadays, making comparisons to other animals when discussing black people.
This is why I can't.
Oh, this is why where he does the gorilla thing.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get back to that, but this is why I can't trust. So a lot of my stance on being so pro free speech is not necessarily that I want people who are racist or who are actually racist, who are actually sexist to go out there and give their views. It's that I don't trust anyone to make these decisions, to say what is racist, what is sexist. And this is a perfect example. I watched Dave Chappelle's special. To me, it's not even remotely transphobic. it's pretty positive, pro-trans stuff for the most part, and yet all these people are like, oh, this is blatant transphobia.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't trust anyone to make these judgments.
Well, it's always here. It's a subjective thing. It's on a spectrum. I mean, some people are super sensitive. Some people are not that sensitive. So, I mean, I don't know how to do it other than just you can't do it legally for all the reasons you're saying. People do it culturally. We're kind of forced to. Because everyone, I mean, if Dave went too far, you would be hearing about it. I mean, obviously, Dave went too far in the minds of some people.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm nowhere near a majority of people. And if he went too far in the minds of a majority of people, we'd be having a much different conversation here.
Cullivar for $20 says, don't forget one of the most famous examples of social contagion. People back in the day started spontaneously dancing together, and many didn't till they died from it.
Dancing until they died. Okay.
You're talking about flash mobs? Whatever happened? Remember when flash mobs was like a thing?
Yeah.
All these flash mob videos. That's like, no one cares anymore. Everyone's like, flash mob? I'm not going to do that. I have to leave my house?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Now the flash mobs are taking place on the Hippy Dippy podcast. Doesn't it seem like a flash mob? I'm like, geez, there's like 20 people on this show.
It does. They're
all talking at once and yelling at each other.
It's annoying because like whenever you listen to those giant panel shows, it's like 80% of them say the dumbest dumb shit, like most basic Hasan takes ever. They're just like, okay, why are we wasting our time listening to you? And there's always like 3 or 4 people that you're actually like, these are the only people that are saying, even if I disagree with them, they're the only ones saying anything worth listening to or debating.
Yes. Right.
We have an understanding.
Destiny lately, I've listened to a couple Destiny videos, and it's like there's not much commentary there. Like he's just sitting there watching the video.
Yeah, Destiny's commentary on watching other stuff is usually pretty shitty because it's like 80 to 90% of him playing a video game silently while the content goes on. It's like barely free use because he's barely adding anything to it.
Yeah, it seems really. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that on our channel. To be honest,
I wouldn't either. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Think of what like overt racism is nowadays, making comparisons to other animals when discussing black people, saying the N-word. These are like instances of overt.
Oh, I missed it. I want to point something out here.
He said, comparing black people to animals. Yeah.
That like black people overall are in a better condition than trans people. I'm not engaging in the oppression Olympics narrative here. We have an understanding of what like overt racism is nowadays, making comparisons to other animals when discussing black people.
Okay, right there. Hasan has contaminated his brain right now. I want you to pay attention to this, okay? Inside Hasan's brain right now, there's a
what little there is of it. Okay.
There's a giant war going on, and he's saying, "Oh my God, please do not compare black people to animals in this video. Don't do it." He's like, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Remember, don't do it."
You're saying Hasan has fallen for the "don't think of a blue cow" trap.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Because later in the video, he actually compares Chappelle to an animal. Now we debate. I mean, I think it's there. I think it's pretty obvious.
I don't even remember it. I totally missed this. Adam claimed this happened. I didn't remember it happening. So
I wanted to name the video. Basically, I wanted to call Hasan out. But this is a funny moment. I'll point it out. You all hear it. You'll all be saying in the chat, "Oh, he did it."
Yeah. Saying the N-word. These are like instances of overt racism that even conservatives don't fucking defend. You know what I mean? But overt transphobia.
Even conservatives. I feel like we're making headway. Sitch.
Even conservatives.
Yeah. Sitch, conservatives don't defend this. This is against the conservative stereotype he's promoting always.
No. He's saying conservatives, it's like a backhanded compliment. He's like, even conservatives won't defend like explicit racists, but they still defend all the implicit.
Oh,
racists.
you're right. You're right. It is totally backhanded.
Yes.
Never mind.
Is still by and large accepted. Who cares? Trans people do. I know you don't, because when you say stuff like "who cares," you're.
Oh, is this the banning? Oh, is a ban? I missed a banning here. So he's pulled up the person. Who cares? They're getting he's getting his little banning.
Look at that, tier 1. They subscribe for 2 somethings.
He's getting his little banning thing.
Getting bannered.
We only have fun with Doomer, man. We should.
I know. That's a good. I should ban Doomer from the chat.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't.
You know what we should do? We should open up the join channel feature just like a ban people after they join.
That's horrible. He does this, doesn't he? This is part of the show. This is the public beheading.
The public beheading.
You're kicked out of the club.
Supposedly. Now, I don't know if this is true.
I wonder if
supposedly. This is all secondhand. Okay. Secondhand information. But since I think it's funny, I'm going to say that it was 100% true. I was told by numerous sources that after Vosh accused us of being obsessed with him last week, and after he called us far-right conservatives in regards to us fighting neo-reactionaries about the abs thing, so his position made no fucking sense. And we said if he wanted to come on, he could come on. People in our chat left to go to his chat, but they couldn't actually talk in his chat because he had changed his chat, or it always was, on subscribe only, so only subscribers could talk in the chat. And supposedly some people were saying that we said that he could come on, and they were getting banned for suggesting this. So
I heard that rumor. I mean, we can play the clip. We can play the clip later. I have the clip of him saying that we're obsessed with him, but we never want to talk. Because I did call him out on Twitter about that. I used we can't play the whole clip because I did use a song.
It has that
Why
song,
You Always
Why You
Lie.
Always Lie. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Which I just think is funny. But I wonder
funny.
Now, I wonder, we should talk about this privately because it's not going to be a good troll if the world knows about it.
Okay.
But since we're never going to do the troll.
Let's talk about it publicly. Okay.
Wouldn't it be great?
Guys, wait, guys. Okay, everyone in the chat. I want you all
sworn to secrecy.
Yes, I want you all to pinky swear that what we're about to say, you will not tell anyone. Anyone that watches this video on replay, I want you to also promise that you won't tell anyone what we're about to say. Okay, it's going to be our
Hasan.
secret.
Yes.
Don't
this is
tell
the ultimate
Hasan.
troll on Hasan. This idea that I have.
We're all going to be part of this ultimate troll, but only if everyone keeps their mouths shut.
It's hideous, though, and it's probably unethical. So
tell me, I don't know what this is. We have never discussed this, so I'm very curious.
Well, he does these banning things where he does the public beheading.
Right.
I've thought if we could dig into a little research and found out that the person that he banned tried to kill themselves or something. I mean, wouldn't that be the end of Hasan's career?
That's not a troll. That's just something horrible.
Well,
I thought you were gonna. A troll would be.
It's just a joke, bro. Okay. It's just a prank.
The troll would be if we created a fake account.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Obviously,
for some period of time.
Yes.
And then you say something that is going to get you banned, and then you pretend like that person killed themselves.
Yes,
because
that's
they got banned.
You get the gist of the whole troll.
But you didn't say that part of it.
No. Obviously, you don't want someone. No, don't kill yourself over Hasan's chat. Okay, it's not worth it.
Well, I don't think you have to tell anyone in our chat.
It's completely not worth it.
Okay, so we'll engage this we'll just engage on this very long troll. We'll create a fake Twitch account. We'll subscribe to Hasan for an entire year, and we'll get banned, and we'll create a fake Facebook page that person killed themselves because of Hasan.
A memorial.
Isn't that a hilarious troll, Adam? Isn't that a laugh, right?
That's why I said
that's so funny.
That's why I said I'd never do it, because it's too evil. It's too unethical. I could never do something like that.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty evil. No one actually.
I don't think anyone. Like, I'm under the impression these people have like 10 accounts anyway.
That's true.
They're like, it's a game. They're basically saying, this is the thing that I'm going to say that gets Hasan pissed off enough to ban me. But I have like my 18 other backup accounts, so it's not going to be that big a deal when I get banned. That's how I'm thinking they roll.
Exactly. We are joking. Please, no one, don't do this for at least for one reason. You don't want to give Hasan money for a year. Okay.
J-Mac is already volunteering.
I know. J-Mac for $20 says, I volunteer. I'll be a top tier sub in no time, or however it works on that health site. I'll give so many bits and shits. No, Jay,
no.
Don't give your money to Hasan. This is called playing yourself. Okay, we would be playing ourselves if you're like, let me give a bunch of money to Hasan. No.
Jay's like, this is a perfect plan. I love
CT
it.
says, I just followed Hasan on Twitch. Stop it, CT. Listen.
Really?
Listen. Don't give Hasan. No one here. Don't give Hasan any money. He's not going to care if you kill yourself.
Blade Walker, fine, I'll do it.
Okay. He's not going to care. He'll be like, oh, some person that gave me $100 killed themselves. Huh. And then he'll take another bite of the nugget. Okay. It's not even going to phase him.
Can you imagine?
He's like what am I supposed to do?
Tease
not
up a stream.
People?
Says Hasan tease up a stream. Will you look at this idiot that killed themselves? You know, if you're going to kill yourself, suck my dick.
I wish this person was still alive so they could suck my dick.
Oh, my God.
I want to go to their funeral and tell their family to suck my dick.
How far would Hasan have to go? I mean, we're getting, Trump famously said I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. We're getting dangerously close to that with Hasan.
I know. Enlightened Centrist for $20 or €20. Thanks so much. Says, I can't watch right now, but I heard you guys will get massive inflation. So will you recalculate the $20 super chat rule, adjusting it to inflation? Also, do Americans have to expect not getting free will for Christmas? Well, here's the good thing. Free will is inflation resistant. That's right. Free will is a better commodity to fight inflation than gold. So you better invest right now, guys. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Better invest in your free will while you can.
We need to do that free will NFT so we have a.
That's true.
But then we can't control. The free will NFT will be like Dogecoin. You can just make as much as you want.
There was an idea. I don't think Adam was too big on it. But I thought it was a good idea of us making a free will coin that people could get, and it would be like the what would Jesus do bracelet. It'd be like a coin that you could hold in your pocket to remind you when you can feel your elephant taking charge.
I do like that.
Reach into your pocket and you can feel the free will coin, and it'll grant you the power of free will again. So we might do that at some point. I think it's a good idea.
I don't know if that's the Lord of the Nerds from before. I can't tell.
Is there a second Lord of the Nerds? What do you mean?
I think there might be. Lord of the Nerds with the Bernie.
Spelled the same way.
Are you sure? Just all threes? Because
Lord of the Nerds. He was in the comments. Says, you
section.
gents playing with fire today. I know. We're just kidding. It's a comedy show.
Just a joke.
Listen.
Yeah.
Just a joke.
Lord of the Nerds. I mean, Lord of the Nerds had a Twitter account for a while, and I don't know. It's so strange, and I got to admit, I kind of like the strangeness of it because I'm just one of those people who just I love David Lynch movies. Okay, I like weird shit. I talk about Rubber incessantly. Okay, that movie's no one should watch that movie. Okay, normal people do not like the movie Rubber.
Speaking of Rubber, where was it? I could have swore there was a super chat very early that was like, Adam, I watched Rubber and I like it.
Really? See? But Lord of the Nerds. So Lord of the Nerds has been with us for a long time, right? Lord of the Nerds is a long time viewer, long time watcher. Lord of the Nerds ended up getting a Twitter account. And I had some DMs with Lord of the Nerds. And I don't know if it was actually the Lord of the Nerds that's been watching the show forever. It seemed as though it was. And I thought, Lord of the Nerds has been watching, and Lord of the Nerds has always been a critic of the show. It's funny when people, one of the things that bothered me in the comments was we're getting a lot of TradCon audiences coming in and calling our people, like arse lickers and fucking sycophants and shit like that. And I am going, whose audience are you talking about? Like our audience is famously critical of us all the time.
Yes. Right.
150 of them just up and left because we were talking shit about a story Adam knew nothing about. Okay, we're used to that. So I don't know who you're talking about. And Lord of the Nerds is just, he's one of those people that has been super critical. But I've had some back and forth with him on Twitter.
Super critical? Yeah. But he's stuck with us.
Yeah, but stuck with us. Yeah, exactly. Because that's just how we roll. But so I had back and forth on Twitter, and I wondered if it was, now I'm wondering if it was even like the Lord of the Nerds that watches the show, because they
let us know. Were you actually talking
in the
to
comment section? No, in the comment section, this Lord of the Nerds with the same avatar in the comment section said that they heard me saying this on a show, but it wasn't them. That's why I was like, okay, well, there's fucking multiple Lord of the Nerds, or it's Lord of the Nerds and he's fucking with me. But
right. Yeah.
It's just a strange world.
Who would want to?
Lord of the Nerds could stand behind me in the grocery store, and I wouldn't fucking know it.
Listen, people are saying you got catfished. Who would want to pretend? I love you, Lord of the Nerds, but who wants to pretend to be Lord of the Nerds? Okay. Out of all the people to pretend to be, you're gonna pretend to be Lord of the fucking Nerds? Like, come on.
That's hilarious. Lord of the Nerds for $5. Wait till you find out how many wrenches I have on your channel. Holy shit.
Yes, chat, you can your name or change your name. I stay here because you gents are so anti-tribal. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, because we have a lot of people that we've given, like, Hasan's stepsister. There's like a bunch of like joke accounts. I don't know who the fuck runs any.
I know. No shit.
They could all be Lord of the Nerd for all I know.
J Mac we've had on our show, and obviously I've done a live stream with Hexadecimal before. Obviously, I've done live streams with CT. Che Tachi has been on a live stream with me. She came on and read super chats. So I don't know if I've ever done a live stream with Dr. Diddler, but I think I might have played games with Dr. Diddler, right?
Yeah, we played Jackbox games with Dr.
Yeah, Diddler, exactly. So, I mean, you do end up talking to people sooner or later, some people. But Lord of the Nerds, I've never had a conversation with. So, but evidently, he's about 15 of the wrenches on my channel.
Well, on your channel, you give those wrenches out like candy. So
I know, yeah. Everyone has a wrench.
Is I Am Lord of the Nerds going to be the new I Am Spartacus? I am Lord of the Nerds.
Maybe.
That's funny. Someone says, I was catfishing Adam for so long that we ended up getting married. Is this true, Adam?
No.
Did you marry your catfish?
The internet wasn't really a thing when I met my wife, so.
I mean, you could have been catfished, other ways.
I met my wife in real life. Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, the first time I met her was in real life, which isn't that weird for people these days? Who meets someone in real life?
I know. Disgusting. Ugh. Wolfsbane says, can you give me a wrench to piss off Junior? No, Wolfsbane, but I did give Not Gay Ben a wrench because, Not Gay Ben is like a great mascot of the show. So I gave him a wrench.
Yes.
Speaking of wrenches, A-Rog for $50 says, screw free will. How much does a wrench cost? I believe the growing rate for a wrench was $100. Was it not?
Yeah. You're halfway there.
Yes. You're halfway there. Not Gay Ben says, I married a real catfish. I believe it. As long as it wasn't a gay catfish, you should be okay, Ben.
Chitachi says, I'm actually a catfish. I'm really Vosh behind this account.
I knew it. Did you give Doomer a wrench on your stream?
Hell yeah. Doomer came. There
you go, Doomer.
Doomer came on my show like right after his video dropped. I think I was the second or third, or maybe the third person he talked to. So yeah.
Not Gay Ben says, don't worry, the catfish was female. Okay, that's good. I didn't want your name to be a lie.
Yes.
There you go. So there you go. There you go, Doomer. If you want a wrench, you can go to Adam's channel. He gives those wrenches out like candies. When people chat, it's just a wave of blue. It's an ocean of wrenches. Disgusting.
Look at that. William Kurt is super chatting, and that William Kurt is totally critical of us all the time.
I don't
like no the people
don't.
We don't attract suck ups. Okay.
Well, we have a couple suck ups, but Hex. Yeah, I don't remember why you got a wrench, Hex. I'll be honest. I don't remember why half the people have fucking wrenches that have wrenches, but whatever. It doesn't matter. See, Sir Mahas for $5 says, I met my wife in real life and now we're divorced. Therefore, real life is bad.
I know.
See?
I feel bad about that.
Yeah. See, there you go.
I used to always introduce my wife before we got married as my future ex-wife. But it's awful. I know it's not as funny when she's actually your wife.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I stopped doing that once we got married. I also did a terrible, terrible thing. Well, should I share this? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. So I was engaged. Well, not really engaged, but I mean, I dated my wife for 7 years before I got married, which women generally don't like that. You know, if you're going to get married, they want you to get married, right? Yeah. I feel terrible about it. And I wish I would have got married sooner, but I did this thing where my wife would talk to me about marriage, right? And I would say, "Oh God, you ruined it. I want it to be a surprise." Now
she wants you to surprise you with marriage one day?
I wanted to surprise her with a marriage proposal, and now we have to wait a year because in order to make the surprise work. Yes, yeah.
So you would intentionally discuss marriage with her in order to put it off because you knew she wanted to be a surprise. Is that what happened?
No, I wanted it to be. It's worse than that. I wanted.
Oh, this was my
This was my ploy. This was my.
Wait a minute. So wait. I thought so. Your wife was talking to you about marriage, and then you would say, "I want it to be a surprise."
Yes.
Don't talk.
I want.
And you were
to
just
be a
saying
surprise.
that to put it off.
Well, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Oh my God!
Maybe this was
nobody tell Mrs.
No, she knows all of it. She knows.
This is awful.
She knows
this is
all
evil.
of this. She knows all of this. She knows all of this.
Christ.
The joke was very funny at first, and then as the
years piled up, it became less funny.
As the years piled up, that's the way you want to describe it. These were loving years together, okay? This was my soulmate. Please.
You know, it's like year 3. She's like, Adam, you know, I think we should get married. And you're like, oh, honey, I was literally just about to propose.
I did this.
I wanted it to be a surprise, and now that you said that, we gotta wait. And she's like, oh, ha ha ha, that's very funny. Year 4, same thing happened. She's like, oh, ha ha ha, that's very funny. It's not so funny during year 5, motherfucker. Okay.
I know.
Then you get into a fucking argument.
No. I did finally propose to her, and she cried her eyes out, and it was nice. It was a big deal. Yeah. But yes, we had a very long relationship before we got. And honestly, I tell people this all the time because a lot of people. Marriage is a scary thing. It really is. It's a giant commitment, especially in this environment where you can go to YouTube and basically see every ex-husband in the world, you know, telling you how marriage is the worst thing and the worst institution ever created. I mean, thank goodness those videos weren't around when I got married. I mean, yeah. But I honestly wish I would have got married or sooner. I wish I wouldn't have dragged it out as long as I did. Because as soon as you do get married and the first thing you realize is, wow, this is completely different than I had imagined it. You're imagining it like hell. Like hell.
I love these comments.
But it's really not. I mean, it's not at all. It's great. I love being married. So
that's good. That's good. Even though we have Dark Triad Adam.
This is Dark Triad Adam? What?
Yes.
Is it really? I'm so far from Dark Triad.
I tricked my wife into asking me to marry her so that she couldn't say no. That's a good one.
Is that what somebody said about me?
Yes.
Oh, hilarious.
Oh no. So they're saying that's what they did.
About them? Yeah.
Yes.
That's a scary thing. If you're a guy and you're planning like I'm gonna ask my wife, you know, you're planning like a big event. You're like, I want my friends around and a big dinner and something memorable. And there's any inclination that the woman might say no, you're like, oh, this could be the worst day of my life.
So someone says, the reason your wife cried at him is because she realized she had to marry you.
Maybe. That could be true. God, I remember it like it was yesterday. I totally remember the whole thing. It's like those moments in your life that are moving. They're just seared in your memory.
That's right. Thanks, Mr. Ubercross. Where are the likes? Only 495 likes. Come on. We have to get 1,000 likes for at least learning that Adam is a horrible dark triad pickup artist, negging his wife on for years so that they wouldn't have to get married.
It is evil. I have fully admitted
Smash
that this is not something I'm proud of. Okay.
A-Rog for $50. Thank you so much. A-Rog says $100 is a deal. S-Class is the best class.
Yeah, look at that.
The A-Rog's very smart. Okay. Not only did he give $100, he threw a little extra bit of sugar on top.
He did. He knows.
He knows.
He knows that A-Team has absolutely no power in the wrench department.
That's fucking true.
Zero
That's
power.
True. And don't worry, A-Rog, you've got yourself a wrench.
I think A-Rog.
Use it wisely.
I mean, A-Rog actually looks like he's probably secretly A-Team to me.
Oh, you think because his name's A-Rog?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Like, I don't care about trans people fucking not just like having a feeling of discomfort, because that is permanent, okay? I don't know from personal experience, but like even defending trans people on the internet as a fucking cishet white dude, you get death threats, okay? So I can't even imagine how fucking discomforting it.
Did he just say defending trans people gets you death threats?
I was listening.
Oh, okay.
Defending trans people on the internet as a fucking cishet white dude, you get death threats.
Okay? Yes, see, that is what he said.
That just seems completely opposite to me. It seems like if you go against trans activists as a cishet white dude, you're gonna get death threats. Even if you're a nobody, you're gonna get death threats.
There's all these cis people defending trans people getting death threats, Adam. It's a pandemic of death threats. Okay.
So I can't even imagine how fucking discomforting it must be to
I'll be right back.
Have to fucking debate your existence on a regular basis. You know, I'm sure that there are people who care. Is it so bad that he doesn't say the right thing if he still treats them like human beings? Bro, what a take, dude. This is like Jordan Peterson discourse all over.
Oh my God. I look. Someone in Hasan's chat has a fucking brain. They're like, Hasan, listen, if Dave Chappelle is treating trans people right, as he's, trying to help a trans comedian personally, doing more for her than your fucking Twitter virtue signal nonsense will ever do, isn't that more important than Dave Chappelle using the wrong words? And Hasan's like, no, of course not. Of course, Hasan, we have no action. I'm all talk. Why should I ever have to live my principles? Why should I ever have to act on socialism? I just want to be the mouthpiece. Of course, mouthpiece, empty, hot air, vapid, blonde, airhead Hasan is like, listen, all that matters is the words that you say. Okay? Actions don't matter. Actions don't matter, Adam.
Never. No.
You have to listen to this.
We learned that.
I'm sure that.
Didn't we learn that
there
from
are people
Bosch?
who care.
We did.
Is it so bad?
So okay, he's reading someone in chat who actually says something correct.
Care. Is it so bad that he doesn't say the right thing if he still treats them like human beings? Bro, what a take, dude. This is like Jordan Peterson discourse all over again. If anything, it's worse than Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson single-handedly was able to fucking create a controversy around bills.
If that's a Jordan Peterson take, then I guess it's an endorsement of Jordan Peterson, right? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
16, which was
what is the deal adding this stuff? I mean, that he doesn't even reference or mention. Is this just to make Hasan seem smarter?
Yes, that's all it is.
Hasan isn't reading this stuff before he does this live stream, I'm assuming.
No,
people are pulling this out after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Misrepresentation of a bill, and it fucking sparked so many transphobic fucking discourse. Dave Chappelle is infinitely fucking more popular than dumbass Jordan Peterson.
Is he though? I'm not sure. Maybe. Sure,
of course he is. Are
you sure? I mean, I don't know. They're definitely in the same ballpark.
No.
You know Dave Chappelle listens to Jordan Peterson. Come on.
He might, but what I'm saying, like, if you go and you take a poll in the street, say, do you know who Dave Chappelle is? Do you know who Jordan Peterson is? Dave Chappelle is going to be like, almost everyone in America knows who Dave Chappelle is.
Mm-hmm.
Like 80% of Americans don't know who Jordan Peterson fucking is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Jordan Peterson is like massive.
You think? Okay, I think this is. I think your internet bubble. The average person does not know who Jordan Peterson is.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone I ask always knows.
Right.
I'm going to ask the lady at the grocery store.
You ask the lady at the grocery store if she's read 12 Rules for Life. She'll be like,
no, I'm not going to ask her that. I'm going to go, hey, have you ever heard of Jordan Peterson? This super racist, sexist, homophobe dude.
Sounds like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, I'm going to ask her. Mm-hmm. See what she says. She's going to be like, I like Jordan Peterson. Oh, sorry. Let me shut up.
Ginger Miss Prime for 31 Aussies says, I made a similar joke, Adam. Every time she asks about a ring, I tell her I just pushed it back 6 months.
Oh, my God. See, I knew it. I knew I wasn't the only one doing this.
There you go. Having said that, I'm popping the question next weekend. Can I get some free will for her so I know her answer is real? Of course, Ginger Miss Prime, just for your anniversary or your preemptive anniversary, you get double the free will. That's right, 62 free units of free will. Just so you have good luck on your marriage.
That makes me so happy to hear. Marriage is a great thing. And did I mention this, that I looked in? Sitch and I had a pretty contentious men going their own way-ish MRA debate on the show. Do you remember that, Sitch? I was arguing that single mothers were taking over America.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Do you remember that?
I do remember.
I think we clipped it out. I got a bunch of
your shit take. Yeah, I remember your shit take. Yeah.
I went and dug in the numbers a bit after that, and I was totally incorrect.
Listen, and we gotta give Adam lots of credit. He not only went off on his own to research, but he admitted that he was wrong.
Yeah, way wrong. Way wrong. Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
But I think that it needs some publicizing, that there's not, like, you would think from just looking at YouTube that, 50% of the dating market is single mothers.
I know. That's the problem, is that, these certain places warp your perspective.
Yes.
Perception.
Yeah.
Like perception, I can't speak, of reality. Yes.
Hasan's stepsister really has a ranch.
Of course, Hasan's stepsister really has a ranch, Adam.
That's hilarious.
Listen, Hasan's stepsister has been through so much, Adam. The least we can do is give her a ranch.
That's fucking hilarious.
Hasan Chan said that I will be taking over chicken nugget duties moving forward. I don't know what happened to his mom.
Yeah.
Oh, she got stuck in a washing machine. Okay, and we all know where that goes.
Yes. So I apologize to all the ladies out there who I accused of being single mothers. All of you, you're innocent. You're doing great.
Overreaction to the special is insane. This is why real issues have trouble catching on. That's literally not fucking true. There is no overreaction to it either.
True.
First of all, I think transphobia is a real issue. What
do you mean there's no overreaction to it? You have a bunch of Netflix people say we're going on strike, and you have all these articles like, Netflix is firing the person who started the strike because they're transphobe. This has been a whole fucking controversy. It's gone on for like 2 weeks about this shit.
Yeah, we weren't going to cover this, but it's still going on, for heaven's sake. The CEO came out and said, yeah, we support our artists when they want to do stuff. And then backtracked a couple days later and said,
yes,
oh, it's a big mistake for me to say that. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That NPR interview, I think, was like a couple days ago. This is still happening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're the worst. Oh my God, such biased coverage.
Yep. And it is sad, because at first the CEO of Netflix came out and he's like, fuck you. And we're like, yeah. Now he's like, oh, I'm so sorry for how insensitive my words were. I didn't take into account your feelings. I mean, I'm still not going to get rid of the special because I like money, but I just feel so bad.
Oh, I know. It's so performative.
Like, I know. It's like, fuck off. Fuck off.
Do evidently trans people like to be pandered to? I fucking hate people pandering to me.
Adam, everyone wants to be pandered
I don't want to be pandered to. Fuck that.
Okay. Sure. You say that now, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second.
I do like it when some people
Yeah, there we go.
Just brush aside. If you're in here and you hear me literally say, like, you're not gonna be able to cancel Dave Chappelle. I think comedy policing sucks. I'm not trying to fucking cancel Dave Chappelle. It just sucks to see someone make such fucking hacky attempts that you know you hear on the bar stool of every fucking bar in like a reactionary town. You know what I mean? My criticism is,
listen, I'm not trying to cancel Chappelle. I'm just saying that he doesn't think that trans people are human beings, and that it's unfortunate that this racist, transphobic rhetoric is getting a national platform. I'm not saying he should be canceled, but
I'm with the people that are trying to cancel him right now. I mean, they did a walkout at Netflix. What are they trying to do? What do you think they're trying to do?
So gross.
In categorizing it as hate speech, what do you think they're trying to do?
Of course.
doing like hacky ass bits because he's a fucking boomer, and you're like, blah, 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 the overreaction. It's like, dude, come on, dude. He's literally doing, yeah, oh my god, yeah, Bill Maher style humor. Man, it's fucked up that people can't take jokes anymore. What, dude?
What's wrong? It's Bill Maher style humor. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Listen.
It is fucked up that people can't take jokes.
Chappelle is like 100 times funnier than Bill Maher. Okay, come on.
Hell yeah, yeah. Are you kidding?
I like Bill Maher sometimes, but Chappelle's quite funny. They're still mad because Bill Maher said the N-word. They literally never got over that.
Ice.
Like, Bill Maher said the N-word a couple years ago. Oh, geez.
Ice Cube. Oh, what the fuck, Ice Cube? Way to flush your reputation as a hard, bad motherfucker down the toilet. You can't even take Bill Maher saying the N-word. Fucking pussy.
That's pretty funny. That's true.
I'm dead serious.
Listen to me. I'm fucking gangster. Yeah. I'm hardcore. But you said a word and hurt my feelings.
I know. You just flushed all of your fucking street cred down the toilet. I hope you don't wind up in prison.
Though? Or is that Ice-T? I always get them confused.
It was Ice-T who obviously didn't make a stink about it, because Ice-T is still cool and wants his credibility.
Who's the one that's on like Law and Order?
Ice-T.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ice Cube is the Friday guy, which Friday is a hilarious movie. You should, like, let's not cancel Friday over it. Chris Tucker and Ice Cube rather. You like Friday, right? Chris Tucker's fucking hilarious.
I saw it like a million years ago. I remember liking it when I saw it.
Yeah.
But
great movie. Debo's not with us anymore. Debo. The guy who's like, that's my bike. I'll take my bike now.
Oh, yeah.
Shut the fuck up. That's my bike.
Yep. Look, just because he was part of a group called NWA doesn't mean you should say the N-word.
Yeah.
Listen.
You guys are fucking pathetic, dude. You are literally pathetic. So insanely pathetic. If you can't even if you have to come in here and defend Dave Chappelle when I'm fucking like lightly and gently criticizing him, even then you're like,
you said he doesn't view trans people as human beings. How is that a light criticism? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not light.
Get out of here, Hasan. You're like, I don't think Chappelle, he tells a story about his trans friend who committed suicide, but I don't think he sees them as a human being. It's like, that's like one of the most vile things you could say. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Light criticism.
Trying to cancel him.
I can't take it. I can't fucking take it, dude. Fuck you. I'm not the one who's overreacting, motherfucker. You're overreacting. Look, man, Dave is getting the bag. That's precisely what he's doing. He's getting the bag. He doesn't give a shit. And he's doing it in the most like fucking bottom feeding way you can. Okay.
The bag.
I like the whole people.
What does that mean?
He's saying that he's doing racist comedy or I don't, what do you even call it?
Sell out for money?
Comedy, yeah, for money. This is what people want in 2021. They want transphobic comedy, and he's the one that's giving it to them.
That's so. Oh my god, this is so disgustingly dishonest.
It's
like
a complete misread.
Even Chappelle says in that stand-up special that supposedly he watched, when he was criticizing the Women's March for not being serious about their convictions.
The pussy.
Yeah, he's like, and it's funny because Dave Chappelle is a fantastic Martin Luther King Jr. impersonation. And he's like doing like, imagine Martin Luther King saying like, we should all put on our crocheted pink hats with cat ears to show them that we're serious. Like anybody, but Chappelle's point was, he said, you know how you know I'm serious? Because I didn't just get off the bus. He was comparing it to like black people. No, let me back up. The context was he was saying that you knew that the black people during the civil rights movement were serious about their movement because they got off the bus and walked, and that the women's movement was not willing to do something of equivalent value. They were not willing to get off the bus. And then Chappelle says, I not only got off the bus, I left $50 million on the bus.
Yeah.
And he's referencing how he quit his own show because, you know, he had feelings like it was, you know, that he was being used or whatever.
Yeah.
And so he's saying my principles were worth more than $50 million for the Chappelle show.
I'm going to have to look into that because that's pretty fucking baller right there. I thought he had like a mental breakdown. He
famously left his show for, even though they were offering him so much money, because I think that was their most popular show on Comedy Central at the time. And so for Hasan to turn around and say, Chappelle's making transphobe jokes for money. It's like, what the, like, are you shitting me? Are you insane? If Chappelle wanted to make a bunch of money, he would have the opposite. He have the safe PC opinion about all this stuff.
This is so weird too, because we know Hasan knows this because he literally brought it up in the video about him leaving his show because he was scared he was being used.
Right.
He brought up the thing in the beginning.
Lord of the Nerds is saying, bring Doomer on in all caps. Should we bring Doomer on? If Doomer wants to come on, he can come on. Sure. No pressure, though. I'll be right back.
That I consider comedy fucking legends to a higher standard. That's the reality. The absolute worst part about cancel culture is just that, like, it has made every fucking comedian exclusively talk about how bad cancel culture is. Like, all these fucking legends, dude. It's like, dude, come on, man. Get new material, please. Saying trans women are not women isn't the same as they're not human. What? Dude, every fucking counter whenever I make this argument is literally, no, you don't understand. I'm transphobic, so, like, it's different. It's like a racist person coming in here and being like, dude, discussing how violent black people are inherently, that's normal. There's a normal conversation to have. It's like, no, you're just reporting that you yourself are fucking literally just a racist. Or in this situation, you yourself are reporting that you're just transphobic, so you don't comprehend it. And I'm simply asking you to just fucking literally just take a...
Such a terrible analogy. The comparison of blacks and violent crime to the trans women are women argument is just a really bad comparison. Just a really bad comparison because there's so many other dynamics there. And I mean, there's not really a good argument to be made on the race argument.
Back and try to comprehend it instead of immediately lashing back, because look, we haven't had this conversation in a while. We haven't had this conversation in a long time, so it bears repeating. So trans people, there's going to be a little bit of fucking excusing of transphobia in here. If that's too much for you to handle, I'm letting you know it's about to come out of my mouth. I've talked about how I used to have transphobic opinions. I talked about
so hilarious. So he's warning, Hasan is warning the audience that there's going to be some dismissing of transphobia in the show. So he's basically giving them a trigger warning that he's going to let some transphobe off the hook. And then it just so happens to be him. He's going to let himself off the hook.
How numerous times over that I understand why someone's like point of origin is transphobic. Now, why do I understand that? Because fucking trans people have internalized transphobia when they're fucking growing up. Why? Because every part...
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's basically pre-excused himself for letting himself off the hook for his previous transphobic
Oh
takes.
my God, wait.
Yeah.
Let's back up.
used to have transphobic opinions. I talked about how
back it up a little bit more because you got to hear the trigger warning.
Long time, so it bears repeating. So trans people, there's going to be a little bit of fucking excusing of transphobia in here. If that's too much for you to handle, I'm letting you know. It's about to come out of my mouth. I've talked about it.
See, he's like, okay, I'm going to let some transphobe off the hook here. So you guys be ready. Be careful, okay? This is going to be painful, okay?
Yes.
I'm the transphobe. That's basically what he says. He sets it up like he's going to let somebody else's transphobia off the hook. But no, it's just his transphobia.
It's so funny.
Of course. Yeah. Why would you let, Dave Chappelle's transphobia off the hook? No.
Listen.
Obviously, he meant it, and he's trying to get the bag and all that.
Well, I like the idea that he's like, my opinion is 2 years into the future of Dave Chappelle's opinion. So Dave Chappelle is bad and evil because I'm 2 years ahead of him.
I used to have transphobic opinions. I talked about how numerous times over that I understand why someone's like point of origin is transphobic. Now, why do I understand that? Because fucking trans people have internalized transphobia when they're fucking growing up. Why? Because every part of our societal development in the Western world is just built around the rigid binary concept.
Did he just forgive himself? Because
he did.
The trans people also have internalized transphobia.
Yeah.
His excuse is everyone has transphobia, even trans people, so it's okay for me to be a transphobe.
Yes. That's what exactly he did.
This is great logic, man. This is perfect.
Doomer said he'll come on.
I sent him a link. That's how I missed part of what he was saying.
Concept of having two genders. That's it. That's just the reality. So I get why people.
And Dev is in the chat. He said he'll only come on if Doomer doesn't come on. But Dev, you're not going to defend Hasan. We need someone to yell at. We need Doomer to come on so we can yell at him and call him dumb.
Doomer made an anti Chappelle video.
I know. Yeah. What a psychopath.
Yeah. So I'm sure I'm interested in his take on all this.
Get why people's starting points is like, oh, this shit, dude, fucking yeah, what? That's not normal. I don't know what's going on there. Because like that's what you grow into. Okay, that's what you learn. Obviously, that's not the case in different cultures, and that gender is a social construct. Even the sex that we talk about between male and female.
Is that the editor fucking with him?
No, I don't know. It's not, but it's like, he's like, gender is a social construct. And so they just put up some stupid fucking chart that's like gender, transgender, non-binary, gender fluid. It's just like a bunch of like terms. Like this doesn't prove anything.
They all have their flag.
Right. But see, look, here's the problem. Okay. And I'm actually making a video on this because it triggers me so much. And I'm glad we're watching this because this is another great example. So you guys have probably heard my long rant on social constructs before, okay? How just because something's a social construct does not mean it's not based on objective facts, okay? The difference between the way in which human beings categorize the sun as a star and a moon as a moon is a social construct. It's a human decision to categorize these celestial objects as different, as a sun and a moon. And the way that we categorize them is based on a physical attribute that they have. Okay, so this is what everyone misunderstands. So even in the definition that his dumb editor pulled up, it says gender, the state of being male and female, typically regarding to social constructs rather than physical attributes. So this is the problem. People keep thinking that a social construct is the opposite of saying something is based on some objective criteria, which is totally, completely untrue.
Yeah. I get it. You're saying the social construct is based on the objective criteria.
Well, they can be. They don't have to be, but they often are. Yeah. Anyways, how you doing, Doomer?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Did Doomer step in?
You woke SJW PC police piece of crap.
What did woke people ever do to upset you, Sitch?
What?
Why do you have a beef with my man Hasan Piker?
Listen, when I was just a lad, woke people came to my village and they burned it down and they killed my parents in front of me. And from the ashes, I only survived because I hid under the corpses of my own brethren. And I vowed on that day that I would get my revenge on the tribe of woke.
That's terrible. I had no idea this happened. Wow.
I tell this harrowing story of genocide, and all Doomer can say is, "You sound triggered. You sound mad, bro. Listen. I want you to defend Hasan's terrible take, so I can yell at you."
Well, my take is slightly different than Hasan's.
What is your take?
I'll defend. I mean, it is. You saw my video, right? I mean, it's not.
I saw it like 2 weeks ago, and I put it on. It was so bad that I just threw it out of my memory.
It was a year ago. I mean, my take is basically that I think part of the reason the special isn't funny, which I mean it seems to be the general consensus that it is at the very least less funny than his previous specials, is basically because it's mean, and at least in several places. I mean, oh God. All right. So,
are we putting you on the spot, Doomer? I mean, you made the video.
You made the video, Doomer.
I made the video. I'll come here and defend the woke people.
Take. Okay.
Yeah. Well. So basically, I mean, what I advocated for in the video is just what you guys do. So like everything that I said that you should do to be funny is something that you guys did when we talked about Demon Mama. So basically I was saying like, the thing that offended me the most was a line that's basically like performative cruelty against trans people, where he was like making fun of how a trans woman looked, specifically making fun of characteristics that would indicate that they don't look like a woman, which just seemed fucking mean to me, right?
None of that has come up in our discussion right now, too. That's the part of the special when the person was trying to set him up, basically, and she showed a picture of her daughter, which was a trans woman, but didn't necessarily look specifically passing. Correct?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. There is some context to it. The context is the setup is
comment section.
the context is that Chappelle is alone in a bar, is on like Thanksgiving or something, and he sees a lady who's alone, and so he buys her a drink, and then she comes over and starts talking to him, even though he doesn't want her to.
Right.
And she's going through like all this stuff, and then eventually she starts talking about her granddaughter and how proud she is that she's getting acting gigs out in Hollywood. And she shows a picture of the daughter to Chappelle, and all Chappelle says is, "Oh, she's beautiful." And then Chappelle says that by him saying, "Oh, she's beautiful," and he doesn't say that he meant it sarcastically or anything, is that the woman's face immediately turned to mean, and she said, "She's a trans woman," or something. And it was at that point that Dave said, "Oh, she must know who I am," because he thought that she didn't know that he was Dave Chappelle, and that she's like attacking him for thinking that he's anti-transphobic or something. And so then Chappelle said, "Oh, I hate this trap. I should have instead said like, oh, look at this chiseled jaw, or look at this Adam's apple, or blah 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 blah." Right. So it's not like he's just. So that is mean.
That's what he said.
Right. That is mean. But he's saying it's like, oh, I should have said this if I knew you were going to be an asshole to me. I would have been an asshole to you.
But that's not exactly what he said. So what he said was, if I was honest, I wouldn't have fallen for it. If I was honest, I would have said, look at that big chiseled jawline, that big, thick Joe Rogan neck. Is that a dude? Is your daughter a man? That's the quote.
Oh, he says, if I was honest. Okay. That does change the connotation. That's true.
Yeah. So, I mean.
But it does mean that he's being dishonest in a way that is supportive of trans people.
Right.
I mean, he's being, it's like if someone's unattractive and they ask you, how do I look in this dress? And you say,
you look great.
You look attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that that's super pro-trans, but like the following comment is like really, I mean, it's just, it's very off-putting. The only context that would really absolve that is that beforehand he said, this is the worst thing you could possibly say, and then said that. But that's not what he said. He said, if I was honest, I would have said that you look like Joe Rogan, basically. And then like misgender. I mean, it's just mean. It's just a fucking mean comment. And like, I understand the context is different. That's not really what the joke's about. But the context doesn't change the comment. The comment's just fucking mean.
Well, the joke is that he's trying to be polite to this person, and this person, and nothing he says can satiate that politeness, even though he's going, I mean, obviously he's framed the story, so who knows how it actually happened, or if this is even a real story. But from the way he's framed the story, he's like, I'm going out of my way for this person. I'm doing nothing but kindness to this person. And this person attacks me because of some preconceived notion to them after I'm being polite to them.
Right.
And so then he's saying, yeah, if I was honest, I wouldn't be polite to you. I'd be an asshole. And I would say all these things. So
and it's in the context of the last special because the person was setting him up over the last special.
Right. So I don't, to me, it's like, I don't see this being mean at all.
He is mentioning that the person is not passing.
Yes.
But
okay, so
in the context of the story, he's saying that the person obviously does not pass, but he's lying about the not passing because to be nice.
Right.
Sure. Okay. So we don't actually need to deal with things theoretically because there's a very practical way to talk about this. So the first time I was on you guys' show, we were talking about a video where Demon Mama was talking to Hans of Harkir, right? Now, Demon Mama is a trans woman, and none of us misgendered her, and none of us made fun of her appearance in the sense of making fun of her not passing. Now, why didn't any of us do that, given that I think all three of us fucking hate her?
Because it's not relevant to what was being talked about.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, also, I mean, I think it is mean. I agree, it is mean.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's mean, and it's not.
Well, I mean, if she was mean to us, I'm, obviously.
If she started assaulting our appearance, we could assault her appearance, right?
I know. Then all bets are off. Exactly. As soon as she comes on and starts insulting my appearance.
Well, there's a bit of a difference. Okay, insulting a trans person's appearance is slightly different than specifically insulting the fact that they're not passing. Would you accept that?
Sure.
No, I would, but I assume you would accept that if, and now this isn't a completely analogous, which obviously will happen with Chappelle, but if you're interacting with a trans person and they unprovoked start attacking your appearance, I think then it's totally fair game to attack their appearance, even if that has to do with them not passing. Because like they started that, right? I mean, would you agree with that?
I don't know if I'd have to.
You wouldn't agree with that. Okay.
I don't know. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just would need to think about it a bit more because part of me thinks you just shouldn't, under any circumstances,
even when you're being attacked. This is the thing, because in the context of it, the fucking lady totally set him up.
Well, let's separate it from the Chappelle thing for a second.
Yeah, sure. So the basic argument that I make in my video, obviously, is different than whatever the fuck Hasan is saying here,
right.
But the basic argument that I'm making is you can make offensive jokes, but offensive jokes are going to be a lot less funny if you know that these jokes are going to be really fucking offensive to someone. And not just like a little bit offensive. We're talking like really offensive. So if you had a trans friend and you knew how they would react to being misgendered or to the kind of like performative cruelty stuff of just like making fun of the fact that they're not passing, if you have that in your mind, if you know how they would react to that, it's going to be pretty hard to find something funny knowing the reaction that would sort of spark, right? Like that's basically my argument. And it's a lot of people in my comment section didn't understand the thresholds that I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about any level of offense, because if you call white people crackers, somebody will get offended, okay? But nobody will get offended to the degree that a black person would get offended if you call them the N-word to their face, or that a trans person would get offended if you make fun of the fact that they're not passing. These are pretty high thresholds for, like, what I would consider to be pretty douchey comments, right? So, I mean, that was basically my point. Is the threshold is quite high, but there's a threshold where you're saying something that's going to really, really fucking piss people off, and it's probably not going to be funny to make jokes in that neighborhood. It is possible, but it's going to be a lot less likely. And that was kind of my point. And you can take it with the Demon Mama thing as well. It's much funnier to make fun of dumb shit that she's saying than to just sit there and make fun of like an element of her not passing or misgender. It's just not funny.
How does that joke work in another way? Like, obviously
the Chappelle one?
Yeah, she's setting him up, and she's the one pulling out the picture and bringing her daughter into it. I mean, it's There's another level of context here too, because it's the mom and he's not saying it directly to the person. He's not saying it to the trans person, you don't pass, which is a level of cruelty that's a bit deeper than.
So that's the thing, is that this was one of the most common comments in my comment section was, you're taking the joke out of context. And the simple response to that is, this doesn't even have to do with the joke. It's just a fucking mean comment. You could make the joke without the comment even being there. It doesn't even affect the joke. In fact, I think in my video, I didn't even call it a joke. I called it a comment, because it's just a passing remark that has nothing to do with the humor of the situation. It's not even funny. I mean, but there's no. Sorry.
Well, it kind of. I mean, listen. If the joke was structured like Chappelle said, because the way Hasan's kind of like framing this as if Chappelle like saw a trans woman and was like, look at her thick neck and Joe Rogan shoulders, that's a man. Yeah. Like, I would agree with that if that was the way that the thing was set up, but that's not the way it was.
Yeah, the joke wouldn't work that way. The joke is about getting even.
Well, it's not even.
But you can make a joke about getting even without, attacking the fact that this woman's daughter isn't passing or whatever. I mean, it's not even related to the joke. That's the thing. But if the joke is about this woman being a dick, then there's no need to attack this woman's daughter.
Well, but that's because I opened up Netflix right now and I have the subtitles on so I can I got to the point.
Hilarious.
So I can read it. Dave says, "Oh, she's beautiful," and then he says, "The woman looked mean at me and said she's transgender," and then I said, "Oh, this bitch does know who I am, and she trapped me." Okay, and he says, "I really resented that trap because that trap doesn't let me be honest. If I was honest, I wouldn't have fallen for that trap, and I would have just looked at the picture like, look at the big chiseled jawline, big thick Joe Rogan neck." Okay, so what he's saying is that like the politeness of existing in the society and being polite to this woman was the trap, and that she took advantage of his politeness.
Sure,
so that's why I don't see it the way
that isn't even related to what I said, though. I'm just saying that the comment, the way that he is describing this person, is really fucking rude. The context doesn't change anything about.
But that's his point. His point is that I'm not gonna be an asshole to you. I'm gonna be polite, and then you're gonna throw this politeness back in my face. That's the point of what he's saying.
I mean, okay, so the pro-trans attitude is like, okay, I'll pretend like you're passing, but if I was being honest, I would say you look gross. This is like the pro-trans perspective.
Well, listen, that's true for some people. I don't know what you want. Not everyone can pass. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and it's a fucking okay. It would be different to have that thought in your head and then to go up as the most popular comedian in the world and say it to everyone. Those are different things, right?
Sure, but he is doing a comedy bit, right?
Yeah, but again, this comment isn't funny. There's
he even says the end of the comment. He says you can't say that shit. So he's acknowledging that you can't say that publicly.
Sure,
right?
But
isn't that part? I mean, part of the point, part of being a comedian to me is that like the comedian's going to say what people are thinking, but they're not going to say because of politeness and public and social pressure.
Well, and it's really brilliant the way he frames it as like there's some injustice that is taking place, and he is righting the scales of injustice. Yeah, you're saying it's a dick move, but the whole point is to be a dick move because this person has entrapped him in a situation that he never wanted to be in. They're the person that's being the asshole, and he is righting the scales of injustice by being an equally big asshole back to them. And not really an asshole to the trans person. I mean, this is the trans person. Like, if it's the actual trans person, I don't even know if
he didn't actually say this to the mom either, or the grandmother. This is just, he's saying he should have said this in his mind.
Right. The story's probably not true. But, but this isn't said to anyone. It's just inside of his head in this bit of this event that probably never happened.
Well, no, this probably did happen because he said, when he meets this lady afterwards, he says that he's cool with her now. And I assume he wouldn't say that if this was like a fictional person. So something like this probably did happen. I'm sure he's embellishing it because he's making it funny.
I mean, he meets someone in an Applebee's and then goes to Hollywood and meets their daughter. Like, it seems pretty far-fetched. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe this is what I said earlier on in the thing. And I think what I think was this is the basis of our disagreement too on Twitter, Doomer. At some level, Chappelle is embodying the frustration that other people have about being entrapped in these kinds of situations where they're forced to say things that they don't necessarily believe. And I don't, at some point you have to deal with that. There are people that are going to say, listen, I don't believe this. You're forcing, you might as well sit me down and force me to, take Jesus into my heart as my personal savior. Like, I don't believe this. Okay. What you're doing is offensive at a much deeper level. Do you understand that?
Yeah. So like, I don't have a problem with the sort of like entrapment element of the joke or bit or whatever. Like, there are absolutely people who will do this. It's the same thing as the Jordan Peterson shit. It's like, there are people who will take on an identity or whatever, or use this language or these ideas as a means to gain control over people or to attack them, or as a tactical thing or whatever. Obviously that exists. Obviously that's fucking stupid. Obviously people are going to be really fucking frustrated by that. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. So I get that. That's why I didn't object to this part of the bit. I'm just saying that this particular comment wasn't necessary to make that point and was like really mean.
Well, but
I think it is necessary to make the point.
The point is
saying.
that he's looking at a trans woman who's not passing, and he's not going to say that because he's being polite.
Yes.
So that is the point of the joke,
he's forced into the situation where he has to lie to himself.
Well, not lie to himself, but just lie to this lady that he's talking to.
I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily. I mean, it's just being polite, right?
Right.
I mean, this is not a trans exclusive thing. I mean, what's funny is that I'm a profoundly impolite person in a lot of ways, but I have to defend politeness. Like it's just, you try not to say things that are going to needlessly upset people.
No, I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying like the context of the joke is he's saying this person is using politeness to trap me.
Yes. And
when they shouldn't do that because the alternative is me being a huge piece of shit to them.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
That's how I interpreted the joke.
So look, I'm curious because you guys have said some things that give me an indication. So do you agree that particular comment is kind of a dick comment? It's not the nicest thing to say.
Obviously, it's not nice to say to a trans woman like, "Oh, look at your thick Joe Rogan neck. Is your daughter really a dude?" Obviously, that's a horrible thing to say to someone.
Yeah, like I mean, that was my only point. Again, I specifically said that he shouldn't be canceled or whatever. I'm just saying like, no, that's a fucking douche comment. Yeah.
Well, but I'm just saying, but that's. I mean, so much of what he says is a douche comment. Like, he says he punched a woman's tits to tenderize them like chicken cutlets. I mean, like, he says lots of douche things, right?
I mean, okay, obviously, a non-zero number of women. Do you think that they would get really offended by that comment?
No, but I think people get offended by his space Jews comment. Sure.
Really?
Wait, of course. What do you mean? Adam got offended by it more than I did.
Know, and I listened to another podcast where one of the guys did seem offended by it.
Really? Yeah. I mostly just thought it wasn't that funny. It didn't strike me as something that would be like deeply
we
offensive
agree.
to Jewish
It's not
people.
that funny. Yeah, it's just I was offended just that it wasn't that funny.
I thought the first one was funny. I thought the second one was not funny because the second
one.
Oh,
now you're dialing it back. Now
no. I said this in the beginning.
Okay.
I said I thought the first one was funny. I thought the second one was not funny, and the second one was he related it to the black slave owner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was not funny.
Right.
Yeah.
The
second time was definitely worse.
That could totally be offensive to Jews. I'm sure it was offensive to lots of Jews.
Yeah. Hey, maybe I just don't know enough Jewish people to know how they would take it.
Fucking anti-Semite living in your bubble away from the Jews.
Yeah, absolutely. I live in a bubble separated from everyone.
I'm just worried. I'm worried when we live in a world where we all have to have homogenous behavior that's just dictated because I'm with you. It's a dick thing to say, but I'm not willing to go out there and say nobody should be a dick and that fucking dick thing saying dick things should be illegal or people who being a dick is illegal.
Well, Doomer's not saying they should be illegal.
I never said anything like that.
I understand, but I'm just saying I think that's what people could perceive.
Well, people certainly have perceived that. You can go read the comment section of the fucking video. People certainly perceive that. But okay, here's kind of like my take on this thing. If you go back, because I went back and rewatched all of his specials, which were for the most part incredibly funny. I mean, it took 5 hours. I mean, it doesn't take that long. It's not a Herculean task. But in almost all of his specials, there's a part where he complains about like the reaction he's getting from trans people. And then he will follow it up with a joke that's just going to piss off trans people. It happens like every single time.
Yeah.
I highlighted one of them.
I actually love
good content. Yes.
Well, but here's the thing. You like at some point, do you get to keep being confused? It's like, man, I don't know how you guys are getting so mad at me. So I'm just going to triple down, say something even more offensive than the shit I said last time and just piss you off even more. So I can have another 10 minutes in my next special where I can talk about how I don't understand why you guys are so mad at me. Right. Yeah. It's like, it's a cycle. And in the closer, it's like 30 minutes of the special. I mean, it's like half the special. Basically.
Well, I think you're valid in criticizing, saying like, you can't pretend, you can't feign ignorance. Sure. But it is good content, right? If he's saying things that are generating outrage and that's generating more content for him, I mean, that's that's bread and butter for comedians, right?
I don't know, like for the most part, the trans jokes are the low point of specials though. Like the fucking shit about like OJ Simpson and oh my god, the Bill Cosby shit was so fucking funny, like compared to this shit. I mean, that's the thing though, is like every time he steps on this, for the most part, these are like low points of his specials. Then he goes back to telling way funnier jokes about basically anything else.
There's an aspect of this that's getting even though, that it's like there's a tit for tat that's going on that both parties could quit. I mean, I don't know why you're letting the trans activists off scot-free.
I mean, I'm not.
You're saying it's not funny.
Yeah, like I'm not okay. Just the fact that I've spoken to you guys 3 times says certain things about the fact that I'm not on certain teams, right?
Yes.
Like, this isn't an ideological thing.
Well, I don't know about our chat, but we will not bad faith you at all.
No,
well, it's not a bad faith thing. No, but yeah, but I mean, it's like I'm not letting anyone off scot-free. So like
well, you're saying it's not funny, and it is funny. And also, they have it coming, which is what makes it even funnier. Like the entire bit that we're talking about is this fucking bitch setting him up. Well, there's no reason to do that. Dude is fucking minding his own business, having a beer.
Sure, but again, you can make that point without,
how
basically
can
saying his daughter looks like Joe Rogan and misgendering her.
Well, listen, first of all, perhaps you can. But there's a little bit of like you had this coming that is part of what makes it satisfying.
Okay, hold on. The better joke was already made. The better joke was, oh, this bitch does know who I am. The joke was already like you already landed the far funnier bit. You had the entire thing came together immediately. It didn't need to be extrapolated on.
Well, it couldn't end with just that.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to end there, but that's much fun. That's but that's considerably funnier than what comes afterwards.
Well, I mean, like all of his jokes,
without him giving an accurate description of what he really thought, you don't know that it's a lie that he's just said, because he did tell her she looks beautiful. That part in the story, whether or not it happened or if it's apocryphal, he says the words, "She looks beautiful."
Right.
Sure.
Well, and also all his jokes are structured so that he always gets the last word anyway. So, I mean, he's not going to let the joke end with him getting,
So the joke that you're proposing here is him saying something to the effect of, she didn't pass that well, that's not near as funny.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you are basically saying this comment is necessary for the joke to land. And my point was the joke already landed without any further comments. Like, so you obviously can land the joke.
Well, no, I disagree, because if the essence,
you have to know that he did not think she was beautiful.
So
you have to know that.
Right. Because if the essence of the joke is someone shows me a picture of their trans daughter and I think she's not passing, but out of politeness, I say that she's beautiful. And then this person throws my politeness back in my face, I don't know how else you complete that joke or that thought without saying she's not passing in some regard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I don't want to be put in the position to rewrite Dave Chappelle's jokes. All right, that's a fucked up position.
How dare you?
But like, all that I'm saying is that, like, if I was to concede everything that we're talking about here, the concession would be, sure, he has to make a douchebag comment to take this bit forward, and you guys agree it's a fucking mean. And like, so I don't know, like, what are we even really arguing about?
Because being
like,
mean is funny. I don't know.
Well, and is there another part of the special that says the same thing about how the transgender activists are coming after him? I'm not sure there is. I mean, that really seems like the only section.
They're definitely. I mean, the special ends on him saying, "Please stop punching down on my people," which there are multiple interpretations, but to me it is very obvious he's talking about transgender activists punching down on comedians, or broadly speaking, woke people punching down on comedians.
Yes,
I thought
that's what. Yes, right.
I thought he meant black people, but anyway.
I think he meant comedians because right before that he says that Daphne
he mentioned Louis C.K. and Daphne.
He says Daphne is one of his people, and so the comedian. So.
Yeah.
All right.
And he mentioned Kevin Hart. I think those are the three people he mentioned, or Louis C.K.,
right.
Kevin Hart, and Daphne.
I think the issue is you're saying that like you didn't think it was funny, but I think that's just because of that's just your personal taste. If you thought it was funny, I don't know if you'd have this issue.
Okay, but
because I'm like
are we going to talk about intersubjective fucking art? I mean, I'm down to have a conversation about art criticism. I'm very prepared for that.
Because to me, the funniest joke in this special was also terrible. It was him saying, when he had COVID, he was watching the videos of the black people beat up Asian people in the street, and he thought it was terrible. And then he realized that's what was happening inside his own body. I laughed the hardest at that joke when I first heard it. I thought that was hilarious. Okay, so but if I was Asian, I might not think that's funny.
What would you give?
That's terrible.
What would you give that joke on a 0 out of 10?
I give that a 10.
Really?
Yes, I thought that joke was hilarious.
That's interesting. Okay.
Which one? Which joke were you talking about?
The Asian people getting beat up on the street is happening inside his body as he fights off COVID.
Yeah,
to me, great comedy is when a comedian connects some like idea that kind of makes sense, but you never thought of, to something hilarious or horrible, and you're like, oh, that I could see the connection there. I should have saw it. It's so obvious.
Yeah,
why didn't I see that?
Finding catharsis in horrible things. Like something I noticed back when I watched a lot of stand-up was how many specials started off with people talking about death. It's like Louis C.K. did that in like half of his specials. Norm Macdonald did that in his special.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in comedy.
Just getting up and talking about death or Hitler is how like most stand-up specials seem to start. So yeah, for sure. But again, it's the problem isn't making jokes about trans people. I mean, this is something I made quite clear.
No, I know you're saying it's because this is needlessly mean. And I'm just saying, I don't see it as needless. I see it as a core component of the joke and the structure of the joke. And I'm just saying that, again, for whatever issues we have, like I didn't think his space Jew jokes were like the funniest jokes, but that's because I'm Jewish. And maybe it like offended me a little bit. Where if I was Asian, maybe I wouldn't have thought that his Asian joke was the funniest joke. That's all I was saying.
It depends upon you have to have the context of the meanness. I mean that's like, really, if you're writing an injustice, it's okay to be mean to the person. I don't think the joke works if the woman is not setting him up.
Well, of course the joke doesn't work.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course.
Well, okay, so here's how I'm trying to think about this. So let's say you have a room full of 1,000 black people, right? Mm-hmm. And you imagine, okay, if I go up to them and just call them the N-word.
Wait, I can't imagine this. I don't see color.
If you just walked up to them and called them the N-word,
sure.
I can imagine that, you're talking 950 of them bare minimum are going to get pretty pissed off about it, right?
Right.
It's a pretty offensive thing.
Right.
If I'm imagining a room full of 1,000 Asian people and they hear the COVID joke, like how many of them are going to get really offended at it? I'm thinking like almost none.
Yeah, but one's a joke and one's you just saying the N-word. Like that's not really
sure. But I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, they're not meant to be directly compared. It's just trying to get an idea of what the broad reaction is going to be to a comment. So some of those other jokes are jokes, and again, you can again imagine a room full of 1,000 trans people hearing some of these comments or jokes, and how many of them are going to get really pissed off at it. It's going to be much closer to saying the N-word to black people than it is to the joke about Asians and COVID. I mean, the Asians and COVID thing to me is a very, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like a very low level of offense. Like, I'm not sure anybody would really get mad at that in like a sincere way.
Well, first of all, to me, that's not really a criteria of whether you should tell a joke or whether it's funny or not, is the amount of people that are going to get upset by it. And then secondly, as the airplane flies over, like, it's all dependent, because if you were an Asian person that was attacked by a random person on the street, black or otherwise, for some racist reason, you would probably not think that the joke was funny, right?
Hell yeah.
Maybe, but how many Asian people are going to be watching that have been attacked by a black person on the street? I mean, they're going to almost.
But that's my.
The point is, that they are experiencing it. Great point.
Is that if, when you talk about like, oh, you're saying the N-word, it's going to offend way more black people, if you're assuming you're white, because Chappelle says the N-word like every 10 seconds, versus the Asian joke, which won't. There's a lot of this is all like
experience.
What society tells you should bother you, okay, or what your group tells you should bother you. So like, since if you have like a lot of the trans community saying, oh, you should be offended by Chappelle saying these things, and of course they're going to be offended.
Okay, but that's the thing you've said, Sitch, that I disagree with the most ever. Mm-hmm. So a trans person does not need someone to tell them to be offended by misgendering or like making fun of their appearance. They're probably very concerned about passing without anyone needing to tell them anything about anything. I mean, this is going to be
that's fair. Listen, that's fair. But what I'm saying is that there is a level there too, right? If all your community tells you that someone saying that you look like a dude is the worst possible thing that could ever happen to your life, and this is like the constant thing that's reaffirmed to you, of course you're going to take it way harder than you would normally.
I mean, wait, this is a weird argument coming from you. You think that a lot of this it's not innate in the experience that they have of like going through transition. It's like a tabula rasa societal thing.
I know. I'm not saying it's 100% in either direction. I'm saying it's a combination of those two things.
Tabula rasa.
I don't think it needs to have anything to do with, I mean, like, okay.
I'm only saying this because it seems like your metric for what Chappelle's saying is being wrong is just like the level of offense it causes in a group of people. And I'm saying, I don't see that as being a good metric, the level of offense it causes in a group of people.
Well, sure, but I'm just curious why, like, if you are fat and you know that because you're fat, you're going to face all of these problems, you have health problems, people treat you worse, etc.
Right.
You don't need anyone to tell you that, like, you should be upset by comments about fat people. It's just intrinsically going to upset
you. I disagree.
Because you're insecure about it.
I know you could go, there's lots of fat people that you could go up to and say, oh, you fat fuck, and they're not going to be bothered by it.
Sure, because they aren't insecure about it. That's the whole point.
But it's also because they don't, but listen, if we lived in a different society, an alternate universe, where there was if the fat phobic, anti-fat shaming movement was like as big as the LGBT movement, and it was all like, how dare you call someone fat? And we heard this like 24/7, and this was as popular as some of the LGBT movement, there'd be a completely different scenario if you called someone fat. They'd be like way more offended because they're told that that's way more offensive.
I actually don't think that's true.
Really? Okay. Well,
yeah. My impression is just that they would get their propensity to get upset by it would depend almost exclusively on how insecure they personally were about their weight. I think if they weren't insecure about their weight, then there's nothing anyone could say that would get them to give a fuck.
Do you think if the last 10 or 20 years, saying the N-word was normalized by white people as well as black people in rap and music, that black people would be as offended by a white person saying it as they are now?
I don't think they were as offended by it in the 90s. I mean, it was in a bunch of movies in the 90s and shit. I mean, Pulp Fiction came out.
That's a good point.
Everyone was fucking saying it. I heard a fucking Asian guy in a donut shop say it. I did.
Well, I have a hard time.
The whole fucking donut shop broke up laughing, and there was black people in there.
I mean, like, I went to a
Have you ever heard an Asian guy say the N-word? It is hilarious.
What were you doing?
So basically, Sitch, you're saying that the degree of offense for black people hearing the N-word has more to do with people telling them they should be offended by it than
listen.
Make that argument, Sitch. It's true.
I'm not saying there's I'm not making like there's a 51% for what society tells you and a 49% for what's intrinsic. I'm just saying that there is an influence, and I would wager a big
huge
influence on what people find offensive, and it has to do with what society tells you is offensive.
Yeah,
I don't think this is a controversial stance.
You got Ice Cube balling like a little bitch on fucking Bill Maher because Bill Maher said the N-word. Of course, people are going to be more upset about the N-word. They're like, look, this guy's gangster and it hurt his feelings. It gives them permission to be upset about it.
Yeah, I think if Bill Maher had said that comment about the N-word comment in the 90s,
no one would bat an eye.
But I don't think Ice Cube would have gone crying to Bill Maher that it was, inappropriate.
My impression is that's probably correct, but I don't really remember the 90s well enough to comment on that, really. I mean, in the case of the N-word,
did you live through the 90s? I don't know how old you are, so I don't know.
I'm in my mid 30s. Oh, okay. I lived through it, but like I said,
I went kids, all these children I'm hanging out with.
I went to an all black middle and high school, and like you grew up hearing it all the time. People thought it was funny if I said it.
There you go. Wait. There you go. People thought it was funny if you would say it.
Yeah, there's actually a famous rap song about my high school.
That's hilarious. Okay. But wait, why did they think it was funny when you would say it?
Because I'm white. I'm not supposed to say it.
But that's exactly what I'm. That's it. You're proving my point. There was a different social cultural context at the time period and the location that you coincided with.
So I've already conceded this. In the case of the N-word, is probably correct, but in the case of like someone being fat or trans, I think it has nothing to do with.
I didn't know you.
It has to do with personal.
N-word, but
yeah, on the N-word, it makes sense because there isn't. It's not an intrinsic thing. It's related to like cultural context.
I understand.
Like
what you're saying,
different black people are going to have different reasons to be offended by it, but all of it is going to be like a sociocultural thing. Either it has to do with like the history of slavery or Jim Crow or whatever, or whatever. It's all sociocultural. But in terms of like, if
the physical attributes of a trans person is their physical attributes, right?
Sure. Yeah. Like what I'm saying is that if you're dealing with like talk about a fat person's a bit easier because a lot of us can relate to having been fat at one point.
Not like, me.
I'm not fat. I don't know.
I said a lot of us. I'm talking to chat.
Okay.
Are you really fat, Doomer? Is there something you've been hiding from us?
No, I'm not fat. I used to be a bit overweight, but I've never really been like fat.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that like, so like right now I'm about like 10, 20 pounds overweight, but there's nothing anybody could say that would make me really get offended. I'm not insecure about it at all. I don't care. There's nothing anybody could say to me that would be like, oh, you should, be really offended if someone makes, I'm not going to give a fuck. There's not, it's not going to register.
That's what we should teach people.
Sure, I agree. But back when I was more overweight, there was nothing anyone could say that would stop me from getting offended by that shit because it was a big fucking problem. It was, exactly. And it's the same, like what I'm saying is the same thing is going to be true of trans people. Like, it is a fucked up thing to go through, right? This is a profoundly fucked up experience. That's part of why this is a little bit different than other issues, because there are good reasons for people who are trans to be very sensitive about, like, especially whether or not they're passing. It's going to be something that's going to be very sensitive. Okay. And this isn't an element of like, we should censor language or we should like take Dave Chappelle off Netflix. This is just, obviously people who are going through this are going to be very sensitive about these things. This is going to piss them off, and no trans activists are required for this.
Isn't Dave Chappelle doing the trans community a favor though by telling them it's important to be passing?
Or polite, maybe. I don't know about passing, but I think they know that.
How does this joke land? I'm thinking, okay, the mom slides a picture across and it's like Blair White. It's like, you would not be able to tell that that's not a woman. Like, how does a joke play out then? The mom says, oh, she's trans. Like, but Dave has legitimately said she looks beautiful. Because she does look beautiful. There's no fucking joke there. That's not,
well, but how is this doing people a favor? I don't understand.
It just doesn't work.
Well, to me, I would say I don't know. Adam used the term doing a favor. I'd say if I was going to work within that frame, I would say it's because the point of the joke is to be polite and to not just needlessly attack Dave or anyone for this, under this guise of the trans stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I mean, you said it was like, the first example I think you used. It's like, oh, if someone gets a bad haircut and you're like, oh, it looks good. You're just trying to be like polite to them. You're just trying to tell why you don't want to hurt their feelings or whatever.
And then they say, I know you hate my fucking hair. It's like they just go crazy on you.
Right. And then you're like, well, fuck you. I guess I should have told you.
Let me tell you the truth.
Yeah, like to me, that's how the joke registers.
You should shave your head. You look like a fucking idiot.
Right. Like I understand what you're saying. That is mean, but to me, it serves the context of the joke.
It has to be mean. It has to be mean. Hot Diggity Demon did a super chat, but he did another chat before that, and I think I lost it. But he was arguing that being mean is actually funny, and it made me think. Because I'm all into moral psychology and stuff, and I'm a bit with Doomer and I'm a bit with Hot Diggity Demon on this because it can be funny to be mean, but you have to be mean to the right targets. Most of the time, person, yes. Yeah, most of the time self-deprecating humor works because you're being mean to yourself, which is considered a given, but satiates that. Is it primal that we just like? Seeing people be mean to other people. I mean,
okay. In the case of self-deprecating humor, it's a very safe thing because people have the freedom whether or not they want to empathize with it. So like Louis C.K. is really big on this. He'll make fun of himself all the time, and a lot of the reason I find it funny is because he's making fun of things in himself that I recognize about myself that are legitimately like fucked up or stupid. Right. So like. I have the freedom to put myself into his place. But if I wasn't comfortable with that, if I either didn't see that in myself or if I was just, insecure about it, then you can laugh at him. So it's like either way it works.
I don't really agree with that last part.
Really?
Sure. Yeah. Like if there's some comedian, he's talking about some personal flaw he has and you have that same flaw. I mean, you can't like not think about it. Like it's going to become apparent to you.
Wait, but okay. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Wait. Okay. Imagine someone who's very egotistical. You think that this hypothetical?
I can't imagine.
Hasan.
I've never met anyone like that before in my entire life. I'm so humble. I've never met.
Yeah, you've never. Yeah.
Academic agent. Should I keep going?
Are people who have this going to and are insecure about it? Are they going to admit this about themselves?
Well, generally, people that are egotistical are not insecure about themselves being egotistical because then they wouldn't be egotistical.
Yeah.
So I think that's a bad example.
It probably is. Yeah, you're right. Narcissists tend to admit that they're narcissists, which is kind of funny.
Okay, here. Let's say someone
is kind of like stupid. Do you think that people are willing to admit that they're stupid and their takes are bad?
I mentioned that on the show
maybe
3 times a show. It's like this.
It depends on the person.
I mean, generally,
or some people use it as like a shield. They say, like that's a very common self-defense tactic that you'll joke about or expose what you think is your flaw, like up front, as a way to circumvent it.
I am not totally on board with that. I think that people have a tendency to reveal their insecurities, but it's not intentional. But like if somebody was, if someone was, because like I'm thinking of like 3, 4, 5 specific examples, right? If someone is, first of all, kind of dumb and beyond that insecure about being dumb, I think that they are generally speaking not willing to like admit that, and that they're constantly looking for like validation for reasons why they're actually smart. Do you disagree with that?
They can be. I mean, it's definitely possible. Yeah.
I mean, so like what I'm saying is that I don't think people tend to admit the things that like are their biggest problems. And if they do, if they are willing to admit it and they're not going to be insecure about it, then they would be, like I was saying, willing to laugh at themselves in like the context of the joke.
Right. But using your example, so say you are, or maybe you're not dumb, but you feel like you're dumb and it makes you insecure. Okay. And so Louis C.K. comes up and he literally lays out the exact same thing about he has this insecurity and he makes a joke about it. You could find that funny, or you could be like immediately turned off because it's making you think bad thoughts about yourself. It's making you confront your insecurity and you didn't want to confront it that way.
What's the likelihood there that someone will admit, okay,
I don't know if there's a number you can put on that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult thing to analyze, I guess.
I'm just saying that my point is that I understand what you're saying. Like part of the part of the reason why comedians engage in self-deprecating humor, because it's like, well, you're not punching up or down, you're punching directly at yourself. But there is still, people can still be upset. Maybe won't be offended, but they'll be upset because if it reveals some insecurity that they have about themselves, they can still get upset by that.
I mean, it might. I like you said, this is a very difficult thing to talk about, because my impression is that like they wouldn't, or at least it seems that people don't. Like if they have some big problem that they're insecure about, they have a tendency to not acknowledge it. But I guess you have to like be in their head. I don't really know exactly how you do that.
Well, I mean, you'd say a good comedian generally is, you know, especially if you're getting over laughing, you get someone in a mood so that they will accept this aspect of themselves. And that's part of the magic of being a great comedian, is that you'll get someone to accept something that they might not want to accept that's beneficial, as long as they're laughing about it.
Sure. So, okay. So imagine a comedian, two different scenarios.
Is this conversation getting stupid, Adam? Is that what you're signaling? Should we get back to the video? Adam? Should we get back to the video? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah.
Okay.
They feel like we've talked this to death. I don't want to. You guys are having a really heated debate here, and I don't want to cut you off.
This is a very heated conversation.
I don't want to cut you off in the middle of it, but
very
people
heated.
are comparing Doomer to Hasan. They're saying,
no, that's
Doomer's
not fair.
just worried about the poor trans people. It's not fair, because Hasan doesn't give a fuck about the trans people.
That's
Let's
true.
be honest.
That's true.
Doomer actually does care. Hasan is just trying to talk long enough that he gets his subs.
Right.
Which I guess we're doing a little bit of that, but it is super interesting. And one of the reasons I got into moral psychology was it's just interesting from a writer's perspective, from a comedy
Okay,
perspective.
Adam, you can't interrupt us because you're being boring, and then just start talking.
But that's why I was gonna say just, but let's move on.
Okay, let me read some of the super chats that we just got. That's the real reason we invited Doomer on, was because we knew that would get people donating. That's the real.
Oh,
we
really?
knew that the argument. No, I'm just kidding. J-Mac for $50. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, I want Doomer to know that even though I vehemently disagree with his Chappelle take, I still think he's a good boy. No one's perfect. I mean, Adam hates the Disney Renaissance, and we still love him. There you go.
True. Yeah. Good job.
Cullivar for $20 says, calling BS on Doomer politics. Sorry, man. You never said any of this nonsense about George Carlin and some of his insane takes. Second, nobody was saying it for the reason you said it, and it goes against TOS on YouTube. Well, I mean, Doomer's allowed to have a different reason for his opinion, right?
Okay, wait, but that's not even... George Carlin did a special after 9/11 that was so offensive he didn't release it.
That's...
So...
Really?
True.
Yeah.
Wasn't that because it wasn't supposed to be about 9/11, but it just happened to coincide with something related to it, and he's like, oh,
yeah,
fuck.
I think he had it scheduled. Yeah, something exactly like that. Like he had it scheduled, and then it happened, and then like he told like some apparently really, really offensive jokes that pissed everyone off, and then he didn't release it. Is my understanding of the flow of events. Yeah. So I mean, that's like exactly the same circumstance where you have something that people are going to be, rightfully upset about. And then he poked the bear a little too hard. I mean, I don't know. So yeah,
it happened.
It was too soon. It's too soon.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck everyone. I see so many people making fun of the Alec Baldwin killing someone, and like it literally.
I know.
Some of those jokes are really funny.
Oh, see, well, wait a minute. Why is that funny? Then?
No way. Too soon.
I don't know.
That's what's so
over the fucking top.
That's what's so interesting, is that like a lot of times it's very difficult to understand what's funny and where the line is and why things are acceptable.
Sure. I mean, like so.
If we don't move on, I'm going to bring out my abortion jokes.
I just want to. Okay, I'll just read these super chats, but the super chat's gonna end more conversation. J Mac for another $50. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, there's someone who will always be offended. I hear my Christian family complain about Christian jokes all the time. I hear vegetarian jokes all the time, but I'm not offended. People can choose to consume humor or not. That's perfect.
Here. Yes.
There you go.
Totally.
The expert layman for $20 says, ideologically possessed elephants will perceive holy and demonic auras around individuals. The enslaved rider must generate rationalizations to subject their unperceived certainty. Your guest is demonstrating this nicely. Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
Thaddeus Maximus for $20 says, the point is that someone calling out a trans for not passing shouldn't be immediately offensive to trans people. You need to be able to laugh at yourself. Trans people are acting like Muslims trans people are acting like Muslims saying their thing us off limits?
He's talking about the drawing Muhammad thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm
sure trans comedians joke about not passing all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if trans people really
yeah.
beat each other up for not passing.
The context is probably a little different. Hot Diggity Demon. Hey, Hot Diggity. For $20 says, I got called the N-word at the grocery store yesterday, lads.
That might be apocryphal. I'm not sure.
See, look, that's hilarious.
Is Hot Diggity Demon white? I don't know. Has he ever done a face reveal?
I'm guessing that his avatar is somewhat indicative of the way he looks.
Is correct.
That he's white as fuck.
I don't know.
I'm guessing Hot Diggity Demon is not white face. William Kurt for $5 says, I think Doomer's point is being trans is something that's very integrated into their identity. The N-word isn't targeted deeply to someone's identity. Yeah, I think that think that is what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
Well,
just exactly by comparing, you were saying that the comparison is not the same.
I mean, it would take a lengthy answer. It's going to set out.
Okay, don't forget. Okay, forget it. Alex Stewart for $20 says, I like Doomer, but this part of the conversation feels like Doomer trying to justify him being offended on other people's behalf. I don't want to assume that, but that's how it comes off. There you go. Mm-hmm. Anyway, did you want to watch the video, or do you just want to like come on to argue with us for 20 minutes and then leave? Because it's fine either way.
Yeah, you don't have to stick around, Doomer. It's your call.
I'll stick around for a little bit. I can watch.
Okay, cool.
Is not the rigid binary, and that is the current scientific thought on the matter, for the record, that even sex, or what transphobic people oftentimes consider biological gender, even that's not a fucking binary in the way that we thought we understood it.
See, this is what just drives people insane.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking nonsense about the current science. I'm going back through our old shows to do clips and stuff like that, and I looked at the debate with Sargon and Vosh, and Vosh made a comment about appeal to authority that was completely wrong. But I went and looked, and the fucking wokies have changed the internet on appeal to authority now.
Oh no!
So now appeal to authority is basically listen to the scientists. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? You're kidding me.
Wait, you mean he's saying that like appealing to science is fallacious reasoning?
No, he is saying that like quoting some scientist is not an appeal to authority fallacy, when it is. The scientist is not the authority. The evidence is the authority. But
I thought appeal to authority fallacy was when you're appealing to an authority that doesn't relate to the subject.
The authority,
I don't know.
The authority, it's the appealing to an authority is a fallacy because the authority can be wrong.
Yeah, like the problem with citing experts a lot of the time is that there'll be experts on either side of the issue. And so just citing, it's like just saying, oh, this person has a PhD and agrees with me. And that doesn't prove anything because there are people with PhDs that disagree with you. But like Adam is saying, there's a broad body of evidence, and like the evidence is what matters, right? And so
but all the evidence, look, there was a time when all the evidence was the earth is flat, and fucking that's what all the people believe. That's what all the professionals believe, what everybody believes.
Appeal to authority. You said that because an authority thinks something, it must therefore be true. It's important to note that this fallacy should not be used to dismiss claims of experts. Appeals to authorities, but appeals to authority are not valid arguments, but nor is it reasonable to disregard the claim. So there you go.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but the problem is even beyond that. The problem is that they're just fucking wrong too. Because when they say scientists or whatever, they're talking about like fucking gender theorists or whatever they're learning in their sociology class. Like if you look at what both APAs say, they both agree that there is biological aspects to gender and gender identity and gender expression, and that's a combination. And I don't like what Hasan's doing is because they do this thing where it's like, because there are people who are intersex, that they say like, oh, well, that somehow proves that we have some spectrum. And it's like, okay, if intersex people want to create some non-binary gender for themselves, I don't give a shit. That's fine. All the people running around saying that they're non-binary, they're not intersex. Okay, this is like to use intersex people as a shield to me, I think is very gross.
It's a bit odd.
Yeah.
Well, the non-binary thing can be confusing to me because it seems to be people placing a lot of emphasis on the importance of gender norms in a way that I don't think people used to. So like, I mean, like the way that I hear a lot of people talk about this is basically, oh, well, if you're not 100% masculine, you're non-binary. And
yes.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's so hypocritical because for so long they were supposed to be, oh, we're trying to say that men don't have to have all these masculine stereotypes. And now they're like, well, no, men do. So if you don't have them, you're non-binary. Like it's the literal opposite of what they've been talking about for the last 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, I always just thought that sort of the progressive direction to go in was to disregard these things, but now I guess not.
Yeah, right, exactly.
There's a fuckload of intersex people, for example. Gender is just the skin you wear on top of that.
He said it.
So it is.
Wait, a fuckload, isn't it like, how many intersex people are there? Isn't it like a fraction of a percent?
It's not a fucking binary in the way that we thought we understood it. There's a fuckload of intersex people.
1.7 have intersex traits.
Really?
I didn't think it was that high, but I don't know. But there's a thing. Well, this could be a little misleading because a lot of people that have intersex conditions, they don't even know it. It's not something that manifests. So I don't know like what exactly they're referring to.
Yeah. There could
be, for example,
Mm-hmm.
Gender is just the skin you wear on top of that. So it is difficult to shake that when every part of your existence is built around this. Every part of your existence is built around the concept that you're a man. I'm a male. I have masculine traits. I got to be a man. I got to be male. When someone comes around and like kind of breaks that, you're like, my whole world view is broken. Fuck.
What?
What did you just say? I was reading something. I wasn't listening.
He said that everything about your existence is dependent upon like your view that you're a male, and if someone breaks the idea that a man isn't completely masculine, then that'll like blow your mind.
Like
who thought that?
Like if a guy wears black nail polish, we will mistake him for non-binary.
But that's their argument. That's literally their argument. If you're not 100% masculine, you're non-binary. Like,
yeah, I just don't. I don't. Growing up in the '90s, that's not the impression that I got. Like,
right.
I don't know where this is coming from.
So actually, I found something funny because that 1.7% for intersex thing is being thrown around in like a lot of these, like pro LGBT, whatever you want to call them things.
They're like 40% intersex.
Right. And so I found like a random paper that says, how common is intersex? A response to that 1.7% number. It says, Anne Fausto Sterling suggests that the prevalence of intersex might be as high as 1.7, has attracted wide attention in both scholarly press and popular media. Many reviewers are not aware that this figure includes conditions which most clinicians don't recognize as intersex, such as Klinefelter syndrome, Turner syndrome, and late onset adrenal hyperplasia. If the term intersex is to retain any meaning, the term should be restricted to those conditions in which chromosomal sex is inconsistent with phenotypical sex, or in which the phenotype is not classified as either male or female. Applying this more precise definition, the true prevalence of intersex is seen to be about 0.018%.
Yeah, that's in the neighborhood of what I was.
There you go.
0.018.
Right.
Hilarious.
So yeah, that's what I had. I always love it when I like predict or anticipate something and then someone says it's true. So obviously what this paper says is 100% accurate because it conforms with my beliefs.
Oh, that's so crazy. Yeah, all of these things that they're saying are in that gigantic number of things that don't even manifest in they don't change. It doesn't change your life in any way, shape, or form. You're either biologically male or female in every presentation way.
Well, to be fair, I looked up these three things. One of them I would consider should probably be still considered intersex to some degree.
Oh, which one is it?
Klinefelter syndrome is where boys have an extra X chromosome.
But isn't that the one where they basically don't live very long?
No, that is something else. I think that's Turner syndrome. Yeah, Turner syndrome is when females only have one X and the other X is either missing or partially missing, and they develop a bunch of health issues. So anyway.
Yeah.
Shit, no. So your immediate reaction is to close off and be closed-minded. That's the reason why I especially get mad at cultural critics who are actually insightful and pretty fucking brilliant, like Dave Chappelle, who participate in the closing off and say, no, you're fine to fucking feel this way about trans people. They're fucking weird, dude. It's crazy. They're just like crazy. Because that's all these...
Are those all cuts?
Yes. Yeah.
Does it cut literally every second and a half?
Have you never seen a Hasan video?
I was kind of like listening to you guys go over it. I wasn't watching it. It's like...
It's jarring, isn't it?
Yeah, it's jarring.
Yeah.
It's hard to pay attention to what he's saying because there's so many cuts.
He pauses between every other word, basically, when he speaks. It's insane.
Well, he says, they're cutting out the
There are lots of uhs and ums that they cut out. Yeah.
We don't do that.
I do that a bit.
Well, but we don't cut them out.
Sitch goes, when he's looking for the next super chat. That's about
I do it now just because I know it bothers Adam.
That's about the only one we have.
See, you said being mean isn't funny. What the fuck are you
funny.
talking about? I was mean to you and everyone thought it was hilarious. I gave you a wrench and I took it away.
I know.
that was hilarious.
I'm mean to Sitch. Like, that's our whole rack is being mean to each other. Don't ruin. We got a good thing going here, Doomer. Okay, we like to be mean on Sundays.
That's not what I said. Whatever.
Oh, but it is what you said. You fucking woke piece of shit. But anyway, no, Hasan's fully strong, man. Dave Chappelle wasn't saying, "Look at these ugly trans women." That wasn't the joke. That was never a joking part of the show.
Doing in that special is saying trans people are weird, they're crazy, they're different, they're bad, they're wrong, and also they're like in cry bullying all the time.
When did Chappelle said trans people are wrong, or bad, or crazy? He didn't say anything remotely close to that at any point in the special.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he said anything like that.
He's basically repeating what he heard on the news from the trans people.
Do you think he didn't watch it?
He claims he watched it. He claims he watched it.
He's going to watch a little bit of it in a second here.
Yeah, and then laugh and say, "Oh, I guess this was funnier than I remember."
Really?
Yes.
Punching down at everybody else because we won't participate in the crazy. The thing I hate about this, by the way, is that like I like to build class consciousness, and I want there to be class solidarity amongst the working class, which currently does not exist. And I also believe in intersectionality.
I just like the millionaire saying, "I want there to be class solidarity."
Well, him and Vosh very much do have class solidarity. You can give him that much.
Yeah, what class are we talking about here?
That rich, boozy LA class, yes.
Yeah.
Well, don't go too hard on the rich, bougie LA class. Come on.
Oh, I know. Adam is describing to be.
I'm trying to get into that class.
Yes.
It literally destroys intersectionality when you're pitting one marginalized community's plights against another. And that's why, oh God, just like the fucking capital owning class absolutely loves when a worker tells another worker to fuck off because his job is not as backbreaking as his, these fucking racist pieces of shit love when a guy like Dave Chappelle is just being like, I'm pitting black existence against trans existence, and I'm saying enough is enough. This is fat material for Ben Shapiro, okay?
Dude, I'm going to have to spend a month watching this. I'm just realizing that now. That's really upsetting.
A month watching... Oh, because you're doing your Hasan
content.
Video.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's what you're working on now? Is
of
that
course,
Hasan
he did
video?
Vosh and who's next?
I'm doing 2 videos on film analysis in the Hasan video, but yeah, holy fuck, this is not going to be pleasant. It's like actually nauseating to watch. I guess maybe I'll just listen to it.
Oh, because of the cuts.
Yeah, it's like I saw the Bourne Ultimatum in theaters, and like there was Paul Greengrass put in so many cuts. I got motion sickness and I got dizzy and had to leave the theater. It's gonna be like that. Like I physically won't be able to watch his videos. I'll have to look away.
You'll just have to listen to it. Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So good. Oh, incredible. 10 out of 10. So why the fuck would you make yourself literally a puppet for reactionary psychos?
So he's making the same argument Vosh made last week. He's saying, you're saying things that people on the right are saying, so it's bad.
Dude, that argument has to die. Yeah, I'm so tired of that argument.
So bad.
It's straight tribalism.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, I've now gotten it from both sides, and it's just the dumbest fucking mindset.
Yes.
But I can see why it happens, because it's such a simplistic way to look at the world. It's like, oh, well, bad people say thing. You say same thing as bad people. You bad. It's like, okay, dude.
It's so fucking dumb. It's sad. I thought that we as a society had evolved beyond that point, but I guess we're not even close.
No.
We're not even close.
Chappelle has a brand new special on Netflix, and he sort of alternates his specials. He does ones that are kind of woke and then highly praised because they're not as funny, but they're woke by the Rotten Tomatoes crowd.
When did he do a woke?
Wait,
special?
what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, I just watched all of them. None of them are woke.
Yeah.
Wait, what's he talking about? One of them is shitting on the Me Too movement for an hour. What is he talking about?
Yes, I don't know. I heard some what? Does anyone in chat know what special he's referring to? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm curious.
The only one he could possibly be referring to is the one about George Floyd, which that borderline wasn't even a comedy special. That was just him ranting about George Floyd.
Wasn't it on Saturday Night Live? It was like a Saturday Night Live intro. It wasn't really a special. I believe he came back. I think he hosted Saturday Night Live and did the monologue was about George Floyd.
Wait, wasn't the George Floyd one? People are saying it's the George Floyd one.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the same one where he had the joke about the trans people being in the car with the LGBT movement that pissed everyone off.
No, that's Equanimity, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different one.
Yeah.
You just watched all these, Doomer, so you should know.
Is it a whole special or is it just a single bit that he does?
The LGBT car bit? That's
the George Floyd one.
I think
that's the whole special.
There's a George Floyd special.
Yeah, it was. I forget the exact name. It's 8:46 or something. It's the amount of time that Chauvin was sitting on.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it is on Netflix. It is on YouTube. 8:46. I didn't watch this. I guess because is it actually a comedy special, or is it him just talking about George Floyd for 27 minutes?
I mean, hot take. There's no jokes in it. I don't remember exactly. That's the only one I didn't rewatch because I remember watching it and it's just it just wasn't funny. It was just Dave Chappelle airing his grievances about George Floyd. And it's okay, fair enough. That's a fucked up situation, but this is not a comedy special. I don't know.
Sean's in the chat. Hey, Sean. He says it's a YouTube
special.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, that's why I didn't see it.
Huh. Interesting. Oh well.
So that's the
woke ones that are actually.
I guess that's the woke one.
Once again, Ben Shapiro's correct. We're incorrect.
Well, sort of, because he's implying there's more than one.
Ben Shapiro does his research. Can't catch.
No, but he's not. He's not framing it correctly, because he's saying the way he even frames it is Dave Chappelle alternates between doing woke and non-woke. That implies that there's a bunch of woke ones that he's alternating between. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not off the hook so quickly, Ben.
Sitch gets that one. Ben Shapiro loses.
Funny, but politically incorrect. So he makes some comments in his new Netflix special.
Oh, yeah. Dave Chappelle is catering to the woke crowd with some of his specials, the ones that I don't like. And then he's actually funny on the specials where he's just repeating shit that I would.
Got him. Oh, my God, Hasan. You totally nailed him. Nailed him to the wall.
Probably say on my broadcast. Got it. Okay.
Trans exclusionary radical feminists, as they are called by the trans community, meaning women.
Do you know, it's so funny because that same critique that Hasan gave to Ben Shapiro
that's what he's doing right this whole video.
Yes, I know. It totally applies to himself.
This entire video. That's hilarious. It's so funny when people can see that in other people while they're literally doing the same thing.
But they can't see it in themselves. Yes. Yeah.
Oh my
God. I would feel terrible if I did that.
Hold on. I gotta defend my man Hasan here. Didn't he say he likes Dave Chappelle's material?
He said he likes some of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's making the same point. He's saying I like some of his material. I don't like others' material because he doesn't like the stuff that he finds offensive.
Yeah,
but I'm sure he likes all the making fun of white people stuff and all that.
Yeah, that stuff's hilarious.
Yeah.
Who say that?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Biological women exist. Here is Dave Chappelle defending J.K. Rowling.
I'm Team Turf. I agree, man. Gender is a fact. You have to look at it from a woman's perspective. Look at it like this. Caitlyn Jenner, whom I've met, wonderful person.
That's it. Cancel. Okay, I take it back. Cancel this man. Who the fuck says Caitlyn Jenner is a wonderful person, dude? That's probably the worst thing that he said.
Listen to that.
How are you going to say gender is a fact and then follow that up with an even worse take? Seriously, dude.
Wonderful person is such a common saying, completely independent of gender or biological sex.
Well, since he paused it too early, he doesn't realize Chappelle's saying the wonderful person because he's about to attack Caitlyn Jenner. Like
right.
it's sort of like, oh, I love you. Not really, you know. Like,
but he's pitching it as a misgender, which it's like, it's not a fucking misgender. What are you talking about? I don't know.
He's not doing that.
It seems like it.
No. He's saying that.
My man.
I thought Hasan just hates Caitlyn Jenner.
He's just saying he hates Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm a turf. Gender is a fact. And the worst thing he said on that fucking sequence of sentences was, Caitlyn Jenner, whom I've met, is a wonderful person. See, how?
This is the comedy portion of the Hasan stream. Mm-hmm. That's the joke. Get it? It's funny.
I don't get it.
It's a joke. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, dude, this is not okay.
What is not okay? What is he saying is not okay?
That's saying Caitlyn Jenner is a wonderful person.
Oh, really?
Saying Caitlyn Jenner is so awful that's the worst thing he says in the special.
So it's comedy because Caitlyn Jenner is a Republican. I don't know because
I forgot about that because Caitlyn Jenner is a Republican.
I'm not in the I hate people because they're Republican.
It is because Caitlyn Jenner's Republican.
Okay. Wait, did she ran for like governor of California or something, right?
She ran. Wasn't it to be
for governor of California?
Was it governor? I thought she ran to be head of California Republican Party.
No, governor
thing or the RNC.
Well, that would be the head of.
No. I mean, like the RNC or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, we figured it out, guys. We figured it out. It's because Caitlyn Jenner's a Republican.
Okay.
We don't know. We're not in the know. Now we know.
Okay.
Caitlyn Jenner was voted Woman of the Year.
Okay. By the way, the whole like pandering to Caitlyn Jenner and all that shit, like that is something you can make fun of. Like,
it's okay because she's a Republican. Listen to this.
Is that what he's gonna say?
Wasn't he just criticizing this?
That's what's going on. If Chelsea Manning was voted Woman of the Year, and Chappelle had brought that up,
that's not okay to make fun of.
Hasan would not have.
You're right.
Said,
you're definitely right.
It's all just because she's Republican, and you're right. She ran for the governor in the recall election.
Yeah, I remember.
But yeah,
we talked about me voting for her, but
that's right.
Brands picking brands wanting to be sensitive and being like, oh yeah, there it is, Caitlyn Jenner, Woman of the Year. Like that was actually not that bad.
Her first year as a woman, ain't that something?
That was actually not that bad. I forgot. I forgot that there was a good joke there because of how taken aback I was from him saying Caitlyn Jenner, wonderful person. Like I actually
it's so hilarious. He spent this whole time saying this is not funny, and then he listens to a clip. He's like, it's actually pretty funny.
Forgot.
Okay, for this sort of stuff,
and also he's stupid too because as much as he doesn't like Caitlyn Jenner because she's Republican, Caitlyn Jenner really moved the needle for trans acceptance.
Oh hell yeah. Giantly.
And you'd have to be fucking dumb not to see that. Yeah. Well, I mean, like we're talking about Hasan, so I guess
was Caitlyn Jenner on the Kardashian thing?
Yeah,
completely. Yeah,
Caitlyn Jenner is Bruce Jenner. That's Kim Kardashian's stepfather.
I don't know. Okay, all I know about these Kardashian people is that Kim Kardashian's an advocate for criminal justice reform. I know nothing.
All I know about these Kardashian people is that they fucking damn deserve to die. Those damn Cardis for what they did to the Bajorans in the Federation.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like why.
That's a super nerd joke. I apologize.
Yeah.
But it's a genuine question. That's why she's like known, right? Because like this, what's the show called?
Those are the Kardashians.
Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Keeping Up with the Kardashians, or Deep Space Nine is the formal name for it.
Yeah, I like that one more. Yeah.
I can't believe you don't know.
Isn't Deep Space Nine kind of Keeping Up with the Kardashians? I mean, it feels like it.
It is.
My knowledge of Caitlyn Jenner is basically South Park jokes.
Oh my god.
Didn't she run over a guy in South Park?
Yeah, like a shitload of times, like 15 times.
Buckle up, buckaroo. See, you know what's interesting in South Park? They would always, not only did they joke about her running over people, but they made her look horrible if she talked like she had a stroke, and it was totally acceptable. totally acceptable.
Oh my God! Hold on. What was that? A Ben Shapiro laughs moment?
Sort of.
Oh God, he should never laugh, dude. We talked about Dave Chappelle. I'm going to close it off on this subject by showing you guys my tweet from last night, where I said comedy policing is the dumbest thing. It's not activism, but man, Dave Chappelle is just a boomer now. It's very sad to see. And boy, did the fucking people who love edgy humor lose their fucking shit at literally just like the slightest hint of criticism.
I gotta be honest. I can empathize with that really strongly.
I'll be honest.
I had the exact same experience.
Who is he talking? What is he talking about?
He made a very mild tweet about Dave being like turning into a boomer and making unfunny jokes.
Oh, okay.
And people like losing their fucking mind, getting mad at him. That was exactly my experience.
But you made like a half-hour video though.
It
was like 8 minutes.
You just did a tweet. Was
Wait,
it?
but-
Was it an
no, but
8
wait a
minute
minute.
video?
His Hasan's comparison makes no sense. He's like, all these people that like edgy humor are mad at my tweet. His tweet wasn't edgy. They're just mad because they think he's stupid or wrong. That's not hypocritical.
The point he's making is that the reaction is like disproportionate to what he actually said.
That's not. No, listen. Let's go back.
Love is the dumbest thing. It's not activism, but man, Dave Chappelle is just a boomer now. It's very sad to see. And boy, did the fucking people who love edgy humor,
see, finger quotes, love edgy humor.
Yeah, that's
lose
a racist.
their fucking shit at literally just like the slightest hint of criticism. Someone tell Hasan Piker that he's 30. I think you should actually have any comedic talent whatsoever to speak about the quality of comedy. Man who makes a living off of other people's content is trying to cancel other people's content. In other words, like I didn't even say that. Literally did not even say that. Didn't say Dave Chappelle deserves to be canceled.
See, yeah, yeah. Fuck you, Hasan. I don't have anything else to say.
Wait, what did he say? It's wrong. I'm so confused.
He didn't say. I mean, it's just his opinion. I think his opinion is fucking stupid. I think this is before you join. There's this thing that leftists do that's really stupid, where they're trying to say like, oh, I'm not canceling you. I'm not saying you should be able to speak. I'm just saying that the jokes you're making are boomer and cringe. Okay. So they're trying to say like, oh, it's not cool. You're not being cool because of your jokes. It's like, and it's so pathetically transparent what's happening here. Like you can say you don't think Chappelle is not funny, but to say that he's a boomer because of the jokes he makes is preposterous.
Making fun of trans people is boomerish.
Yeah.
Like that. I even said that comedy.
You know what's being fucking boomer and cringe? Being a fucking cancel culture SJW woke police fucking motherfucker. You're going back to like you're hailing the spirit of the fucking Christian conservatives that want to cancel music because it's got curse words in it. Okay. You think that's fucking makes you cool? That's the most boomer shit of all time.
Yeah, I finally remember the thing that I was trying to remember for the longest time. They're not making. What is the connection between this Dave Chappelle thing endangering trans people's lives? Are trans people watching this and like jumping off of buildings or something? I mean, what's happening here?
I mean, the
where's
connection
the causal
would be,
connection? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the connection would be that like
there is none, right? That's why you're stumbling.
Well, no, I'm stumbling because I don't know exactly what I can say on your program without potentially getting you in trouble.
Well, I'm assuming the connection would be that they're saying that by joking about trans people, you're normalizing joking about trans people, which would then normalize violence against trans people.
Oh,
I'm assuming that's what the implication.
No,
no. You're a resident woke, so you tell us.
Yeah, as the resident SJW,
Okay.
I'm assuming that the connection is basically that there's very high rates of trans self-harm.
Right.
And therefore, making comments that could lead to that, could be associated with the very high rates of self-harm. I'm assuming that's the argument.
Do you think that self-harm would be more related to people seeing the transgender community casting this special as something offensive, or just the special itself? Like if there wasn't the transgender community out there saying, you should get completely offended by this. This is like a slight against our existence. Like if that didn't exist, do you think the special itself would promote that attitude in individual trans people?
That's a really difficult. Okay. I don't think either way that associating like a comedy special with like, let's call it extreme self-harm, I don't think that's really an appropriate connection to draw. So I don't think either way it would really be all that likely. But if there was going to be a problem, like if there was going to be a problem, I don't think it's going to be from like activists talking about it. I think it would just be from the jokes themselves.
Okay.
My
I think it's completely opposite. I think the activists are making it 10 times worse.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Just because
I'm
like,
predisposed to blame the activists. Well, the activists are saying, like the activists are priming people to watch it in a way that is offensive that they may not watch it in without the priming.
Mm-hmm. Well, not only that, but they're also, it's like with the white nationalist thing. They're acting like there's transphobes around every rock and tree waiting to hurt you. I mean, they do this by blowing out of proportion the number of trans people that die, and they make it sound like there's all this, there's all this trans violence going on in this country, which is not accurate. And then they make it like, oh, Chappelle is denying your existence as a trans person,
which isn't happening.
Which isn't happening. Like if Chappelle is up there like denying the existence and humanity of like Jews and white people, I'd be like, wow, that is fucking, and people were laughing about it, I'd be terrified. I'd be like, holy shit, that's crazy. And of course that's causing unneeded and unnecessary anxiety in people.
Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that like people hear a joke and then go, like jump off a bridge. That like, I don't think that.
I would hope not.
Yeah, I don't know. That right. Seems like a bit of an exaggeration, but the point that I was getting at was just that like, why would you say something that is going to deeply upset people? It doesn't have to like cause someone to die, right?
Right.
But I mean, that does seem like an exaggeration. I mean, yeah, a lot of the stuff you guys are saying about how these things are getting exaggerated, I think I would agree with.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're losing your woke cred. You need to stop it.
We say things.
I don't have any woke
cred. I know. I'm joking.
We say things that people find deeply offensive all the time. I'm certain of it. It's kind of unavoidable.
Like
what?
Like A-Team is the dream team is deeply offensive.
Sure, to some people.
I mean, it's to some people.
People in the deep in the S-class bubble, obviously, find that.
I mean, the S-class reality. Because the S-class is the best class.
Oh my God.
You know why people like S-class? Because I got the energy, bitch. When you're
we offended.
I'm like, the A-Team reigns supreme.
We hear the A-Team. We like to chill out and calm down.
Just by talking about that story, we offended a bunch of people. What are you talking
That's true.
about?
That's a good point. Yeah. We triggered 150 people. That's true.
I mean,
they were deeply offended. They were. Their chat lit up. Jesus fucking Christ, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
I know what JFC means. I know what people mean when they type that.
Mm-hmm. I thought that was the
Adam.
Jewish version of the UFC.
That means shut the fuck up, Adam. It means, Adam, you're being deeply offensive. That's what it means.
God damn it.
Policing and shit like that is just, it's not activism. See? Hasan's such a pussy, Lamau. Bro, you're such a fucking pussy, dude!
Did he just time out someone and now he's mocking?
That comedy policing and shit like that is just, it's not activism. See? Hasan's such a pussy.
See, he just timed out someone and now...
Hey, Lamau! Bro, you're such a fucking pussy, dude! You don't like Dave Chappelle! How dare you!
It's so
you fucking pussy! I'll fucking lose my mind, dude!
Oh my God.
Why are you so angry?
He just timed or banned someone from his chat, and then he's like trying to play off like he's not a pussy and he's not angry by acting angry as a joke.
That's crazy. Was he really? Do you think he's really angry about that, or do you think he's just playing it up?
I think he's angry, and he's trying to pretend like he's not angry by pretending like he's angry.
I mean, I legitimately get angry when we talk to people that I feel like they're fucking gaslighting me or just not getting to the fucking goddamn point.
You're never supposed to.
Who might you be talking about, Adam?
You, Doomer, obviously. No, but listen, you got to admit there's a huge difference in getting mad when you're having a conversation with someone and somebody said something in the chat that triggers you. Gee, what?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well, he gets stun locked by chat all the time.
I don't think any. I don't think I've ever had the chat trigger me. What? Why are you lying? Why are you laughing? I don't get it.
Oh no reason.
Am I forgetting? Has the chat triggered me before?
I'm sure it has.
Really?
Chat, when have you triggered Adam? Chat has a better memory for this than I
not triggered like that. I mean,
well, not that triggered, but
that was insane.
Actual Justice Warrior is saying he's saying he challenged you to debate Doomer and you ran away like a pussy.
Wait, when did he challenge me to a debate?
Right now, apparently.
Okay, on what?
Who did? Who challenged?
Let's see what Sean has to say. What do you got to say, Sean?
Oh, you hear that Sean Doomer's calling you out. He said, fuck you, pussy. I ain't scared. I ain't never scared.
Yeah, mama didn't raise no bitch. What's up, Sean?
Doomer is a PC pro, it says in the chat. Watch out.
A PC pro?
Don't
tell him to debate.
A PC bro.
Debate what? Debate Sean, I'm
politically correct, bro. Look at this.
I'm very politically correct.
Kuboma says Adam is too high to be triggered by the chat. Look at that.
It's so frustrating getting told that I'm PC because I can't like reveal my bona fides without getting canceled.
Look at this.
I can't defend your position. Look at
on what?
I can't believe you can't defend your position, Doomer. I cannot believe that we had someone on our show who can't defend his position.
Av Marduk is saying, Adam, hey Adam, let's talk about stereotypes. Laughing my ass off. That was talking to an actual person on an actual show. Okay, that was Aiden. Like I said,
I think Sean's memeing.
Sean's not memeing. He's memeing. He's serious. Stop running away from Sean. Memeing. Stop being a pussy, Doom.
Sean, okay.
Debate him.
I'm running away. Yeah.
Debate him.
Okay. What do you want to debate, Sean?
What's going on?
He is a Nazi.
You are a Nazi. Yes.
What? Doomer? Really?
I'm a Nazi?
I knew it.
I'm gonna press play on the video, you guys.
Okay. Laugh at the things I laugh.
I think this is the end of the video.
I'm sure Dave Chappelle will be bummed to know he's disappointed the hipster socialist Fortnite player. Everything.
Devastating critique, honestly. He just nails us on that one.
You speak, it makes me more Turkophobic. Comedy policing is dumb. Police is a comedian. If you're using the word hipster on the internet in 2021, the year of our holy Lord, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're probably a fucking 40-year-old divorced dad on 4chan. Okay, it's really.
First of all,
it's
weird. It's weird that he's like, you're not allowed to say hipster anymore. That's what old people say. It's like, okay, hipster is still a very accurate term. There's no new term to replace hipster.
Yeah, what is
that? Wait, is this a thing? Like what? Maybe I'm just a boomer. I say hipster all the time.
Yeah,
it's a very accurate word.
Yes, it is.
For people who are like reflexively anti-popular or whatever.
Right. But and secondly, he has this. What is this weird thing where his divorced dad? He keeps mentioning divorced dads as like this negative.
I know. I know.
What is going on here?
He's going after the divorced dads hard.
God. Listen, Hasan, we don't all, have $1 million mansions to bang porn stars and prostitutes in, okay? Like some people try to actually have, relationships with people that are real, okay?
Yeah.
As opposed to, paying for it.
Sad. Your life is pathetic, but hey, if it stops you from fucking ending it, then all right, keep posting, brother. Keep green texting, okay? You'll get through this, okay? Green.
Someone called him a hipster, and this is how triggered he is.
He's
Listen
so
to this.
Condescending.
He's so upset that someone called him a hipster. We found it, guys.
Is that what's going on?
Of course. Listen, why else would he be going on this whole rant about this?
He gets a hipster thing all the time.
We found something new because I thought that he always got triggered when people called him brocialist. He got triggered about people calling him stupid, but apparently calling him a stupid and a hipster. And
I'm in Hasan's timeline right now. I think I'm going to tweet hipster at him, just one word, and see what happens. What do you think?
I think you should do it.
Think I'll get
fucking
blocked?
Suicidal ideation.
Yes.
You fucking 45-year-old pathetic loser hanging out with like literal fucking children on the internet.
Ageist motherfucker.
I mean, you are hanging out with children on the internet.
What's happening? What is happening here? I lost the window. Here, I gotta back it up a little. We want to get that.
And green text, your life is pathetic. But hey, if it stops you from fucking ending it, then all right, keep posting, brother. Keep green texting, okay? You'll get through this, okay? Green text through the fucking suicidal ideation. You fucking 45-year-old pathetic loser hanging out with like literal fucking children on the internet. You're such a pussy, and it shows.
Isn't he describing himself?
I was gonna say.
What was that?
I was gonna say, I'm not sure our audience tends to be the 14-year-old crowd. But
the hipster shrieks out in pain as it lashes out. like what the fuck?
I don't see any connection between what he read and his response.
I know. I'll tell you, he got so triggered by this hipster shit because his Ryan the Money. He is fucking hipster as fuck.
He's got black fingernail polish. Tell me he's not a hipster.
I know. And he's literally the older, guy in his, 30s hanging out with children on the internet. Like that's literally Hasan's brain.
Here's an interesting question: is socialist the hipster position now, or is that the
yes,
position?
You're right. It is. It totally is.
It is, right?
You nailed it. That's why he's so triggered by this. Being a socialist is the hipster position.
Oh, he's got the I just turned 30 thing. He just turned Hasan Piker just turned 30. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's what's it's very accurate because a lot of the motivation for being a socialist is just reflexively counterculture, reflexively being against whatever the mainstream is without even really understanding it.
But college people are not listening to Hasan Piker, right?
No.
I mean,
well, some of them, but I'm sure it's a lot of high school kids.
You can't be college educated and think this is like good content. I'm sorry.
Maybe, I don't know. But I'm sure it's a lot of high school kids.
You might be overrating the value of a college education.
But can you?
That's true too.
Maybe so. I don't know. Can you? I don't know. Hasan Piker's
college is where the Marxists indoctrinate you. Okay.
I'm just saying, 30 years old and hanging out in the high school is still a little weird.
That is pretty weird. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to admit.
I mean, I don't really understand how anybody, college educated or otherwise, watches Hasan. To be honest with you.
I don't understand how anyone with a functioning brain watches Hasan. Okay.
I find it to be kind of painful.
Hasan went to Rutgers. Oh my God. No.
Isn't that baffling? That's someone who paid their way in, right?
Hell yeah. My God.
Well, and it's even worse because all these people that are watching him, they're watching him live without the cuts. So that means every 2 seconds, there's a pause.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's just unwatchable.
So what do you credit his success with? Because people,
if I knew that, Doomer, I would know the secret to life.
It's his looks. What are you talking about? It's totally his looks.
I mean, that obviously helps.
It's not even. I don't. People will say he's handsome. I don't even think he's that handsome. Okay, especially with like his.
He's pretty handsome. Come on.
He used to be. He used to look like way better. Now he looks like. Well, I don't know because he's got like the dirty hipster aesthetic, which I always think looks fucking disgusting. It's like the homeless hipster.
Just tweet and ask him, Sitch. Go, hey, we notice that you have the dirty hipster aesthetic. Do you think
you look like that? Hasan, we know. Are you trying to be the next Triple H? You're going for the homeless hipster aesthetic here, Hasan. So what's happening here?
Tell us.
Don't you agree?
Does that contribute to your success?
Doesn't he look like a homeless hipster? That is the aesthetic, right? I'm not out of my mind.
No, you're 100%
okay.
Right. I mean, like, look at this shirt. It's like a tie-dye. Like
he's got the tie-dye Goodwill shirts.
Yeah,
he's
like
unshaven.
The long hair, but not that long. Just long enough to be like, yeah.
You guys are both in your 30s. When did you stop painting your fingernails black? Out of curiosity. Just
never.
The moment I was born, Adam.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
hung out with goth kids. And they painted their fingers black, but I was never a conformer, so I didn't do that.
I mean, it seems like something you might do in your 20s, but I don't know. 30, still painting your fingernails.
I don't know. That's a good way to get chicks.
I mean, if you make a living sort of putting on a performance, then that probably changes things a bit. But,
hell yeah. Yeah.
If you make a living being a hipster homeless.
If you're a rock star,
homeless hipster.
If you're a rock star all the way.
A homeless socialist millionaire hipster.
The brochureless. That's everyone. You guys want to like really upset Hasan? Just tweet at him. Say he's a brochureless homeless hipster. Hit him with everything. Boom, boom, boom. He will get very mad by this. He'll get very mad about this. The homeless hipster.
Shut the fuck up, you rich grifter asshole. I didn't say Dave Chappelle.
True.
Shut the fuck up, you rich grifter asshole.
True.
Deserves to be canceled. I didn't say anything.
Let me ask you guys a question. This is for chat.
He did say Chappelle. He said, "I take it back. He deserves to be canceled."
Well, he was
literally
joking.
say that.
He was joking at him. He was talking about the Caitlyn
that was
Jenner
a comedy.
thing.
That was a comedy.
That was the comedy
of
part of the portion of the video.
Okay.
To me, it's never a good look for a streamer to angrily scroll through their timeline and read the nasty replies, because it just makes you look like you're very fucking seething, doesn't it?
Well, if
you see on that,
yes.
Is there any like, as like a content creator or public person or whatever you want to call it, is there any value in responding to like nasty people at all?
Only if you have like a funny like shutdown response.
Hell yeah.
Otherwise, no.
That's
then
true.
it's really good.
Yeah, otherwise, no.
I respond
Of
a
the
lot.
sort. Thank you,
Yeah, and you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that.
My life improved immeasurably when I realized I could hide the YouTube notifications. It's like people just comment and it goes into the void now. I'm much happier.
Sometimes I tell myself I think I can turn this around. Like I feel like I can.
Fuck no.
Yeah. No, I mean I do turn it around quite often. Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't your feedback pretty positive?
Yeah, I like being positive. I do.
Here's the thing. I have had conversations where I've turned it around, but I realize I don't feel good after turning it around. So why am I wasting time doing it?
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, like I don't gain some like good emotional feeling from turning it around. I'm just like, oh, well, that was over. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, I know. No, I know exactly what Sitch means. I've had like, someone says some dumb shit and you get in a 3-hour argument about it. And eventually you get them to concede their entire position or whatever.
No.
Well, that's
3 days more like it.
That is how long it takes to get people to back off a fucking bad take on Twitter. And then afterwards you're like, well, why the fuck did I even bother? It's like, I got everything that I wanted, but there's nothing. Shitty. Yeah. It's just, things are just as they were before, but now I have 3 less hours in my life or whatever.
Yeah. I don't do what the fuck was the
Twitter.
Point of that? Exactly. So I don't do this on Twitter. I normally do it in the comments of our live streams, because on Twitter, the ultimate goal of the person is to get your attention and get you riled up. In the comments section, they really don't even expect you to even read it. So when they've said it and then all of a sudden they realize, oh, you did read it, then they're like, it's a completely different thing that's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. And it just like, someone will say something dumb in the comments. And then if you respond to it, you just get 15 people responding. Oh, it's like, now he's here. Let's fucking jump on him. And it's like, you can't respond to 15 people.
Your comment game is not as good as mine, Doomer. I'm just going to be honest with
you. No, your comments. So I've noticed your comments are usually like 3 or less words. Just like very straight and to the point.
It depends. If I'm like, okay, this is a point that I would like to better be able to articulate myself, it's worth the time to kind of write out and get my ideas together. So it is useful. It is very useful. And sometimes I screenshot those so I have it, like, so I can remember it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Socialist who is rich and has the same opinion as corporations. Because Dave Chappelle released his 6-episode special on I don't know, the artisanal, independently owned, non-corporate entity that is Netflix, or a $7 gorillion.
What did he just say?
He just said gorillion.
I don't.
He said gorillion.
Did he say gorilla?
Gorillion.
Gorillion.
I thought he said.
Why would Hasan use the word gorillion to describe a black man?
How much is a gorilla? A gorillion.
We got him. We got him, boys. Hasan did a racist. Oh my God.
I told you he infected his mind. This whole time he's been trying not to do it, but he did it anyway.
Yep.
He's trying to avoid saying the word billion because he hopes to have $1 billion one day, so he can't criticize billionaires anymore.
I think actually Doomer's completely correct.
No. He just called.
Oh, no.
He just called Chappelle a gorilla. You know that's what he did.
Fucking
I mean, listen
I
to
don't know,
it again.
the artisanal, independently owned, non-corporate entity that is Netflix, or a $7 gorillion fucking contract until Superman is a disabled trans man.
Racist. The court of Sitch says racist. He's guilty.
Hasan is canceled.
He is literally talking about how much money Chappelle is getting paid. A black comedian is getting paid. And he uses the term grillion. This is
Are you implying he was paid in bananas, Hasan? You fucking racist
how
piece
much
of shit.
Look, I don't know
it's
about
the beginning
you.
of Donkey Kong Country.
I don't. That's what I thought too.
Is grillion a word?
When King K. Rool steals his hoard of bananas.
I'm sorry, but I have to look up grillion. Is grillion an actual?
It's where you fight the beaver.
It is. No, he's like the first boss, I thought.
Look at this.
Yeah, isn't the beaver the first boss with all the bananas?
I looked up grillion, and what comes up is grillionaire, millionaire monkey on Twitter.
Oh.
Look at this. Urban Dictionary. An ugly person with a lot of money. An ugly millionaire.
So I looked it up, and I got something different. I looked up grillion, and it says 6 Guerrillion Anti-Defamation League. It's an anti-Semitic phrase used by white supremacists to refer to the Jews who died during the Holocaust.
I've heard that. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the only context I've heard that used.
Oh my God. It turns out Hasan isn't racist. He's anti-Semitic.
Look at this. You're right. You're right. The term 6 Grazillion must 6 Grazillion. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. I told you.
God.
I told you. Smoking gun.
Oh my God.
ADL right here. Yeah.
We got him, boys.
You thought I was kidding, man. This is it. This is a smoking gun.
Someone in chat says we sentenced him to 1 grillion years in prison for that racism. I agree. Wow. Jeez.
I mean, you kind of have to, if you want to keep woke rules in place, you kind of have to cancel him, right? I mean,
listen, it's not his fault. As JMac for $20 says, he's the strong Triple H, the homeless hipster himbo. So there you go. He doesn't know any better. He's a homeless hipster himbo. Okay, he doesn't know what he's saying. And also, I mean, he is a fucking moron because he's like, Chappelle didn't release his special, on a socialist co-op platform. Well, Hasan, that's because Dave Chappelle isn't fucking socialist, you button fucking moron. Jesus Christ.
Is there even a socialist platform?
Yes, he's complaining that Chappelle didn't release his thing on a socialist platform and no one's criticizing for it because that's not Chappelle's values. Okay, if Chappelle was going on here saying we should only support black creators, and then he, decided to put his stuff on Netflix and say that Netflix is owned by like a white person, then you could criticize him for being a hypocrite. But he didn't fucking do that.
Yeah.
But everyone's a socialist in their heart.
I see. Of course.
Jeremy, you're pinkwashing DC Comics. I hate that these motherfuckers know what pinkwashing is. Okay, it's like don't learn about these concepts, Ben. I don't like that. Spare me your pinkwashing.
Spare me your pinkwashing DC Comics. Nice.
Do you know what pinkwashing is?
Yeah, the commie washing. Make it a dirty pinko. Yeah.
Is that like gender swapping, or is it like putting in
pinkwashing? Is a term used to describe the action of using gay-related issues in a positive way.
Oh, that's not what I thought.
In order to distract attention from negative actions.
I thought it was like a communist thing. Interesting.
No, because it's like pink news. Yeah.
I see. Until Superman is a disabled trans man, spare me your pinkwashing. Ah, I get it.
Yeah.
He's saying they didn't go far enough as a joke. I get it. I gotcha.
It's a form of tokenism.
Yeah.
DC Comics. I hate that these motherfuckers know what pinkwashing is. Okay, it's like don't learn about these concepts, Ben. I don't like that. Pinkwashing is what the IDF does, and is when corporations are like, we're super LGBT friendly, and they just like use.
He just said Guerrillion, and now he immediately went to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. I don't know, Hasan. It's looking a little sus to me. As a Jew, I'm very offended. Looking a little sus here.
That is true. He also, he's similar to Vosh, who's made some very controversial remarks on his Twitch stream about.
He has.
Israel.
I'm sure Hasan has said many things that are controversial about Israel.
I just noticed that little graphic his editor put up is also in the pinkwashing Google search that I did.
Listen, his editor, he's gonna take the first image that pops up on Google.
It looks
Images,
like he
okay?
did actually. Yeah. Here's the image for pink washing.
Yeah. Come on, he's got a bunch of videos to edit, and Hasan doesn't pay him very much. All right.
Does he pay him anything?
He claims to pay them something. Okay. He claims to pay them something.
I think the no paying editor drama was from a while ago, but
that was from a while ago. Yeah.
It's still not a co-op or anything like that.
No.
LGBT character. I mean, it's kind of what DC is doing. You know what I mean? Or Netflix. Oh, pink washing. Here, great example, dude. Here, this is pink washing. Are you ready? Netflix.
There's a clip you'll have to put in your Hasan video where Hasan and Ethan are talking about the money situation. And Ethan is like, we're making money for Jeff Bezos. And Hasan just kind of nods.
Oh, really?
I think I saw that.
I was like,
oh my God. Can we talk about how fucking boring that show is? Oh
my God. That was
how do people watch it?
I don't know. Because people were like recommending we stream that. And I was like, oh, so let me listen to it. I'm like, this is the most boring fucking shit on the planet. You have two millionaires talking about how they're rich with zero energy. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Who wants to watch this garbage?
Like it like watching that to me, I'm like thinking about everything except for what's happening. It's like, wait, is this just like some sort of an SEO project? Like it doesn't even matter what they say. Just the fact that they're both on a show guarantees that it's successful. It's like, how does anybody watch this?
I think that is exactly what it is.
Oh my God. It's so excruciatingly fucking boring to watch. Yeah. God damn.
Well, and I've only seen a couple of Ethan's podcasts beforehand. It was usually when he had like a guest on and I liked. Yeah. And even then they were kind of like,
they're boring.
I always thought he was boring. I always thought he was boring, which is weird because he used to be so funny in his videos. And he was boring, and Hila was fucking boring as shit, and they would not contribute anything.
Every time, yeah, like I remember they had Bill Burr on, and I was like, oh, I love Bill Burr. Let's see how that goes. And fucking Burr was just like fucking getting mad at him for being such a fucking like asking the douchiest questions.
Oh, I remember that.
Burr was legitimately getting pissed off at him. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
God damn, what a fucking nightmare of a conversation.
He literally asked him, why did you bring this up? Like he fucking
What was the question? Do you remember?
I don't remember. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was to do. Bill Burr had a really famous rant in Philadelphia about there was a show. Yeah. Like there was a show in Philadelphia and all these people were getting booed. And Bill Burr came up there and gave this like 10-minute anti-Philadelphia rant that's like really, really famous. And I believe that Ethan's comment was something to the effect of like, man, it was really great when you got up there and, you yelled at Philadelphia or something like that. And it's just like the most, I mean, it's like talking to Quentin Tarantino and being like, hey, remember that movie you made called Pulp Fiction? Man, that was a pretty good movie. And it's just like, what a fucking dumb question. You can't, like, yes, I remember that thing I am most famous for with no insight. And there was like no question. It was just like a comment. Hey, remember that Philadelphia thing? It's like, bro.
Do I?
Me, bro.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I would be surprised because I only watched or tried to watch that one Hasan Ethan thing. And I noticed that the episodes after it have gotten progressively less views. So I wonder if it will eventually die.
Yeah, I tried to watch the first one and I didn't make it very far. It was pretty fucking boring.
And listen, I'm sad about that. I'm thinking like Hasan and Ethan, you're going to get some, this is going to be perfect content for Sundays. Like, yes.
Yeah, for us.
And then it's just, oh my God.
We were watching it for completely selfish reasons.
I know.
We were like, this is going to be awesome. People were tweeting at us. People were excited about it. Oh.
Trash.
Terrible. I'm sorry that was such a letdown for you guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Terrible content. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Being like black trans women in loving memory of the black trans women and femmes.
Loving memory of black trans women killed in U.S. since 2019. What? What is femmes? What does it even mean?
Black trans women and femmes?
What's a femme? Is that like a femme fatale? Like
I don't know. I'd have to Google it. I don't know what that means.
I've never heard this before.
Maybe it's a feminine guy. I don't know.
Femme. Femme is a most often a term used to describe a lesbian who exhibits a feminine identity. I'm assuming that's not what they meant.
Yeah, I mean, the term femme is usually used to, what does that have to do with this?
Who knows?
Why would they write the tweet this way?
To mess with us, because we're not in the know. They like to do that.
Oh, you know what? Because the list probably includes Well, I don't know. Is there like some category of non-binary that's like feminine but not female or something that they're including in this list?
How do you get a date in this environment? That's just the thing that I constantly wonder. I wonder. I don't know. It's so weird for me, but I guess, who cares?
Also,
dating market's a bit precarious at the moment.
2, 3, 4, 5 6 7
Are you single,
8 9 10
Doomer?
11
are you
12 13 14 15 16,
yeah, I'm single. I
18, 19,
I tried out some online dating a while back, and it was remarkable because I'm pretty progressive, but holy fuck, dude. People on these websites.
What does that mean?
Just put in your dating
mean?
profile that you thought the Chappelle special was completely transphobic, and
yeah, it's true.
Probably.
Was everyone super woke or something?
My one bit of credit. Yeah, people are like fucking insanely woke. Like I was trying to date somebody while I was making the Vosh video.
Oh no.
And they asked what I was working on, and I started talking about Jacob Blake, and it led to a really unpleasant conversation. I'll put it that way.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it was I think it was a legitimate 6-hour argument.
Don't argue with your
like
dates,
over the internet.
Well, no, it was in my apartment.
Okay.
It wasn't over the internet.
But see, look, that's a good listen. You're on a date, you got to throw up some like bomb right in the beginning to find out like what
yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about Jacob Blake? Like that's a great opening question for a date.
fucking God, dude. What a profoundly unpleasant conversation.
How do you fucking argue about that? That's Jacob Blake thing is so fucking one-sided. Oh my God.
That was my point. It's like I was like, if there was ever a justified use of police force, it was probably this. I
hope you didn't open with that. Obviously, that's going to trigger them beyond.
No, I put it much more diplomatically than that, but it didn't really make much.
Didn't matter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You should have filmed that. That would have been fucking grade A content. Holy shit.
Oh God. I'm trying to remember what happened because it's like I know the conversation lasted like 6 hours, but how the fuck could it possibly have lasted?
Yeah, geez, how can you talk about Jacob Blake for 6 hours?
Well, it turned into this whole fucking thing about I don't know.
Did you at least bang afterwards?
Yeah, did it end up in sex? That's all we care about.
Yes, actually.
Oh. See, guys, perfect strategy. Okay, you get the girl real riled up. It's a form of negging. You get her really politically upset about something, and then apparently it makes them horny.
That is basically what happened. Yeah.
This is great. But now she's
had a happy ending.
Now she's your fiance, right? Because
no.
Now you see, Doomer was like, that was like a one shot. Like I'm done with this broad.
Yeah. As soon as like she was not there, I had a moment to think about it. I was like, yeah.
Wow.
This is terrible.
Used this girl for sex and then ditched her.
This is terrible. And you're here.
Did she try to contact you again?
Doomer.
She didn't try to contact me again.
Did she? She's like, Doomer, where are you? I miss you. And you're like, yeah, you're fucking shitty like political take.
I'm not going to talk to that bootlicker, that fucking guy who thinks the police should exist.
Oh,
she'll lick your boot, but she won't talk to you again.
I mean, I think we tossed each other to the curb.
I see.
Huh.
I don't think that's what happened. I think he's just saying that so it sounds better.
Okay.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Was she at least hot?
I don't approve of any of this.
Kind of
hot.
Yeah.
Okay, at least you're being honest. Kind of hot means like, listen, it's been a long time since, it's a dry spell. You gotta get a little wet sometimes.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you gotta jump into the lake when it's a little cold. You know what I'm saying?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You haven't been to the beach in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, this is actually great.
I like that we're laughing about this as we have like the names of Black trans women who have died.
Oh God.
2019.
You're right. Fuck.
See, comedy works in mysterious ways.
I mean, this is probably the area where I would agree with you guys the most about like the problem of woke shit is like, holy fuck, dating is awkward.
Yeah.
God damn.
I see. When it affects you getting some, suddenly wokeness is a problem.
Well, no, it's just like there's not even a tactful way to say like, okay, here I'll tell you my strategy. Okay, my strategy is to say I don't like talking about politics. That's the only diplomatic way I can avoid these fucking conversations. And then you just kind of look for red flags and you dip out. But yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Put in your profile, I'm tired of all this woke shit. Like, everyone think you're a Nazi. There's no way.
Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. That's so devastating.
Yeah, like you can't. There's no diplomatic way to approach any of it.
I don't know. I couldn't be in a relationship with someone who's like politically blind, because I like to talk about politics and culture and like what's going on in the world. I can't just say, "Oh, I'm not gonna talk about politics." Like,
well, the thing is, here's the thing: you say you don't want to talk about politics, they will still ask you about politics, right? But it sends like. Here's my hope anyways, that it sort of sends a signal. It's like the people who are the most woke are so concerned with politics that maybe it will weed them out.
I see.
That seems like a good
That's the
strategy.
hope anyway.
Just put anti-woke and you only get like conservative chicks.
But that's the problem, is that if you say anti-woke, you turn off like literally everyone except like
you
like
won't get it. Where do you think the dry spell came from, Sitch?
Here's the thing. Okay, so I live in the middle of like buttfuck Illinois. Like I do not live in a very woke area of the country, right?
First of all, I'm offended by your homophobic slur.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure such.
There's gay people in Illinois. I'm certain of it.
If I load up Tinder and I like flip through, like 90, like maybe 90 is an exaggeration. 75% of the profiles, at least, that I see are going to be like 100% like BLM, you must be vaccinated, like it's fucking other woke shit. Like like seriously, their entire forward facing like profile is every fucking woke thing.
Yeah, Trump voters only.
Yeah, where's the Trump Tinder? Yeah, no,
I don't know. It's not on Tinder. Apparently.
I think you're thinking about this all wrong. Okay, everyone knows that all these woke chicks really want a strong conservative man to like rein them in the bedroom. So I think if you put that on your profile, listen, you might get them.
There's probably a good deal of truth to that. If I'm being
see, try it out. You don't know who will show up at your house.
Yeah, just take a fucking picture in a MAGA hat. Like in a fucking ATV going out mud blocking.
Yeah, you have like a big gun in your like one hand.
Yeah.
And a beer in the other.
With a Confederate flag on my ATV. Yeah.
That's right. Clearly, someone in the chat says clearly Doomer should try out Farmers Only or Christian Mingle.
Christian Mingle, yeah. That's
oh my God. You know what's fucking
give it a shot.
Chat is that like this is one of the areas where I probably would agree with Dave. Is like it's probably better for me as an atheist to go on a fucking Christian dating website and like just say that I'm an atheist, but I would prefer to like date Christians or whatever. That would probably be a more effective strategy than going on Tinder. Like I don't think I would disagree with Dave on any of his fucking extreme takes. Fucking bad Tinder.
Go on Christian Mingle and report back to us. I'm super curious. I want to see how
legitimately might.
You should make a video about this.
Oh,
like
God.
Trying to date and not get
trying to fucking date, dude. It's so awkward.
It'd be way bigger than any Hasan video you could ever do.
I don't think that's even remotely true, but it would be funny.
It would be pretty funny, sure.
You disagree? I guess you're right. Yeah, who cares?
I mean, the Hasan video has a lot of. I mean, the Hasan video is pretty much guaranteed to get like more views than the Vosh video, even if it's not as good.
Yeah, because no one knows who Doomer is. They don't care about his dating life. It's like, who the fuck's this guy?
Yeah, I guess you're right. No, sorry, Doomer. No one cares about you.
You sound like my mom.
Oh,
now that is comedy. Right
there you go.
In the U.S. since 2019. Hashtag never knew love. Here are 5 translator organizations doing the work on the ground for trans people of color. Netflix has suspended a trans employee who tweeted about Dave Chappelle's comedy special. That's right. That's fucking pinkwashing. Okay.
That's not even pinkwashing. That person was suspended because they thought that she snuck into a Zoom meeting that she was not supposed to be part of.
Yeah.
But whatever. Who cares about truth? Okay.
No.
Anyway, that was the video. We actually got through this relatively quickly.
I know. What are we gonna do?
Only 6 hours.
I know. Well, for us. I mean,
bring up Doomer's shit video. Let's look at that thing for a while.
Yeah, sure. What you should do is just go through the comments section. It'll be a lot more entertaining. You'll agree with everything everyone says.
I'm kind of tempted to do that, but no, I wouldn't do it to you. That seems very mean.
Yeah,
that seems very mean.
I've heard being mean though can be funny.
I just got a notification yesterday that Sargon just commented on it. I was like,
did you really?
It's been out for 2 weeks. Why are people still fucking commenting on this video?
What did he say? He said, "Look at this fucking woke piece of shit."
I'm curious. I wonder what your guess is, because you might guess what he said exactly. What do you think Sargon said?
I don't know.
Give me a hint here.
Delete this video. Delete your channel.
The title of the video is "Yes, Dave Chappelle went too far in the closer."
Yeah, I remember this video.
I
I chastised you on the show last time for even making the video.
Yeah, you put up Chappelle hater.
I did, yeah.
No,
which
what
was
did he
pretty
say?
funny, to be
I
honest.
give up.
He said, I don't think he went far enough, which is like the most common comment from. I got that comment that's like 15, 20% of the comments. That
Right. Yeah,
just
it's a
directly
funny
responding to
one-liner.
Dave
title.
didn't go
Yes.
far enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go. Have you seen H3H3 make fun of Jordan Peterson? I think I did a while ago. I forgot what exactly he said, which was weird because he interviewed Jordan Peterson and seemed to be very partial. He liked
Yeah,
him,
that's such a weird. Yeah, he seems to have.
become woke.
It just seems like grifting to me. It feels like fucking Dave Rubin, basically.
Abandon all principles. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, he's rubbing elbows with famous people. He's in LA. He's got to make money. You got to be woke. Listen. He's a businessman.
Maybe I should take some notes.
Remember
You
when
should take
Ethan
some notes.
Klein moved to New York for like 6 months or a year?
No,
I don't remember.
I don't remember that at all.
Really? You don't remember that?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought he was from New York because he got his start with JonTron, and JonTron was out of New York.
No, I don't think. I think he moved to New York and hung out with JonTron and made videos for like 6 months or a year. Moved into a tiny New York apartment. I've lived in New York. I've lived in that tiny New York apartment. That's one of the things that I thought was so cool about it because I mean, New York is a fucking cool place. I don't care what anyone says. New York is amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Hassan's stepsister says Doomer is still single because he's scared to debate actual Justice Warrior. I believe that's fucking true.
Yeah, totally.
When are you going to debate Sean?
I was asking in the chat. He just kept shitposting. I don't know.
What are you
When
gonna,
are you gonna
what would
debate
you
him?
debate him on?
I don't know. I asked him. He kept. I don't know. He's just shitposting.
You're going to debate about why you're not debating him.
Yeah, I'll debate about why I'm afraid to defend my position when like literally 100% of the time people ask me to, I go on stream and fucking defend whatever my position is.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mentioned wrenching Wandering Wojak in the chat. They're discussing it. Wandering
Who's that?
We talked about Wandering Wojak before the stream started. He's the one that had all the statistics on fucking Dave's bullshit in that talk that we.
Oh
did,
yes,
yeah.
tweet those to me. I am curious about that. Yeah, if
That's
you can.
That's why I said I don't know that Sitch is pretty stingy with the wrenches, so he might. Not
Hey,
give you a
if
wrench,
he sends me some interesting numbers,
yeah,
I'll definitely
Sitch is-
wrench you for that.
Sitch is stingy with the wrenches for one person in particular. Everybody else gets a wrench.
No.
there's
two
not
people.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have a lot of.
You in
wrenches going on.
contrast. Okay, come on. You fuckers aren't getting any wrenches. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it.
We had said we were going to talk a little bit about the Thursday stream. If you want to talk about that, obviously
We will, but I also have to pee, and also we need to read some super chats.
okay. We can do that. Go pee. What do you think? I'll sit here.
Can
and
I?
ask.
Am I allowed to let you and Doomer sit and talk? Is that allowed?
Yeah, I'm
allow
gonna
it.
ask Doomer more. I'm
You go
fascinated
ask
by the dating market now.
No one cares about that.
No, I'm happily married, but I am curious because I mean, I obviously I had a stellar dating career when I was single.
Certainly, yeah. You're fine.
So I'm just curious how much dating has changed. I mean, when I never got to experience any of the dating apps or any of that kind of stuff. Like dating was always about, meeting people, meeting their friends, meeting people, going out and stuff like that. It's just such a weird world where like,
Well, yeah, I kind of
go ahead.
So I kind of experienced both because I was born in 87, so I'm like 33.
Okay.
So like when I was in like my teens and like early 20s, like there wasn't internet dating. It was probably the same thing you did, where it's like you knew people, you went to parties, went to social gatherings, you'd like meet people, and you try and like be like, oh, I like that girl. Hey, I'm friends with somebody who knows that girl. Like I'll try and
exactly
concoct a situation where we're going to be in like, yeah, there was this one chick who I really liked, and I had like an entire friend group trying to like get us together, and they were like trying to like scheme and concoct plans to like get us in the same place at the same time and shit. Like that's how it used to be, and now it's just like that. I mean, also with COVID, it just like doesn't exist.
Oh,
like,
I know the COVID thing is terrible.
Yeah, like there just aren't social gatherings, like none of that happens. So everything is mediated through online, And the problem, like the huge problem with online dating is that you have to like manufacture this entire persona that doesn't really exist for most people. So like most people are just kind of like pretty normal. Like they don't have strong takes on everything. It's like, you know, you can kind of like, if they have to fill out this entire public, like online public facing persona, they basically have to invent new shit about themselves.
Correct.
And
yeah, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, and it gets really awkward because I think that's where a lot of like the woke shit comes from, is people need to create a personal brand for themselves.
And that's like an easy pre-existing cookie cutter that they can slide into.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way to like feel I guess righteous or whatever without having to do anything. I mean, it's like the fucking Vosh shit. Like all you have to do is say you're a socialist. You don't actually have to fucking do anything, right?
Right.
You know, and if you did have to do something, maybe they wouldn't like it because it would fucking impact their life. But it's just like an easy way to look cool and shit, right?
Well, I think you're wrong. I think the real problem with internet dating is the fact that you can't segregate based on your race.
What?
I think that's if you just said whites only, whiteies only on Tinder, I think you'd have a girlfriend and you'd be totally happy and you'd be on your way to get married.
What is Sitch? What is the angle here? What is this bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were on Thursday again. It's Sunday. I'm so sorry.
Oh, is this the intro for talking about Thursday?
No, just joking.
Jesus.
Come on.
That was
was Dave giving some really fucking spicy takes?
What do you think Christian Mingle is for?
So we'll talk about this briefly, I guess. So Dave, we did this thing that was very annoying, which is that he brings up a bunch of critiques about modern society that we mostly agree with. And then a lot of the conversation is like, well, me and Adam believe society, if society's problems are on a scale of 1 to 10, like me and Adam are like, well, it's like a 6. And then Dave's like, no, it's 11. Okay. And then all this time is spent like arguing about like, what is the scale of society's problems? And it's like, okay, I don't care. Why are we arguing about this? And I think a lot of the argument was focused on that because his prescriptions for what to do about it were like fucking crazy when you think about it, because he was talking a lot about like divorce rates and the fact that people are mentally, not happy and unhealthy and all this stuff. And part of the way to fix these problems were to A, limit immigration, and B, allow legal segregation again.
Wait, really?
Yes.
So I had a conversation with Dave and it was kind of similar to that, but it didn't get to those takes, man.
And it was very bizarre and I didn't really think about it because I was trying to be very nice in the conversation, which I think I need to stop doing that now. Because I will say, I think I did very poorly in the conversation for a couple reasons that maybe we'll talk about later. But
no, we're talking about it now. What are you talking about?
You
literally fucking got triggered and yelled. Like it was awesome. It was totally awesome.
No, but I mean nice and like, I don't know. I don't want to like paint people as like, oh, being racist or sexist necessarily, without good cause. And I just I'm trying to like have the conversation continue and flow and not be, I'll get triggered, but then afterwards I'm trying to like still be like nice and everything. And I think I'm trying to be too nice. I feel like I'm falling into the Ben Shapiro trap where like, oh, if I'm trying to be nice to someone, I like lose my critical abilities, because what he was saying didn't make any fucking sense. If you're talking about how there's, people are mentally unhappy in our country, divorce rates are skyrocketing, single motherhood is skyrocketing, and then your solution to that is limit immigration, how the fuck does that make any fucking sense? The people from South and Central America are more traditionally fucking conservative, socially conservative, than the white people you're fucking complaining about. Like, is immigration from South and Central America making people get divorced in America? How the fuck does that make any sense?
Well, that's the thing is, I think I would have a very similar take where if he was to give those critiques, I'd probably agree with a lot of them, but it's like, what are you going to do? Like, I think a lot of it's probably caused just by the proliferation of the internet and social media and shit. It's like,
well, that's what I said. I said, we were describing the technology is the issue here. That's why these things are happening. Right.
Well, then what are you going to do? Like have a government mandated shutdown of like social media?
No, you're going to stop immigration.
Okay. I don't see that how
problem solved right there.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like the solutions made no fucking sense. Or saying that we should allow people to segregate via race and religion again. I'm like, to me, this is so baffling because it's like,
what does he mean? Okay, What does he mean? Does it mean like you should be able to go have like a Christian city or whatever, and only Christians can live there?
Yes.
And then if somebody's there that's not Christian, like forcibly remove them?
You don't allow them to buy a property there. Yeah. Or do business there.
I don't get this, because a lot of people move to like Salt Lake City because 90% of the population is Mormon. Like there's places that you can literally do that.
So to answer your question, Doomer, yeah, that's true. Because he's saying, okay, because he has this weird idea that like the reason everything is falling apart now in society is because we've lost strong communities.
Mm-hmm.
And he has this idea that the only way people are going to embrace strong communities is if they're all shared some sort of religion or racial component or something, which I think's not the way reality works.
Yeah, I mean, like it seems pretty obvious to me that there's some truth to that, and that like I have no fucking idea who my neighbors are, right? But like when I was growing up, that wasn't the case.
Critique is true. The prescription is not, because here's something he left out, which I didn't think about till afterwards. Why do we not talk to our neighbors anymore?
Why don't you talk to your neighbors? I know my neighbors.
You do. Why do young people not talk to their neighbors?
I mean, for me, it's because I just never go outside and I just sit on the internet all day. But
right.
I don't know about normal people.
the internet is a huge factor, but this trend started before the internet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This trend started in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason this trend started was because we had nonstop the media telling us that your kids will be abducted. What? You're going to allow your children to roam the neighborhood free? They're going to get kidnapped. This was like the constant drumbeat in the mid to late 80s and early 90s. And so parents stopped letting their kids go out and be a part of their neighborhood. And guess what happens when those kids grow up? Well, because they didn't like establish friendships with neighborhood kids, of course they're not going to feel attached to the people that are around them physically anymore. And then you have the internet comes in, and suddenly you have an outlet for finding any community that you want in the entire world.
Yeah, you're going to use that to establish community. You're not going to go out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like when you compare, it's like someone can go on the internet and find an echo chamber for literally anything.
Yes.
Or just like find people that are, it's like if you're obsessively fixated on a video game, you can go find, the 17 other people that are all obsessively fixated on that video game. And then you compare just some random person who like you would struggle to strike up a conversation with about anything. And it's like, why the fuck would I talk to them? I'm going to talk to the person who's going to discuss the meta of this video game.
That's exactly it. And I was actually wondering, because we're talking about like, why is our society so polarized now? And I wonder if part of it is because communities have become so much more highly specialized than they ever were. Because before the internet, if you wanted to be part of community, you either had to A, talk to your neighbors, or B, you'd have to go find some like random club that existed wherever you lived. Okay. You couldn't be part of like the yodeling speed running community because like there was not enough people to be a part of. So if you have to go interact with your neighbors, it's very unlikely that you're going to share like the exact interests that your neighbors share. So you're going to have to be like more generalized as a person. You're going to have a broader general knowledge of things to talk about, a broader general interest of things to talk with your neighbors about. So it's more like this kind of like generalized relationships and generalized communication. But now, because of the internet, as you said, you don't have to do that. You can go on the internet and you can type up any specific video game and you can find a community that's just talking about that specific video game. Then you can find a community that just speed runs that video game. You can keep getting narrower and narrower and narrower with your interest in your community. And I wonder if that's part of what's leading to this hyper polarization and isolation from everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I think it also probably has to do with the more people use the internet, the more disconnected you are from people in general. Like,
sure.
I remember when I was in my like late teens, early 20s, it's like you would go to you would very frequently just go to parties and talk to people. And I don't know. I feel like I was much more likely to just go talk to random people about random bullshit. Right. It didn't have to even be all that focused, but I feel like that's much less likely to happen nowadays. I mean, partially just because I spend so much time online, but beyond that, exactly what you're talking about. It's like, well, it's like, do I really care about like your weird political fixations or whatever your weird hobby is? Like, there's so much more stimulating things I could be talking about. Why would I be, here talking to some random person about it.
It's interesting because it's like, well, how come, is there something that's very special about physical, like interacting with people physically, that satiates people emotionally that they don't get from internet interaction? Or maybe it's verbal. Maybe it's a verbal thing. I don't know.
I think there has to be. Well, there's a ton of nonverbal communication. I mean, like, I feel like I miss out on a lot when I just, like, especially if you talk to somebody through text. I feel like almost everything about a conversation is missing as compared to if you talk to someone in real life.
I feel like on text, there's often you can misunderstand tone. But I feel like when you're talking to someone like over the internet, you hear their tone of voice. You can kind of get usually what's going on in the conversation.
Much more, yeah. But yeah, I was just trying to say that a lot of understanding someone where someone's head is at can be gained without them directly talking about it at all. Just seeing how they behave.
Right, of course. But what I'm wondering is, like, how come? Because there's this idea like, oh, people are depressed now, people are isolated now. But it's weird because on one hand, it's like, it's so bizarre because we have like two extremes. People are on one hand more isolated than they've probably ever been, but they're also more connected than they've ever been.
Hugely.
And it's so bizarre because it's like on one hand, people feel like they're so isolated, but on the other hand, like, they're part of more communities than they probably could ever be a part of before the internet. And so I'm wondering is the problem that actually people are part of too many communities? People have too much social interaction? Or is it just that people are turning to the internet for social interaction when there's something about physical interaction that you just cannot get from these internet communities that people are missing out on?
I think that's it, that there's something intrinsically special about just like talking to people in real life that can't be recreated online. But I think it's also, so very often when you talk about something that's good for you, there's this trade-off where in the short term, like something about it seems bad, but in the long term, it's really good for you. Like in the short term, you have to quit smoking, but in the long term, you don't get lung cancer, or in the short term, you have to work out, but in the long term, you get to be in shape. I think it's also kind of like that. Like there's much more immediate stimulation to be had, on a Discord for whatever the thing you're most interested in, than there would be, just going and talking to people. But I think there's a long-term enrichment that comes from just going and talking to people in real life that I don't think could be replaced.
But I think you're completely right. I mean, it's very easy to join a community on the internet. It's very easy to, and also maybe because since it's easy to join, it's also easy to throw that away to some extent. You could just leave that community, especially if you're not even using your real name.
Yeah.
Or if you're interacting with a person physically,
right-click leave Discord. Yeah.
Right. If you're interacting with a person physically, there's generally a larger investment in that relationship. You have to actually like physically go to interact with them.
Depends.
Yeah. I mean, there's also.
Well, no, I'm serious. I've ran Deadline Junkies for 10 years. I know hundreds of people through there, and it was always interaction with people every week. And communities did form, cliques formed, all kinds of different things. It was just a hugely different experience. And then it kind of like gained a life of its own. I was only doing it one night a week, and then other people were like, well, I like this, but I want to do it on a different night. So they would start their own chapter. And then
are you saying you started Fight Club for scriptwriters? Basically,
yeah. It ended up being like 5 nights a week, and it's still going. The pandemic didn't kill it. I don't know if they're going to go. I don't know if they're going back to the theater, but it's such a different experience because they lived through it on Zoom, and I want to go back if they're in the theater. I don't know. I haven't even reached out to anyone just because, there is something just that you can't mimic online with being able to talk to people face to face and just a large number of people gathering together. It is a different type of community.
Yeah, it's funny that's your example, because that was exactly the example I was about to bring up, is going to writers' meetings, even with just randoms that aren't good writers and aren't even interested in being good writers necessarily. Just
all our writers were great. I mean, we had a pretty tough entry process, so the people were, and there was a little bit of that because once you got in, you knew that like, okay, well, I'm better than some of these other people. Yeah, it's torture to sit and listen to some bad writing for like 45 minutes. You're like, oh my God. It's painful.
Probably the most fun I've ever had talking to someone is I had a friend named Lauren who would like critique my writing and was really kind of vicious about it.
Yeah.
But she had really, really good reasoning. And like, we would just sit there and like talk and argue about shit for like hours and hours. And it was so much fun. And like, I don't think it possibly could have like over
guys
text.
Do it?
No, not at all. That was completely platonic.
Do it?
But like, asking if I banged her. No, I did not.
Should have done
Sitch,
it.
This isn't. We've been doing this for 2 years, and I didn't know this was a part of your personality that you must have sex with every single woman that you interact with.
No, it's just that if you're having like these like very long conversations with like this person and they're very contentious, I don't know, there's some sexual tension there.
We've had long contentious conversations over. I hope you're not like trying to get my pants or anything.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I've been hiding my true feelings for you this whole time.
Adam, Sitch is in my DMs on Twitter. Maybe I need to be worried about this.
Oh no, yeah, watch out. I don't know.
Listen, Adam, I want you to let me be your conductor on the A train.
Sitch is
okay?
too crazy.
I know how to blow your whistle, if you know what I'm saying.
Sitch is too crazy for Tifa's giant bazongas. Like,
that's true.
To be interested in me.
That's true.
Flat-chested Adam.
Adam's tits are not big enough for my taste, unfortunately. But it's funny because you guys are like, I don't know. I guess this is my autism. I don't I could just talk to people on the internet and I basically get the same as if I interact with them in person. Like it's almost no different to me at all.
Really?
And that's got to be really good for you then, because you can survive in this COVID.
It is, I guess that's true.
Locked in the storage container, eating the bugs world that we live in.
It literally doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'll be honest. It's just a hassle when you need to like do something like, oh, gotta wear the mask. You know?
Like I mean, I was legitimately the joke where like people were like, oh God, it's so hard, being in quarantine and you can't leave your apartment. And someone's like, there's a quarantine. It's like, I was already doing that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
I am very much living that meme, but at the same time, I realize there's something I'm missing out on. And it's like, there's that to-do list of shit on, shit on the shelf that you're always thinking about. It's like,
right.
It's like tomorrow I'll sign up for some social clubs. I know I should, but I never do.
Social clubs. Well, if that's only if you're trying to like, get into a relationship with someone, but otherwise,
beyond that, I mean, I don't know. I think there is some value. I think there definitely is some value in that.
I don't need more friends.
At least for most people with, people that value social interaction.
People
that are not horrible misanthropes. Like, yes.
People
who aren't completely antisocial. Yes.
You got to meet in person to start a family. That's the only way it works.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you, Adam?
I don't know. Didn't Dave meet his wife over some Christian dating website?
That's right.
I don't remember. Did you listen to our talk with Dave?
He did not.
I listened to like the first hour, but I've been trying to get work done, so I didn't listen to all of it.
It wasn't a very good conversation, so you didn't miss much, except for the crazy shit at the end. But
I got super
Adam did get triggered. Yes, we both got triggered
because 50% of the comments are Adam needs to shut up when I didn't talk for the first 2 hours of the thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, please.
Were you triggered? Sorry.
I told you, Adam, you got to do this thing. You got to work on it. This is the one thing you got to work on. Okay, you get angry, and then you ask someone a question. And then they start to answer that question. They'll get 3 words out of their mouth and then you'll interrupt them again. And you'll continue to ask the question longer.
Yeah.
And I think that's what everyone's reacting to.
Okay, I'll work on that. But I usually, when I'm asking the question, I'm anticipating the answer. And then the first 3 words I say, oh yeah, that's the answer I was anticipating. And I don't want to hear the rest of it. I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up.
Well, that's not how it comes across. It's just like, they're not even saying anything. They're like, well, and then you interrupt.
I'll work on that. This is one of the great things about being a YouTuber or a streamer or any of that stuff is it does force you into interactions that you must then analyze and make yourself a better person. I mean, I brought up Deadline Junkies and it was the same thing because you're putting on a performance. When you write something, you're basically putting on a performance for people and getting better throughout the process. So I'm a firm believer in, learning through action as opposed to you know, just absorbing.
What's the only way you can
things.
learn? That's literally the only way you can learn.
Yeah, like I
spend
said,
all your time reading theory and practicing, and you only learn while actually doing.
Yeah. Like I said about the comments too. I mean, Jordan Peterson talks about this. Writing is thinking, and just comments are a way for me to write that I wouldn't necessarily write. So.
Yeah, or you could just disable the comment section and save yourself the trouble.
Yeah, that's the pussy talk. Okay.
Yeah, that might be a base strategy. I might be exploring that.
What did you learn? What did you learn from? Because I mean, you were interacting with people in your comments over the.
He didn't learn
Chappelle
anything.
Stuff.
He didn't learn anything. He learned that his audience is stupid. That's what he learned.
People told me on Twitter that they didn't mind the video. They just thought you were like spurring out in the comments was unattractive. That's a lot of. That's why you have to be careful. Because a lot of people are like, oh, if they don't agree with your take on the video, it's fine. But when you get angry in the comments, it's like a super turn off.
Yeah. Well, that's what I learned, is just to not engage with the comments. I mean, that's basically the lesson, because here's the thing. People see me reacting in the comments, but they don't really understand what I'm reacting to.
Yes.
So like a lot of what upset me were extremely offensive comments that people were making in the comment section. And then I reacted to that in a way that was pretty mild given like the catalyst of what I was responding to. But people don't see the extremely offensive comments. All they see is what I said. And it's like, well, why is this guy getting butthurt? Obviously, they're not going to go into the comment section and do like deep research on what it was that might have upset me enough to say the things that I said.
Don't get upset.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, that was basically the lesson that I learned is, first of all, don't get upset. Second of all, I actually did learn a lot. It's just none of it is what was expected from these. None of it was what. It's not like these people made good points necessarily. Another thing I learned.
Wow, I made a great point in the comment.
Oh yeah,
you didn't leave in your video.
Did you?
Well, I did. Did you make a comment?
What was?
I just said that I didn't leave.
Oh yeah. So another thing that I've learned now twice is that a lot of people are just going to make up their mind based on the title of the video.
Yes,
because that happened with both. Yeah. That happened with both videos, where it's like people are just reacting to things that I absolutely did not say. It's like, I don't know whether it's that they just saw the title of the video and then like commented without watching it, or they made up their mind about it and then watched it just looking for things to get upset at. I don't know exactly what's going on, but so many people react in a way that it's like they're only reacting to the title. They're not reacting to what I actually said. So like on the Vosh video, people would be like, how could you possibly think Vosh is evil? Isn't that ridiculous? And it's like, I made a 2-hour video explaining it. Did you watch it? Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? How would I think that? I just went through the most detail of anyone on the internet as to why I would think that. So it's like, yeah, people are just making up their mind without even having watched it. In response to the Chappelle video, it was people saying like, basically saying I was feeding into cancel culture. It's like the first thing I said was that he shouldn't be canceled. Like that's the opening of the fucking video is me saying he shouldn't be canceled, right?
Yeah, but
doesn't matter.
Exactly, it doesn't
really
matter.
But did you really? ...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just. I don't know. This kind of, maybe you guys can give me some insight into this, because I really need to know. Like when I was writing screenplays, getting negative feedback was incredibly important. That's like the only way you like have to have a window into your writing outside of what you think, because you can't see, there's like all these problems with your writing that you can't see. So you like have to go find people to like tear it apart. It's like, that's what that Lauren person I was talking about, that was like the function that she served most crucially, was like telling me all these things that are wrong.
You're objectifying her. Jesus.
Okay. But like, so I go into the comment section with that mindset. It's like, oh, I know there's problems. I need to figure out what they are. And then it's just this mountain of dumb shit. And it's like, what are you supposed to do with that? Because like, I know you need criticism, but man, the people in YouTube comments are not productive.
Some of them are super productive. That's why I was pointing out, what is it? Wandering Wojak was in the chat. His comments were super, super productive.
Yeah, but he was criticizing Dave. He wasn't criticizing
He was
you.
criticizing Dave, yeah. But there are people on Dave's side that are giving constructive criticism. So I mean, it's not all constructive, obviously.
I think the problem is that it's like for every 40 comments that are shit, that are criticizing you, there'll be one that's like really good. Yeah. And the question is like, are you going to go through all that to find the handful of actually well thought out of productive, constructive criticism.
Yeah, I am.
It's like, I
don't think you are, but
no, I used to, but I gave up.
Yeah, I don't know that I have the stomach for it. I mean, like,
well.
Pussy.
Do I just like have to fucking muscle through and develop it?
Fucking pussy.
No, you don't have to do anything. Because you know why? Because we'll tell you when you're fucking have shit takes.
That's true. There was one here.
I'll just come on here and get scolded.
That's right.
I pulled up our comments. There was a comment that I made that was probably a little bit too far, but it was a fucking hilarious. It was hilarious.
I just criticized Hasan for bringing up the Tractor's comments.
No, I made it obviously as a joke.
Okay. What is it?
You can't make these jokes in this kind of atmosphere when the thing that bothered me about the Thursday stream, and I did a long reply comment to somebody that kind of helped me organize my thoughts. So I'm not reading the comment, but the problem that I had was I feel like Dave really wanted to make something close to a Charles Murray-esque argument, but he knows that making that argument is really not politically feasible because it's going to be cast as racism, the same way it is with Charles Murray. So, but we're in a position where we have to argue against that argument, but he's not really saying it explicitly enough, but he's dropping enough hints that we're thinking this is the direction we're going. But we at the same time can't really articulate the argument either, because people are going to accuse us, and did in the comment section very much, of calling Dave racist for making this argument. Which, I mean, we didn't call him racist, but we did. But I mean, how are we going to argue against the argument if we don't make it explicit?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could do both. You can argue. You can say someone is racist and argue against the argument.
You can. You definitely can. So that is the challenge, though. So I feel like we're not having a real conversation here. Well, nobody's being explicit about anything.
And you're completely right. And part of what was so bizarre to me about Dave's suggestion of segregationism was that, I'm thinking back, like, and this completely relates to what we're talking about with the internet. When I was in school, I was friends with, black kids, a lot of Hispanic kids, white kids. I actually had very few Jewish friends in school because they were all fucking spoiled. But anyway, that's a different story. But I was friends with people of all different races and creeds and whatever. And what were we talking about when we were friends in school? We were talking about Dragon Ball Z. We were talking about Pokemon. We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We were talking about some movie. Like, our interests were never related to our, like, quote, race or culture. They were always related to some shared media that we liked. That was generally what the conversations were about. They'd be about some, music that we liked, the instruments that we played. There was always something completely divorced from our, quote, culture or our race. And that's why, to me, with this idea that, like, oh, well, the solution to our problems that we all need to self-segregate according to our, like, race or our religion is so fucking crazy to me. Like, I wasn't really friends with anyone at my fucking temple. I didn't like any of those people. I had nothing in common with those people whatsoever. I had common with the diverse people I went to school with, the diverse people I went to Boy Scouts with. We didn't talk about our race or our culture or religion. So it's just fucking crazy to me that the solution to our problems is to fucking segregate according to our race and religion.
This is so crazy that you're casting it in this light, that the things like Pokemon and movies are the things that you bonded with your friends over instead of race or religion. And I've watched Dave's videos, and Dave casts things like Pokemon and movies as just part of the downfall of society, that we are, our identity is being wrapped up in being like a Star Wars fan. So it's so interesting that his perspective is that is completely terrible and illustrative of the downfall of Western society. And you're here talking about how, isn't it great that we can bond over Pokemon and we don't have to bond over the fact that we're all Jewish? Like, it seems like a step forward, right?
That's interesting because I don't watch that many of his videos at all. I've only seen like a handful of them. So yeah, that's very fascinating. And I think that explains a lot because I mean, that's why like when he's going on about segregation stuff, I'm just like, to me, this is such a foreign concept to me. Like, how is this going to solve any problem?
Yeah, I mean, I had a very similar experience to you. Like, I remember I was 25 and I couldn't even someone made a comment about like what Jewish people looked like, and I didn't even know what that was. It's like, wait, how do I identify a Jewish person? It just wasn't something I thought about ever. It's exactly the same shit you were talking about. Talking about like Pokemon and shit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I never had the experience that, you know, having someone of a different race would be a barrier. Like my best friend in elementary school was a black guy. I didn't care about that at all. We talked about wrestling, like, and video games. I mean, it never talked about it. It didn't come up and it didn't matter. And in my opinion, that's way fucking better that like, you know, you aren't having fucking children, you know, drawing tribal allegiances along racial lines and talking about this shit. That just seems like such a fucking dystopian nightmare to me.
I did find a comment that would totally trigger you.
Me or Doomer? Or both
no,
of us?
I just was trying to look because we were having a conversation about all the incendiary comments. And I was calling Doomer a pussy for not being able to wade through them. But I found one. They have to sustain their enlightened centrist grift. Mm-hmm. They cannot be perceived to agree with a far right winger.
There was like this super weird thing that was going on with that conversation.
Yeah.
That people think that Dave and Academic Age and his people are going to make us become like right wingers.
I know.
Reactionaries. And I'm like, and it's like, if you, I'll say this if anyone's listening that thought that, if you thought that, your
delusional
perception of reality is so flawed that you would have to heavily reinvest in your worldview, because it's literally the opposite. It's literally the opposite. Because me and Adam, and I tweeted about this, me and Adam have spent literally years fighting back on how woke people are stereotyping all people on the right as being racist, sexist people who want to restart Jim Crow era segregation. Okay, that we spent literally years saying that that's a straw man. And then so if we talk to people that are neo-reactionaries that are literally racist or do want to reenact Jim Crow segregation, that's not making me become more right-wing. That's making me become more woke. It's literally the fucking opposite. And it's so strange to me that people would not understand that would be the offset of what would happen in the conversation.
No, you're not understanding something. Okay. So if most people that take a really hard political ideology, they just see that as being like the fucking truth. So in their mind, if there's someone that they like, someone that they think is, let's say, capable of perceiving the truth, it's only a matter of time until you stumble across the right piece of information, to the right person, to push you towards the. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, is that if people perceive you guys as being, oh, well, you know, you're capable of seeing the truth, you're interested in the facts, but you just haven't found the right paper on IQ and intelligence, you know, to push you in the correct direction. Because I've had people, they're talking to me about the same way. Yeah. I was on, I did an interview with someone who, I don't know exactly what they believe, so I'm not going to characterize too strongly, but let's say they were making race realist adjacent arguments, right? And that was a bunch of the comments was like, you know, Doomer seems like his heart's in the right place. He just needs to learn what we know, you know, and then he'll agree with us. Right. And I've seen that sentiment a lot of times. So, I mean, if they perceive that to just being, you know, the truth of reality, then of course, you know, you just need the right person to red pill you, and then you'll see how the world actually is.
No, you're so right. And that's how the socialists and the leftists view it. That's how, you know, the Kyle Kalinskis of the world view it. Like, everyone knows what's real. And therefore, if they don't know it, it's because they're being malicious. They're intentionally lying. So yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, the conclusions are presupposed.
They're missing an essential piece of information that if we just share within that one piece of information, everything will click into place. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's not. you're one of the reasons why we're good at this. Why Sitch and I can talk to one another is because we have so much in common. I mean, we kind of think the same way.
Well, I think it's interesting because we don't have that much in common, but we have a very similar thought process.
Yeah, I guess that's a better way.
Which is unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, it is unusual.
And because we're just super hyper geniuses.
Yeah.
Well, you're just bought into centrist ideology.
One of us. I'm trying. I figure if I just read 10 more books, I'll be
just
there.
Read the right books.
Just a little more book. More book. There's a book that I was going to recommend to you. Doomer. Sitch doesn't read, so. Do you watch the Carefree Wandering channel? The guy's a total commie, okay? So
I've seen I think I've seen all his videos.
Right. So you probably like him.
You said oh yeah, it sounded like you were saying I've seen a couple, but you're like, no, I've seen them all.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say all of them because there was one of them was really boring. I tried to watch it a couple times and I was just like, this is just so fucking boring. I can't.
Yeah, he's got a couple boring ones. But his book is really fascinating. You and Your Profile, Identity After Authenticity, where he does a deep dive in the idea of these profile, like the profile age that we live in now. When you were talking about the dating profiles.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're right. I think I might go read that.
The book is fascinating. I read it a couple times just because it's super, super fascinating. And he talks about the philosophical understanding, and Aiden Paladin has made videos on this, like the authenticity versus I can't remember there's like 3 different paradigms. One is authenticity, one is sincerity, and one is profilicity, the one that he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's super fascinating.
It's too bad he's totally spouting that complete nonsense about wokeism not being communism, but you know.
Well, he's a communist. What do you expect?
I know.
Wait, doesn't he
trying to cover for him?
Wait, so but doesn't he call wokeism like a civil religion? I thought that would be pretty amenable to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
He does, but the problem is that he does the same lie that the socialists do, where he tries to say, oh, wokeism is like the mainstream liberals trying to distract us from class consciousness or what the fuck ever. And it's like, all the woke stuff academically literally derives from Marxist philosophers and Marxist academics. And it's all rooted in Marxism and socialism. And so to call it anything but that is incredibly dishonest.
Yeah. I knew Doomer would like this. Doomer's more commie than.
How is that? Yeah. How is what I said not true?
Oh God! All right, yeah, let's get into it. Fuck it. Okay, just because there's oh God, I have to fucking defend these people. Just because there's an intellectual tradition that goes back, fucking hundreds of years to Marx, doesn't mean that by the time. He's making the arguments. Right there with you, buddy. Right there with you, buddy. Arguments. Just because there's an intellectual tradition that goes through these people doesn't mean that the fucking essence of Marx is still there. I mean,
wait a minute, but it literally, if you take the structures of Marxism and you just replace class with race or gender or whatever, you cannot say that that's not Marxian inspired. Of course, that's direct. That's like a direct line from Marx.
But you're taking this enormous fucking set of ideas and compressing it down into one thought, and then changing the most important part of it.
What is the most important part of it? The class.
The class consciousness. That's what Marx wrote about. It's like
no, but wait. Okay,
how is class consciousness any different than racial awakening?
Right.
I mean, it's completely different. I mean,
and how come all these people that are woke are all also socialists?
I mean, you guys apparently think I'm woke. I'm not a fucking socialist.
Well, I'm just joking. I don't think you're woke, but I mean, yeah. But it's every time I talk to someone about critical race theory and they defend it, and they say critical race theory is an anti-liberalism, Sitch, and it's always like, oh, are you a socialist? And then there's pause. I'm a Sakudem. I'm a Democratic. It's every single one of these fucking woke people that knows, that's not just a celebrity that doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Every woke person that actually understands what they're preaching is literally fucking socialist.
Yeah, I mean, most people just don't know anything about critical race theory. I mean, if someone says it's not anti-liberal, they just fail. Like you level 0 don't have the first fucking clue what you're talking about.
All wokeness is literally anti-liberal. It's all based on anti-liberal principles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, maybe this is the problem. I would say that all these anti-liberal principles are rooted and founded from Marxism. And that's why I'm saying that all these ideas are from Marxism. So I feel like we're kind of saying the same thing, but slightly different.
Kalavar really wants us to read super chat, so I don't know if there's relevant ones or probably what we were talking about.
Who does?
Kalavar is like super chats.
Well, we'll get to it in a second, but
yeah, I mean, what you just said is just a little bit. I mean, that's a little bit more amenable. I mean, I can see if you were to look, you know. If you were to sort of trace the strain of anti-liberal thought, that makes a bit more sense. But I mean, there's also other people in that tradition aside from Marx, right? I mean,
okay. So what if I said it's all rooted in anti-liberal leftism? Is that amenable? Is that an acceptable category?
Yeah, I don't think I would disagree with
that.
Yeah.
Okay. So my problem with Carefree Wandering is that he's trying to make it out like all the woke stuff is a product of liberalism trying to distract from Marxism, when all the stuff is anti-liberal leftism that doesn't like liberalism at all.
Okay. I only saw his video on wokeism once. I'll go back and rewatch it. I'll see if you're right.
You watch it and leave a bad comment.
Maybe you'll just be right again, and I'll send you a DM and you'll leak it, and we'll have a good laugh.
That's right.
Do a response video to the.
I don't know if you guys saw this. Let me link it to the whole chat.
Call this bitch out. Call this commie bitch out, Doomer. Do a how he's Carefree Wandering is unironically evil. That's what we really want to see.
Carefree Wandering is unironically a commie.
That's true.
Well, I mean, that is actually just fucking true. Okay, Adam, I'm going to send you something, and I want you to put it up on screen. This is very important.
But hold on, because like if Carefree Wandering is a commie and he's speaking out against wokeism, doesn't that kind of mean that wokeism isn't correlated with being a commie?
Well, no, because he's one of those, like, he's a class reductionist. Like, he's an old school commie.
Oh, I can't. This is a private DM. I can't. A-Train does not share private information.
Put it up. Don't be a coward.
It's not private anymore.
I can only put it up if Doomer, because it's technically Doomer's. I can only put it up if Doomer approves. Okay, it's approved.
It's fine.
Okay.
There you go.
It's not private anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because there's this band of like dyed-in-the-wool Marxists who are upset that wokeness is distracting from their class issues. They're upset that because this is what happened. You had the Marxists tried to gain ground with Occupy Wall Street and fucking failed, and now the cultural Marxists have completely succeeded with making it about race and gender. Okay,
so a little side rant that you'll probably appreciate. I really hate like decentralized leaderless movements, and they're completely ineffective and stupid. And I don't understand how we didn't figure that out with Occupy Wall Street. Like this was just a bad idea. That nothing gets accomplished, and you just kind of defeat your own purpose by having these organizations. I don't understand. Why is this like the thing now? It's like every social movement is like decentralized and leaderless.
Because hierarchies are bad.
Yeah,
hierarchies are based.
Oh, you fucking fascist! Look, this fascist Nazi over here. Jeez, oh my god.
Yeah, okay, it's up on screen.
Now we know you're not. There it is, guys. Look at that DM. Look at that. So you all know Doomer says, "I submit. As always, Sitch, you are my superior." And I said, "I'm glad you're getting it."
I said, "Why is this?"
There it is.
I feel like this is just like beating up on people. I don't know. Like, this is where I don't really understand.
I love beating up on people, Adam. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Sitch is punching down on me.
It's funny that you're talking about me, giving me a hard time for interrupting people, asking questions, and like being mean to them. And this is, I guess, we just have different perceptions of what mean is.
Adam, you have to understand, if you're funny in how you're mean, you can get away with like 1,000 times more being mean than someone.
I know.
As long as you're funny about it. Okay.
That's what I try to do. Yeah.
Right. And I'm always funny when I'm mean to do. I don't even remember what we were arguing about. Oh, gender is a fact. Are we gonna argue about this? Fucking argue.
Oh, it's out of context, even. Hilarious.
Well, I guess you agree because you say I submit. So there you go. You agree. Gender is a fact. Got him.
Yeah, I think the context is like Sitch was like picking an argument about the fucking Dave Chappelle video, and I was just like, "Fuck this! I don't want to talk about this
Oh my
stupid video."
God, he was so triggered. He went into your DMs over the Chappelle video. I can't believe this.
No,
Sitch, get over it.
No. See, he tweeted something, and I don't know. I don't want to get into like some fight with him like publicly, so I just kind of like tauntingly said, "Gender is a fact," like on a DM.
That's right.
I did not actually expect an actual long, protracted argument with Doomer in the DMs about gender, but
yeah, well, you're not gonna get one.
That's fine.
I don't remember. I don't remember what I told one of you guys. I don't know if it was in public or in private, but it's just like, what a fuck up talking about this at all. God.
Yeah.
let's just get away from this subject. Leave this to someone else.
Especially early on in your YouTube career. I mean, geez.
Yeah.
It's like build some goodwill with people. That one of the reasons why I think we can do some of the stuff that we do that kind of pushes the envelope a bit is because we've just built up a bunch of goodwill with people over the years.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it matters to some people, but it doesn't matter to other people.
It matters to a lot of people, though. I mean, it does. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
It does seem to. I mean, I got a bunch of comments that were basically like, this take is dog shit, but I'm not going to unsubscribe or whatever.
Yeah, totally. We want to see what what you'll do. Yeah.
Right.
You got to extend respect to get respect. It's just some people you're never going to get any respect from, and fuck those people, right? Move on. But there are people willing to extend respect to you, but they expect it in return, and they should. They really should. Like that's the way.
I don't know. I mean, I believe in parasocial relationships. Okay, the respect should be one way, and it should be.
Thank you, Hasan. Thank you, Vosh.
It should be completely unquestioned.
Vosh.
Okay, unconditional, unquestioned respect.
I saw this live stream, and Vosh was talking. I think it was a live stream where he was basically going to bat for Shu. Like Shu got in trouble or something, and
he was not going to bat for Shu.
He was. He definitely was.
He called her stupid. We had a conversation about this exact thing.
Well, going to bat for Shu in his own way.
This has happened. Vosh has had to defend Shu like 15 times or something.
I know.
Yeah, see?
This could have been a different time.
This was about when she, I think it had to do with she was going to be like the media manager for some
that was the most recent
populist group or something.
Yeah.
And everyone freaked out about it.
Vosh said something in that stream that really stuck with me that I couldn't imagine saying because it would be so just out of touch with our audience, with our community. He was saying, I know how to control my community. And Shu doesn't know how to control her community. And I was like, bitch, I don't even think she was trying to control her community. What the fuck are you talking about?
Also, oh my God, that's such a self-own, because if you watch Vosh's chat, there's so many people talking with like echoes.
Oh really?
Oh really? That's hilarious.
All the time. The time. I almost had a segment on it about how toxic his chat is. Yeah.
Really?
It's extremely common. Yeah.
He's riding the tiger, isn't he?
So I mean, if he's making that claim, that's sort of a tacit endorsement of what his chat does, right? Also,
I guess so, yeah.
If your chat's doing some real questionable stuff, Vosh, I don't know.
But it's strange to me that people are building these little fiefdoms, or like, this is my community that I will unleash on other people to do my bidding when I feel it's like.
Well, I really have.
Weird.
I hate the term community with reference to like online content creators.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's just this amorphous bludgeon that people use. Like if someone says some dumb shit and gets criticism, it's just like, oh, this other content creator's community is toxic because they're calling me out for saying dumb shit. It's like, there's so many problems. How do you even know this person is from their quote unquote community? And like, even if they are, what does that have to do with that person? Like, I don't know. Just the entire concept of me just is so ridiculous.
There is a certain level of community though.
People don't understand when you said echoes, you mean they put the little echo quotes, like someone is Jewish. They put the little
it's like it's an anti-Semitic thing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. People didn't know what you were talking about.
Oh yeah, sorry.
There is like on some level though, there is community. You got to admit it. I mean, like Doomer, you're kind of part of our community now. You've been on like I think 3 times now. I mean, you could disappear tomorrow. It is the internet, but you could be around for 10 years too. It's hard to say.
Okay, so my grievance with it is like, if I do something dumb on Twitter and I go attack someone, do you think that reflects poorly on you?
Well, I don't. That way of using community, I do agree with you. That is wrong. But
yeah,
at some level,
like what I take an issue with.
some level, yeah, attacking somebody else and saying their community is toxic is definitely a fucking terrible thing to do. Like that's
well, I mean, obviously, there's going to be some group of people that like watch you consistently, right?
I mean,
of course.
Yes, yeah.
But it's just hilarious because like Vosh's community got Destiny kicked off Twitch. Or deplatformed, losing his partnership.
That's the thing. It's not even really Vosh's community. It's like Vosh's girlfriend that was also his manager. Like
I thought there were two different people. I thought it was his girlfriend and someone else who was like one of his top mods or something.
I mean, they're the same person.
The people that dissected your video were Vosh's community, right? Obviously, that's like his inner circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Listen, the problem is we need more communities, Adam. The problem is we have too many we need less community. I think we can all do with isolating ourselves. We have too much community. I think that's the problem.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't
too
have
much
access.
community.
During my 20s, I didn't have access to this much fucking community. I wasn't in a million different communities when I was 20. I had like my roommates.
Too many communities.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like people you went to parties with or people you went to school with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, half dozen friends of my roommates.
Mm-hmm. There weren't really like communities. It was just like cliques. It was like, here are the people I hang out with, like 4 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's someone I see every other week. It's like that's how they're associated. Yeah. Oh, who do they hang out with, right? It wasn't like
I'm not surprised that socialists hate Jews. Socialists, like you hang out with socialists long enough, you're gonna start to get some fucking anti-Semitic takes. Like,
oh my god,
is that
that's
why?
A thing. It's like,
is that why you're so anti-socialist? Because I mean, you do have you're
not really.
Yeah,
I didn't when I started my anti-socialist thing, I didn't realize that because it's so funny because the right always like the far right, the neo-reactionaries and all those people, they always categorize socialists as like the Jewish subversion, and then you start hanging out with the socialists, and you're like, a lot of these people fucking hate Jews.
Yeah.
Those Jews, man. Like we get it from both sides. We're totally fucked. Everyone hates us.
Sitch, I just remembered another story that I think you guys are gonna like because it's even better than the earlier ones.
Mm-hmm.
So my first experience to this whole like woke shit was meeting some girl on Tinder that was talking about like the fucking gender wage gap or whatever.
Oh,
like some chick that legitimately had like multiple gender studies degrees and was like neck deep in this shit. But the weirdest fucking shit was that she was acting like she wanted to be a trad wife. Like at the time I was making a bunch of money and she kept like making these references about how she wanted to quit her job and just like come be my housewife and shit, which was so fucking awkward because the rest of the time she was spitting this like super fucking woke rhetoric and shit.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
This was like my first exposure to it. I remember like Googling gender wage gap. That was like the first time I ever looked into any of this shit. And I was like, wait, that's bullshit. And she's like never got back to me. That's so fucking funny, dude. Like
was she hot?
All Sitch cares.
Sitch goes to a very predictable place.
Kind of. You guys, that's like okay. That's like the first key question. Because if she's not, why are you wasting your fucking time?
Listen to Sitch just broadcasting like how superficial he is. Listen, he's like, if you guys didn't know,
listen,
we're on episode 160. If you didn't know. I am the most superficial person on the internet.
Listen to Adam. Okay, Adam is playing this game because he's married. Okay, and I don't know. Maybe Doomer will play this game too. You guys, all these guys, they play this game. Like, I don't care about looks. All I care about personality.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, so now it's like
you got an. I'm talking about your optics problem.
I'm gonna be fucking real here. Okay, I'm a fucking piece of shit. I care about looks. I want the person going out with the be hot. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
listen.
So I have a very specific experience that sort of responds to this. So my basic take is that I need someone to be attractive. If they're like a 10, that isn't a much better than a 7. It's like you need to be past it. But here's the thing: I could have married literally the hottest girl I ever met, right? And she fucking ruined my goddamn life.
Oh man!
Like I went through so much fucking bullshit over this chick, right? And like, after going through all of that, yes, legitimately, I care about personality way more than I care about looks, like way fucking more, right? And like, there's no level of hot nothing that she ever could have possibly done could have made up for that shit. So like, yeah, like
that's super true. That's very true. There's no level, that is true. There's no level of hotness that makes up for being a shit person or having a shit personality. That's very true.
Yeah, and that's the thing is she wasn't even like 100% a shit person. Like I still think she was very trustworthy, but just like some of the things she did were just so fucking bad. Like,
interesting.
God damn. Like you just can't deal with that shit. And like there's sort of some basic questions you could ask about whether someone's a decent person. Like, can I trust you? Right? Are you needlessly cruel to people or whatever? And like just sort of really basic shit like that. And like my fucking black pill take is that the number of people that actually meet that like bare minimum criteria is pretty small.
Wow.
Like, it's not that many people.
That's true.
Wow.
So like you can't afford to be super strict with like appearances because all that other shit is like way fucking more important, right?
It depends upon where you are. I don't know. Like Los Angeles, yeah, I'd say you run into that.
There's
traits.
There's a scale, okay? There's some minimum level of hotness required, and then like personality can make up for it. That's all I'm saying. Oh, God. Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi for $2? Says I can care about Adam's looks for him.
Good. Why are you reading? I thought there were relevant super chats.
That's very relevant. Gemini cares about you, Adam. He wants to look after you. Anyways, J Tono Mule for $30 says, hey, Sitch. Hey, Adam. Thanks for all your funny content. I really don't think any denying of people's internal existence kind of fucking sucks. I'm not sure I understand that sentence. I really don't think any denying of people's internal existence kind of fucking sucks. As a bisexual person that's dealt with homophobia most of their life, it sucks. Oh yeah, definitely.
I can imagine.
I think denying people's existence is terrible. Sure. I just don't think Chappelle was doing anything remotely close to that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cullivar for $50. Thank you so much, Cullivar. Also, there's some art and stuff I sent you, Adam.
Oh, good. Cool.
Adam and A-Team reigns supreme. There it is.
Yeah, woo!
Suck it, Sitch. Yay, S-Class, short bus window looking, sun, chair smelling, Doomer SJW take defending. Wow, even Doomer's getting thrown. This is all
wild.
This is all in caps too. Wannabe Vosh left wing. Wannabe takes pineapple denying soda fascist. There it is. Wow. Okay. Hitting us with everything. Hitting me with everything.
Chad is asking me if I want a hug.
Oh, don't be sad, Doomer. Don't be sad.
That was pretty funny.
But seriously, you have pics of this girl that you said was so hot, and I'm just kidding. Abby Muhammad for 219 sexy sexes says, get Sean on. We want Duma to defend himself and Sean to take him down. Yeah. Also, Hasan's head is like really tiny in comparison to his body, and it's weird. There you go.
Those are good memes.
We're gonna have Doomer and Sean. We're gonna have to schedule that debate. Yeah,
I'm down.
Yeah, sure.
What are they
Bring it
going
on,
to debate?
Sean. I have no idea. Probably should Dave Chappelle be canceled? And we'll both just agree he shouldn't.
No. They're going to debate about why he's running away from having a debate with Sean.
That's true. I am running away by sitting here and agreeing to it. Yeah, that's I'm an absolute coward.
Vosh said that we'll never talk to him, and we've every time we've asked him to come on, he's fucking said no. So so what I'm saying is talk is cheap, Doomer. Okay.
Well, I think that he realizes that he can just say dumb shit and his audience just believes it. Yeah, calling me right wing, for example. It's like, oh, that guy's a serious right winger. It's like,
true, but you are
not really.
You even put it in your Tinder profile.
That's true. I should put it in my Tinder profile.
Serious right winger.
Yeah, serious right winger. Alt right adjacent. 4chan psyop.
Stacking damage for $20 says Gorillion is a common 4chan lingo for an arbitrarily large number. Also, Hasan is the type of attractive that appeals to 14-year-olds and nobody else. There you go. True.
There's a lot of women in their 30s that are into that, unfortunately.
Oh, it's sad.
Yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks, Jay. Says Gorillion hates Shapiro, a prominent Jew. Criticized the IDF. Coincidence? That's 3 strikes, Hasan. Yeah, anti-Semitic. Boom. That's true. That's the 3 strikes. We got him, boys. Cue the song. Sir Marhouse says for $20, the problem with dating apps is that girls generally don't find men very attractive. Look at the OkCupid study. But they have to swipe on guys they find attractive, and most chicks view it as a game rather than trying to get a date.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, the fucking that's so blackpilling. Look at the OkCupid graphs. Like, holy fuck.
I know.
It's especially fucked for me because I've been on both sides of it. Like, dude, oh man,
what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't understand.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say you're one of these alpha Chad desirables that all the women are lusting after, Doomer?
I mean, I have been that, and I've also been the greasy schlub that no one will fucking respond to.
How do you get to be both of them?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Well, you be one, and then you work out and get a really good job, and then you're the other. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha. J-Mac for $20 says, Doomer, join a theater. There you go. Join a theater.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I've been in a play before. Have you, Sitch? Have you been in a play?
I have been in a play. I haven't talked about this.
I
was in one play in my entire life in college. And I was a zombie. And it was fantastic.
A zombie play?
It was a zombie play, yes.
Oh man, I actually wrote a zombie screenplay, which I cringe at having to tell people now. This has been so played out, but I wrote it like 14 years ago when it wasn't.
Oh no, this was a good play. This is a good play.
No.
Calavar for $20 says, Doomer, as a creator with almost 1 million views on one video and thousands of comments, do the following. Respond once, short and sweet. After they do not respond at all. Respond once, short and sweet, period. After that, do not respond at all to anything further written or hide the user from the channel. There you go. Just give one nice, terse, short, and sweet response.
So what happens when you hide a user from the channel? That's a good question. Because I've done it. I just don't know what it does.
No one can see the comment or anything that they post.
Oh, really? Based.
Yeah. I assume that's what it does. I don't know what else it would do.
Yeah. I've only done it to people that say like really offensive shit.
It makes their house burn down.
It makes the YouTube police drive to their house and kill their puppies. That's what it does.
That seems a bit extreme.
Don't do it.
What did their puppies ever do?
CT drew this picture. This is the continuation. This is part 2 of the background picture of the Sitch with a sword and Adam with the suitcase. And Adam saying, or I'm saying, it looks like the bubbles coming from you, but that's my thought text. Or the color of the text. Sorry, CT, we thought you were dead when we shoved you in there. Apparently, CT was in the suitcase the whole time.
Oh yeah, that is the suitcase.
That's the suitcase.
Hilarious. Yes. That's funny.
And she's like a zombie.
Because we said that. We made that joke up on the show.
Oh, it's so funny. Do you see what she's sitting in? There are a bunch of Biden votes.
Oh, they are? Oh, hilarious.
I thought it was funny.
Oh, Sitch.
That's hilarious.
Sitch, people are on to you.
But you're the one carrying the suitcase, Adam.
Yeah, so you don't deliver it to the...
They were on to... It turns out it was Mr. I voted for Kanye. Please, he was stuff on the ballot.
No way, I took the suitcase away from you because you were taking it to the polls to drop all those ballots. I was rescuing. I was let's go Brandon.
A likely story. You listen to this. Listen to the wavering of his voice. He's nervous, folks. He's nervous.
I was let's go Brandon for that suitcase.
We are doing. Yeah, you have to find Dr. Thalia made this A-Train Avenger meme that Adam was like in love with.
The thing is, I have it, but it seems like it's super loud. So
you can't just turn the volume on.
I am gonna do it, but it's kind of
because I don't know because it has the Avengers theme song in it.
I know. Is that gonna?
It also has a train sound, but you might have to. We'll play it without sound, even though it's funnier with sound, just because I think with the copyright we'll get hit for the song, unfortunately.
Really?
But yeah,
I don't know.
It's the.
Something just entered the upper atmosphere.
They're apparently like, it's extremely strict with music, from what I understand.
It will depends on the song.
A couple
like if
notes
it's a popular,
got in there, so
if it's
I don't
a
know. Look
popular
at that.
song,
You guys
like
are talking
6 seconds.
over my thing. It's beautiful.
What's going on?
That's
with like movie clips, I can only show like 6 seconds with audio.
Yeah, it gets crazy.
I turned it down. I pulled it in, and then it was probably loud for a second. I don't know. Let us know in the chat. But now I put
this is pretty funny.
Now I put it on a loop so you can see it again. There you go. The A train is destroying the enemy ship and then turning around.
Wait,
beautiful.
Wait, isn't that Captain Marvel though? So they're saying Captain Marvel is A-Train.
Yes.
That's not Captain Marvel. That's the A-Train.
Captain Marvel. Okay.
No, I've never seen this movie. We don't know who that. That's the A-Train.
Did you loop it?
What are you talking
there
about?
It is. I came back. Yeah.
You know what's funny is I haven't seen the movie either. I've just saw Mahler's
You've
review.
never seen Endgame?
No, I have.
I never saw Endgame.
I have seen the movie, but let's not.
Did you see the first
Let's not
one?
go crazy. That's not.
I saw Infinity War.
Okay.
Basically, if a movie gets bad reviews, I don't go see it. Is basically how it goes.
I mean, Endgame's not bad. It's just not as good as Infinity War.
Yeah,
it's just a little disappointing because Infinity War was so good.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of these comic book movies, so it doesn't make sense half the time.
How was this done? It's so amazing.
Well,
I don't understand.
You didn't? Did you make that train, that 3D train model, or did that exist already and you just put Adam's face on it?
It's like the train coming in. It's so good. And the train turns around. It's like, yeah, woo.
I mean, maybe there's a pre-existing train asset in Blender or something.
I mean, because it looks really fucking good.
It does.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll show your
doesn't have any good
meme,
memes
Malcolm,
like
don't
this.
worry. Okay. I like a fucking giant folder of them. No, he says he stole the train model. Okay.
Yeah.
It still looks still very well done. Yeah.
So if it was made custom, this would take a while.
He didn't steal the train model. Like you can
bought
download train models. You can get them for free. It's not a big deal. But
a lot of people in chat are saying Endgame just is terrible, which I made a whole video where I thought Endgame had a lot of problems in it, but I don't know. I wouldn't call it
wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. I mean, obviously. And there was the moment, the girls just want to have fun moment
that's true.
Really
cringe,
that was and everyone
super
was
cringe.
Like,
yes.
Did you guys see? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's a part in the movie Doomer where literally Spider-Man has like the Infinity Gauntlet, and he's like, I have to go to there. What am I gonna do? And then like all the female superheroes for some reason just show up and they stand in a line and pose and like, we'll help you. It's like women, dun 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 dun.
Girls, they wanna have fun.
Did they actually play that song?
No,
they did.
There were memes of it, and even in the theater, I could hear the song in my head as soon as it came. As soon as it came up, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is the girls just want to have fun scene."
Yeah, that seems pretty cringe.
Thor. Okay, Cream Age in the chat says Marvel ranking: Thor Ragnarok #1, Infinity War #2, Doctor Strange #3. I think I agree with that completely. And it's a good top 3.
Really, Doctor Strange is that high up?
I like Doctor Strange a lot. Yeah. What would you put #3?
I mean, I've only seen like 10 of these movies. I haven't seen Doctor Strange.
Oh, okay.
Thor,
I like Doctor Strange a lot.
Thor Ragnarok is definitely up there for me, but it's Guardians of the Galaxy is #1, obviously.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm considering making a video where I watch every MCU film.
Guardians of the Galaxy, Thor Ragnarok is probably second for me. Yeah.
Now, see, for me, Thor Ragnarok is still #1 and Infinity War still #2. And then it would be I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the 2 Guardians and Doctor Strange to see which one would be ahead of it.
The second Guardians is really good too.
Yeah, the ones I remember liking are Iron Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy, Winter Soldier, and Infinity War. But saying Winter Soldier is really going to fucking trigger Mahler if any of them are listening. They fucking hate that
really?
movie.
It's funny because like I remember when I first saw Winter Soldier in theater, I liked it. And then I saw it again and I was like, this is way worse than I remember. So
I only saw it in theaters. So
yeah, maybe.
I saw Iron Man 1 when I was like I was really sick.
Iron Man 1 is good. Iron Man 1's really good. Yeah. Civil War is kind of whatever.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, kind of so. Anyways. Wolfen73 for 20 Canadian says, I'll have to watch your videos, Doomer. But I agree in premise. Vosh, in my opinion, is evil for selling a fantasy to people too ignorant or too damaged to understand. Why does a fantasy same as another so-called socialist in the 30s? There you go. I wonder who they're talking about.
Is that you, Doomer?
No idea. Me in the 30s?
In the 1930s? No.
Yeah. I am I'm a vampire actually, yeah.
So Sklavko made this meme. I don't actually get it.
I don't either. But I do like the last panel.
It's got Sitch on a chick body saying, I gave you food, clothes, education, and a place to live. What do you expect more from me? And then it's busty woman Sitch looking at, oh, the joke is that my daughter didn't inherit my tits. Is that the joke?
Oh, yeah, that has to be the joke.
I guess so. Yeah.
Is that supposed to be Adam? Because then it would be funny. If that's supposed to be Adam, I
don't really want to inherit your boobs, but I mean,
oh, sure, you say that now. Adam's just sour grapes that he didn't inherit my stonking great rack.
That could be fun.
What is this? Danimal always sends us memes that for some reason have ripped guys.
For some reason. I don't know why you say this. For some reason. You know why.
Yeah, for some reason, Tarantino just keeps having all these feet shots in movies. I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
for some strange reason.
All these feet shots? Really?
Yes.
Tarantino's a feet guy?
Yeah, Tarantino's an infamous foot fetishist.
Oh, that sucks.
Adam knows it. Stacking says more like flatum. Get it? Flatum. Daniel made this meme. He have a very ripped topless man. He's got a Julius Evola's head on it, and it said traditions are art, and Julius Evola says, I see you really want to lick my traditions. My warrior aesthetic, my prescriptive gender roles, my authoritarian vision. And then the two little sock puppet knights are Sargon and Academic Agent. and then he's holding Academic Agent licking his ass and says, they're all yours, my little boy.
I think Sargon runs away. I don't see
Sargon running away. Okay.
I don't see Sargon.
Yeah, Sargon doesn't lick the chest.
Yeah.
I see. He's
Sargon's
running away.
like, I've had enough, AA. I'm out of here.
Yes, that's hilarious.
Bye-bye.
Did we retweet that? That's so funny. Or was that just sent to me in the DMs? I think that was just sent to me. I gotta tweet that out.
In DMs, yeah.
Daniel, you tweet us that publicly so we can retweet it. If we tweet it out, we'll get accused of starting drama. And Adam is, he's very against not starting drama all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, I just, it just undercuts our credibility a bit when we are pitching ourselves as the adults in the room. But
we're not the adults though. We're a comedy show.
Yeah, that's fine.
Joe the Mig for $20 says, Doomer, it still resolves to Marxian power differential, regardless of the axis that is applied to.
What?
Talking about how all the woke stuff is rooted in Marxism.
Okay.
Doomer's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, who cares?
So says, I think AA blocks anyone that likes this meme. Oh, I'm sure they will. Sure they will.
I listened to one of AA's streams where he was talking about one of the kids I follow. He follows me. We joke around on Twitter and stuff. I don't think he's ever been on a stream or anything. And I apologize. I can't remember his name offhand. But AA did this stream. The kid made a meme of making fun of Julius Evola. And AA got really.
We have that meme. Wait.
Oh, you're gonna bring it up?
I didn't send it to you. It was hilarious.
Yeah, and he got he got super upset about it. He did a live stream where he just sounds completely demoralized, just completely demoralized. And this is one of the reasons why I'm just not, my heart isn't in the drama anymore, because
you feel bad.
I do. I feel like it's just so weird. It's so weird.
So funny.
I mean, Vosh did a response to my video where he seemed really demoralized, and I was like, just sitting there so fucking happy. Like,
you were.
But you're evil, Doomer. I'm not. I'm like
That's
an
true.
empathetic guy. So
yeah, I have a black hole for a heart. That's true.
I sent it to you. So you can put it up so everyone knows what you're talking about.
yeah.
Did I send it to you?
I guess it is. You're actually making my argument that you were disagreeing with in the Chappelle situation, because you're saying Vosh had it coming, so it's okay to be mean to people who have it coming. Did you notice that?
Oh,
wait, what? What exactly is the argument?
That it's okay to be mean to someone as long as they had it coming.
I mean, I'm not even. I don't think. I think I was not mean to him. I think that I was like, well, what do you mean by mean? I mean, I pointed out
things that he did. Backtracking. What do you mean by mean?
I know.
No,
we got him. We totally got him.
Could you define the word is for me?
No,
we totally got him.
I pointed. He did things that were fucked up, and I just pointed it out.
No,
I wasn't a dick about it.
Like he tried to corner you and get you to say that his trans daughter was beautiful, right?
What? I'm so confused.
We're talking about how because you were saying that, what Chappelle said about the trans woman was just mean. Because we're relating it back to that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to call you a hypocrite, but don't worry about it.
How dare you?
Okay.
Oh, hypocrisy doesn't work on Doomer. I forgot. He's a Bosch fan.
Oh my God. Yeah, I thought you guys didn't straw man. Look at this fucking slander. Just backtracking on all your values in real time.
I know, it's fun.
Listen. All that matters is the consequences here. Okay.
We're not mean. We don't like drama. 3 seconds later, Doomer's a Vosh fan.
I know.
Listen. All that matters is the consequences. Okay, that's all that matters. Yeah. So this meme was created by a Haryan Scarediv.
Yeah.
Or Haryan Gladev on Twitter, and it's he tweeted at me, and then I wrote, oh my God, I wrote something funny.
Did you like it? Because supposedly if you like this tweet, you get banned.
Really?
Academic agent put a block bot on it. Yeah. So I don't know how you do that.
I guess he blocked me.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Let me go like this tweet. Where is it?
I know.
So
I was gonna say.
so he tweeted this out, and I liked it, and I replied, I said, quote, academic agent and co-simping for dead Italian wizard, not colorized 2021.
Yeah, I like that tweet because that's hilarious.
Yeah. So I thought it was a funny picture.
So this was the tweet that inspired the 50-minute live stream of academic agent completely demoralized. It was like, okay.
It was based on this picture. He does a lot of videos based on fucking Twitter memes.
I don't want the person to like commit suicide in the middle of our drama. Okay. Listen, my empathy is a little bit selfish. I mean, I don't want that on my conscience. So, yeah,
I see. So you're worried that AA is gonna.
He sounded like he was like walking down to the pier with a piece of cement and a chain.
Like Jesus Christ.
Like
that's hilarious.
Put in the bucket.
Such a fucking brutal. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, don't listen to that stream, okay? If you have a heart, don't listen to that stream.
I just thought it was funny because like there he left some comment. Academic. No, Adam, you replied to that stream, didn't you? You left the comment on that stream.
I did, yeah.
And then academic agent replied to that stream, and he seemed so fucking triggered that we didn't watch his videos.
Oh yeah.
He seems absolutely livid that we had not watched his 4 or 5 responses.
He called it.
Well, I mean, one of them was just your video.
What?
I don't think he was counting that one. I don't know if he was counting
the one. It's sad because the one that got the most views was just us.
Hey, listen, we're better draw. What can I say?
He said it was a huge disrespect that we disrespected him in a way that he would never forgive us. Yeah. And I told him,
would I give a fuck?
I know. That's what's so crazy. That's what's so crazy about it, because it's just like a complete misread of the situation. Like we didn't. None of us like opted into a dialogue in response videos. I mean, I was pretty vocal about how I wasn't really going to respond to any of them from the get-go.
Oh my God.
Before they were even made, I said I wasn't going to respond.
That's true. You did say
and
that.
I blocked him because I told him stop tagging me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny that he was so mad that we didn't watch his videos. Like, okay,
well, it didn't seem like you wanted to open up like a respectful, formal dialogue about the merit of licking abs. You're just laughing at some idiot who made a fucking video.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we're gonna get back into this? Fuck. I mean, the only thing I want to talk to him about was because everyone was accusing us of strawmanning him on Evola, and then I looked into Evola, which was like 1,000 times more interesting than fucking academic agent. How fucking insane this guy was, and the fact that anyone could bring this crazy person up as like a positive example was so fucking baffling.
Did you find shit about like anti-Semitism from this dude?
Hell yeah.
Oh, he's like, he wrote a book called On the Jewish Question, and the whole premise of the book. Yeah, no, this will blow you away.
Oh my God, that's the worst possible title.
Is that what it's called?
It's called On the Jewish Problem. It's even worse than that.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Not question, problem.
Holy fuck.
It's called On the Jewish Problem. And the premise of this book will blow you away. The premise is, well, anti-Semitism is starting to become popular. This is in like the 1930s. Anti-Semitism is becoming popular in Europe. But I don't think that the anti-Semitics are properly grounding their anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
okay, so
God.
let me give better arguments to ground our anti-Semitism.
Wow.
That's literally the premise of this fucking book. It's just,
God.
And I read the first chapter. It's only like 40 pages, and I was like, this is fucking crazy. It's hilarious.
That's the stuff that completely triggers me, and I never got to bring this up with Dave, despite everybody talking about how interrupting and like
he pulled himself away from Evola instantly.
Yes. Well,
though we could have here's why I say we're being nice. Okay, we could have been very mean because when he was pulling himself away from Evola, it wasn't because he was racist or anti-Semitic. It was because Evola was anti-Christian. That was this reason for why it was anti-Evola. So,
well, anyway, the comparison, and I never got to say this on the stream, but the just because someone has this anti-Semitic history doesn't necessarily mean that what they're saying is untrue. I don't know about the Evola stuff, and I think
you mean in regards to other
things, yeah.
Right?
If Isaac Newton turned out to be a huge anti-Semite, you're not going to lose calculus. Calculus is still going to be true because regardless of that.
Sure. And Dave, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, when Dave was trying to sort of make this argument and defend Evola at the same time of not defending Evola. That's not really applicable to, and he's talking about how like Newton believed angels held the heavens or some nonsense like that, which I was unfamiliar with. I knew he like drank mercury or died from handling mercury or something. Which the thing is that's not really relevant because that's like, oh, he made some mathematical system, right? That you can just test and you say this works.
Mm-hmm.
So, he didn't make, I'm assuming Newton didn't make a mathematical system explaining how the heavens, how the heavens were held up by angels or whatever fuck crazy shit he believed. But with Evola, and the thing is, you literally cannot divorce the anti-Semitism from him because all of his philosophy is based around this, basically a single idea that, as someone in the chat said, or someone super chatted, that Evola believes that nestled within historic truths is some great spiritualism that will help man move beyond the physical and kind of find enlightenment. And then he sees that all of the world's problems come from materialism and this rejection of this ancient spiritualism. And he thinks that all of this stuff stems from Judaism and women. So you literally can't divorce the anti-Semitism from his philosophy because it's like the root core of it.
So it's totally baked in.
Yes.
So even if that wasn't true, like if he's a social critic, then obviously his thoughts on something like that are going to be a lot more relevant than somebody who's like a anthropologist or something.
Well, here's the rub for me, because they're comparing Evola to Jordan Peterson and talking about how Jordan Peterson has this traditional gender roles thing that's kind of baked into his philosophy. And I keep thinking, yeah, but Jordan Peterson doesn't have all this fucking anti-Semitism shit that goes along with it too. So there are probably a certain number of people who are turning to the Evola because of the anti-Semitism stuff and promoting him because of that. And how do you separate those out?
So, well, there's also a big difference in that, and I've said this a million times, Jordan Peterson's great gift to me was him taking traditional wisdom and being able to break it down in a way that you can understand why it's important today. And he would often apply this to psychological principles today or actual research today to show why this traditional wisdom is important. Evola doesn't do anything like that.
Right.
He's completely, everything he's doing is ad hoc. He has all these presuppositions about the way the world should be. I mean, he has very interesting, I was reading the introduction to one of his books called The Revolt Against Modernity, which is like one of his most famous books. And he had a very like depressing childhood. He tried to kill himself. He took a bunch of hallucinogens, and he was like a person who was desperate. It's actually very interesting. He was a person who was very desperate to find meaning in his life and to kind of
Peterson or Evola?
Evola.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Julius Evola. He was raised Catholic, and he tried to kill himself, and he was really desperately trying to find, he felt like he was missing something in his life spiritually. He was always yearning for something else. And it's interesting because when you read kind of his backstory, it feels like a lot of the reason he has these very anti-women takes is because he kind of feels like in order to find meaning in your life, you have to break the bonds of your biology and in the material world. And what is the biggest biological fact that is dragging men to the earth and rooting them to the earth? The need to procreate and to have a family. And so it feels like a lot of his misogyny is kind of rooted in that.
Jesus.
But the difference between him and that Jordan Peterson is that he just has all these presuppositions about what is right and what is wrong. He's not really grounding anything in science or wisdom or logic. And he's just basically going like he comes up with his ideas, and then he just finds traditional religions that justify his ideas or support his ideas.
Yeah, I mean, so he's cherry picked. The same thing I said in the original fucking video.
Right. Totally cherry pick. I mean, he literally writes glowingly about how in Hinduism, you know, the women would go climb atop the funeral fire of their husband and die with them. You know, like it's just
fuck.
I know, like it's insane to me that someone could write this, a philosopher writes this, and then you hold up their work and say, oh yeah, women should definitely go climb the funeral pyre and burn to death with their husband. This is someone we should look to in the modern age for wisdom.
Yeah.
I mean, I always saw Peterson as being kind of like an Alan Watts figure, where it's less that he's generating interesting ideas and more that he's just very good at communicating things in a way that resonates with people.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Maybe. Yeah.
No, I think he's giving scientific validation for ancient wisdom, that's his jam.
That too. And that's very useful.
Yeah.
That's very useful, I think.
Yeah, super useful.
Anyways.
This was my contention with the original video, was that everything was just ad hoc. Everything was just, you know, assertion without any kind of backing up.
Hayden Dill for $2 says, what am I to do? Cry? S tier is supreme tier. That's right. Thank you. That is true.
Yes, cry.
Kano for $5 says, nothing. Thank you so much. Hey, Adam, did I tell you that I actually like Rubberdown?
Yes. Excellent.
There you go.
Excellent.
Derek Jumpman for $5 says, S class is late class.
Sometimes, a little bit. Not too bad today.
Listen, I wasn't late today. We were just gabbing before the stream.
You
guys are like, late. And me and Adam just like shooting the shit. Whatever. Make them wait. Okay. Hasan's stepsister, our very own celebrity, for $5, says, Oni-chan is not a transphobe because one time I walked in on him in Blair White. I watched through the door before he saw me and invited me to join. There you go. That's good. That's good. He's not a transphobe.
And these super chats are pretty lewd.
Right.
It's always something about Hasan banging someone.
Oh, that's right. EM Penner for 5 Canadian says Evola got paralyzed by a bomb during the war because he refused to stay in a bunker. I forgot about that. In the end, reality trumped his spiritual beliefs.
Wait, Evola?
Yes, Evola. He had this whole thing where like he wanted, like, when the bomb warnings would go off, because this is like during World War II, he wouldn't stay in the bunker. He wanted to wander around the streets, and he had some spiritual explanation for this. And
what the fuck? Okay.
He ended up like, I don't think he got hit by a bomb, but he got hit by rubble from a bomb going off, and he ended up spending the rest of his life like paralyzed or something. So, like,
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I guess to me it's like if your spiritual beliefs are bad at predicting reality so much that you get paralyzed, that might be an indication that they're not very good.
Yeah,
I'm
like
just saying.
That's one of the things I really like about Maslow, is that his biggest indicator of self-actualization is an efficient perception of reality. Like if someone is unable to perceive very simple shit, like, hey, maybe stay in a bunker
when the bomb warning is going,
maybe that's not someone to take spiritual advice from.
That's true. Scott Adams has a good point about this. He's like, if you can't predict the direction of things, and then your model of reality is not good.
Yeah.
So, speaking of that, someone sent me something that's relevant to that. Someone sent me a photo. It says, well, I guess you're right. He's running. It says Trump suggests Nikki Fried might make better governor than DeSantis at rally.
What's
up? There you go. Trump suggested that Nikki Fried might make a better governor of Florida than Ron DeSantis at a rally.
Who's Nikki Fried?
She's another the Democrat candidate. Apparently.
So,
hey, really?
What was that? Ron DeSantis just got attacked by Trump? Is that what we're talking about?
Supposedly.
Oh my God! Where is my $500? Holy shit! I take credit cards, check.
Wait a minute, but you understand, this is weird because this would be a loss and a win for me, because I said if Trump attacks DeSantis, that would be a very good indication that he was running.
Right, and we made a bet, $500.
Well, we'll see.
If Trump runs for president, I win $500, Doomer.
That's
really
true. He does.
Wait, since you bet against that?
I bet against that. Yes.
Yeah,
that seems like a fucked up bet, my dude.
My bet is that Trump will pull out at the last minute and not actually run.
Wait a second, but as soon as he enters the race, I win. As soon as he formally declares I'm running for president, I win.
I thought the thing was no. Our agreement was that he had to actually be he had to be in some primary at some point. Okay.
Yes.
I thought that was our agreement. Yeah. What's what I mean? Okay, he has to actually participate.
No. He just has to declare that he's running. Yeah.
What? No, fuck no. That's not our bet. I literally said he was going to pretend like he was running. That doesn't even make sense.
What do you mean? Are you?
I said he was going to act like he's running and then pull at the last minute. He has to actually participate in a primary.
Yeah, but in order to, he has to. As soon as he declares he's running for president, he has to fill out paperwork. He has to get on the ballot. Like he can't just pretend.
No. Wait, yeah, he can fill all that stuff out and then drop out before a primary occurs. Okay, that doesn't count.
It doesn't matter because that's not going to happen. If he runs at all, he's going to fucking. I mean, he'd probably win. Right?
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Okay,
I'm going to win this bet either way.
Listen, everyone's against
Sitch is trying to weasel out of the rules here. Look at this. Sitch being a Weasley. Exactly. Weasel is my spirit animal. I literally said yours, okay?
From day one that he's going to act like he's running and cancel at the last possible second. Okay.
Right.
So obviously that means he's going to fill out some paperwork and say he's running.
He's going to declare he's running for president, and then I win immediately.
No, that's okay. That was never the bet. He's going to actually enter an actual primary. I don't know why you're worried about this. If you're so sure that he's going to run, then this shouldn't be an issue.
Well, this could happen, though. He could declare he's running for president. Mm-hmm. He could do poorly, look bad in the polls, and drop out before he actually
then
enters the primary.
I
completely win.
I almost said exactly that, but that's not going to happen. I mean, the odds against that are incredible.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get.
How could he possibly enter the primary and then poll poorly?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah, If he does, I think he's going to pour. I think he's going to poll very well.
But this way I get my money instantaneously as soon as he enters the race. Now I have to wait.
Bullshit. You have to wait till he actually, and I said, no, we literally talked about this. You're fucking gaslighting me. We literally talked about this. I said someone has to be
gaslighting you.
Yes, I said, someone go back, you can get the record.
It's Iowa. So
I said, yes. I said
after the Iowa caucus, I get my money. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if he runs and is officially part of the Iowa caucus, then I will pay you. Yes.
Okay.
Even if he does so poorly in the Iowa caucus that he drops out after then, I would still say that you win the bet.
Of course. Yeah, of course. You can't.
There are the terms of the bet.
I can't. It's bad enough that you're doing it this way, but it's bad enough that you backtrack this far.
You didn't backtrack shit. I literally said people have to be able to vote for
When I made this bet, I thought, there's no way I'm going to win this bet. Now it just seems like easy money. It's like taking money from
What do you mean?
a baby.
Every person that every chatter, every commenter thinks I'm so gonna lose $500 on this one.
I know.
They could all be right.
But when we made the bet, it was the direct opposite. I thought, I'm gonna lose this money, but it'll be fun.
When did you make it?
I don't know. A month ago. I don't remember. It was a while ago. I will say, someone sending me that Trump suggests Nikki Fried might make a better governor than DeSantis is a bad sign, because I do think I said from day one, if Trump attacks DeSantis, then that would be a good indication that he's running. About running.
That he's serious, yeah, because DeSantis is really his only competition. Think about it. Trump was attacking Biden before Biden even won the primary. He was like, Trump knew Biden was going to be the candidate.
Right. But then Trump kind of circumvented it by suggesting DeSantis would be his VP. But then again, that would only work if DeSantis actually agreed to that, which I would be shocked if DeSantis wouldn't agree to that.
Yeah, it seems like he would. I don't think I don't think DeSantis would be competition for Trump.
Maybe he reached out to DeSantis and DeSantis said, I'll
think about it.
Hold off. Yeah, because DeSantis wants to see how the first polls look. He wants to see if he's got a chance at beating him. If it looks like he doesn't have a chance at beating him. But Trump is always scorched earth. Trump is going to be like, no, I offered you and you said you'd think about it. Fuck off now. I'm going to destroy you.
I like that your Trump is JFK.
I need to listen to Trump more. I need to get my Trump
how dare you, DeSantis?
How dare you, DeSantis?
How dare you, DeSantis, not be my vice president?
Give us a Trump. Come on.
I can't do a Trump impression, but you're fired.
I can't do impressions at all. But somebody linked a bunch of Trump tweets the other day, and I holy fuck, that guy was funny on Twitter.
Yeah.
God damn. Those are some fucking bangers, dude.
What is
an all-time great poster?
His campaign, his social media account is going to be called Truth.
Oh, yeah, that's some dystopian shit.
That is so bad. Yeah,
it's not good.
That is so
on the nose. But no, I think I don't know if you've been following humor. DeSantis is super popular, and he's kind of positioning himself as like Trump, but without being like an asshole, basically.
Yeah, like
you might say that's part of the appeal, so maybe that's a bad idea. But
yeah, like it's just so I have to give a take that my quote unquote team isn't going to like. Like Trump is incredibly popular with Republicans. Like,
yeah, sure.
He is probably the most he's probably the most like talented Republican politician since like Reagan. Mm-hmm. I mean, in terms of getting people on his side. Right. And I just can't imagine anyone competing. I'm like, you go back you go back and you look at the 2016 primaries and it's just fucking embarrassing. Like, I mean, it's like a chess grandmaster going into a high school chess tournament and just fucking with people, like listening to them talk to each other. Like, I just don't see any of these people competing.
Well, but I don't know. I kind of agree with what you're saying. I kind of disagree.
I disagree. DeSantis.
I don't think that this was like I don't think this was intentional on Trump's part. I don't think he's the grandmaster wizard here. I think I don't think
it's intentional.
Oh, okay. That's kind of what it just sounds like. Yeah. Like, because I think he just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I don't think Trump could have won in 2008. I don't think Trump could have won in 2004. I think he just came in at like the exact right spot. And maybe that's part of his talent, is knowing when is the right time for him to come in.
Well, I don't think it's all intentional. I mean, like, I think when the election was going on, I did bet that Trump would win, but I also thought that Trump ran as kind of like a meme. I didn't think that he expected to win, but I'm talking more about just like when you look at what he did, like the results of what he did are undeniable. Like people have a level of loyalty for him that just doesn't exist for Republican politicians. I mean, you look back at
they
people in my
hate
lifetime.
him for that.
Yeah, I mean, like Bush was like good old George W. was a somewhat popular politician, but it pales in comparison to the way people feel about Trump.
Well, everyone turned on Bush because of Katrina and because of the handling of the two wars.
Yeah, but even before that, I mean, even when he was just running, like he didn't have anywhere near that level of like devotion, I guess you could say, or fanaticism.
Has Bush been invited to any Republican National Convention since he was president? I'm not sure that he has.
I thought he did. I thought there was some controversy where he was invited to something and Trump was going to be there and he declined.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Kind of vaguely remember some story about this, but
Democrats always march out their ex-presidents. There's always like, well, I guess there was Clinton wasn't used when Gore ran because Clinton.
It was right after the Monica Lewinsky trial.
Clinton had the stink on him,
Yeah.
Literally, did you smell his fit?
The cigar stink?
I guess that's on her dress.
But they've marched him out ever since. I mean, he was a huge advocate for Obama, and obviously he was a huge advocate for Hillary. So,
well, it's kind of funny because Obama was only like a tepid advocate for Biden.
Hillary, I know, or for Biden, both.
Yeah.
He was kind of like, eh.
Well, I think he didn't want to be too strong an advocate for Hillary because then it just seems weird. Because like, okay, obviously you're advocating for her. You're her fucking husband. Like, come on, like, let's go out of here.
Maybe he's actually the person who likes her the least, so it's a very strong endorsement.
Well, I don't know.
I'll support this bitch.
Remember, he had his quote unquote talk with the attorney general on the airplane. Where it's like they were thinking when Hillary destroyed her phone that had the emails on it, and they were thinking about whether they were gonna keep going after her or not. And he had some talk with the attorney general, and everyone was like, "That's super sus."
Yeah, it is pretty fucking sus. I hadn't heard about this.
Oh, really? It was like a huge story at the time. But
yeah.
Anyway,
for the longest time, I didn't follow politics at all.
Oh, okay. This was back before you awoke.
Yeah.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, "Hey now, any DIY solutions for reverb and room echoes?"
Go on Amazon, order some blankets, and nail them to your ceiling.
There you go.
I'm actually not kidding. It works.
No, I know.
Yeah, you could do that. You could buy sound foam. I don't know. Fortunately, my room just, I guess it either doesn't naturally reverb that much, or it's just, I don't know.
I have a mic that's a super directional mic, which avoids that, and I just turn it down and talk straight into it. So
you have a shotgun mic.
Yeah, I do.
So yeah, if you want to get a super directional, like a super like zero, like one direction, get a shotgun mic. It does make it a little harder because I move around a lot when I talk. You got to really be right up to it. Another way to fight it is if even with your mic, you can make your mic pretty quiet and you get really up close to it when you're recording. I mean, you can't do this when you're doing a live stream because it'd like be very uncomfortable to talk like this the whole time. But if you're making a video, you can talk up right on your mic and just turn it down. And then if you turn it up in Audacity or whatever program you used, often you won't get the echo. But so anyway. The Crappy Robot for £2 says, "Comedy is like food. You eat what you can digest." There you go. Charles Carlson for $4.99 says, "S-Class for life." Thank you, Charles. True. Toot for $5 says, "Comedy policing is the biggest reason I've grown to hate wokeness and the trans community. As a trans person myself, I miss the 2000s comedy." Yeah, I think that's a lot of people. Because all the trans stuff is really, not trans, all the woke policing stuff is really just is getting on their nerves.
Hugely.
Yes. There's a couple more memes, Adam. They got put up.
Oh, more memes?
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how I get distracted and forget my meme job.
Yes, you do. You do.
I think I did have one. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team drinks mouthwash regularly and has unsuccessfully attempted to download a car 5 times.
Download a car?
Is this true? I believe this is true. S-Class is the best class.
Not true. That last part is the not true part. That's
I disagree with that pretty strongly.
Yeah. Sure.
Honor
That's not
our
what your DMs
guest.
say. That's not what your DMs say, okay?
Okay.
He's like, Sitch, I haven't been having any luck on Tinder. You want to slide into my DMs, Sitch? Here's my Tinder profile. I'm like,
yeah, Sitch, tell me what I'm doing wrong.
And I'm like,
Sitch is very homophilic here.
I'm like, listen, homophilic. I don't even know what that word means.
Yeah, I go into Twitter and I'm like, yeah, Sitch, so you're the smartest and most attractive person I know. So what am I fucking up?
And I'm like, listen, Doomer, listen. I'm flattered, really. But you're just not on my level of attractiveness, okay? I just can't go with you. You're just right below the threshold of attractive level that Sitch will go out with, Doomer. I'm so sorry.
Ouch.
And I did talk in the third person to him when we had this conversation.
Yeah, that was a bit creepy, but I forgive you.
So this meme, who made this meme? Azrael. I see him all the time on Twitter, but I never know how to say his name. Azrael, who does make YouTube videos sometimes, made this meme. It's the Anakin Padme meme. Only Anakin is academic agent and Padme is Adam. And academic agent says, "It's time to talk about society's biggest problem." Adam says, "Socialism?" Adam says, "Critical race theory?" No. Ablicking.
Yes.
There it is.
Society's greatest problem.
Yep.
Ouch.
It's a very odd thing to get upset about.
Stop strawmanning him. It's not the abs, it's that men are becoming feminized.
None of this was ever talked about in the dialogue with Dave.
You're right. We totally didn't talk about the feminization of men at all.
None of it was. Yeah.
Was the conversation supposed to be about like that video in the Discord?
I thought it was.
He kind of reached out to say, listen, you don't understand academic agent's position. Let me explain it to you, kind of deal.
Oh.
But I don't
we didn't really talk about it all. Yeah.
I don't feel like that is what happened. But
that's true. The crappy robot for £5 says Repliz Cheney? Oh, is this Cheney's daughter? Talks so much like her father, I wonder if she ever accidentally shot a good friend of hers in the face. Oh, Alec Baldwin said this. Oh, shit. Alec Baldwin in 2019 said, Liz Cheney, representative. I don't know why they put one word. Representative Liz Cheney talks so much like her father, I wonder if she's ever accidentally shot a good friend of hers in the face.
Jeez.
Ooh, well.
Oh, yikes.
Well, be careful what you tweet.
God.
The crappy roll for £2 says, in future, Dave should dress up as a little cutie. There you go. That's right. If Chappelle doesn't want to get canceled, he should dress up as an underage girl in scantily clad outfit. Yeah.
You did a video on that movie.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Did they never take that down?
No, they never took it down.
Yeah.
I heard someone say that they lost like hundreds of billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars over that. Is that true?
I fucking doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there was some campaign for people to get rid of their Netflix account because of that. I mean, I never saw numbers. I'd be shocked if they lost a lot from that. But
yeah, I mean, the numbers don't make sense to me because I don't understand why they spend so much money on original content. It's like, how can they be making that much back? But I guess they do. So.
Well, it's fine. Like, Cuties is so weird because, like, I mean, I did a whole video on it. The movie's fucking terrible. It's not like it's so bizarre. It's like, I think it's just the movie is not like, I think people got the wrong idea. People thought it was supposed to be like pro-pedophilic. The movie's not supposed to be pro-pedophilic. It just sort of accidentally became that because I think the director was incompetent.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't really understand what they were trying to go for. So.
Yeah. They were like, this is supposed to be about female empowerment, but these kids are like 11.
Well, no, it was like, because it's supposed to be like that them acting slutty is bad, but it's just not filmed properly to grant that assertion to the audience. Like,
so it's like, is it like the thing, was it Poe's Law? It's like it's trying to be satire, but you can't tell it apart.
No. It's not trying to be satire. The problem is it's trying to be an art.
Serious.
The problem is it's an art house film, which means it's fucking meandering and doesn't really have strong direction, and it's just kind of wandering around.
Yeah.
Like, the way to do Cuties properly would have been that you show that a girl who is a immigrant from Somalia is an outcast, and she's having all these problems with her family life, which they show, because the plot is that her father, apparently in Somalia, they have harems and people have multiple wives. And her father wants to have his second wife.
There. Yeah. This is basically of all a storyline right here.
So her mother's like freaking out about this. And so it's like about her looking at her mom and saying like, oh, my tradition is garbage because my mom is super unhappy about this. She's going to have to be a second wife. It's super boring. And so then she turns and she sees this group of young girls who all act like slutty and whatever, but they're having fun and they are sort of attacking. They're being rebels. They're attacking authority. Okay. And it's like, it's what's kind of weird about it. Like, there's an interesting movie in Cuties that they could have actually had, but then it gets all bogged down with the art house nonsense where it's directionless. And the fact that they keep showing these close-up shots of the girls fucking dressing and dancing, like shaking their asses and everything. And it's just like,
disgusting. Yeah.
It's like, because like the way they would have done it, the way they should have done it is that they don't actually show them dancing at all sexual until the very end. And as soon as it happens, everyone who's watching is just like instantly horrified. That would have been the way to get the message across, but they didn't.
Kind of like that. Isn't that kind of like Little Miss Sunshine? That
is exactly like Little Miss Sunshine. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. See, Little Miss Sunshine did it correctly.
Yep.
No for 499 says, what can I say about Hasan's outfit that hasn't already been said about Guantanamo Bay? That's a good line. I like that. Fadukajigus for $5 says, I like jokes. Jokes are funny. Please pray for Dick Masterson, who suffered head trauma as a result of being assaulted at the protest.
Really?
Right?
No way.
I don't know how serious it was, but yeah, he got pushed into like a big concrete pillar or something. Yeah.
Really? Fuck.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I think I don't remember if I read this one. Violet. Oh, I did. This was the Bulgarian ones. As an artist, I love listening to your show while drawing and doing my duty as the immune system of society. Thank you guys for all of the content. There you go.
Yeah, notice that. Someone takes that seriously.
Hasan's stepsister for $5. Thank you, Hasan's stepsister. For $5 says, comedians are artists, but artists aren't artists.
Artists are the ultimate artists. What are you talking about?
Agree. Like a Doomer Media for $5 paying us money. Thank you, Doomer. Fucking idiot.
What? What did I say?
Comedy is an art unless it comes from some clown like Sitch.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Also,
that was a pretty
give
base
me a
submission,
wrench.
Were you drunk when you did that?
Sounds pretty drunk.
No, I don't drink.
Oh, good.
All of my cringe is sober. Isn't that fun?
Everybody accuses me of being drunk or high or all kinds of stuff, and I'm never drunk or high. So
you have that connotation where you sound a little high all the time.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I think that's just the SoCal thing.
I've been accused of that before.
Mm-hmm. Dogpiler for Life for 5 Canadian says, speaking as an actor, art is in everything. I love you too, but I got to work on my audition for tonight. Biggest one of my career so far. Oh, well, good luck, Dogpiler. Let us know if you get the part.
Audition. That's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. William Kurt for $5 says, the comedy thing is strange. Can comedy go too far? Parentheses, like someone going on stage and beating a dog. Yeah, that would be very fucking crazy. Or is it just not comedy at that point? I don't know. That's a good question. Does comedy go too far? Or is it just not comedy?
There was the stupid feminist comedian that tried to cancel Dave Chappelle over this. Do you remember her comedy special was like not comedy? She basically came out and talked about her sexual assault for 45 minutes or something.
Yes, it was terrible.
Is that Tig?
I'm not sure who it is.
First of all, we don't allow racial slurs on this program.
I think her name's Tig Notaro. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, so don't allow weebs. That sounds like a fucking weeb ass name.
But is that, I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here, going too far and it not being comedy anymore. Her trying to pitch that as comedy was like, get out of here. Nobody wants to hear this.
Yeah,
Come to be
that's how I felt
lectured.
about. Yeah, and like, I commented on this. This actually happens a lot with comedians when they get older. Like, if you watch Carlin's late stuff, a lot of it isn't really comedy. It's just like an old man screaming at the audience for a while.
That's true. That's true.
But with Carlin, I don't know. It's still kind of forgivable. Like, I don't know. I guess it's just because I like Carlin a lot.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's like what you said. If people like you, that you get a lot of leeway that you wouldn't have normally. So
yeah, that makes sense.
That's true. This is so CT made some merch.
Yeah.
Some people were interested in that drawing that we're now using as our background. So she made some merch. The link is in the description. For some reason, the link said a cool shirt of us, which I've now fixed. It's Sitch and Adam merch. Sitch and Adam, friended.threadless.com, link in the description. If you want to buy some Sitch and Adam merch.
I might have to get me one of these shirts. They look pretty awesome.
Is that, I'm assuming, is that, wait a minute.
I want mine in black, though.
I don't see it actually there. Wait a minute, CT. Where is that stuff? Is that on a different link?
Yeah,
What's happening? Are we separating our merch, CT? What's going on here?
Is there a version without Sitch in it?
We can cook that up for you. You want one with
nice.
The little Doomer
The Doomer Sloat? The Doomer Stout.
The Doomer Stout. We're not going to make that because only one person will want it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We only make shirts of popular YouTubers, Doomer. We don't.
Yes.
Oh man.
We know how to make money around here. So.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. My videos get demonetized.
That's true.
Did your video get demonetized? Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, it ends on 5 minutes of riot footage. Of course it did.
Oh wow, that sucks.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Oh no, it's there. Yeah. CT put the link in the description. Yeah. Adam friended threadless.threadless.com if you want to get some cool merch.
Sweet.
Master Plague for 2 hours says, would you guys ever have Razor Fist as a guest?
Sure, I would.
I don't really like Razor Fist.
Really? Is he the dude with the long hair? He's like does political commentary and talks.
He's the guy that has the long black hair who dresses in black leather and yells at you for 10 minutes very angrily. Yes.
Yeah.
Sitch, you shouldn't. I mean,
he's like Angry Sticks, basically.
I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we talked to Ben Burgess. I didn't think you really liked Ben Burgess.
I don't. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm assuming if we ever had Razor on, it wouldn't be like, let's have a debate about something.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just saying,
I think they want Razorfest to come on and destroy you on like the.
Let's talk about Cyber Ninja and the fraudulent votes. Yeah, I know.
You got it exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They want your utter annihilation.
It's so dumb. I don't want to have to research that enough to fucking destroy someone in a debate about it. It's such
the election fraud shit.
Yes.
Oh God. Yeah. I got so fucking neck deep in that. Like right after the election, it is torturous research because like
it's a black hole. It totally is.
Oh my fucking God. It's the worst shit in the world. Because like, well, my approach is usually, okay, give me your strongest piece of evidence. So I only have to debunk one thing.
Yeah.
And then they'll like, you know exactly what they're going to do.
There isn't one.
Like, exactly. They gish gallop and then you'll like debunk 3 or 4 things and they just throw like 10 more things at you or link you to a website with like 1,000 pieces of information. It's just like, okay, whatever. You believe whatever you want.
Yeah. And then the problem is that like, it's one of those, it falls into the realms of conspiracy where even the debunks are part of the conspiracy. So you can never really fucking know. So then it's like, well, what the fuck is the point? And this is all in the back. So listen, I agree with Sky Adams. We should have a way to audit the elections instantly or quickly that everyone agrees with. Totally on board with all that stuff. But a lot of the fraud shit is not the way to do it. So,
yeah.
Anyways, KNX122 for $4.99 says Sitch is a wrench tyrant. No one person of shadow should have that much power. He must be destroyed. I mean, first of all, you're correct. I am a wrench tyrant. But yeah.
That's a sore subject for me, Chad.
How dare you rub it in Doomer's face while he's here? Okay. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo. You're never gonna get a wrench.
Whatever. I mean, apparently I have a wrench in Adam's chat, so that's what really matters.
He gives us wrenches out like candy. That's shit.
This meme
he only gives wrenches to the best people.
It's true that my chat is the only one that matters, but this this meme is completely incorrect though, because they have me, the ultimate West Coast guy, with the East Coast rappers. I don't know if people know that. And I
think funny because like
Dev is like Canadian, like he's not even.
So this is, if you guys don't know, this is the East Coast West Coast rapper feud. You got, I don't remember who the fuck is any of these people except for Biggie and is that Jay-Z or Tupac?
Yeah, one of them.
I'm assuming it's Tupac. Tupac and Biggie was on one side. I don't know who's on our side. So
Yeah,
I don't know my raps.
Isn't Tupac Adam?
No, I thought Tupac was on Biggie's side, or was that, am I backwards?
No, Tupac is Sargon is Tupac.
Really?
And Biggie is
his academic agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know the people on our side, but I definitely know they're East Coast.
Yeah, I don't know any.
Yeah.
But there you go. That's the this is Mal McKee. He made this meme. This is our this is the feud. The feud over the abs. There you go.
The abs feud.
Yes.
World War abs.
Me, Adam, Short Fat Taku, and V against Academic Agent and Sargon.
We all came out against the abs. V's video was amazing on the abs controversy. I love the way he synthesized it down too. You just can't boss people around. They're just going to tell you to fuck off. Right? Yeah, he zeroed in on the copes. He's like, these are good arguments. These aren't copes. Yeah, fun stuff.
Malcolm McKee says Adam. Oh, no, he says Dev is Suge Knight. Sitch is Snoop Dogg. Oh, awesome. Adam is Tupac. Oh, okay. So
I am Tupac. Okay.
And V is MC Hammer.
Yeah, I'm getting gaslit about my rappers here.
Okay. So wait. So is Jay-Z with Biggie? Who is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know rap. Okay. It's like asking me a sports question.
All you need to know is that Tupac is better than these other people. That's the important piece of information.
I'm Tupac.
Well, listen.
Good. Perfect.
No, actually, no, listen.
It lines up perfectly.
Who out of that list, Suge Knight, Snoop Dogg, Tupac, and MC Hammer, who's still alive and who's still relevant?
Yeah, you're Snoop Dogg all the way.
Relevant, motherfuckers.
Relevant. Yeah, Tupac is dead, but he's still more relevant than all these motherfucking alive motherfuckers.
I said who's alive and relevant.
Relevant.
Snoop Dogg, motherfuckers.
Tupac is the GOAT.
Oh, Snoop Dogg.
Playing he's on The Mandalorian. How fucking relevant is that? Come on.
Is that true?
Come on.
I thought that was a joke.
Oh,
is he actually on The Mandalorian?
I don't know. It seemed like
I saw like I saw a picture and I thought it was like photoshopped or something. Wait, let me look this up. Snoop Dogg wears Mandalorian armor in new Star Wars themed music video. Okay, he made a it's a music
video. He's not actually on The Mandalorian.
There you go.
He's so irrelevant. He's not even on The Mandalorian.
Wow.
The best songs that Snoop is on are in Tupac albums anyway. So
I love how he left the hair on for Snoop Dogg. That's so good.
I gave Adam West Coast. There you go.
Yeah, no, that's great. My mistake.
Sargon is P. Diddy. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. That makes sense.
I don't know this fucking shit. Listen. I'm white. I like white music. I'm just kidding.
What is white music?
White girls with guitars complaining about their boyfriends? Is that
that's oh Jesus, fuck no.
That's like an entire genre.
I know, it's fucking tragic.
Some of the songs are good.
That was another thing that bugged me about the talk with Dave. The big gotcha of what is American culture. And like they're
it wasn't a gotcha. I just didn't fucking want to waste time getting into this.
Well, it's just the whole idea that there is no American culture just seems ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. There's absolutely no American culture whatsoever. Nothing. No American culture exists.
Right.
Really quickly, Mr. Palu in chat says Biggie was way better than Tupac. Mr. Palu, you are wrong. You're very wrong.
You're a big Tupac fan?
Big Tupac fan.
Wow.
Yeah. Biggie has one good song, Mr. Palu. Okay, you got Juicy. What else you got? What else you got?
I like one Tupac song really good. A lot.
What is that?
It's yeah, you can tell I really love it.
I was gonna say I can't think of a single Tupac song.
That's just the way it is.
Things will never be the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Tupac has like 4 albums that are all like every song is great. It's not even close between Tupac and Biggie.
I'm gonna put a big doubt on that one. Big doubt on that one.
Have you listened to Tupac?
I'm sure I have at some point.
The GOAT.
Sure I have at some point.
Me Against the World, All Eyes on Me, even shit like Better Days and fucking what's it called? Until the End of Time.
Listen,
all fucking fire, dude.
Like Ben Shapiro, rap isn't real music, okay?
Okay.
I can't bring it up because
I only listen to real music, like movie soundtracks and video game soundtracks. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's
the
real music.
Yeah, it's not real
Sitch
music.
Listens to. Okay. I'm not.
Yes,
gonna
CT.
lie.
We're talking about rappers.
I have been listening to Delta Room music like pretty constantly the past 2 weeks. Okay, much better than any Tupac song.
Oh no. Okay.
All right, I sent you a Tupac song for after the stream. You can rock out on.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, no matter how toxic Sitch is, A-Team will forgive him because A-Team reigns supreme.
Correct. Yeah, we're all about forgiveness. It's the only way you can roll on this show. You have to be about forgiveness because Sitch is gonna fuck up once a week.
Wow. Listen. A lot of people did not like your comment replies. Okay, they're like, Adam is just too angry in the comments. He needs to chill.
Who said that?
People.
No, that's not true. That's not
okay.
True.
All right. Okay. Hasan Stepsister for $5 says, all these simps begging for Sitch to give out wrenches don't understand the responsibility of the wrench giving power. Don't kowtow Sitch. Oh, never. Never.
I'll have 1 million subs before Sitch gives me a wrench. Let's be real. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll motivate you. When you get verified on YouTube, I'll give you a wrench. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. You'll see Sitch.
Kill la Kill does have a great soundtrack. That is true. That's very true. Don't lose your way. Have you seen Kill la Kill, Doomer?
No, I have not. I haven't seen any. There's like Kill la Kill and Hunter x Hunter. All this shit people keep telling me to watch that I have not watched.
Oh, sorry. We had this conversation last time. You're like, I like Akira because I don't really like anime. I just like Akira. I'm like, that's a shit fucking anime. Get out of here.
Man, Sitch with all the bad takes.
Yeah.
I don't like dubstep. Dubstep or dubstep? Is dubstep the new thing? I don't like dubstep music. No, not a fan. Code 5601 for 5 Canadian says, is there a way for non-progressives to do their quote long march through the institutions and push back sharing Gerber theory nonsense? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know. Is there a way for non-progressives to base? I'm assuming they're saying, is there a way for non-progressives to kind of fight back and regain power of the institutions? I think there is. I think there is. I kind of want the COVID. It's annoying because the so much of Biden's presidency is just saturated with COVID stuff.
I know.
Yeah, can't really talk about anything else. So I was kind of like cutting into my prediction because I think if it wasn't for the COVID stuff, or if maybe they'll go away next year. We can see what happens.
He can really take the anti-woke stick out and start beating some people.
Well, I think it's really going to depend because I don't think the Democrats are going to do well in the midterm, but I think that's going to be related to COVID stuff. The thing that will get them to push back in the institutions is that if woke stuff becomes seen as an unwinnable political position, which I think it will be. That's kind of what happened with Democrats in the 70s and in the 90s, running away from being called liberals in the first place. That used to be a dirty word, so we'll see what happens.
Wait, do you think that Biden is going to do anti-woke stuff?
No, I think what's going to happen, or what I predicted was going to happen, which hasn't happened because everything's so focused on COVID, is that no matter what Biden does, and he will pander to woke stuff, no matter what he does, the woke people will criticize him and they'll start attacking him. And after him being president for a year or two, they'll say nothing's changed. We still have all the same woke problems we had before. And they'll start wanting to attack him. The woke journalists will start wanting to attack him. And it'll create kind of this divide between the young journalists who want to attack Biden for being too woke and the old journalists who want to protect Biden because they're going to want to win the next election. But that hasn't really had an ability to form anywhere yet because of all the COVID stuff. So we shall still see if that ever comes to fruition.
Biden, your warrior against wokeness.
Dude,
I don't think Biden is going to be the warrior against wokeness. I think
no, absolutely not.
No, he has no energy to be the warrior against wokeness. I was talking about that there'd be like a split between the media about this. But
there's not much advantage in it because, I mean, even if a lot of people disagree with it, most people are willing to just kind of duck their head down and not get involved. But
right, but you have to remember that a lot of the mainstream media's primary concern is to make sure that Democrats win elections.
Yeah.
And so if you have a lot of the young journalists that are threatening Biden winning or whoever is going to run in 2024 or the midterms, it's going to create a split between the woke people who are willing to basically let the Democrats lose in favor of wokeness and versus the older people on the left who are not willing to sacrifice Democrat victory for wokeness. Do you disagree with it?
I mean, I just kind of see wokeness as just being the dominant. I don't think there's going to be much of a pushback at all, to be completely honest with you.
But you think so? If all the woke people start attacking Biden to the extent that he's going to lose the election over it because he's not even going to be able to galvanize the woke people to his side, you think that the media is just going to let that happen?
I mean, they won't be able to utilize like media outlets to do that. They're just going to complain on Twitter. I think they would just ignore them.
No, but the problem is that a lot of the media outlets are broken between the young people who are legitimately woke and some of the old people who are not legitimately woke.
So let's float a scenario. So let's say the New York Times starts publishing a bunch of opinion pieces about like fuck Biden, right? Along woke lines. That's kind of what you're saying is that if something like that started happening, you would get a counter pushback of people.
Well, no, I don't even know if they'll be able to publish op-eds, if they'll even let them, because the editors, the people that control what gets published at the end of the day are going to be all the old dog lefties that are going to want to just try to get Democrats elected.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I would expect to happen is that like they wouldn't even be able to utilize the media outlets at all.
Yeah, but then they'll start going to Twitter. The journalists will start going to Twitter. They'll start going to their own blogs, and there'll be like this weird thing where there's like writers for the New York Times are subtweeting the New York Times. They're like, they wouldn't let me publish my op-ed, or they'll publish it in these kind of like, the secondary woke outlets, and you'll see like this kind of weird divide split that way.
Huffington Post blog.
Oh God.
Yeah, or like, The Root, or some of those fucking shit rags. But it's okay. No, literally no one thinks I want to agree with me, Jummer. Everyone thinks I'm totally crazy for saying this. And everyone gets super triggered whenever I talk about it.
Yeah, because that's the reason.
I'm not triggered, yeah.
I know you're not. But
that's the reason you voted for Biden.
That's not the reason I voted for Biden. Everyone fucking strawmans me, including you on this. It's so terrible.
It's
so terrible.
Let me steel man you here.
No, because you voted for
Biden. You voted for Biden to end wokeness.
No, that's not even remotely true. I constantly said, vote for the political candidate who you think is going to enact the actual public and political policies that align with the things you want to see. Okay. And I agree with more of the Democratic policies that are not related to wokeness.
Right.
Like the economic stuff,
$15 an hour minimum wage, better health care.
They're not. The Democrats aren't in favor of $15 minimum wage.
Oh yeah,
as a party.
Yeah, it's like 4 people.
Right. That's like just the squad, basically. Okay. Yeah. And so people would send in response, say, "Well, Sitch, why aren't you going to vote for Trump? Because voting for Biden will help wokeness." And I kept saying, that's completely backwards. Wokeness has exploded under Trump because they can constantly point to him as evidence that everything they're saying about being the victims and about America being dominated by white racist men is true.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
And so Trump will never defeat wokeness.
He can't.
Ever. He literally can't defeat wokeness.
Trump was like the best thing for those people, and like CNN and shit.
Yeah, totally.
Trump, and that was another thing too, is that the mainstream media, and I don't think people appreciate this, the mainstream media used wokeness, and I think this is why wokeness blew up under Trump. The mainstream media learned that the way that they were going to defeat Trump was by calling him racist and sexist. And so they're totally going to use the weapons of woke, because that's all the weapons of woke have, is to call someone racist and sexist. Yeah. And that's why it blew up so much in the last 4 years, was literally because Trump was fucking president. So
yeah.
Anyways, Hexadanimal Stan for $2 says, put the super chat towards the Doomer Wrench Fund.
Based.
Darius Hamilton for $5 says, Hasan is lying about being a big fan. There's always but after him saying it.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's doing that on purpose for his audience. He took every single side of the position on that stream, so anyone could just they could look at something he said and be satisfied.
That's genius. Yeah, there you go. You take all positions so no one can be mad
exactly.
at you.
What are you talking about? I said he should be canceled. What are you talking about? I said I loved him. What are you talking?
Right. Apparently CT sent us like a bunch of memes, or sent you a bunch of memes. So
more?
A bunch of more memes, yes.
More memes?
More memes.
How many super chats? Are we gonna finish up super chats tonight, or are we doing a Tuesday stream?
We will finish up super chats tonight if you show the memes. We stop getting sidetracked. Jeez.
Yeah.
Also, she made the train with the Adam face emoji for the Discord. So that's pretty funny.
Very excited about that, guys.
Adam says, like, with no energy. Coding Jesus for $5 says, Hasan is the dumbest streamer of Twitch, which is why he's the most popular streamer. There you go. Batman's Pet Goldfish for $2 says, comedy is all about
timing.
Blank. There you go. Surprise.
Yeah.
The Copy Robot for £2 says, quote, don't punch up. Hasan Piker saying U.S. deserves 9/11. There you go.
I want to be clear because I'm the one that says comedy is about surprise, but some people do say comedy is about timing.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
But you have to, timing is part of the surprise, obviously.
That's true. That's a good point. Finsane for €10 says, I can't believe people try to show the S-Bus, even though Mercedes already has a model line called the S-Class. Imagine taking a train when you could take a German luxury saloon.
Sedan.
They put saloon, but sedan, yeah. S-Class is the best class. Thank you, Finn. Thank you.
That level of excitement is so good.
That's true. The Copy Robot for £2. Adam is so seething. He gets so mad when I get excited for S-Classes.
I got to turn my camera on here so you guys can see that I'm just.
And here he's so angry. He's seething.
Look at this.
So triggered. He's
look at this. Do I look angry? Do I look seething?
He's trying to hide it now. He's so angry. He's wearing like the happy mask
salty?
in front of it. Oh my god!
Do I look salty, bitch?
Look how salty he looks.
How salty do I look, bitch?
He looks.
I'm not salty.
He looks fucking so mad right now. Look at this.
No fucking salt here.
I can't even see him because it takes like 20 million years for the thing to come up. But he looks pretty angry. He looks pretty angry. Oh, I can see it now. Look how angry he looks. The whole room is red. Okay, you're literally radiating your anger.
Get out of here, punk.
He's literally radiating the room. He's so angry. The room is burning up.
I'm not showing the memes that are gross. Okay, don't send us gross memes.
What's the gross memes?
Memes that are intended to gross us out do not get shown.
There's only one meme that you're just afraid to show the meme that shows how disgusting your taste is.
It's just not. It's not. Come on. We're a family show here. We don't need discussion.
You're talking about the baked beans meme? What are you talking
about?
Okay. Adam is so upset.
DM me that one.
Adam is so upset.
Nobody needs to see that.
Someone DM me the baked beans meme.
I'll DM to you. Adam is so upset that he showed the world his terrible, terrible dark.
I have to put my foot down here. People need to know that not all memes will be shown on the show. They can't, like, memes aren't shown.
You got to put the baked beans meme
indiscriminately.
You got to put You got CT sent us 3 memes and a server emote. You got to put them all up here.
The server emote I'll put up with the.
You got to.
Oh, it says stitches.
Wait, yes. what is this in reference?
Hold on. I'll be right back. You go tell us about the meme.
What? I gotta tell you about the meme?
Does Sitch eat cottage cheese and baked beans or something?
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's one of his favorite things to eat. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he said this before. He loves it. Here, I'll bring it up while he's gone. Here you go. Here it is. Here's the meme, guys.
What the fuck? I don't even believe that.
It says Sitch's best cottage cheese, baked beans, official S-class, seal of quality. Okay, this is pretty funny. This is pretty funny. Yeah, it's disgusting.
I knew Sitch had bad takes, but holy shit.
I know, it's evil.
That's the worst food take I've ever heard in my life.
We should reverse the name of the show. It should be Adam and Sitch after this.
Yeah,
why would anyone take him seriously? Yeah, evil. All right, that was enough of that. That was fun. Let's move on to this next meme. Disgusting Sitch, I know. Let's move on to this next meme.
Jesus.
What's your type, it says. It's like a little girl. I don't know. She's an anime girl. What's your type? And it has academic agent here, surrounded by a bunch of anime girls. It looks like Tifa. It looks like the girl from One Punch Man. I think her name is Champ. And another character I don't know the name of. And the abs girl, and also the
did you show the disgusting meme?
Yeah, we already talked about it.
Okay. We talked about it. Did you show it?
I did. I showed it. We talked about it.
You did show it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Everyone knows it's disgusting. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're halfway through this meme here. And then he says, don't have one. Oh, I guess because he doesn't like any of the girls.
No, because he doesn't want to admit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like, what's your type? And in his mind, he has all the ab girls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's got the girl from One Punch Man.
I know.
Tifa.
Tifa.
Got Champ. I mean, don't say that. Mm-hmm. Our character is completely original, Adam.
It's Champ, right?
That's Captain Miyazaki. I don't remember her name.
Okay.
And then that girl from Final Fantasy Tactics or something. I'm not familiar.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I don't have one. He's fucking lying.
So Sitch, what got you to try cottage cheese and baked beans for the first time?
We're moving on. We have to move on to.
Wow! Did Adam fucking lie to you?
We have to move. We have to move on to the next meme.
Did the chat not stand up for me? Adam lied about it.
We're running out of time here. We got to get through these memes.
We were asked. CT snitched on you so fast. She's like, wow.
Did she snitch?
Oh, she snitched on you so fast.
I mean, the baked beans say Stitch's best.
First of all, they say Sitches. They don't say Stitches.
Stitch's best. Look, official S-class approved. Best.
Did you read what it says? It says seasoned with memes and brown sugar. That's pretty funny.
Oh, wow.
No, so I think it was CT. It was either CT or Harker or someone asked us what is the weirdest food combination that we like. And Adam said baked beans and cottage cheese.
Oh no.
And it was just like so fucking disgusting. It's so foul. Oh my god. I literally almost threw up.
That's not fair. Creeman says Adam lied, people died. That's not fair. No one died because of my lie. My little white lie did not kill anyone.
White lie. Listen to this guy. Oh my god.
I mean, cottage cheese is white.
I tried to pin it on you, Sitch, while you were gone. You set me up with a perfect opportunity.
Oh my god. Disgusting.
But it didn't work out, yeah.
Yeah.
So Dr. Thallam made both those memes.
I almost got away with it. Dr. Thallam made the Sitch's baked beans?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the don't have one. And he made the next one that you can probably put up. Some more abs related memes.
Okay, here it is.
The copy robot for £2 says left be big mad because their comedians ain't funny. That is true. That is true.
Oh yeah, of course.
The copy roll for £100 says Dave Rubin, comedy king. Well, that's also true.
Oh, yeah. Strike back. There you go.
You know who the
Payback's
best
a bitch.
comedians are? The enlightened centrist.
It's true. It's so true.
Yep,
you got to step out of your ideological bubble to really understand what makes people tick. Yeah.
So Dr. Tom, he made the classic meme, the don't want, and then I do want. With doesn't want the abs, but he does want some Avola.
I'm amazed that somebody saw this picture of this woman and they're like, this is a problem. We need to address this. What the fuck?
Well, I think it wasn't the picture. It was all the reactions. Everyone going, oh, all these horrible men, these degenerate men submitting themselves and simping for the woman abs. Oh,
yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
because men are effeminate. Okay, men need to be strong, masculine, and women need to be subjugated. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen.
Facts of life.
Yeah, I thought you were Team Truth, Adam. You're fucking lying about the beans. Okay.
Team Truth?
Yeah.
This is metaphorical truth. I was explaining the.
Yeah, Adam thought the abs were fake too, but they're not. She has like a whole
Oh, I know. I
Instagram
saw
or something.
They are. I saw a higher res picture and it definitely looks real. The high res.
Yeah, no, they're real. They're real and they're spectacular.
Yeah.
Based.
Daily Dose for $5 says, Doomer, are you going to respond to Mahler dunking on you the other day? Kappa. S class is the best class.
Wait,
A-Train has a P brain. Django Unchained is GG. There you go.
So I saw that someone said Mahler has made more political videos than I have. That was pretty funny. Was there anything else that he said?
I don't know.
I think that was it.
Yeah.
No, listen, Eric. I'm not saying being feminine is subjugated. This is such a straw man. Why, Eric? Why are you lying? Why are you lying to chat? I never said being feminine is being subjugated. Why must you break my heart, Eric? Why? Why must my own chatter break my heart and lie like I'm saying that being feminine means that you're subjugating yourself to a man? I never said anything like that, you fucking lying piece of shit. And I love you. John Masters for $5 says, Crowder can be funny, but he relies too much on shock humor and racist allusions for the mere sake of it. He's not remotely subtle in his jokes.
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing. Yeah.
There you go.
It's Archie Bunker humor, which it's like, come on.
I don't watch him enough. I only saw that one thing that was like super racist. The farming bit that got him in trouble. I was like, whoa, shit.
Yeah, the George Floyd thing was pretty bad too.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, you're talking about where he's was that a joke? I thought it was supposed to be him like simulating getting a knee on your neck or whatever.
Oh yeah, I guess that's not a joke really, but it's also just kind of pretty fucking tasteless. Like Jesus, dude.
Spencer Harmon for $10 says Steven Crowder has the largest amount of viewers in the key demographic, 18 to 49, more than anyone TV. Anyone who doesn't find him funny is sadly in the minority. There you go. I guess like Hasan.
Who was the one that had the best demographic?
Steven Crowder. Apparently.
Okay, Crowder. On YouTube, I guess. Maybe so.
Yeah.
I don't deny that he's not huge. I mean, we're just entitled to our own opinions.
Are we?
Yeah, of course. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't find him Look, Dave Rubin has a fucking million+ subs, right?
That's true.
Everyone loves the Rubin Report. Guy's not funny. The guy's not funny. I mean, it's so. I mean, I don't want to dunk on Dave Rubin, but I will. He's like, he tries to open up his interviews, his serious interviews, with a non-funny joke.
Oh, geez.
It's not.
It's a comedy show, Adam.
But making a joke that is not funny is not how you warm people up for an interview. You make a funny joke, and yes, it does warm people up. But Ben Shapiro is funnier than Dave Rubin by a long shot.
Comments that are like almost funny are worse than not attempting to be funny. Like, this is something I keep finding with writing. Is like I'll have a comment where it's like there's almost something funny here, but if I'm not completely sold, I cut it. So it's like, you don't want to fucking whiff a joke. It's not a good place to be.
I think he started the interview with Eric Weinstein, like talking about his hair. And I was like, I mean, he doesn't have good hair. I would start there.
I remember Adam was like, "Wow, I can't believe he said that."
I know, it was cruel.
Yes.
It bordered on cruel.
Stotsk for €5 says the joke was, "Careful, Dave. They coming after you. One day or many days." That was a funny joke.
That was one
funny.
of the funnier ones. Yeah, that's a good joke.
Coding Jesus for $5 says the left will freak out over Dave Chappelle, but won't freak out over cuties. Disgusting. There you go.
True. Yeah.
MGS Komodo Dragon for $2 says the baby killing someone was ruled as self-defense. Yeah.
Oh, it was?
It was. Well, I read some article that said that was the claim, and it was in defense. It was during some fight or some build up to fight, but I couldn't find like a video of it, and I wasn't gonna really say, one way or the other without seeing a video about it. But that's why the charges were dropped. JMac for $5 says, well, poison ivy is organic, Sitch. Are you saying we should eat that?
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
You got me, Jay. Drive-by commenter for $5 says, another day, another rich tanky trying to weaponize victimology and exploit public goodwill in order to put a chilling effect on human freedom.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's exactly what's going on. I don't want to cancel him, but he should be canceled.
Spencer Harmon for $5 says they already are the Rainbow Mafia. What do you mean?
Oh, that's true. They do call him that.
Yep. Seeing RK. Oh, you can leave whenever you want to, Mark. It's like you don't have to stick around for super chats or whatever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I realize I can leave.
Okay, well, sometimes people they feel awkward about it until you say you can leave, and they say, "Oh yeah, I should probably get out of here." So
yeah,
I just trying to help you out here.
I need to go to sleep in a little bit, but I'm cool for now.
You can. You can stay around too.
You already said where you were. You're like mid. You're like flyover country.
Yeah, I'm in Illinois.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rhymes with annoying.
Sion Arcale for $10 says lots of food isn't labeled organic because the producer doesn't want to pay the USDA to do all the expensive tests. Others pay for all the tests, but only do bare minimum to pass to get the label. So if you want to have a take about organic food not being properly labeled, or maybe you're getting scammed or whatever, that's all a take you can have. That was not Charles Murray's take. At least that's not what it appeared to be. It was a single tweet, but it seemed like he was just sort of shitting on the idea of food being, or of organic food being healthier for you than Kraft macaroni and cheese, which is.
I think that it was completely a joke. I said this to Sitch, and he was like, "No, it's not a joke.
It does not come across as a joke.
It's a total joke.
Well, it's like he's trying to be funny, but he believes in what he's saying.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
I don't think he does.
There you go.
Should we respond? I don't know.
We'll ask him. Did you actually mean this or not?
Yeah. Hey, quick question. No, it's not about race and IQ.
Yeah,
I'm curious about race. I'm curious about the Kraft thing.
Curious about your mac and cheese take. Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, "Are we really going to take food advice from someone who doesn't like cottage cheese and beans?"
Yeah, exactly. I guess that super chat would have outed me anyway. Oh,
you can't escape.
I almost got away with it.
I almost got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling super chatters.
Okay, the guy
and that pesky stoat.
The guy he is retweeting has said, "Mrs. Strain is out. I need to make dinner. I need to make kids dinner. This box of mac and cheese expired in January 2021. Do I use it?" Okay. This is the question that he's asking.
Yeah.
And it's funny that he's tagging other people. He's not tagging Charles Murray.
I don't even know how Charles Murray got fucking involved with it.
Just because he's probably like, not gonna tag the race and IQ guy in my question about mac and cheese. It's so weird, huh? But then Charles Murray retweets us and says, "If you're buying organic pasta, you're beyond help. 2 words, Kraft dinner." So, I mean, it's in the context of making kids dinner for himself.
He's not joking, though. He's being serious. He says, if you're buying organic pasta, you're beyond help. 2 words, craft dinner. That's what's he's saying in a funny way, but it's not a joke.
It is a joke, though.
Okay. It's a joke that he agrees that he's the thought behind the joke is sincere, though.
Wait, is Sitch being comedy police right now?
No, I'm not. Fuck you. Though actually, it's funny because the guy who tweeted it says, "I'm on your side on this one, Charles, but so far I have not been victorious." So that means that his wife is wearing the pants and dictating the food that they eat.
That's how it goes.
There you go. That is how it goes.
Made with organic water. Yeah, there's no real.
I can't. What are you talking about? Didn't say that.
Somebody else responded, made with organic water. If it was craft, the expiration date would be 2031.
That's true.
That's totally true.
It's a bad sign, though. That's not a good quality. Okay, it's a bad quality.
I mean, I would always take organic water over something like dihydrogen monoxide. Like,
oh my God, Tim Pool just joined the stream.
Shut the fuck up. Jeez. He has the beanie. That's true. Hasan's. Oh, I already read that one. Good morning, Sunday morning for $5. Thank you. Good morning. May have these for $10 says Dave believes in the me that believes in you. That's right. Don't believe in yourself, Adam. Believe in the me that believes in you.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll do that.
Who says that?
Believe in the me that believes in you.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
Kamina.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at that.
Drilled to
Why you
pierce
guys
the
want to
heavens.
fucking? Well, you guys don't. I'm an anime expert. Okay.
Okay.
Don't fuck. I'm a half weeb here.
All right. Non-Vita Rex for $5 says cognitive dissonance sucks. That's why people censor and cancel the opposition so they don't bring it up or call them out on it. True.
Yeah.
Zombie Licorice for $5 says, I'm not familiar with what Charles Murray said, but it's fine to be skeptical of organic labeling. Often the bar for such labeling is quite low.
Hell yeah, exactly.
I would probably agree with that. But I'm assuming, and maybe I'm wrong here, I'm assuming that was not Charles Murray's take.
Charles Murray was making an absolute joke. Charles Murray is a health food nut that only eats
is he really?
organic
Is he
food.
really? I don't think he is.
Let me look at his bio. It says vegan right here.
Okay. Sure.
Let's see. Husband, father, social scientist. That's really got to drive. That's got to drive the fucker.
Does it say eater of garbage and fast food?
Look at this. That's got to drive them, the wokies, insane.
Of course. That's why he did it.
Social scientist, writer, Madisonian.
Does he have pronouns in bio?
Does he have pronouns? That would be hilarious.
Or maybe right-wing ideologue, pseudoscientist, evil.
Wait, it actually says that?
Yes.
That's
or
funny.
maybe right-wing ideologue, pseudoscientist, evil.
That is funny. I give him credit for that.
Opinions differ. Now, do you still think he's serious about the... Look, this guy's a
yes,
prankster
I do, actually.
right here.
Yes, I do.
This guy is a prankster. No.
Dude, he doesn't have pronouns in bio. What's wrong with this guy?
That's true. He should. That would be actually super funny if he did.
I'm going to tweet him. Settle a bet for us. For us. We're going to
Are you actually anti-organic food?
For
my fucking God. Imagine being Charles Murray and reading this tweet.
I know.
Is this a joke? Or
you can't just write. Yeah, you have to be specific because it is a joke. But
really, really against
organic
food.
Okay.
I hope he responds, "Get a job."
I do too.
I think
you don't have to do the whole fucking thing. Don't
joke.
bias. No. You can't bias them. You have to remove the second.
My retard co-host.
Oh my God.
Thinks you are serious. What do you think?
Listen to this. Look at this bad faith. Okay.
If you want to be more accurate, say autistic.
First of all, yes. Secondly, now he can't answer because now it'll make him look like a retard.
Okay, I'll take the retard out.
Okay.
I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at organic food.
Yes.
Then we might get a real answer. But if he answers back, I'm going to say, I knew it. My retard host was wrong.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Done. Set.
The figure 13.
We'll see if we get an answer.
Okay. The figure 13 for 8 Aussie says trans people join the military to have their transitions paid for by the U.S. taxpayer. Trump's policy was about stopping this practice to save money. I have to see some proof of that. I'm a little skeptical that there's a lot of trans people joining the military just to transition. A little skeptical about that.
I read something that was a thing, but maybe it was like right-wing propaganda. I don't know.
I want to see some numbers.
People like go to prison purposefully to get health care, so it wouldn't really surprise me, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it's a magnitude thing.
Either.
I want to see some numbers. Okay. I'm very skeptical.
God, you're always so skeptical.
I'm skeptical that not only is that like a thing that happens, but that happened enough to merit an executive action. Okay. That seems pretty extreme. EM Penner for 5 Canadian says on a recent AA stream, one of his guests said they have more in common with tankies than conservatives, and he didn't disagree. Interesting.
Who Vosh has more in common with tankies?
No, on an academic agent stream.
He said he had more in common with tankies than
someone on his stream said that, and AA did not disagree.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he just doesn't want to piss off the people who are paying him.
Well, I don't know, because when we watched the first video we watched before he covered his video was about thought crime, as we like to call him, saying that there's no left-wing party in America, and he was doing all the socialist talking points. An academic agent in the chat was saying, I agree with like almost everything this guy was saying.
Really?
So,
I didn't notice that.
I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't put 2 and 2 together at the time, but maybe.
Sad.
Fascinating.
Wait, what do tankies and tradcons have in common, though?
I'm not sure.
They're illiberal.
Well, yeah, they're illiberal. They want authoritarian rule, I guess.
Maybe.
I don't know.
All right, we got a new meme coming up, guys. This was good.
Oh, shit. It's probably going to be terrible because Adam is very excited about it.
It's terrible not for me, but
Jesus. Lucifer the Doberman for 10 Canadian says, to quote George Carlin, quote, the job of a comedian is to find the line and intentionally cross it. Very true. Very true. See, that's why we forgive George Carlin even when he has shit takes, because he has great takes too.
Ben Walrath came up with this meme.
I can't see it for another like 20 seconds.
I want to be sure that it's credited correctly, though. I'm sure the audience can see it on time. Actually, I think they see it 20 seconds later anyway. But
Adam Riley for 5 Canadian says, Adam, be the one to produce that show. Do it for S-Team. They love that stuff.
What show?
I don't even remember. What show are we talking about?
Is it the Mahler versus Vosh?
Oh, God damn it.
Imagine not.
You motherfuckers.
What a fantastic meme. I was worried. What a beautiful, amazing meme.
I thought it was going to be a Sitch meme.
So did I.
How do I have your audience on me now, dude? Fuck.
Because you're shitty Chappelle take. Okay, you deserve it.
Yeah, exactly. Shit on the master, you get the memes.
Oh, they put their name in it. This is by Not Gay Ben did this. Oh, Not Gay Ben did this meme. Fantastic.
Look at this. This post made by the Wrench Gang. Look at this.
It says,
all their wrenches. All their wrenches.
It's a picture of Doomer with his little sad Doomer avatar, and it says, imagine not having a wrench. And Doomer looks super sad. And it says, this post was made by the Wrench Gang. Your pal Ashley, Stug, Not Gay Ben, Caffeinated Tweaker, Dr. Thaliel, and Dr. Diddler.
Yeah.
The Wrench Gang.
That's what you get. You were saying you didn't like community. That's our community. In your face.
In your face. There you go.
Striking back.
Oh, now they're spamming wrenches. Okay.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh my God.
Okay, Chad.
It's all wrench. It's all wrench all the time.
Yep. It's a coordinated community attack.
They're gonna screw your nuts, Doomer. Okay, you better be careful.
Man.
Adam Riley for 5 Canadian says, Adam, be the one to... Oh, I read that one. Adam Riley for another 5 Canadian says, didn't know Doomer's channel name, so I typed in is Vosh into the search bar on YouTube and got his video. Bless the algorithm.
Yeah.
It's funny, actually, we found out the other day we were trying to search your channel. We couldn't find it unless we looked up is Vosh evil. That was the only way we could find your channel. We couldn't actually type in Doomer Media and find it. Christian Baller for $5 says, I'm not a fan of Crowder either, but check out his TYT parody. It's the best and most spot on thing ever. Oh, look at Danimal. So sad. Danimal, I forgot there's 3 people that will never get a wrench. Danimal's like, can I be in the wrench game, please?
What was the TYT parody?
Crowder made a TYT parody. That was very
Sauger.
Adam, did you really have to put a wrench in chat?
Yeah. Come on.
Rub it in, Adam.
I'm celebrating.
Look at this. Look at this. Are you still A-Team? You still feeling that A-Team love, Doomer?
Well, A-Team is for life, Sitch.
Okay.
I'm not feeling great about it right now.
Look at this. Adam fucking spits on your wound and
I don't
share
people's personal DMs. Okay.
Yeah. Sitch, Adam never leaked my DMs.
There are lines that people shouldn't cross. Okay.
Okay.
Oh man.
Immortal Mechanism for $5 says, I'm deeply offended that you misgendered a repeat rapist. I'm now going to campaign to get your stream canceled. Every article I read called him a boy. None of them said trans woman. So
oh, really?
They all said they all said boy. Every single one.
Yeah.
Oh God, look, guys, we have Dave. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not Dave. It's not the distributist. It's the derp tributist.
No, really?
The derp tributist for $5 says, hey guys, I just want to start by saying I'm not in favor of everything Ebola says. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about ethnic segregation.
Oh my God.
That's a pretty good meme. Not gonna lie.
So
that's
did you guys got along with Dave before this, right?
I never interacted with him, so.
Oh, okay.
I've gotten along with Dave. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave's been on a couple of my streams before, but I mean, I got to admit, before we had this, I had an email exchange with Dave where I was basically telling him that, I didn't want to get in a no bullshit situation where I was on a stream and Sitch was like gunning for bear and I was just sitting there not having warned him. So I told him very much. I was like, listen, Sitch is going to bring up Evola and how Evola is a racist and all the racist shit Evola has written. And I
see that's the problem. You're so like you told me all this, so I'm like, okay, I gotta be nice. I was too worried with being nice. Because of this conversation.
That no bullshit stream was so funny.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable for me, Doomer. So
I know it was.
That's what made it funny, Adam.
I know it was terrible.
What is Adam doing?
It was terrible. But anyway, I wanted to make sure that was clear. But I mean, it's so weird because we're in this weird position where and I got completely triggered in the comments because people were trying to spin this as Sitch and I brought up race and IQ to paint Dave as a racist. That is the narrative that they're going with. And I went through very carefully and time-stamped Dave bringing up these things that Dave brought up long before any of us said anything about race or any of that stuff. Dave brought that shit up. Yeah. I'm 100% certain Dave brought that stuff up gingerly to basically make
He did. When I asked him what his solutions were, he said separatism. And I looked at it, that sounds like segregation. And I looked it up, and that's what it is. So, yeah, I know. We didn't bring that up.
But
I didn't know we were talking about race shit.
I did have back and forth in the comments just because people were so trying to spin it. I was like, what the fuck? I was in the conversation. I had a lengthy email exchange with Dave about not wanting to talk about the race stuff. I don't want to do a bunch of fucking research to be in some gotcha race debate. I don't want to do it. It's not me. Fucking, I'm interested in MMT. Bring me your MMT arguments, okay? You want to debate MMT? I'll debate you all day. This is the thing. I'm not dragging people into having an MMT debate. Like, why are people dragging us into having a fucking race debate?
Yeah, this is the difference between you and Sitch. Sitch is like, yeah, bring on Doomer so I can scream at him.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. I need to stop being nice. I need to start screaming at people some more. So, you know.
Yeah.
But am I wrong, Sitch? I mean, that's your recollection of it. I time-stamped it. I mean, he's beating around the bush about the race stuff. He was totally doing that.
Yeah, no. Well, this is the tactic, and this was totally intentionally on Dave's part. He's trying to underplay it. That's why we spent so much talking about this stupid, like, how bad is America? Even though we're like both saying we agree with his critiques, we just don't agree with like that this is the end of the fucking world here. And that's why we spent so much time on that, because his prescriptions were literally just stop immigration, which has nothing to do with any problems he laid out, and that he gave fucking the segregationist argument. Yeah. And he tried this, and I think maybe people didn't catch it because he said separatism and he mumbled some other things off. And the only reason that we even talked about it was because I grabbed the little thread that he just laid down and tried to run past, and I pulled at it and said, wait, what is this thing that you're talking about? So because he didn't just say, I'm in favor of segregation, people will say, oh, you're strawmanning him. You're strawmanning him. He didn't say that. Even though that's literally what he was advocating for. So
yeah, I'll go back and watch it and see what I think.
You shouldn't watch it. It's a terrible fucking stream. Okay. Nobody should watch it. It's fucking garbage.
By the way, as for the no bullshit stream, I thought you should have gone harder, Sitch, personally.
I don't know how I could have, but okay. I'll try.
Really? Okay.
Jeez. I just hate the fact that people are saying that we're like, our ultimate goal is to bring someone on and characterize them as a racist because that's fucking really what we want to do. Listen,
those people are full of shit who are triggered by their elephants and are probably, you know, AA or David fans. Okay. I had never had any interaction with distributors beforehand. I'd only seen a couple of his videos, which I had nothing to do with race. I had no clue that he had any race related takes whatsoever. I thought that the conversation was going to basically be him talking about traditionalism, but saying that he's not racist or anti-Semitic, and that he was just going to throw Avola away immediately for that reason. That's what I did not go into this conversation thinking there's going to be some race element to this whatsoever.
Same exact thing. And I've watched many of Dave's videos, and Dave does not strike me as a racist individual. He made a series on the alt-right and basically was against the race element of the right, saying that it's a losing strategy.
Right.
And that fucking everything they're doing is completely incorrect. It made
that's why
he's not racist. Yeah.
That's why I was so surprised by his take being, let's legalize segregation again. I was just like, okay. Like, it really caught me off guard. So yeah, but listen, there's going to be people. This is a problem. And we've talked about this, and I don't want to talk about it anymore because we got to get through super chats. Because the left has cried wolf about racism so much, there is a group of people that are just so fucking like numb to any accusations of racism that their immediate pullback is to just instantly deny what the, you know, any accusation of racism, or say, oh, you're just woke. What's going on? Why are you woke now? Blah, 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 blah. And that's the problem. People are just so emotionally triggered by calling someone racist or saying, why the fuck are you saying this racist shit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yeah.
Yep.
Well, he made one comment.
And listen, I didn't feel super comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable about it either. That's why that's why I didn't fucking roll out the fucking steamroller on Dave during the conversation and start saying, what the fuck? Why are you acting like a racist piece of shit? I didn't say any of this stuff.
Well, I couldn't figure out how any of this stuff had any, you know, causal relationship to the statistics he laid out in the beginning. I even said that. I'm like, why are you bringing this up? And then I tried to say, you're making the argument that wokeism is somehow that, like, how does this race stuff relate to wokeism and stuff like that? But everyone was just dancing around the topic and not really laying out a comfortable argument. But
yes,
before any of us brought up any race stuff, at 35 minutes, Dave says, academics are catering to a certain demographic, and that certain demographic fucking like, why is it a certain demographic? Why is it unclear like that?
I don't remember the context of that line. I just remember him saying that like he thought that he sort of insinuated that he agreed with academic agent that blacks could never be risen to the same status of whites, at least not for 300 years, I think is what he said. And that trying to do so seemed to be a waste of time. That seemed to be his argument. And that's why he was saying that the black community needs low skill labor jobs or something to progress.
That was AA or Dave?
Dave said that.
I felt super offended by the and
that's
called
what got
it
you
out.
very triggered,
and
yes. Right.
Dude, my first fucking manager at the firm, which is like a huge company, Michael Ovitz's company, was black. What are you telling me? He needs fucking low skill, like, dude.
No, I agree. I agree. My doctor's black.
Yes,
fucking doctor's black.
Exactly. This is like,
I know.
What are we talking about here?
I know.
Hey, dude, have you never met a black person before?
Let's bring out my main man, Jordan B. Peterson. So like he made a really good point that like the differences within groups are so much greater than the differences between groups.
Yes.
So it's like, even if you could noted some small statistical difference between groups, the variability within the group is going to be so much larger that difference between groups really doesn't matter on an individual level at all.
Yeah.
True.
It's no basis for making a judgment about a person.
Yes.
Why Sage said that?
It was
Jordan Peterson. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, for a second I thought you said Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh. No, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Jesse Lee Peterson says, "Have you forgiven your father, Sitch? Sitch.
We live in a fallen state.
Have you forgiven your father? Have you forgiven him?"
You dug up that clip of Vosh unironically doing the Jesse Lee Peterson thing to Sargon.
Yes.
Saying Sargon, that clip's insane. You should have put that in your video.
CT
there's a clip
that up, not me.
Yeah. CT dug this clip. It's like a clip of Sargon talking to Vosh on our channel for the first time. And Vosh says, "Do you hate black people?" No, he says, "Do you love black people?" And Sargon says, "No, but I don't love white people either." And he started going into like an individuals thing. And then Vosh immediately turns around and says, "You just said you hate black people."
Oh yeah. I've heard about this.
It was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Anyway, Spencer Harmon for $5 says 2 different schools, same school district. Oh, that was about the sexual assaulting kid. It was the same school district, but it was 2 different schools. Okay. EM Penner for 5 Canadian says academic agent Hasan have one thing in common. They both said America deserves 9/11. There you go. The Butter Ample for $2 says, quote, lungs fucking soy. Adam A. Train friended 2021. There you go. You did say lungs were pretty soy. That's true.
Me?
No response.
Yeah. No, I did say, lungs are soy. Tear your lungs out, man. Don't be a fucking beta bitch, man.
Don't be a pussy.
High T means 0 lungs.
That's right. Hasan's tiny tender for $5 says, Hasan pushed my plate aside when his stepsister yelled from the laundry room for help. Why did it take him an hour to get back all sweaty?
I'm curious. Not a good
I'll be
look.
honest. I literally don't even remember how the Hasan stepsister meme got started, but I do think it's hilarious.
Did we start that? Was that started?
I don't even fucking remember. It started on the stream. I don't remember how the context was, but I appreciate it.
Well, we've talked about some stepsister pornography in the past.
I understand how that part of the meme got created. Okay.
Right.
$2 says gay jokes were made all the time in the 90s and aughts. That's true.
Yeah,
that is true. They were.
Our generation grew up on gay jokes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like and when I went to school, you wouldn't call someone stupid.
Yeah.
You call them gay.
Yeah, everything was gay.
Everything was gay. Yes. What are you, gay?
I wonder if any friends were offended by that stuff. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, it didn't really have the kind of like, it didn't have the connotation necessarily of being associated with being homosexual. It was just like a generic word for bad, at least in how I remember it. Like
that is what that was.
Literally everything was gay. Things that could have no conceivable relationship to gay people were called gay.
Yeah, that's 100% true. But I still, and I felt that way for years, and I defended it, but I don't defend it. I think that was bad.
Yeah,
yeah, I agree.
You didn't. You don't defend it anymore because of the Jewish stuff that you made.
Yeah, because I had someone do it to me in using Jew, and I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And I was like, "Oh, this is what it feels like."
There was one. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I learned to stop using the F slur when I was playing League of Legends with one of my friends, and I said the F slur about someone on our team, and he got really pissed off. And that's when I found out that he was gay. He came out because I called the jungler an F slur in League of Legends. It's like, oh shit, I guess that really pisses people off. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that shit.
I listened to one podcast, and I was trying to remember who the podcast was, but I can't remember. But it was all of these like anti-woke people on the left that were talking about the gay experience, and it really kind of opened my eyes to that. I mean, it's just such a different coming of age experience when everyone is talking to one another about, you know, the guys are girl crazy, the girl crazy, or the girls are guy crazy or whatever, and they're just not experiencing that. They're experiencing something completely different, but trying to fit in at the same time. It's just, I do empathize with that position a lot more ever since listening to that podcast, because and I do wonder if there was anyone in my friend group that was that person that just, you know, I've lost touch with, but later they came out as gay and we were talking about whatever, you know, guys talking growing up. Yeah.
Speaking of gay, Menschman for $2 says A team is the gay team. There you go.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah. There you go. I think it was a compliment. I don't think it was used as a pejorative.
No, we're just bros.
Yeah. You know, very close friends.
I mean, it's true. It seems like all the gay men in stream are very firmly on the A train, or at least they want to ride it, if you know what I'm saying.
It's true. Yeah. I
what's wrong with that?
Probably responsible for the name change.
Adam's a handsome devil. Get that Doomer face out of here. I don't want to see it anymore.
No, Doomer's he's our new face man.
Oh, Jesus. Imagine not having a wrench. I know. How pathetic.
I might work this into our banner so it's like a regular thing.
Sad Doomer not having a wrench.
It already is. It's a regular topic of conversation.
No one draw. Yeah, they'll do. The meme will be the Doomer. It'll be like the no logo with a no wrench with Doomer behind it. There you go. EM Penner for 5 Canadian says academic agent did a stream where he and his buddies went over Bin Laden's manifesto and they agreed with most of it.
What? That can't be real. That can't be real.
Can't be real.
Wait,
please.
AA did?
That's what Penner said. Penner, please, fucking God, send me a link to that.
Osama bin Laden, right? His manifestos are like incredibly anti-Semitic.
Wow.
Oh, really? Well, that doesn't surprise me even.
Yeah, because I remember going through it at one point and like joking about how based it was, just because of how much just how fucking offensive some of this shit was.
Right.
Like, holy fuck, he's like so fucking anti-Semitic.
Oh my
Holy
God, Penner,
shit.
tweet me that video. I need to see that. What the fuck? Like, this is what's so crazy too. The academic agent, like a lot of stuff. I'm assuming a lot of people defending him are American. He's like so fucking like death to America. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking jeez.
I'm so confused by this guy. He's like a tradcon, but he likes tankies and Osama bin Laden. Like, what the fuck?
He's not. He's a neo-reactionary. They're like their own bizarre thing.
In the stream when he was demoralized, he is evidently in contact with Curtis Yarvin. He mentioned potentially having a stream with Curtis Yarvin. Right. James Lindsay is also in contact with Curtis Yarvin. He's brought him up on his podcast, but James Lindsay is like trying to convince Curtis Yarvin that he's insane. Like that's basically the position.
Wait, really? James Lindsay's trying to convince Curtis Yarwin that he's insane.
Yeah, that there's the whole idea
hilarious.
that like abandoning liberalism is completely just yeah.
Yes,
right. Just a non-starter. Yeah.
He wants that weird corporate monarchism or whatever the fuck he calls it. Yeah.
Which is god.
Fucking bonkers, yes.
Yeah.
Snub Birth 13 for $5 says, quote, quoting Hasan, murder them for it. Aren't the trans murders and suicides barely out of the single digit percentages per year? I know the murders are. I don't know about suicides. I think the suicides are probably reasonably high for their I know they're higher for their proportion of the population, which is where all the rhetoric comes from. But
yeah. I
like that we have
go ahead.
I like that we have like wrenches and no wrenches.
Oh,
like,
I know.
Going off
There's a war going on. It's great.
It's like, you know, the war between the cattle ranchers and the sheep ranchers.
God.
Electric Elephant for 2 Aussies says, A train brings the pain. Brain pain, if insult. There you go. A train brings the brain pain. Guardian
brain
Fortress
pain?
for 10.
Come fuck you.
It's better than the ass pain. A train brings the ass pain.
Oh yeah, no, brain pain I'll go with.
Okay. Guardian Fortress for $10 says, does his mom still cook him chicken nuggies? Probably.
Yes.
Probably. That's why he moved in with them, so that she would still be his chef.
Move them in with him.
Right. Well, they found the house, really. Yeah. So I feel like he moved in with them.
Yeah. Mom's a real estate agent now.
Right. XSL for $10 says, thought on the idea that liberals created or even allowed wokeism to spread and be planted. Also, please give me a wrench because I can't spend $2 or $5 super chats. Well, first of all, I'm sorry, but no. We have a price here. You either have to be super funny or give us $100 and not be doomer. There's a couple of criteria. Some of them are not spoken. Okay.
Well, that one is.
I think liberals definitely allowed wokeism to spread. I think it's an undeniable fact, but they definitely didn't create it. That's not true. That's not even remotely true.
The Democratic Party created wokeism.
You're saying this is a joke, but you know that.
No, I'm not. I'm serious.
The Democratic Party did not create wokeism. I don't even know how you could remotely say that.
Wokeism is an election strategy. That's all it is.
That's true, but they didn't create it. They just used it.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. It was bubbling up, and it's been bubbling up for, you know, some people say it's 2012, which I guess is true. I don't think it really started to bubble up a lot until 2013, 2014. But
I mean, aren't the roots in like the 70s?
The roots are from the 70s, yes. But it kind of went away. It lay dormant for many decades.
They found
like
it
a true monster.
Cultivated it, though.
That is true. I will not deny it. That is completely true. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, you gents are playing with fire today. That's true. He's referencing the your evil plan, your evil Hasan plan.
Oh, I know. God, I hope that troll doesn't actually happen. Wink, wink.
No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I disavow completely.
That was a joke wink, you guys. Come on.
Okay.
The winking part is what makes it funny. It's a surprise. You didn't expect that.
For the record, I'm not affiliated with this podcast. I don't know who these people are. I'm here against my will.
You got to understand, Doomer. If you don't take it too far, people are not surprised. Yes.
J-Mac just gave $100. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Says, this is for all my no wrench brothers and sisters. You are seen. Look at that. Yeah. Daddy J-Mac has
I don't want to be seen, J-Mac. I want a wrench. I don't want anybody to see me and my no wrenchness.
Wow. I didn't know you were so status conscious.
I'm very status oriented.
Okay. I know. I didn't realize.
It's like people think I'm doing YouTube for money, but I really just want a check mark. That way you get cred in chat. Like that's what really matters.
Okay. That's true. That's a good point.
I still don't have a check mark. Unfortunately, Sitch doesn't have a check mark either, even though he has 100,000 subscribers.
I know. What if?
Because
you know why?
He never got.
Because Sitch doesn't give a fuck about status. Okay, he's too cool for that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Really?
Yeah, of course. Why do you think I never really give a shit about getting a check?
He's too lazy to get the silver play button.
I'm too lazy because I don't care. I literally don't care.
The silver play button would have got you the thing.
Every single person cares about it more than me. Like every time someone finds out that I didn't apply my silver play button, they like freak out. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you.
I would seriously, I would like to have that silver play button. This PSA Sitch silver play button. It'd be great. Okay. Mount it behind my toilet.
Yeah, exactly. Just want to burn it. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, wait till you find out how many wrenches I have on your channel. Yes, chat. You can change your name. I stay here because you gents are so anti-tribal. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
We're handing out wrenches. People all want wrenches, but what don't people really want wenches? Isn't that what you guys really want to be handed out in the chat?
Winches? Come on.
Yes.
No.
Nobody
wants to date a winch, okay?
Oh, I see. Well, I didn't say date, but
why is OMG Wilson Feel is in the chat saying don't jerk off wrenches? Is that what's going on?
What is he saying?
Don't jerk off wrenches.
Look at these emojis in the chat.
Listen, you don't. That's a good point. You don't want to jerk off a wrench. It probably hurt your hand, and I'm not sure you'll gain much pleasure from it. That's true. That is true.
You're not my dad.
William Kurt for $5 says, you are currently being audited by the IRS for counterfeit free will. Get Dave on stream again and give Doomer a wrench, or you will be arrested. There you go. There you go. I don't think we can get Dave Chappelle on stream. So, Sir Mouse for $5 says, I met my wife in real life. Now we're divorced. Therefore, real life is bad. True.
Would it be? It feels like it would kind of be pointless to get Dave on. Like if Dave wanted to come on and say, like, he would have to lay out an argument or just categorically say, you guys are mischaracterizing my argument as, something that it's not, and like dispel that notion immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that that's going to happen.
I don't see how he could. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doomer's waifu pillow for $5.
Oh my God.
It's the it looks, I can't tell because it's a tiny picture. It looks like the chick in all red. I think that's from the show where like they have to drive the robot with their butts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Doomer's waifu pillow for $5 says, come back to bed, Oni-chan, with a sad face.
Oh. Is your wife, are you leaving your waifu pillow unattended, Doomer? I hear you have a dog there. Am. You might want to watch out.
Dog might hump your waifu pillow. You don't want to catch your dog cheating with your girl. Jeez. Brain for $5 says, for years, no sign of misfriended on stream. Proof of life is needed at this point. This could all be some elaborate Norman Bates thing involving the cat.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe that. That's true. I believe that. Yeah.
We've
never seen her.
CT has met my wife. We actually went out to lunch together during VidCon. So I officially have someone that will vouch for me.
I like that Adam was like, allows CT to hang out with his wife, but not me. What does that say? What's happening there?
Yeah. I'm not sure why. I mean, we just hung out at VidCon though. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what happened there. This was like 2 years ago now, right? Or...
Yeah. Jeez, listen.
Did Sitch avoid VidCon to not get doxxed?
I was at VidCon.
Oh, really?
Well, once. I was at VidCon once. I even wore a little thing that said Sitch on it.
But were you and CT at VidCon together? You weren't.
No, she was at a different...
It was separate years. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was before or after, but... Prince Charming for $5 says, I'm married to the same woman for 17 years. Never been with anyone else, even before. Oh, that's great. 17 years. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty lucky.
That is great.
To find the first one on the first attempt.
The first.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. 17 years they've been married. And
he says he's never been with anyone before that either. So
that's great.
That is
pretty
great.
Based.
Brain said Adam immediately has a cover story. ... Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm gonna lie about stupid shit like cottage cheese and beans. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, sure, that was a lie. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie about my
like your wife not being real.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little. I can't. It's strange. I got to admit, I'm a little suspect of. Like, you meet people on the internet and you have a certain image of them, and the longer you go, you kind of realize, okay, well, maybe this image you have isn't quite true, right? So I really understand that intuition, because there's a couple people that I think, yeah, that's probably, the wife thing is probably not real.
Oh, they're thinking they're lying about their relationship,
or all kinds of things. All kinds of things people lie about.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
To be fair, that's not just an internet thing. I mean, that's the thing in real life too. Like,
yes, totally.
I knew this guy. I knew this guy who was a pathological liar who like to try and keep a girlfriend that was going to leave him. He like made up this thing. He had cancer and he was having her take him to cancer treatments.
Holy fuck! Now that's a little fucking insane. Jeez.
It's pretty fucked.
I do have one of my best friends from high school. We, over the years, have kind of deduced that he is a psychopath, like that he just will lie indiscriminately and doesn't care about anything. But in high school, I mean, he was like my best friend, easily one of my best friends. Yeah. So, but as time goes on, there's certain things that you're just like, okay, well, this is not adding up. Someone's lying here. If something's going on. Yeah. And he will just completely lie indiscriminately, make shit up, just monomaniacally fixated on getting what he wants.
That's not good.
Yeah,
that's not good.
The last time I saw him, he was trying to get me to like loan him hundreds of thousands of dollars. I was like, what? And I was just telling him, I'm like, God, I don't want to throw him under the bus. I don't want to say his name, but I was like, man, you know that we all know that you're a psychopath, right? We all know. Like, you've fucked over all of us. Every single one of us you've fucked over. Like, the jig is up. What? This is crazy. I can't even believe we're having this conversation.
That's funny. You're like, I'm just insulted that you think I'm so stupid to believe
I know. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. What is life? What has life been reduced to for me to be in this situation right now?
I only met a pathological liar once, and I didn't realize they're a pathological liar till years later.
Yes,
it was someone I was became friendly with at summer camp, and like they wouldn't lie in a way that was harmful to me. Like they were just talking about how they'd seen all these Japanese episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Like this is before the internet, and everything they told me about it was just a fucking lie. It's just really bizarre.
Yeah,
they made up their own headcanon.
They did. They just made up all sorts of crazy shit. They also made up all crazy shit about all sorts of other things. So like, but whatever.
That is one of the things, because we would catch him in totally stupid lies that just totally caught red-handed, and he would why would you lie fess up. That? He would totally not fess up, and it would drive us insane. Like, we know you're lying. Just tell us. Yeah. Yes.
Factology 101 says Adam lied, beans fried.
Yes. See, imagine if I did that little lie about the baked beans and then stuck with it. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm obviously.
Well, that would be kind of insane.
Yes, I know, but this is the thing. When there are people that do that, they'll believe that that they can lie good enough to get away with it. It's like
right.
Imagine you go to VidCon to see your favorite YouTuber, Adam Friended. And you go up and he's eating a bowl of baked beans and cottage cheese. Imagine what a fucking letdown that would be.
Oh my God, I know.
They say never meet your heroes.
While listening to the greatest Disney musical hits.
Oh yeah, I totally love musicals. Well, I would eat the baked beans and cottage cheese. I am into those. So.
Oh my God.
But I wouldn't do it with a musical. Come on, there's some things that are beyond reason. So.
Oh my God. I'm gonna throw up. Someone send me something?
I'd eat some right now if we were done with super chats. I'm starving.
Oh, the video is locked behind channel membership.
Oh, it's the thing. Now we have to become members. Holy shit.
I don't want to become members just to watch this fucking shit. Oh my god.
It's the Osama bin Laden thing.
Hey, tell you what, so do I have to like create like a fake YouTube account and join?
All right, he has this whole like nested structure of like monetization shit. It's really fucking weird.
I didn't even know you could do this on YouTube. I literally didn't even know members content on YouTube was even like a thing.
Yeah, we never set our members up. We should do that.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have. I've never seen a YouTube channel that had members only content. I literally didn't know this was like a thing that existed.
I've seen it, like, but I never set up my members on my channel either. It's funny. I emailed YouTube and like bitched them out for not giving me memberships, and then they gave it to me, and it's been like a year, and I still haven't. Because it's like a huge. I thought it was going to be just a button you click, but no, you have to fill out a bunch of shit. So
that's the exact. Yeah, they sent me an email too, and I was like, oh, cool. I'll look at this. It was exactly the same experience. Oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. I mean, I believe people would enjoy having the memberships, and also because you get to
money.
use,
that's always good.
And you get to use special emojis in the chat and stuff like that. I think people would get a kick out of it. But
yeah, no, we will definitely set up our channel membership because the emotes is kind of hilarious.
Yeah,
but
the emotes get a doomer no wrench emoji.
We do need a doomer no wrench.
Yeah, we do. We need a doomer begging on his hands and knees for a wrench.
Yes.
And Sitch just like looking the other way, just like.
And A-Train emotes. Oh, there's so many good emotes. Stoat emotes.
Weasel emotes would be good.
You can call it wrench cucked.
Oh, yeah.
Wrench cucked.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
That's pretty good. Asayar for 10 Wozzies says, did you hear about Hasan's rich friend trying to sell skincare products to protect from blue light? He faux criticized her, and in DMs, he was offering her advice on how to defend from criticism. I didn't hear about this.
Wow.
Holy shit. That's hilarious.
He faux
what the fuck is blue light? I don't even like ultraviolet light or like blue
light dangerous? Here, I'll better fix my
I didn't think so. I know like it hurts your eyes. Like that's why you have the blue light filter, but I don't know if it's bad for your skin. Hasan Piker blue light. I'll add that to the list of things to look. Sarcastic Overlord for $5 says, I like that Sitch starts a conversation about having a conversation about thinking of making a video about a video. Yeah. Listen, it's very meta. Okay.
Sitch is always thinking about making videos. That's a huge part of his day.
That's true. If tried my day is me sitting in the room silently going, think about the video I'm not going to make today. As
he's playing a video game. Do you play video games at all?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really. No.
Yeah, I never play any games.
Glib Facsimile for $5 says, I would pay Dave Chappelle to be mean to Doomer Media and give it a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. That would be pretty hilarious. That would be pretty hilarious. Is Dave Chappelle on Fiverr?
Doomer would, yeah.
Oh my god.
Fuck this N-word name, Doomer Media.
I'm gonna fucking check. I would pay a lot of money for that.
That'd be amazing. Someone paid. I feel so bad because I don't know where it is anymore. I forgot who did it. Someone paid to have Scott Adams give us a personalized message.
Yes. Yeah.
It was pretty awesome. It was very awesome.
I think that was on our 100th show.
Yeah, it was. It was great.
It was awesome.
It was great. Who made that? Please tell us if they're around still. I feel like a piece of shit for not remembering.
I always feel like a piece of shit. Yeah. People do these really nice things for us, and we can't even remember their fucking names.
I know.
Life is lame.
We are just really bad people. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, Doomer may be wrong, but he's wrong in the best possible way. I gave him 9 kinds of shit on 2 accounts, but it's challenging material to cover. There you go. You don't want to get an argument with Lord of the Nerds. He has 9 different fucking alt accounts he's going to argue back with you about.
Yeah.
Lucifer Doman. I'm sorry.
He must have been fucking with me in the comments because this sounds like the actual Lord of the Nerds.
Lucifer the Gentleman for 10 Canadian says, I'm glad Doomer came on the show today. Every minute that goes by proves how unworthy of a wrench he is. All aboard the A train. Choo,
Hell yeah, choo choo.
How can you be all aboard the A train and be talking shit about Doomer?
Choo.
I don't know, because I was about to ask that. I was like,
I'm in the A train.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right.
They don't. Yeah, but you're like in the back of the car. No one wants to.
No, Doomer is one of my trusted generals. Please.
Whoa.
Thank you.
There you go. You really comfortable having a trusted general be an SJW?
I was just getting tired, so I was forgetting about how Doomer's actually on my side, Sitch. You leave him alone.
You can have Doomer and you can have Vosh, okay? I'm totally willing to give them up to you.
Okay.
Doomer single-handedly destroyed Vosh. I don't know what you're talking
but Vosh
about.
said he loves us. And then he always put your
Oh,
name
it's
first,
true.
so.
Yeah, he does love us.
Yes, he loves us and he also fucking hates us. So there you go.
Should I play the clip of
No.
I love this.
Yeah, all right. I told you it was sarcastic.
No,
Hasan's stepsister for $5 says, we don't even know if the girl really wasn't passing. He could have just been saying it for the joke and not meant any of it. That's true. That's true.
It's true, yeah. I made that point, and Doomer conceded
said,
the point.
Fuck you, A-Train.
No,
I hate the A-Train. And he jumped off.
He conceded
after
the point.
he derailed it from the tracks by putting a penny in front of it.
You can't derail the A-Train with just a penny. You need like a roll of quarters.
Okay. There you go. A whole roll of quarters. Very sturdy. Our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben for $5. Who I did give a wrench.
What's up?
Says Doomer cares so much about trans feelings, but when it comes to super not gay sexual discrimination in media, silence.
Oh yeah.
Can't believe the bias here.
Hey,
how do you feel about super not gay sexual discrimination in media?
I have no idea what that means.
Super not gay sexual discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Is that like a
discrimination against people that are super not gay?
That's super straight, basically.
Yeah. Well, and that's even beyond super straight. It's super not gay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like people who are like mildly
straight?
Gay?
No, cis only.
Super not gay. Can't you read super not gay?
I mean, isn't that
cis only?
I'm so confused.
It's only it's not a double negative. It's only one.
Cis only discrimination in media. That means someone who's cis only is being discriminated against.
Yes. Don't worry.
When does that happen?
All the time,
apparently.
Okay.
Haven't you been watching?
That sounds cringe.
Open your eyes. Okay. Wake up.
You know, look, all I do is write videos and watch you guys' stream. If you don't talk about it, I don't hear it.
There you go. Penner in the chat says Roman statues of tomboys' abs were found in the time period directly before the collapse. Wake up. Exactly. That's why the Romans really fell, all the tomboy abs.
Oh my God. That's it. Those chiseled abs.
Yeah. William Kurt for $5 says, you don't need to lie in order to be polite. Sometimes you just don't say something. You can be awful even if you say something correct.
Right.
That's true. Toot for $2 says, Drawn Together's creator liked anti-Chappelle shit. That's insane. That can't be true. That can't fucking be true.
Who liked anti-Chappelle stuff?
Someone who created Drawn Together.
Drawn Together? Is that
you know this? You've never seen Drawn Together? It's like there was that show that was on Comedy Central that was like super fucking edgelord, like racist, sexist. Well, it wasn't racist. It was just like super, like making racist jokes, sexist jokes. I don't think they were, but they were making racist jokes, sexist jokes, homophobic jokes. Like they're throwing jokes, you know, edgy, offensive jokes. It was like 100% offensive humor all the time.
And they were against the Chappelle special.
Apparently,
unlikely.
Yes, I would believe it. I would believe it, but that's fucking depressing. That's fucking hilarious, though. Yes, it was offensive for offensive sake. That would be the best way to categorize it. I never liked it. Not because it was offensive. I don't give a shit about that. I didn't think it was very funny. It just felt very try-hardy. John R. for $5 says, Chappelle said when he left the Chappelle show, he was a nobody. I did enjoy the special, but I thought there's no way anyone actually thinks that. Yeah, that's not even remotely true. Glib Facsimile for $5 says, quote, imagine if you will a room of 1,000 trans people and you all called them the wrong gender. Would Netflix still give you $7 million? There you go.
No.
Oh, I
like that better.
Lord of the Nerds for another $2 says, I'm such a turf, I won't even read transcendentalism.
Good for you. I agree with that.
Weren't you supposed to change the Vosh title? What were you supposed to change it to? I forgot. We talked about this.
Me?
Yeah. We talked about you changing the Vosh title to something worse. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
William Kerr for $5 says, I think
demonetized, so you could.
Yes.
You're already demonetized, so you could totally jump in. You could be like,
yeah, you should change it to Vosh is the N word. Only you actually spell it out.
Yeah, that'll do great for my channel.
Would it? Okay.
Vosh uses the N word unironically. That's what you should say. That's what you should change the name.
But you spell it out, yes.
Yeah.
J-Mac. J-Mac for $10 says, I went through a super Christian stage where I felt so much guilt for having a drawn together DVD. I threw it out my car window.
Really? Holy shit.
That's hilarious. Was it before or after you went to prison?
I went through a super Christian stage for a while too, but I didn't throw away any drawn together DVD.
Right. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, does Doomer like celebrity roasts like Jeff Ross?
Those are almost always cringe. There's a couple exceptions.
Okay, because they're super
most
mean.
Of them are. Yeah, but that's not really the problem. The problem is it's just really, really not funny.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And it's weird because usually a lot of the people in them I find to generally speaking be funny, but there's just something about those roasts that are just awful. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a black hole of unfunny.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I think who's the Tiger Blood guy? Charlie Sheen.
Sheen.
Yeah, I think his was good, if I recall correctly. There was a couple of them that were good, but for the most part, it's a yikes from me.
I've only seen. You're right. I watched a couple. They were really terrible. I said this before. The only bit I liked on any of the roast was on the Hugh Hefner roast. Where Gilbert Godfrey comes up and he just says like, there was some rapper that came up and he said something like, oh, I'm gonna rape all these white bitches. Like he came up and it wasn't funny. He said all this like really like filthy shit. And then Gilbert Godfrey came up and just said the exact same thing that he said, only as Gilbert Godfrey. And it was fucking hilarious.
Wow. Do you think that, the first guy was a setup for that?
No. That's what made it so funny, was that like...
Nah, it was a setup.
No, it was not a setup.
That's putting too much thought into it.
Yeah. He just thought it would be hilarious if I just said this, if I just repeated this guy's bit, but as myself.
Setup and payoff. It was a setup.
It wasn't, but... Gilbert Godfrey is hilarious. I love him so much.
Another critical problem with the newer roast is they don't have Patrice O'Neal, who is one of the few people who's exceptionally good at that kind of shit.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says this would be much funnier if Adam was wearing a dress. That's true. Adam, why aren't you wearing a dress?
I don't wear dresses anymore.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's Gilbert Gottfried.
Yes, Gilbert Gottfried.
Hefner roast.
I think it was the Hefner roast. Yeah.
Oh, dig in here.
But you can find it. Lord of the Nerds for $10 says, once at a job, the manager came up to me and said a new coworker had killed himself. Jesus. And that his girlfriend was just there asking for his check, but he couldn't give it to her. So I said, Jesus. So I said, so she's available. That is awful.
It's terrible.
terrible.
Oh my god.
William, don't say that. Don't say that, guys. Don't say that. Was the first guy from the situation from Jersey Shore? I don't know. I thought it was a black guy because I thought he said it. He said it in like some racialized context. That's probably why I had the funny. But anyway, William Kurt for $10 says, "What I was taught in philosophy class is that the appeal to authority is bad unless two criteria is met. There's expert consensus on the subject, and the person is an expert in that field."
It's still an appeal to authority. My God.
Okay. William Care for $5 says the vast majority of intersex people have male/female sex characteristics and are fertile. Yes, I know. True. Actual Justice Warrior for $5 says Chank's nephew is the worst. TMs by me. There you go. There you go.
Maybe
Actual Justice Warrior is mad because he's all up on attacking Chank. We're all up on attacking Chank's nephew.
Yeah. He's upset about that?
Oh, yeah. He's upset. I'm calling you out, Sean. I know you're triggered. I know you're triggered. We can have a debate about it if you're not too much of a pussy. Because I know Doomer's not going to debate you because he's a pussy.
I am absolutely a pussy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, there you go. William Kerr for $10 says, thankfully, Hollywood has moved beyond the Bourne Quantum of Solace era of action scenes where there's like 10,000 cuts and you can't see anything. John Wick changed the game. Yes, God, that was the worst time when the action scenes were just like cut. You couldn't see shit.
It's nauseating. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
terrible.
So fucking bad.
Those are
I
all
just stopped
female
watching
directors, just so you know.
It's Paul Greengrass.
No, I'm telling you. Females don't know how to cut action. They don't know how to shoot action.
The worst was actually the Transformer movies, which were quick cut, and then also they would keep hiding the Transformers behind shit, so you really couldn't see what the fuck.
Shaky cam, yeah.
Shaky cam,
yeah. Female directors, I'm telling you.
Wow, look at Adam. Look at that coming out here.
Actually, I think that was who was Transformers.
That was
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay, yeah.
Okay,
Shaky cam
never
is.
mind.
Shaky cam is the worst thing to happen to cinematography, like maybe ever.
Oh, I know.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's the worst.
There was some shot of like J.J. Abrams, and you see the person's filming it, and he's literally slapping the camera as it's filming.
Oh, so wrong. Yeah, so wrong.
It's like, oof. All right.
Yeah, embrace Steadicam, please.
Matrix changed all that shit too. They were like, we're gonna fucking slow the action down and really show it to you.
Yeah. Sitch, did you see the clip I sent of Vosh being A-team? I don't remember, honestly. I still have to send it again.
Oh no. Oh no.
William Icebane for $2. If it's one of your cuts, please send it again. We can watch it. William Icebane for $2 says, is the opposite of Mecha Hitler Cave Stalin? I like it.
What?
The opposite of Mecha Hitler is Cave Stalin. It makes sense. Noel for $5 says, Hasan and Crowder both signal they're being humorous by yelling so their fans know when to laugh. It's gross. Crowder isn't unironically evil, though. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think Crowder's a bad guy. I just think he's not funny. So,
yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't disagree.
He is profoundly unfunny. Yeah.
Yeah. William Icebane for $2 says, could the Terminator beat the Mothman? I've never seen Mothman, so I can't answer that question.
Yeah, what's the Mothman?
Or are you just talking about like the cryptid Mothman and not like the movie?
How about Terminator
I think the Terminator
versus,
can beat Mothman. Yeah.
The Monarch.
Oh, it's a joke. The Monarch would destroy him. What are you talking about? No, we all know Brock Sampson would destroy the Terminator. Come on.
Brock Sampson would destroy the Terminator, but the Terminator would destroy the Monarch pretty easily.
Well, it depends. Is this after Henchman 22 becomes like Brock Jr.? Because then he has a chance.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He'd have a secret weapon. What about Dr. Girlfriend? Would Dr. Girlfriend have sex with a Terminator?
Probably. I never watched the last season of Venture
Me neither.
Brothers.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I feel out of it.
Should watch it.
Should, yeah. God, that was a great show.
This is a fucking awesome show. Amazing.
That's so funny. You just say the Monarch, I can just hear him yelling in my mind.
I
Voice is so like his voice is so iconic. Him and Master Shake are like the two funniest voices in my mind.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh God, Master Shake.
I just wish I could do impressions. I would do Master Shake's voice all the time. Anytime I'm being a fucking asshole, I would do a Master Shake voice.
Something like every single time they throw something on the ground and it explodes, I just fucking lose my shit laughing.
It's
I don't know why.
funny.
It's so funny.
I know. It's so funny. And I love whenever he's a voice in anything. I'm like, it's Master Shake. Oh my God.
He's in a lot of things.
I know. He's a voice actor.
Yeah.
He was in Chowder. Yeah. It's funny. Me and CT actually showed an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force to Harker, and she thought it was like the whole worst, unfunniest shit she's ever seen.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe you
wow.
maybe you have to be introduced to it stoned. That might be a part of it, because
like you're such a child, you can't appreciate Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
When did that even air? Because I saw it when it was first on the
like a million fucking years ago.
Isn't it 15 or 20 years ago?
It's pretty old. It's pretty old. Yeah.
It's Adult Swim. That's
Adult Swim. That was one of the first Adult Swim shows, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Yeah.
Adult Swim was the only thing
behold!
I would watch. What's up?
That's what the doctor.
Oh yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Weird. Yes.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of Dr. Weird memes in my video. I had the communist one. Behold, it's socialism. He said, and then Steve says, I don't know, last time this killed me. And then Dr. Weird says, don't worry, this time will be different. And then socialism kills him. And he says, this time isn't different at all, is it?
I had the Moonanites in some videos.
Yes.
The Moonanites were always great.
Moonanites were great. I think the episode we showed her was it was not the Moonites, it was the other ones, the Plutonians.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who were the ones that they're like dad owned a dealership or something like that?
Oh, I don't remember the call. Yeah, my dad owns a dealership. That was the one that was like he was homophobic, but he was really gay. It's like, do you ever just want to like carve out someone's like a man's chest and just like live inside them forever? My dad owns a dealership. God, fucking Aqua's hilarious. Ron Wood for $10 says, haha, turned in again just in time to hear you guys talking about reading all comments. Adam's commenting game is on point for an atomized bug man for sure. Keep it up. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
They use that bug man, and I mentioned that it sounded vaguely anti-Semitic to me because they call, there's a certain type of person that calls people cockroaches. And it's like a neo-reactionary thing, I thought, to call people bugman or like a pole name or something. Yeah.
It's definitely a 4chan thing.
Yeah, someone explained it to us before because we're boomers.
Well, I asked someone to explain it to me, but I guess they didn't really explain it clearly, so I'm still a little bit.
Oh, they explained it clearly. I just don't remember because I don't really care.
Okay.
Guy Good for $5 says, don't spend this all in one place. Thank you, Guy. Thank you. Kubomi for $10 says, I'm an atheist who lives in Utah, and I'm basically at Doomer's point where I think I should just date Mormon chicks. There you go. Go for it.
Based.
There's a problem, though. Mormon chicks won't let you drink coffee, and that's no go.
What?
Wait, really? What the fuck?
Mormons are very anti-caffeine. You didn't know this?
Well, fuck Mormonism then. I guess it's move to a different place.
Oh, wait a minute. I think someone said they changed their mind on coffee or something, right?
Wait, really?
I don't.
No,
they're still anti-coffee. They're still anti-coffee. Yeah.
Do you know what Master Shake looks like?
The actor Dana Snyder. Yeah, it's like a fat white Jewy looking guy. Yeah, I've seen what this actor looks like.
Do you watch Your Pretty Faces Going to Hell? That's another great show. Oh man, that show's amazing.
They changed their mind on caffeinated soda. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting.
Hey, don't call it pop.
Yeah, don't call it pop. That's disgusting. Why is it okay to drink caffeinated soda but not coffee? How does that make any fucking sense? Mormons are taught not to drink alcohol or hot drinks.
Hey.
Can I have cold coffee then? Like, what the fuck? What does that mean? It's so fucking stupid.
These like ways of getting around things are so weird. Like,
I know. It's so hilarious.
I heard, I don't know if this is true because it seems so absurd that I don't know if it could be. But I heard that young Mormons try to get around the like no sex thing by doing what they call soaking, which is basically like putting your dick in a woman and like not moving, and then they'll have somebody else go next to them. Yeah, but it's called soaking. And then like somebody else will go next to them and jump up and down to try and create friction as like a way to get around the no fucking restriction or something. Like
so you gotta make having a sex. You gotta make having a sex a team effort.
Yeah, well,
that's ridiculous.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, hold on, let me Google this.
So like basically you have to like you go inside the person and you just lay motionless, and then your friend jumps up and down on the bed so it bounces you.
This is
Yep. Yeah, if you Google Mormon soaking,
this is not true. This can't be true.
How to have sex and stay a virgin. Oh, fuck.
Dr. Thallam says that he went to some Mormon school and that this is not true, that this is a myth.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. He's attacking you.
People,
it's fake.
People think up what they can post on 4chan that is people are going to talk about on the Sitch and Adam show. Like that's their ultimate goal is to get everyone talking about this ridiculous thing. And we just fell for it.
There you go. There you go. Kubomi for $10 says, Adam, 90% of Salt Lake City isn't Mormon. Salt Lake City is very liberal. There you go.
Oh, really?
Yep. Apparently you're wrong.
Not what I heard.
Rodney Ironcock for $5 says, Doomer lives in Virgin Central Illinois, doesn't he? Base Southern Illinois, says hi.
I don't know. I have to Google where my city is.
Where does he even know where the fuck he lives?
The last time I was here, I didn't know what the fucking capital was.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This shit.
Jesus Christ. You're so fucking out of it.
Here we go. How many Mormons in Salt Lake City? 40 Mormons account for 49% of the 1.1 million residents in Salt Lake County. Yeah.
Interesting. There you go. 40%.
That's a pretty high concentration. If you if you're Mormon, every other person you meet is Mormon.
Not Gay Ben says, I didn't go to a Mormon school, but I can confirm that soaking is not a myth. Source is trust me, bro. Oh, I think Not Gay Ben and get engaged in some soaking.
Look, I'll let you know. I did about 45 seconds of Google searches, and that definitely confirmed that I'm right.
Okay.
Also, I live about halfway between Chicago and St. Louis, so I don't know what the fuck you want to call that.
Doxed.
All right, I'm trying to do a solid for Dave since you completely called him a racist on that talk. I'm Googling Catholic cities, but it's popped up Catholic cities in Utah, Texas, America, Florida, England, Europe.
What does Catholic cities have to do with anything?
Well, he wanted to go full segregation, remember? He's Catholic.
Yeah.
So
right.
Can't he just pick a Catholic city in Texas and move there? Wouldn't that be
Yeah, but I don't think
I
could be wrong. My interpretation was that his Catholic city is going to be a white Catholic city specifically.
Okay. We have to investigate that.
I mean, because you're the one that said, like, all these people from South Central America are Catholic, Dave. And he's like, yeah, but... ...
People did point that out. I didn't necessarily think.
I was like, it's a little sus. Ryan, the above average for $5 says, I haven't gotten free will in forever. I need my fix. Give me my fix, Big Daddy Adam, and also respectable father figure Sitch. Well, you get your 5 free units of free will.
Oh my god.
Use it wisely.
Top 10 Catholic cities in the U.S. New Orleans. New Orleans is a Catholic city? Man. Once a year, they run around and flash everybody. I don't know if Dave's going to be happy in New Orleans.
Astolfo says, I DM'd you the video. It's a Vosh clip of him lying about you guys. Oh, I did see that, yes. Sitch and Adam are Coomer fascist, according to Vosh.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Coomer fascist?
Wait.
I mean, he does call everyone a fascist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm listening to this video. You guys talk about something.
Hey, what's up? How's it going, Doomer? How's the A train treating you?
The A train, as always, is treating me absolutely fantastic.
That's great.
Well, we'll watch this video on stream to see.
Nobody's leaked any of your DMs, have they? Because I always, I make sure that doesn't happen.
He's gonna be complaining about that, crying about that forever. Jeez.
People on the A train are of upstanding moral characters. Who would never do such a thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We wouldn't leak it. We wouldn't leak one word of a DM.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now,
are you putting
there are some other groups of people that might have a bit of a different approach to these things.
S-bus.
That's my understanding. Yeah. Yeah. I hear that some people who ride the S-bus just, I mean, they're very loosey-goosey with
this.
These
Is very
of
measured
things.
language for Sargon. Yeah, it's fun.
You have it up so people can see.
I'm getting it up.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
get it up,
I'm
Adam.
gonna get it.
You get it way
up.
up. Okay. Not Gay Ben says he also sent you another spicy meme. So you gotta put that up too. You gotta get it all up, Adam.
It's up. It's officially right up there.
Okay. Stolfo clipped this. It's called Sitch and Adam are Coomer fascists according to Vosh. I have not seen this video. So if there's anything horribly offensive or racist, it's not my fault.
So Astolfo says it's okay to leak DMs when it's funny. So I'm assuming that Astolfo is S-class.
Astolfo is totally S-class, and that is the correct point. It is okay to leak DMs when they're funny. True. Listen, if something's funny, you get a lot of leeway. Okay. That's just a fact. That's a descriptive fact. Anyway, let's see this video.
It's very measured language for Sargon. Yeah, it's fun. Like any issue he talks about, he froths like a lunatic. But when his like immigration, feminism, whatever. But now we're talking about the ethics of jerking off to girls with abs, and he's like trying to moderate some kind of burgeoning in-community war. You know, he sees like the Coomer fash and the anti-Coomer fash lining up on opposite hills, ready to fight each other, and he's running out there, you know, like or he's on horseback, and he's like, no, stop.
Frankly, I do think.
So there you go. Vosh calls us Coomer fascist. There you go, guys.
Yeah.
There you go. We're Coomer fascist. Totally fascist.
Is that us?
Yeah, because that's the video was about Sargon talking about the conflict between us and AA. Don't you remember?
Yeah.
They are misrepresenting what academic agents' position is here, because they don't consider themselves to be right-wing, and they're not in comparison to, say, like a regular person, but of course by social justice standards, they're far-right lunatics. But so they're trying to maintain.
Well, considering that the guy you're talking about worked with the Nazi Party, it seems, I think they would be considered far-right lunatics by most people's standards.
Who is he talking
about? Not by SJW standards. How long do you think before we get the Sargon like, oh, well, of course if...
Sargon wasn't talking about Evola in this stream.
No, he did talk about Evola in this stream. Watch, Vosh is going to throw us in the Evola pile here. Now we're Evola fans.
Wait a minute.
You didn't see this? You didn't see this?
I didn't see this. I saw the Sargon video. I don't remember him talking about Evola.
No, this is Vosh responding to the Sargon video.
I didn't watch that. Yeah. Are you sure it's about
Yes. Keep going.
Okay.
If you look at the Nazis from the feminist view, they look rather bad, but, you know. Yeah, the dude thought Mussolini was too liberal. The guy looked at Mussolini and he was like, we can amp it up a little bit. We can do better. Do better, Mussolini. No. I think he's referring to Adam and Sitch, not Evola. Oh, he was referring to Adam and Sitch there?
Yeah. Somebody saved us in the chat. Somebody worked out the miscommunication that was going on.
That's hilarious.
We barely got saved. Otherwise, Vosh would be calling us Evola Nazis from here to time memorial.
There you go.
Yeah.
Still pretty far right. But okay, gotcha.
There you go. See, we're still pretty far right.
Yeah.
You hear that, guys? Adam and Sitch, very far right. There you go.
Well, at least he didn't put us in. I feel like we dodged a bullet there. At least he didn't put us in this like Evola Nazi camp.
Right. I told you he was talking not about Evola.
Different virtue.
Okay, I can't help it. Guys, you said he was in Adam's chat. Hold on. I can't. I want to talk with this man. I want to hear from his amazing mind. Oh, they're talking about me right now.
Oh, is this?
Oh, God, they're going over the Irrelevant stream? That stream on a stream is going to be like 46 hours long.
It was.
Wait, I don't need to talk in his chat. I have Sargon's Discord. Hold on.
Yeah. He didn't drop a message in our chat.
He did.
BDS, they keep doing videos about you, Vosh. Oh, they're obsessed with me, yeah. They're obsessed with me, but they never actually want to talk.
Someone in chat says he wants to come on. Where are you saying that? Yeah. Sure. I don't, where do you say? He hasn't messaged me on Twitter. Where did you see this?
Yeah, here's me.
If he wants
saying,
to come on, we'd love that. We'd love to talk to him about this. Yeah.
Hell yes.
Sure.
I'm dying. I'm dying to hear the answers. Wouldn't it be awesome if he came on and we could flesh out that strategy for him to dethrone Hasan as the fucking as the king bread tuber? Just totally take Hasan. This is straight dictator's handbook shit, man. Boss, you need to come on here.
That's funny.
I'm basically begging him to come on. Yeah, no, we don't want to talk to you.
Did he ask to come on by discording Sargon? Why the fuck? That
Yeah.
He's literally DM'd me on Twitter before.
Not only that, Sargon wasn't. I don't think Sargon
wasn't even
on.
there.
Sargon
No,
was
wasn't.
just in our chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to come on.
No.
He said when he asked to come on the second time, and I said sure. I was 20 minutes too slow. It took me 20 minutes to see his DM, and that was too slow. It's like no. I can't come on anymore. Took too slow to react. So.
Well, we followed up, but he said he didn't want to schedule anything.
Yep. Twice.
Yeah.
Twice he said he didn't want to schedule anything.
Same with Academic Agent. Nobody wants to schedule anything.
I know.
What's going on?
I know. No one wants to talk to us except for this fucking nerd doomer.
I thought like white supremacy was about scheduling and stuff.
Well, it's not like I need to schedule anything. I just don't have a life. So anytime you
there you go.
Doomer's here.
Nice. We appreciate
Thanks for jumping in. Yeah.
it.
We won't invite you back next week. It was 4 times.
You need
in
a
row
break.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, you need a break.
Yeah. By the way, maybe I can leak some DMs, Sitch. When is this going live? When are we renaming the show?
Oh my God.
Listen, I might have floated the idea about replacing Adam with Doomer. Okay.
Oh no.
I never.
No. A-team respects A-team. I would never do that to
I
Adam.
see.
Remember a certain somebody that was floating the idea of me doing a show with them and leaving this show? Do you remember that? Do you remember that, Sitch?
Not really.
Who was that?
Really?
Who was that?
Who was that?
That was your old buddy Brooks.
I almost guessed it. I was gonna ask if it was no bullshit. Holy fuck.
That's right. I totally forgot about that. Oh my God. He
so
was
dumb for not
that's
saying it out
right.
loud.
Was that before or after the stream?
What do you mean?
Was that before
it was
or after?
It was
Okay.
after, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
After he's like, you should. I forgot about that. He was like, you should leave
Brooks.
Sitch and we should stream.
Yeah.
Brooks high on copious amounts of copium.
Could you fucking Adam? You would like literally.
You know what,
kill
Adam?
yourself.
Fuck this Sitch guy.
Could you imagine talking to Brooks for like 12 hours about
No, I couldn't. Obviously not. But it was funny because like he kept coming at me with this whole like Sitch doesn't respect you and you can tell they make fun of you, they call you dumb all the time. I'm like, dude, I don't like, first of all, I don't give a fuck. Like I just the idea that he would think, I don't know, it's just weird.
I like that
Very
he's
weird.
like trying to poison us. He's like, Adam Sitch doesn't respect
I
you.
know.
He's laughing about you behind your back. I know this because he talks to me in confident, even though he called me a horrible bigot.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
This is so ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure, you know, what you're sensing is disrespect is just us fucking around.
Oh my God, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Eating mayo out of the jar. Oh, Jesus. For $10. Thank you, though. It says, watch last week's stream after the fact, and through the whole thing, the only thing I could think of is that this socialist lifestyle is so much better. Why wouldn't you want to live it? True.
Oh, yeah. No, that was the Vosh stream, of course.
That was the Vosh stream, yes. CT says he tried to Tonka you. That's what Tonka did to Worski.
Really? That's
funny.
Like JF and Worski had a big blow up too. Do you remember that? Like,
I don't remember why they had a blow up. I remember they did have a blow up.
They had a show that was semi-successful, and JF was just like, I can't take this guy's an idiot. I can't take it.
Listen.
Yeah.
He's on to something. What did Andy add to that show?
Not really a lot, that's for sure. Yeah.
I mean, what did JF add to that show except, racism?
Yeah.
What was the show?
Bloodsports. You never watched Bloodsports back in the day?
No.
Oh my God. Was this before your political awakening? Holy shit.
I mean, my stance for the longest time was that thinking about politics is mentally unhealthy. Just fuck it. Just don't think about it.
Accurate. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good, man.
I don't know why. I don't know why I changed it. Yeah, I should go back to that.
There was a show. Andy Worski. Do you know who Andy Worski and JF is? I don't even know if you know who these people are.
I know who JF is because
the race stuff.
Yeah, the race stuff.
Yeah,
the solid race memes that I've had to deal with a little bit.
JF is still on YouTube, right? I mean, he debated someone.
He's on something.
Modern day debate.
Yeah, it's so weird.
He debated Lance.
He's on modern day debates all the time, arguing about. He's not talking about race stuff. He's talking about like anti-social stuff.
Yeah,
he's always taking like the capitalist position, which I'm like, I don't know if JF's really the person I've wanted.
Yeah, which is terrible. I think he's like a vocal race realist. Like he doesn't mind being called the term.
So Andy Worski was a guy way back in the heyday, the golden era of anti-SJW content. It was him and I'm trying to remember, what was his friend's name? It was him and the Asian guy. I'm totally blanking on his name. I don't remember. Yeah. And they basically just made like very, like, standard react to SJW stuff and say it's stupid content. They had some kind of, I think the Asian guy left to go to college, or I don't know, something happened. That show kind of fell apart, and then somehow he got sucked into doing the show. Ended up calling IBS, or Internet Blood Sports, with JF, and it was basically like setting up very contentious debates. The most famous of that was one I literally almost participated in and dropped out and did not at the last second, did not participate it because it was very sprung on me, was the Richard Spencer versus Sargon debate.
Whoa.
Yes. Very famous Richard Spencer, which I literally was a DM away from. I was asked to participate in that debate.
Were you going to replace someone, or was it going to be like a three-way thing?
I might have agreed if I knew Sargon was going to be on. This was before I think Sargon was.
Yeah, Sargon came in last minute.
Yes, I think Sargon
fully in agreement yet.
Yeah. There was someone that was supposed to be, and then they didn't show up, and then for some reason I was asked, and then I was like, you asked me, like, it was the day of. I was like, you're asking me to debate Richard Spencer, white nationalist, in 3 hours? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm down for this.
What was the topic?
White nationalism.
I don't really know that there was any topic, to be honest.
That was the topic. That was it. I can't believe this is such a famous part of like internet lore. It's the Richard Spencer Sargon debate.
Sure, totally.
But anyway, and then that went on for a while, and then me and Adam eventually did participate in an episode of Bloodsports at some point. That wasn't about race stuff. And it then
was about Trump.
It was about the Mueller report and some other things.
Whether or not Trump was in collusion with the Russians. Yeah.
Right.
And that's actually, they dragged in not JF.
Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Exactly.
I was really? Well, who were we talking to? It was
I can't remember, but it was obvious that Sitch had read every single thing there was on the internet to fucking read about that Mueller report, and nobody else had read anything. So they were we got to pull in the big guns.
It was Sinatra Says was there,
yeah, and
two racist people. And when I say racist, I mean two people that were literally at the Unite the Right rally with the tiki torch. I forget who it was. We didn't talk about race at all.
Fuck.
I remember.
Yeah, it was all about Mueller. I remember Sinatra said.
I know because before the stream starts,
Trump.
I remember before the stream starts, him talking about how he's getting sued by the ADL.
For the
Unite the Right.
Yeah, for the Unite the Right thing.
Oh my God, who was it? I don't.
What the fuck?
But this was before that really got recast as the moment that Trump embraced neo-Nazis.
I know this was after that, because this was after the Unite the Right rally, because the guy was getting sued. Yeah.
But I think it was shortly after the Unite the Right rally. I don't think it was.
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been. What the fuck was this guy's name? Does no one in the chat know this? Who organized the Unite the Right rally? I keep wanting to say Baked Alaska, but it wasn't him. I always get him confused with Baked Alaska.
I'm not up
whatever.
On
anyway,
alt-right lore or whatever.
Anyway, the two guys that were on were getting destroyed by me because I had read everything. So they had to bring Nick Fuentes in for backup because he was the only one that could, learn it on the subject. So
yeah, I think Andy Worski is on the kill stream regularly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he still does that.
And then it was crazy because, oh my God, Andy Worski's lived a very interesting life. Because then after that fell apart, he had some partnership with Ian Miles Chong.
And he swatted him or something.
Yeah, and then they had some breakdown and some complaints about the YouTube channel they were starting or the finances of whatever business they were doing in. And Ian Miles Chong literally swatted Andy Worski.
Really?
Yes, and he lied and he said that he was high on coke or something, and he swatted him because he said he knew that Andy Worski had drugs. He literally tried to get him arrested. It was fucking totally insane.
Yeah, what in the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, Ian Miles Chong is a total piece of shit.
Wait, doesn't Ian Miles Chong live in Madagascar or something?
I thought he lived in Asia somewhere.
I don't know.
I thought he lived in the Philippines or something like that, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, and then there was something where the person, I don't know if he gave them the wrong address. There was some weird thing where I don't know if it was a different circumstance or if it was that circumstance that Ian Miles Chong had swatted someone, and when the police came, they flashbanged somebody's dog and it almost died.
That's not Ian Miles Chong.
Fuck.
It is Ian Miles Chong.
No,
100% him. Because then when he was confronted on this on the kill stream, he laughed about it. He just said that's funny. Yeah.
Oh.
So he lives in Malaysia. Thank you, Booster. Yeah. No, it was fucking. Oh man, that whole circumstance was. It's crazy to me how Ian Miles Chong was basically forgiven for swatting Andy Worski and whoever else he did. It was pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy.
That is pretty wild. Yeah.
Yes. Fuck. Oh yeah, and I feel bad for Andy. He's has an interesting history. He seems like a nice guy too.
So do you guys have any other massive shit shows like the Brooks conversation, or is that the only one?
No, that's probably the only one, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the only one.
Well, I mean, One Species, but I mean,
was the One Species one wasn't
the same thing, right?
Was it?
Wasn't that the one right before?
That was the one right before. Well, that's what.
No,
well, not
really?
right before. That was months before. But that's what led into the No Brooks conversation.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being that contentious.
One Species? Oh, I was
might have
triggered
been.
right and left in that one.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
But the No Brooks, the No Bullshit one, that was nothing has ever approached that at all. But yeah, that's the craziest one.
That was pretty funny. I was having a walk and listening to that and having a great old time.
I'm glad you
listening to Adam lose his fucking.
Was this recent?
I'm glad you like that one.
Yeah, this was a week and a half ago.
Oh my god! Yeah. I have not listened back, but since I was doing clips for the channel, you got to pull some clips. Of those. I know. It's got to be
Dr. Schiller says there's Adam making Aiden cry. There you go. That's a pretty bad one.
That we never clipped.
That will never be clipped.
Yeah.
No.
Out of respect for Aiden. Of course.
Yes, that must be it.
What is the context behind that? What was going on?
Adam was just being a fucking asshole.
What?
Really?
That's not true. Aiden was triggering me because she wouldn't answer the question. I was like, this is so off topic.
Listen to that abuser logic. It's not my fault. She was triggering me.
That is kind of abuser logic, isn't it? Why are you making? I hate you. Why are you making me beat you? Why can't you just answer the question?
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Oh my god!
I felt bad about that. I did feel bad.
Okay. Anyway, we have some super chats to finish. I don't know what got us off of this fucking tangent.
Holy shit.
This, hold on. Some rando says Adam kept bringing up race and IQ. No, that was at a stream on my channel many days, if not weeks later. When Aiden cried, there wasn't race. We weren't talking about
it. Was
race
about,
and IQ.
no, it had something to do with race and IQ.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. What do you mean?
Really?
It was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Because this all started because in the stream, what was the stream that the Surfs clipped of us?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember what stream that was?
It was Sean was on. Sean came on.
Yes.
And the
That's
Surfs
right. Sean and Aiden
Sean's guts.
Sean and Aiden was on. Yes. And I don't remember what the context was, but
Sean said something about race and IQ, and I said something like, "What does it matter?"
And I made some joke about not wanting to talk about it, getting clipped or something. And
Yes.
I just remember it spiraled out of control from there.
Yeah. And then
remember
Sean
exactly
and Aiden, fucking cringe lords, on our stream. They just want to have. They want to have a race and IQ debate. Like, come on, guys, please. Please just chill the fuck out.
That is a
Dr. Diller says it was the CRT debate. Okay. I don't remember exactly.
Oh, yeah, it was a CRT debate. The CRT guys came on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It's the one, if you want to listen to it, it's the one, it has a CRT Wojak guy, like the dumb drooly Wojak trying to put a block into CRT in his head.
Who was this when we were talking to Sam the second time or
Yeah.
something? Oh, okay.
First time.
Oh, this was the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had both of them on, and a bunch of people jumped on because they were like, they wanted to. They're like,
Oh, you're
CRT
right. They're right.
people.
That's why they all came on. Yeah. Miss Room 6 says it was about research into IQ and who can do it and how responsible it is to bring that up. There you go. Anyways, William Kurt for $20 says, understanding the context helps. Dave does think that IQ and culture are genetic. Well, I don't know how you think culture is genetic. That's bizarre. As a result of the famous Kraut alt-hype controversy, where Kraut made really bad arguments, understanding empirically that the gap is environmental and taking Dave's points at face value without the supposed racial subtext changes the whole conversation. It makes far more sense that way. How can culture differences be genetic? That doesn't make sense to me, but
I don't understand the argument there. Are they saying that we got Dave's argument wrong?
Well, it sounds like that they're saying that Dave's position, I guess I'm extrapolating here, would be that, like, quote unquote, lower income Black culture is like a genetic component.
Yeah, that is the
that
Charles.
Sounds pretty fucking racist.
That is the Charles Murray argument. That, like,
is
listen,
it? He made an argument that culture was genetic. I don't remember him making that argument.
Listen, you either want to make an argument, or the argument is too spicy for you to make. You do, like the idea of going in and just fucking kind of wink, wink. You know the argument I'm making, and you're supposed to argue against that argument. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, if you can't clearly state your position, you just lose the argument. That should be the rule.
And I mean, but not only that, he put us in this nether world where he's like dropping hints right and left. I'm not going to respond to those because I don't want people calling me out going, hey, you had this fucking racist on your show and you didn't even say anything. That puts us in a fucking bad situation. Yeah. And there were many people in the comments that said it's pretty obvious what he's talking about. Like, it's not unclear that he's making a racial argument. Yeah.
People in the chat are agreeing. You guys are fucking way off.
Oh, okay.
Culture is not genetic. That doesn't even make sense at all. Is white trash culture a genetic component of like certain groups of white people?
Well, this is another thing.
But also it doesn't even make sense too, because like, wait a minute. So how does this even make sense in a black-white dichotomy? There's always is the British culture a genetic component of the British whites versus French culture, which is a genetic component of French white people? Or what about is Jamaican culture different from African American culture? Like what the fuck? Is this because of genetic reasons? How the fuck does this make any sense?
People were also giving me a hard time because I had said that you could get rid of the achievement gaps in a generation. And they were like, well,
I don't agree with that either.
But they do. Immigrants come here from overseas, and they're here dirt poor and have a middle class lifestyle within a generation. So I mean, it's people do it. It's been done.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. Why is it always black, white? What about the Browns? Yes, the poor Browns. Yeah, obviously, listen, obviously everything has some biological component to it, sure. But this idea, when you say like culture is genetic, there's very obviously an implication there, right?
Yeah.
Come on, like let's not pretend we don't know what's being said here.
Yeah.
No, I was not aware Charles Murray made an argument like that. I've never heard him say that. Are you sure? I've only heard him make the racing IQ position.
Well,
I've never heard him make the culture argument.
What I'm always curious about is like, what exactly are you getting at with the whole line of conversation? Like where, like even if I was to grant all of your claims, what does it mean? Where is this going? What's that's getting so invested in this?
That is the rationalization for Dave saying that we should all basically separate ourselves among racial or religious enclaves and interact only with each other, basically, in these small communities.
It's pretty weird. It's a pretty weird claim, but that's what he actually said.
What would be the implication? That would be the implication, because it sounded like he's agreeing with AA's position. That's like, oh, we've tried to raise the American blacks up to white standards for however many years it's been, and they failed. So therefore, this means that there's some genetic inferiority or some nonsense.
Wooster's in the chat saying that I'm slandering Dave without reason. So I don't necessarily know.
Yep. It's funny because it's like, I don't know, one of my best friends he's Paraguayan. He was adopted by Cubans. And he's Paraguayan. And he's like one of the whitest motherfuckers ever. Culturally. So it's just, it's like when you say culture genetic, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
There's like, if you want some sort of like a fucking enclave, then just go fucking make one. Like,
sure. That's what I said. That's what I said.
I don't understand people that are so fixated on the idea of like completely changing society.
Well,
you can't do that, but you could like affect your immediate environment.
I'm sorry. You continue.
No, let me continue here, because like Wooster's saying Dave is not a racist, Adam. And I just like, I don't want you guys charging me with calling Dave a racist. Like, I don't think right now, I think it's super unclear. And my question is, why isn't Dave coming out and making it crystal clear what his argument is? Why isn't that happening? Like, why am I in a conversation with Dave that I've said, countless times, it would be nice if we didn't like touch the race subject? Why am I being dragged into that conversation against my will, basically?
Well, yeah.
Why is that happening? Why is Dave the one bringing up race? And I'm fucking, this is what triggered me.
I did not think we were going to talk about race at all.
We did not go into this conversation thinking we were going to talk about race. Okay. We were talking about sexual degeneracy. Okay. Why does a conversation about sexual degeneracy have to involve racial demographics? So that's Dave. That's fucking Dave bringing that shit in. So I don't want you guys. I don't want you guys accusing me of fucking this path, because Dave is the one. Fucking Dave came on and Dave brought this stuff up. Okay.
Well, it's odd because I've heard Dave say things that make it pretty clear that, I mean, I thought he was in my direction of thinking about race is just not something we should be thinking about really at all.
Look, and then
I've heard him made several comments to that effect.
And then people are saying also because I cut Dave off. No, listen, this happened. I timestamped it in the first 30 minutes. I had an agreement with Sitch. I told Sitch, I said, listen, I'm going to let you do the talking and I'm just going to sit back. And I sat back for 2 hours. I barely said anything. The race stuff started coming up at fucking minute 15. It's like, please, if Dave wants to make his position crystal clear, fucking do it. He can do it on his channel.
Yeah, listen.
I love it. Like, I'm getting shit for like, getting mad at these fucking chatters. That's exactly what Adam's doing. I relate so much to this rant. People would just like say shit that's just completely fucking not true. It's like the opposite. You'll go look at the timestamp, and it's like, you fucking people are gaslighting me.
Listen. I didn't like. Dave was the one in the comment section saying, I want to have this conversation. We did a thing on the academic agent video, and we're done with it. We were ready to move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dave was the one that super wanted to have this conversation, right? I mean, you got to admit, he was giddy the whole time we were talking to him, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Maybe I would love to think maybe this is just a giant miscommunication and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. That's totally fine.
I've only watched a couple of Dave videos before I ever talked to him. I thought he was a nice guy going into the conversation. He seemed nice in our conversation. I did not expect this to be race to be talked about literally at all in the conversation.
Yes.
I was very surprised when he talked about the goal was that his two big goals were limiting immigration and allowing legal segregation again. Yes. To me, that was so out of fucking left field. I was like, what are you talking about? And I don't know. That's pretty sus to me.
And that's
your position.
And I gotta tell you, I wouldn't even offer to have the conversation if I legitimately thought Dave was a racist. So I didn't go into the conversation thinking Dave is a racist.
I don't know. Very weird. It was a very strange conversation. Anyways, before we run out of time for super chats.
Are we getting close? We have like 2 hours left.
Yeah, but you know how fucking Gab. Through the wormhole for $2 says Vosh ends every stream saying "I love you" to the viewers. There you go.
Vosh says that? What?
Yes, that's
he does.
Oh, so it's nothing when he says he loves us. Oh, fuck.
Right. I might have missed it, but honestly, I didn't see him bring up ethnic enclaves. Yeah, it's weird. A lot of people I don't know. I guess they missed that. He said he was in favor of separatism, and then I looked it up and I said segregation, and then he was like, "Well," he tried to make this distinction. But
why is this difficult? Listen.
It's so bizarre to me.
We're in the same exact boat. Listen, yes. Dave, his whole thing was he was going to make things clearer from the academic agent thing, because we were basically
he achieved the opposite. Yes.
Yeah, basically we were accused of misunderstanding academic agent's argument. Okay, and Dave was going to come on and make his argument crystal clear for us. Well, I got news for you. Academic agent has a video on his channel where he does make everything crystal clear. You can go ahead and watch it. It's fucking terrible. He basically chants death to America in the end of it. So,
well, it's interesting too, and I guess it'll be the last thing because I feel like we kind of beaten this topic to death. Is that if he was supposed to come on to make AA's position crystal clear, he did a shit job, because literally the first thing he did was run away from AA's position. And every time I brought up AA, he ran away from it, saying, "Well, that's not me. I want to talk about my position." So,
yeah,
didn't really achieve that goal. But anyway,
there's a couple super chats that I think probably relate. William
I'm sure we'll get back
$10.
to it.
I have to run to the bathroom anyway, so I'll be
okay. Stug for $2 says Ant-Man and the Wasp is the best in the MCU. Wow, look at Stug just trolling. Wow.
Did you see that one?
I did not see that. Well, no, I did see that one. It was,
I think I saw the first Ant-Man and it was just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, the first one was like, had some funny bits, but it's like, eh.
The only thing I remember from the first one is, I think, what's his name? Paul Rudd. He was working in a Baskin Robbins or something. That's like the only memory I have of it. In the beginning, he's like working at a fucking ice cream place.
I only remember the funny bit where he's having the epic fight with the bad guy, and they're both small, and it'd be like dun 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 dun, and it would zoom out, and it'd be like you just see like a little toy train would fall over, because everything is actually happening in this microscopic scale. That's the only part I remember.
That sounds like a good shot.
It was funny. It's a funny bit. EM Penner for $5 says, what's hilarious is that Avolo's entire belief system hinges on Atlantis and magic being real. I didn't know that.
Wait, really?
None of his simps ever mentioned that. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm back. What I miss?
Apparently,
why does it always go back
Evola's
to Atlantis?
belief system hinges on Atlantis and magic being real. So
Really? Oh, yeah, great.
I know.
Let's all go to Middle Earth together.
I was reading through one of his things, and he starts talking about like giants and like how there was a giant race of men that once existed that roamed the earth or something. So he believes a lot of crazy shit. Ian Penner for another $10 says, "What's even better?" Oh, I'll read the whole thing because he gave $20 worth. What's hilarious is that Evola's entire belief system hinges on Atlantis and magic being real. None of his sims ever mentioned that. Evola got paralyzed by a bomb during the war because he refused to stay in a bunker. In the end, reality trumped his spiritual beliefs. What's even better is that he thought being paralyzed was the result of a spiritual flaw with his willpower. LMAO, parentheses, he died a cripple. Jesus. Evola cucks are unironically the right-wing equivalent of those feminist Wiccans trying to hex the Taliban. It's embarrassing. There you go.
Fuck.
Thank you, E.M. Penner.
There you
go. Apparently knows a lot about this subject. Batman's pet goldfish for $2 says timing. If you remember, like 5-6 hours ago, Batman's pet goldfish said comedy is all about ...
But I got it right because I did say timing.
Timing. There you go. Look at that. I appreciate the hustle, Batman.
That's good.
I appreciate the hustle on that one. Yeah.
The timing might have been a little bit off.
Oh no, it was just perfect. It was just perfect. For consideration, for $5 says, what are your opinion on Alan Watts, especially Sitch, since Alan exclaimed that we're all God in disguise, which parallels your dream experience? Oh, I don't know. That sounds fascinating. I don't know anything about Alan Watts.
I have an Akira the Dawn Alan Watts. I have his Alan Watts album, and it's fucking amazing. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So that wasn't my dream experience. That was my shrooms experience. Okay, let's get it right.
That's basically like the Hindu meta ethic or Hindu metaphysics.
Interesting.
It's like we are like the universe experiencing itself, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alan Watts is super based.
Yeah, he's killer.
Cool.
As a lay Buddhist, I endorse Alan Watts.
Nice. I'll check him out. Evan McIntosh for $2.79 Canadian says, "Are you aware of Dr. Ray Peat?" No, who's that?
It sounds familiar. I'm gonna Google
Dr. Ray Peat, the Ray Peat Survival Guide, understanding and using. What is this? Realistically applying the dietary ideas. Oh, it's like a food. It's probably related to the organic stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Beginning at a young age, Joey Lott experienced intensifying anxiety for several decades. He lived with restricted eating disorders, obsession, compulsion. He was very sick, blah, blah, blah.
Oh man, his website is copyright 2006 and it fucking looks like it.
Just when things were at their most dire, a crack appeared in the conceptual world that had been formerly mistaken by reality. What the fuck? I don't understand what this is about. Whether writings about the ultimate non-dual nature of reality, eating disorder, stress, he offers an invitation to look at all this stuff. Wow, this sounds crazy. I don't really understand. It's never a good sign to me when I read a blurb for a book and I still know what the fuck it's about. But it looks like it could be interesting. So
yeah.
Huh.
Clarity. That's what's important in writing right there.
Right. A crafty Huragak for $5 says, would you fight a wolf once a week randomly? Barehanded. Spelled bear like bear. Does that mean I have a bare hand? Barehanded or an alligator once in the water with a harpoon gun.
Wait, you have to fight a bear barehanded or an alligator with a gun?
You have to fight a wolf once a week at random with no weapon, or you have to fight an alligator once in your entire life, but you have a harpoon gun and you're both in the water.
Easy alligator harpoon gun.
Yeah, alligator.
Not close. Yeah.
Fighting a wolf once a week sounds fucking terrible.
Can you imagine for the rest of your life? You're like, you would start carrying
the anxiety.
Weapons,
holy shit!
You'd basically be killing a wolf once a week because you either like, is it a fight to the death?
The hypothetical says you have to be barehanded, so you just assume that magically you lose any weapons you have.
Wait, Andy, you're barehanded. That's so fucking bad.
I know. Fighting a wolf barehanded.
Okay, I think I would rather fight an alligator in the water with a harpoon gun one time than a wolf barehanded one time, much less every fucking day, like every week for the rest of your life. How do you fight a wolf barehanded?
I think you're wrong about that. I think you're more likely to survive a wolf one-on-one than an alligator. Because if you miss your harpoon,
you have a gun.
You have a one shot. It's a fucking harpoon gun.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's true.
That's true.
And the problem with the alligator is that they it fucking almost instantly KOs you. Like if it grabs you, you're basically fucked.
Yeah, it's gonna do the roll thing.
It's gonna do the death roll
that,
thing.
You could hit it with that harpoon, and it's probably just gonna be like, fuck, that's nothing. It's still gonna come after you.
Yeah.
Well, it's not much different with a wolf. I mean, like, I'm not sure I could beat my dog in a fight. He weighs 50 pounds.
Well, but you're a pussy.
Yeah, I am. What's wrong with that?
I feel like you could, because the thing with wolves, I thought, is that like the problem with wolves is it's never one. It's like the pack of wolves. Because the wolf's just like a vicious dog, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, you could definitely die from that, but it's just an alligator is like a whole nother.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I will
either way. A dog.
That's
fucked up.
Bad decision.
If I have to fight a wolf once or an alligator once with a harpoon gun, I'm gonna probably choose the wolf. I think I'd do. I think I'd be better in that. But if I have to choose every week, I'll choose the alligator, just because like the stress of having to fucking live with dealing with a wolf attack once a week would be just overwhelming.
Yeah, unthinkable.
Yes. That's true. Alligators also apparently taste good. Which actually, I've had some alligator jerky, and they did taste pretty tasty. So
here you go, Sitch. Would you rather fight 2 wolves barehanded once, or an alligator in the water once with a semi-automatic harpoon gun?
Oh, what the fuck's a semi-automatic? Is that even a thing?
It's a thing now.
How do you get multiple harpoons in it?
Is that real? A semi-automatic harpoon gun?
Don't bargain with the hypothetical. I'll Google it.
What's the difference
Obviously, I would choose
automatic and semi-automatic?
The amount of ammunition you can.
No,
I don't know anything about guns.
I knew Doomer was fucking talking shit.
He doesn't. You think I'm being serious about it?
He doesn't even know the difference between automatic and semi-automatic.
I haven't even figured out the mythology for my harpoon gun. Yeah, you're right.
Hasan unveils 600 FPS arrow rifle, the harpoon.
Wait, no,
nice.
Right,
no,
here,
that's an arrow.
Multi-load. Hold on, fuck. Multi-load semi-auto fishing and hunting spear gun catapult, 170. It's real.
That's a catapult, though, isn't it? This thing
fishing and hunting spear gun. Here, I'll DM it to you.
Does that? I'm looking at it. No, I remember where you're at. I don't know if this doesn't look like it would shoot underwater though. Like it looks like it would shoot like above the water, like down at something.
I mean, if you're in the water, you can still shoot at the water.
No. But like the hypothetical is you're in the water with it, so it's got to be something that has the power to shoot while you're in the water. Considering like the third Google result is literally a Google patent for this product, I don't think it exists. Okay.
It's on a website called Goods for Dudes. It's like drinking and party games. Like, okay, it's a pretty serious website.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck?
Now listen, if I had to fight the alligator with Alec Baldwin, that'd be a different. Anyways. Duper for $5 says something separatist, not segregationist. Stopping immigration will stop single mothers. Stop straw men. There you go. Rohan Gerande for 100 rubies or rubles. Thank you. I don't remember which one is which. Let me look it up right now. This little signal. This is a rupee. Thank you. Thank you for the rupees. Tech a man for 5. Aussie says S-Class is the best class. Also, please try to convince Mahler to debate Vosh at some point. Oh my God.
I know.
Only if he can do it on our channel.
People were into that in the comments.
God, that would be epic. That would be epic. I don't know what they would debate about.
I think Mahler has the good sense to not discuss politics. Now I see why.
I don't know. He fucking comes on and discusses politics.
He comes on our show all the time.
He doesn't really talk about politics.
He shits on dumb people, but he doesn't really express his own positions.
He explains how Vosh is being horribly illogical and stupid, but he doesn't really take a political position. So that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
He has pretty much said socialism is a bunch of bullshit, though.
That's not really. That's like, come on. That's a pretty basic bitch, like brain dead take, right? Like,
yeah, that's like, the vast majority of the country.
Yeah. Socialism doesn't work. Come on.
Don't tell Hasan that. Hasan thinks socialism is just like the entire country is socialist.
That's true.
They're asking the poll questions incorrectly.
Like Hasan is more invested in capitalism than almost anyone at this point. So
that is also true. Stock Virtuo says John LaJoy is the best rap artist. Don't know who that is, but sure.
I'll check it out though. John LaJoy, sure.
Crafty Hergok for another $5 says, "Can I get a wrench just to have it taken away, just to show you're not a hypocrite, Sitch?" Hashtag wrench hypocrisy. I wouldn't do that to you, Crafty, because I actually like your super chat about the wolf and alligator. And I'm assuming you asked the one last week about the other animal. I forget what it was. You had to fight one animal once or one animal every day. Your pal Ashley for $20. Thank you so much. Wrench Gang says, question for all three of you. 1, do you like Studio Ghibli? 2, what is your favorite film by them? I hope this... Oh, question for all three of you. That's not 3 questions. What is it? Yeah, well, do you like Studio Ghibli? What is your favorite film by them? I hope this counts as my weekly tithe to the S-Class congregation. That's right. It sure does. And you get 20 free units of free will.
Is it Studio Ghibli or Ghibli?
Ghibli.
It's Ghibli. What the fuck? Studio Ghibli.
Oh.
Those... Well,
I guess these clowns aren't fans. What the fuck? Studio
Spirited
Ghibli.
Away, Princess
Okay, first
Money.
of all, in Japanese, there's no fucking letter there's no symbol that's a GH sound. Okay, so I don't even know why the fuck it's spelled that way.
Anyway, my favorite would be Mononoke Hime.
Really? Fuck you.
That as pretentious as possible.
Fuck you.
But if you want the non-obvious answer, Whispers of the Heart's really good. That's one of the lesser known movies that I really like.
All these movies look gay.
We don't say that anymore, Adam.
Oh, sorry.
I don't. I've literally only seen 2 Studio Ghibli movies.
Yeah, Ghibli.
Seen Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke.
Everyone has fallen asleep to Spirited Away at least once.
It was okay. I mean, I don't dislike it, but I from those 2 alone, I don't understand people like jizzing over it. But I mean, they weren't bad. I just was like, oh, okay.
Such as like fuck Studio Ghibli, fuck Akira. Let's go watch fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's where the real shit's at. Is that your take, Sitch?
First of all, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is good.
See? Okay. Fucking called it.
Secondly, yeah, Akira sucks. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god. The fucking takes on you wonder why I'm fucking 18, dude.
Jeez.
Yeah,
so garbage.
We don't shit on Akira around here.
Yeah.
There's no need.
I only watch
There's
Studio
no
Ghibli.
need.
Saying that you only watch Studio Ghibli movies and Akira is like the most basic bitch, I don't actually like anime like take ever. Okay.
Yeah. Why would I want to be a weeb?
Listen to this fucking guy.
You don't think I want to associate with Dev? People like this?
Wow.
Weebs are cool.
I
like Dev.
I like Dev too. Listen to this guy.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Hard on Dev. What did Dev ever do to you?
Okay.
Absolutely nothing, but it's fun to shit on him.
It is fun. I'll watch One Punch Man and Mob Psycho and Hunter x Hunter and Kill la Kill and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Disastrous Life of Psyche K and be happy, and you can watch your pretentious fucking Studio Ghibli videos. Okay.
Yeah, look, I stand Akira more than anything else. Also, fucking Tyro Moonhopper in the chat. Akira is not a good adaptation. Tyro, I can't explain how fucking wrong. We don't have the 3 hours to cover the difference between the manga and the movie. How fucking brilliant it is, Tyro. Okay, you got a shit fucking take. Okay.
Yes, and manga. Konosuba. I'm so glad Astolfo recommended. Konosuba is fucking hilarious. That was a great recommendation. Everyone should watch Konosuba. It's great.
Yeah. Also, all the EFAP people hate anime, so that's pretty.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck Mahler. Rocksteady. No, it's not, I recommended a bunch of basic bitch animes for Mahler to recommend. I don't know if you ever got to it, but
he told me to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then I realized it's like it would take me literally like a month to watch all these fucking episodes.
Oh, Buffy. Well,
like slowly going through it.
There's a problem. I like Buffy. I like Angel a lot, but it's kind of dated. You know, I don't know. Yeah. It's like telling someone to watch Star Trek Next Generation. It's like it's kind of like a product of the times. I don't know if you could appreciate it nowadays.
Yeah. Well, I watched Buffy like when it was initially airing as well, but it's been.
Oh, okay. So you have seen it
because I'm fucking old. Yeah, I saw Buffy and Angel in like the original.
Oh, okay. Run. Oh yes, I have seen the Konosuba movies. They're very funny. Crack Rock City for $5 says Adam liking cottage cheese and baked beans brings A-Team back down to pretty okay from just okay. That's nasty, Adam. There you go.
I don't know why.
Adam is right about everything else. Okay.
Okay.
They're delicious,
except for MMT.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I like Serial Experiment Lane. I like his other one a lot better though. Paranoia Agent. That's actually one of my favorite animes.
Oh, Paranoia Agent is great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Daily Dose for $5 says, Doomer, are you going to respond to Mahler dunking on you? Oh, I read that one. J-Back for $20 says, Shapiro's nerdy delivery almost makes it better, at least for me. I don't know if that's laughing at him or with him. There you go. J-Mac for $10 says, fuck you, Murphy. Fuck you, Murray. My daughter loves Annie's mac and cheese. See? J-Mac knows what's up. J-Mac knows what's up.
Hell yeah. I love
Yep.
Annie's.
Mm-hmm.
It's not organic, but I love it all the same.
Right. I don't no pretentious animes. I don't think so. I don't like any pretentious animes. I don't Paranoia Agent is not pretentious anime at all. I fight on that one. I mean, Kill la Kill is not pretentious. It's got titties all up in it.
Yeah, you can't be pretentious.
That's right.
With that much TNA.
Death Note, at least the first third of it's good.
There are plenty of pretentious indie films that have a reasonable amount of TNA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. Kill la Kill is not even remote. Like, is the exact opposite of pretentious.
Yeah, it's pretty lowbrow.
Pretty lowbrow. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, look up and read Simonete summary. Shimonete? This is like, is this like the world's end harem? Oh, this is, I actually watched a couple episodes of this. It was kind of funny. It's a world where dirty jokes and talking about sex is outlawed.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like this perverted girl who like wears panties on her head who wants to free the world by shouting profanity and dropping naked pictures of women everywhere.
Well, I do like the idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. It's called Shimonete. Shimoneta.
Mm-hmm.
Shimoneta. There you go.
Yeah.
Good luck finding it. Sir Mouse for $5 says, just wondering, have you guys read Everlasting Man by Chesterton? Predicts wokest from the 1910s. No. Everlasting Man.
I do like the Chesterton's fence thing.
West Chester's. Oh, yeah. We talked about that, didn't we?
G.K. Chesterton, yeah.
Everlasting Man is a Christian apologetics book. That's such a terrible word, apologetics. It's a deliberate rebuttal of H.G. Wells' The Outline of History, disputing H.G. Wells' portrayal of human life and civilization as a seamless development from animal life and of Jesus Christ merely being another charismatic figure. There you go.
What is what is that? Oh,
The Everlasting Man.
I thought it was a movie that they were talking about.
William Kerr for $10 says, Dave's argument doesn't change if he comes to believe that the cultural IQ gap is environmental, which it is. That's how you know he's not trying to sneakily present a racialist argument. I don't know.
Well, my question
wait a minute.
is,
The argument.
What does it have to do with anything?
The argument would change because the argument would be, if your argument is we need to have better like communal groups where people interact with each other on communal levels, you can have that. It just wouldn't be based around fucking race or something. Like, sure. Don't watch the Death Note live action movies. They're fucking terrible. That's a bad idea. Ronan Geronda for another 100 rupees says the only reason violence is considered as reprehensible is because free speech is a readily available option. I forget who it was that said, like, if you get rid of free speech, the only way to solve your disagreements is with violence, and that is the problem. Yes.
Yeah, giant problem.
Doomer's waifu pillow. I read that one. Duper Da for $5 says, "Hey Doomer, stick it to Sitch and give me a wrench in your chat." I've given them way more than $100, but all I got was this stupid shirt.
I'm gonna write a bot that gives everybody on YouTube except for Sitch a wrench.
Oh my god, that would be so good.
Do it, you fucking socialist.
Doomer, have you streamed on your channel or?
No.
Yeah.
You're not.
I probably will at some point, but not
I mean, you
now.
probably have more subs than us now. I mean, we only have, I think, 30K on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
I have like 15K.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Fucking
But
loser.
Look at this.
But I absolutely do not have your audience. If I turn on stream, it's not going to get a fucking 1,500 viewers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
One day, buddy.
Yeah.
You got to
Crafty,
persevere. Yeah.
That's right. Crafty Hergok for $5. What is a Hergok? I gotta look this up. It's just like a thing. It's just like a random name. Hergok is a race of biomechanical sentient beings that were created by. Where's this from? Oh, this is from Halo. Oh, I never had an Xbox, so I only played Halo multiplayer. I never played the campaign. There you go. Shake's ability to explode anything he throws was a professional superpower. Quote, Rickroll ever gonna give you up? Yes, that's true. That's true.
I don't remember that about Master Shake.
Yeah, whenever he would throw something on the ground, it just fucking blow up.
Oh yeah, actually I do
every
remember
time.
that, but it wasn't. I mean, it just randomly blew up. It wasn't like a thing.
Yes. And he always make a weird comment like he throws something on the ground and explodes. He's like, it wasn't digital.
Yeah.
High level Aqua Team. And the movie was surprisingly funny.
Yeah. I do remember that.
Aqua Team movie made for theaters.
The poster was amazing for that movie.
Yes, it was.
Let me look at the one sheet.
Sammy Scott for $5. Aussie says, just watch Doomer's Chappelle video. Honest opinion, both complaints from it seem uncharitable interpretation of events and clips are out of context. Ooh.
Wow. Oh, God.
Wowzers.
If you think the clips are out of context, you don't know what I'm saying.
Oh, my God. Doomer, you fucking out of context. You clipper. You're a climp chimp.
Just
okay?
run over by the S-bus there.
Fucking believe it. Oof.
Yeah, the Aqua Teen one sheet is really good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Meat, what the fuck is Meatwad? He's a Texas Chainsaw, dude. What the fuck? This is awesome.
Crafty Hergok for another $5 says, my dad is considered a red man. What does that mean? A red man for roofing for 25 years and reflective sunburn from placing white shingles on factories.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
Cool.
Are you saying like his skin is so tan that people think he's Native American or something? But listen, I'm glad your dad did hard work to provide for you, like a real man, not like any of this fucking. I'm gonna wander around when bombs are going off because my spiritualism will protect me. Okay. Tekkaman for 10 Aussies says, have you guys listened to the Sam Harris podcast with Murray? He ended up having to do like 4 other podcasts after that, or basically saying that the whole conversation is so toxic. I did see his conversation with Murray. I thought it was good at the time. I've heard him complain about it afterwards, but I've never heard him like retract the podcast.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it ended up in that, and I believe that we covered it. He did.
We didn't cover. We covered the Ezra Klein one. Yes.
Right, but Ezra Klein was the one that called him out for doing the podcast.
Right.
And then they ended up having a huge back and forth via email or something. I'm not sure, and he published the emails thinking this would vindicate him. It made him look bad or worse, whatever. Yeah. But is this what's happening with us here? Is this like...
No, that's not happening.
Yeah.
You know what my biggest YouTube regret is, Adam?
What?
You know the amazing Undertale... Oh, no, I made 2. Mm-hmm. I made 2 Undertale videos. One was the guy with the neck on Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was Jordan Peterson, Kathy Newman video.
Mm-hmm.
My greatest regret was not making a 3rd with Ezra Klein as Sans, dodging all of
the questions.
Yeah, dodging all of Sam Harris's questions.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, that's my biggest regret that I never that I didn't make that video.
Yeah.
Do you know what my biggest regret is?
What?
making a video on Dave Chappelle.
There you go. There you go.
Get it out of the way now, at least.
Have you actually have you seen any of my old videos?
Yeah, I've seen some of them.
Okay.
Like we talked about the Gamergate one. Although I still really fucking understand it. But there's this whole like years of people trying to explain Gamergate to me, and I just
you haven't watched
such a hard time understanding
Sitch's videos yet.
It's weird to me when people who are like, oh, I only know Sitch through the live stream, because to me it's so strange.
Remember,
I feel like everyone knows me from watching those videos I don't make anymore.
Remember when I first started doing streams and somebody called me a streamer and I lost my shit? I was like, fuck, I'm a video maker. Do you remember that?
Oh, was it the guy whose name begins with S and ends in itch?
No, it was somebody.
Oh, no?
It was somebody in the live chat.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought I called you a streamer. And you got very triggered by it.
Was it you? Was it you?
I thought it was me.
No, I thought it was riffing off of somebody in the chat.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
But now you're a streamer too. I mean, it's
I know.
It's fully the evolution is complete.
It's complete.
We're both streamers.
Like everyone says, Sitch makes videos? ? Yeah, I know. Rub it in.
Making videos is hard.
It is.
It takes weeks.
I think I might make one more video. I think I might actually do it.
You should watch my Jordan Peterson, Kathy Newman Undertales video. Your brain will melt from the amount of editing time I put into that video.
Yeah, I watched one of Adam's videos and I was like, man, you're better at editing than I am.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Which video?
It was like it was on moral. No, it was on. I don't know what it was called. It was on like your overview of the Righteous Mind.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
moral psychology.
I remember. Shit. Yeah,
we were talking about it in DMs.
Yeah,
wasn't that the one that was officially put on?
Yes, Jonathan Haidt's
website.
Jonathan Haidt actually asked me to make a couple of edits to that video so he could put it on there, and I was like, sure, fuck yeah.
Yep.
Pretty based.
Yeah, I pronounce Richard Schwader incorrectly. And since it's a guy that he's worked with before, it's
he's like, you gotta say his name right.
Yeah, exactly, which is understandable. And he wanted to include more of the people in the Moral Foundations group because they're still working on this stuff. Yeah.
William Kurt for $20 says the reason why he has to bring up race because he actually thinks that the IQ cultural differences between races are genetic and doesn't want to say so for obvious reasons. The thing is that his argument doesn't change if he changes his mind on race IQ. There's just cognitive dissonance in his opinions of culture and race. He doesn't know how to square both opinions. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Was that a super chat or just someone saying that?
That was William Kurt saying that.
Oh, okay. Listen, I talked to Dave privately and I have a different opinion on what is correct. Yeah.
Sure. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I'd hide to take that bad too. I think referencing Doomer's Chappelle take.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, definitely.
William Kerr for $10 says, if you think your shroom experiences are weird, Sitch, you should hear my dreams. I had a nightmare where one of those creepy horror movie girls stuck a knife in my mouth. I woke up with a toothache. I don't think my shrooms experience was weird. I just very profound. I've had all sorts of. One of the first dreams I ever remember. I was probably 5 years old. I was riding a hoverboard and I was doing the Ninja Turtle level from Turtles in Time on the hoverboard, and I was beating up the foot soldiers, and I had to pee really bad. So then I go into the bathroom, and then a zombie ghoul does a dance jig behind me and cuts my head off. So yeah, I've had my share of strange dreams.
Okay. The fuck.
But obviously, a shroom experience is much more profound than any dream you'll ever have.
I had crazy, crazy dreams last night. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I had crazy, crazy dreams the night before last night where I was in a hospital and there were a bunch of like NPC people, and the goal of them was to kill the real humans. And so I had to pretend I was an NPC person, not to die.
Scary.
And there were like all these like cut up human corpses like all throughout the hospital. It was a very strange dream. Anyways, Amanda Hucklebuck for $2 says free wolf pelts for life. That's a good point.
Look at that.
But at what cost?
Once a week.
But at what cost?
A lot of scratches.
Yo, Sitch, check your Twitter DMs.
Okay. Someone in the chat says, good guy Google stopped Sitch from pissing his bed.
I know those are the worst dreams when you go to the bathroom and you're peeing forever and ever and ever, but you're in bed and you're not really peeing, so you can't. So the whole night you're just dreaming, peeing.
Doomer went and he found my Jordan Peterson versus Kathy Newman video and he downvoted it and he took a screenshot of it.
Oh, he did?
Took a screenshot of it. Wow. What an asshole.
Jeez. Still good engagement though.
There you go. That's true. Still good engagement. He's gonna watch it after this and he's gonna just be blown away.
My Kathy Newman video I think is better though. Mine is like
okay.
I'll go upvote Adams. Let me go find
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
William Kerr for $5 says, I had another dream where there's a ghost flying around killing people. And the only way to stop it was for you to pick up little pieces of broken glass. Ooh, there you go.
Crazy.
I had a dream where I had to pretend to be an AA fan. I'm just kidding. What a nightmare. Crack Rock Steady for $5 says, A-Train loves Boku no Pico. You should watch it too, Doomer.
Uh-oh.
Boku no Pico?
Yeah. You should Google it right now.
Is it like Pico de Gallo?
Google it for us.
Google
Doomer,
it. And,
tell us what you see.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Boku no Pico. Oh, no.
Don't.
This is the A-Train, official A-Train anime. It plays on the A-Train while you're writing.
What am I looking at here?
Just read the description of it.
I looked at the images. It's pretty creepy.
Just read the description in Wikipedia. It's like one
world's first Shotokan anime. What
World's
does
first
that mean?
What?
Shotokan anime. Oh, you poor, naive, innocent souls.
Oh, bro.
Is it like
Fuck.
all these weeds? They know the stuff that we don't know.
At least you know I'm innocent. I had to like Google 4 different things to understand what the fuck I'm even looking at. Okay, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Good job, chat. You got me.
I'm just gonna leave it a mystery. I don't want to know.
Crack Rock Steady. Really gotcha. That's why he's our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. Sir Mouse for $5 says the refutation of H.G. Wells is more a refutation of the communist worldview. It's far less about apologetics than the summary made it seem. Oh, H.G. Wells is communist? I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's sad. William Kerr for $5 says the word apologetics was developed as an insult to Christians defending their faith. Oh, I didn't know that. Christians co-opted the word positively, similarly to the word gay. I did not know that. Interesting. No wonder the word sounds so terrible. Yes.
Is that apologetics for the word apologetics?
I guess.
Oh, I missed this. JMac for another $100. Thank you so much, Jay. Says Doomer can have my wrench. He's enduring so much abuse for his shitty Chappelle take. He's earned it.
True.
Look at Jay, father to us all.
Yeah.
He's like, you deserve it, bucko, for your shit take.
Too bad it's an empty gesture because I'm not getting a wrench.
True. That is true. Dr. Diddler for $1 says, you know, it would be cool adding a timer to the screen so it'd be much easier to get timestamps. Wouldn't that be nice? There is a timer on the screen. What are you talking about? It's that little thing that runs at the bottom of the bar. It's a timer with numbers. Right? What are you talking about, Dr. Diddler? I think if we had like a number counter running throughout the stream, it would really trigger people. Like I can hear the crying already.
It shows it like negative, but it doesn't show it positive.
Oh, that's right. Because I forgot. You're right. Because it's backwards for live streams. Okay, never mind. I take back my insulting jab. I'm totally fucking stupid.
See, I got you, chat.
There you go. There you go. And there is actually a little timer that I can see, but no one else can see.
On your thing, I can see one. 11 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh, what are you looking at?
OBS when I started streaming.
Yeah.
Sitch is like, oh, he's got one.
I was very confused. It's like, oh, does everyone see that? I was gonna direct him to see it, but no.
Wait, you guys were only 3 minutes late?
No, we were longer than that because my official stream time is 11 hours and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. So we were 3 minutes. Yeah.
Well, we were
6
longer
minutes
than
late
that.
sounds about right. Yeah.
We were longer than that. That's just when Adam turns. We talk for like 10 hours before Adam turns on OBS. So
sometimes.
Dr. Diddler for $3 says, "What is Chappelle supposed to do, Hasan? Starve? If he can't tell hurtful jokes, what is he supposed to do?"
So good.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely.
The official S class, who I feel like is not the official S class, for 269 says, "Hey guys, just got back from Stuttering Turk Brothel. Those ladies are so cheap and they can't turn you down ever when they find out you're S class. Unrelated, but I need to see a doctor because of my mega AIDS. My Riri brain. Wish I was on A team." Wow, hurtful. Very hurtful. PSA. Oh Jesus. PS gay Sitch. My gay brother for $2 says, "Hello chat, my name is PSA Sitch and I want to warn you against wasting your time on useless stuff. Stay away from WoW, Horde Are Losers, the TV show Frisky Dingo, Chappelle, and any other centrist lies. Anyway, you should give Doomer a wrench." I feel like this is Doomer in disguise.
Doomer got a wrench briefly, so I mean.
Yeah. Frisky Dingo is hilarious. Even as a joke. How dare you?
To be fair, I knew what was up immediately.
Yes. That's true.
I called out Sitch's treachery within like 30 seconds.
You did. You totally did. You knew exactly what was happening. Yeah. Dr. Dealer for $3 says, "Hasan is translectual. He identifies as an intelligent life form, but very clearly he is not." I like that. Translectual.
Oh,
yeah. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, "I always hated the quote, 'my community has gone through X amounts of oppression' argument. If you haven't personally lived it, I don't care. Victim status is not genetic. Sure, there are after effects, but anyone born after 1990 doesn't deserve the time of day."
Yeah,
True.
That's a little presumptuous.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, "Leftists speak of power as if it is a static and monolithic when it's almost always mutable and situational. For example, a black woman teacher has the power to grade a white male student poorly, irrespectively of the state of blackness or whiteness writ large."
And you know they do.
Well, I hope not. But.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Much like most socialists, I'm 100% willing to believe that Hasan has some anti-Semitic tendencies, taking after Marx." There you go. Diddler for another $2 says, "I started reading Neither Right Nor Left at Dev's behest, and it's like biting into a dictionary. I had to Google what a boogleologist is. Very informative, but reads like a Wikipedia article so far."
What book was that?
Neither Right Nor Left.
Oh, Neither Right Nor Left.
I like Andrew Yang.
Like Andrew Yang.
I haven't read Andrew Yang's new book yet.
Neither Right Nor Left, Fascist Ideology in France. Okay.
I read The War on Normal People, which I thought, aren't they going to... You can't say normal people to the woke.
No. That's
highly offensive.
What is it? Anti-neurodivergent or whatever the fucking word is.
The War on Neurotypical People.
Yes. Dr. Diddler for another $3. Thanks so much, Diddler. Says, "Just think, South Park made a joke about faking Tourette's over 10 years ago, showing how shitty and abusable it could be, and now people are doing it as a badge of pride. Incredible."
I
That's
know.
right. See, everyone says Simpsons predicts the future, but eventually we're going to get to the South Park predicts the future. Then we're going to be really fucked.
Yeah, our Idiocracy predicts the future.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huge documentary.
CT for $1 says, "This was when Adam was talking about being heartbroken as a teen. I don't like how everything is neurodivergent now. Not everyone has ADHD, autism, depression, or is trans. Labeling normal behavior and feelings like that is a huge problem." That's true.
I love that she marked it with what we were talking about.
That's right, because we wouldn't fucking remember. So
yeah.
Thank you, CT. I forgot to look that up. Dave said that people's IQ scores are dropping now, which I wanted to look up because I was like, really? That seems interesting.
Yeah, it seems like an odd claim, but whatever.
I don't know if it's true. Could be true. Because, I mean, they've just been going up. Dr. Diller for $1 says, Adam is so oblivious to my existence. He thinks he played some games with me when the only time he and I ever directly communicated was to make fun of John Smith and share stream art.
Is that Dr. Diddler?
That's Dr. Diddler.
Oh. Does Dr. Diddler play Jackbox with you guys?
I played Jackbox with Dr. Diddler multiple times. I just assumed you were there at some point.
I played Jackbox once, I believe, and I thought Dr. Diddler was there, but
maybe he wasn't there.
Join us for Jackbox, Dr. Diddler. Why are you fucking around? Come on, get in that game.
It's you join us for Jackbox.
Oh yeah, I've only played once.
You played once with us, and then you played Pico Park, which was very funny that one time.
Yeah, the Pico Park was fun.
Oh, is that like Quiplash?
The Jackbox, yeah. It's like Quiplash and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jackbox is really lame.
We were just playing it the other day. A new one just came out.
Yeah.
That was fun. Jeff for $3 says, confirm Sitch went to the club with Dave Chappelle. That's right. That's right. Did you know I went clubbing with Dave Chappelle, Adam? I don't know if you knew this.
Cool.
Jeff for another $3 says, Aiden simping here. Sorry, Adam, but Aiden is right. Deep Space Nine was the best. Tried paying gold-plated Platinum, but it wouldn't let me. Yeah, I've totally changed my mind. Deep Space Nine, for all its flaws and faults, is objectively the best Star Trek series. I said it. I said it. Cerebral Friction for $1 says, watch the Dave special earlier today. Dave is not as funny as he used to be, but I did laugh out loud. The content was empathetic and wholesome. It did not go too far. Life is absurd.
Yeah.
There you go. Fuck you, Doomer. Dr. Taylor for $1. Stop saying these jokes are not funny. They're not funny to you, but obviously plenty of people thought they were funny. I know you mean personally, but you're literally talking as if you're the arbiter of comedy.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Should I actually respond to that, or should we just
if you want to respond to it, it's up to you. You don't have to.
I mean, it's if you go like
that's all the response you need right there.
I memean, look, Dr. Diddler is like official S-class general, so whatever he says goes. So
yeah,
like, people always give this cope. Oh, it's just that you didn't like it. It's not other people. But then you go to IMDb and you can see the ratings of things, and it turns out lots of people don't like certain things. So maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe
I thought the Rotten Tomatoes score for Chappelle's special was like overwhelmingly positive.
Rotten Tomatoes is incredibly fucking dumb. I would need to let's go check out the IMDb. Let's go check out the IMDb.
We gotta check the IMDb. Okay, we gotta check the IMDb.
Are you gonna defend Rotten Tomatoes?
Okay, the IMDb, the Chappelle show, the closure.
Notice how Sitch copied my generals thing. Okay. Like now he's saying Dr. Diddler's a general.
We've talked about what? Oh my god, we've talked about this for like a long time.
No. Totally.
Dave Chappelle, the closer, 8.1 out of 10.
Yeah,
I'm checking.
Oh yeah, still a good rating.
It is
8.1. That's
look at your appeal to
like 81%. Yeah.
Well, if it's a 1 to 10 rating system and it's 8.1, so
that's still an appeal to authority fallacy.
Well, no, it's not authority. I was going to say it's an appeal to
here's the
popularity
thing.
fallacy.
Equanimity 8.2, Sticks and Stones 8.5. Let's check Deep in the Heart of Texas.
Oh, they're all.
Man, I thought his other ones were funnier, but I thought this was still funny.
Yeah, that was my only point. This is the other ones are funny.
This is
less funny than the other one.
I laughed my ass off. I turned to my wife and said, "This is fucking hilarious." Yeah.
I'm glad that as you're laughing, you have to explain to your wife that it's funny.
My wife had actually watched it beforehand at a friend's. So,
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
She was watching something else in the other room.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Glad you're doing things together.
But I stopped it and I went in there and told her that how funny it was. And
I see.
She said it wasn't as good as his first one, and that's when I told her she was wrong. It was completely incorrect.
She was correct.
Yeah. That's when you knocked over whatever she was doing and told her she's not getting dinner tonight.
I said, listen here. You say that this one was better.
Listen, this is when you rolled up your shirt and you said, "Bitch, like my abs."
Yeah, exactly.
Then she rolled up her shirt and they were even more rippling. And she said, "No, you lick my ass."
Damn it.
And Adam's like, "Okay, you win this time."
Oh my God, what I would give to have abs again.
Just exercise.
Are you sporting the rippling abs these days?
Of course.
Of course. That sounded like a no, Sitch.
Of course, I spent all of COVID just working out copiously, so I'm so ripplingly huge that if you saw me again, you wouldn't even recognize me.
That sounded like a hard no.
No, I don't know why I gave you that idea.
Yeah, more like PSA, bitch.
Listen, mister, I can't even beat my 50-pound dog in a fight. Okay, I don't want to hear it.
Look, he bit me in the face one time. He's fucking tough.
Oh my God, your dog bit you in the face?
Yeah.
Jeez, what did you do?
Sometimes they nip that way, right?
Was it like a accident bite or was it like a fuck you bite?
No, I basically adopted him when he was like 10 years old. And I tried to like
it's a little dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't understand like the limits of like what was gonna freak him out and what wouldn't. So I was like trying to pet him and it freaked him out and he bit me.
Oh man.
So I just kind of left him alone for a little while. Eventually he got, he came around. Doesn't bite me in the face anymore.
That's good.
Yeah, dogs are tough, man. Dogs are tough.
Well, actually, I think the bite strength of certain dogs is like stronger than most other animals in the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
I forget which dog it is, but
yeah, you've been at the receiving end of a dog, it's not an easy thing.
Not a pleasant experience, yeah. Magor for $2 says Sitch and I had the same favorite joke. Well, there you go. Go S-Class. Though Chappelle's black and Asian jokes were a 7-10 for me, but the how-to basic egg drop contraption was a 10-10. But I might just find bad but accidentally good engineering funnier than stand-up. There you go. We all have our little quirks. Vosh has bitch tits for $2. Says, both of you once talked about having anxiety. What worked to help you? Life has been unbearable with me. I can't exercise either due to an injury. I love your live streams. So what I found actually, what had actually worked for me amazingly is two things. I have it's kind of expensive to get a good one. I have a little like infrared sauna thing that looks silly, like the little box you sit in. I do that. I found that helps, making sure I'm not vitamin deficient. And also the thing that really changed everything was taking that 1-to-1 ratio THC to CBD tincture. It's really fantastic. Yes.
You're taking weed for your anxiety? Weed gives me anxiety.
Well, I know. I take the, we talked about this, I thought. It's the one that's supposed to calm me down.
Doesn't get you high.
Well, so apparently I didn't realize this. CBD counteracts the THC high effects. So if you get a 1-to-1 ratio one, it doesn't get you high because it has the exact same ratio. Like the ones that get you high are the ones that are like 4-to-1,
Sounds
8-to-1,
like a
10-to-1.
scam.
Okay, well, I had to get a prescription for it. It's not a scam. We talked about my ridiculous getting the pot
ivermectin
prescription. Yes,
it's like an ivermectin.
I have like a one that's like 8-to-1 for sleeping, and that one that gets you high. But the 1-to-1 one is great, and I take it every day. I don't need to take that much. It doesn't get me even high at all.
So you did get weed high, and now you're taking weed every day?
Wow. I said no. The sleep, yeah, I take it every day, but it doesn't get me high. The 1-to-1 ratio one doesn't get me high at all.
And this is for anxiety?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I just have anxiety, but I don't really do anything for it.
Well, I didn't grow up having anxiety. I had it because of some very specific thing, and I had like a weird health situation, which was weird. So I was very super aware that I had anxiety because it was not something I was used to having. But
yeah, I don't have a lot of anxiety, but I do have it from time to time. Go ahead, Doomer.
Yeah, I was gonna say I used to have panic attacks all the time, and I sort of got over it. So anxiety is like basically fixating on future discomfort, like anticipating future discomfort is basically what it is.
Yeah.
And one thing that could be useful without having to buy something or take a medicine is just to sort of understand the thought process of what's going on. Usually these things kind of magnify on themselves, right? Like, let's say you have a paper that's due in a week and you're just worrying about it. Okay, well, now I'm not going to do it today because if I put it off, then I won't have to worry about it. But then tomorrow you're even more worried about it, right? And it just it builds and builds and builds. Then maybe you skip the paper. Now you're worried about failing the class. I mean, these things really, really have a tendency to loop around and magnify on themselves. So being able to break the thought process through one means or another can in some cases just sort of deal with all of it. So that might mean just doing work that you have immediately so that you don't have to fixate on thinking about it.
Paper done.
That's one thing that's very easy for certain kinds of anxiety, is just to, whatever it is you're worried about doing, just fucking do it right now. When I wake up, I have to make this fucking video, so I just start working on the fucking video instead of sitting around all day worrying about it. So that's one thing. Another thing, in some cases, so like Sitch said, I also had a medical thing. I partially dealt with the anxiety of that just by sort of accepting it in a way. It's like, it's probably not going to be that bad, but if it is, hey, what am I going to do about it? I'm doing what I can. And beyond that, fixating on it isn't really going to help me. So yeah, just try and break the cycle of thoughts that make it worse.
True. Very true. Oh, there's also a thing called box breathing, which is very helpful, where it's like you breathe in on a 4 count, you hold for 4, breathe out for 4, and hold for another 4, and you just repeat that. And it's important to hold for 4 and then breathe out and hold for another 4. And for some reason, that's supposed to like reset a lot of your like biochemical shit in your brain. And it seems like it works to some degree. So,
yeah.
And if you do try the pot stuff, wherever, it depends where you live, whether it's legal, you have to make sure it's what Adam said. There's like the type of pot that revs you up, and there's the type of pot that calms you down. And I forget what they're called, but you got to make sure you get the calm one. So
yeah, take both.
Don't take both.
It's sativa versus
indica.
Yeah. Sativa is the one that
I think sativa ramps you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the one I had, the 1-to-1 one, it's got to be indica then. So
yeah, indica puts me to sleep. Zong.
Well, if you tried the 1-to-1 one, it probably wouldn't, because doesn't, like, I don't really feel it at all. I don't feel like it does anything, but I just like, oh, I don't feel anxious. I don't feel like I do anything beyond that. So
actually,
I don't get a lot of anxiety.
Well, good for you, fuckhead.
Jean de Valet in chat says, cut out all carbs for a week and you'll be depression anxiety free. It sounds like weird advice, but when I was low carb, I actually had massive improvements in mental health. So
that is actually that's super true.
Carbs are evil. Yeah.
Carbs do affect you in a weird way. Yeah.
Yep.
You could try that too. If you can't do anything else, just try cutting out carbs. You will be shocked at the, I would say try cutting out carbs and making sure you drink a gallon of water a day.
Yeah.
And you will notice a marked difference.
Yeah. No carbs, but lots of sugar.
Sugar is carbs. You fucking asshole.
Just kidding. Sugar is carbs. Don't do that.
Hasan's washing machine for $1.23 says, my sister is, quote, non-binary. I'm pretty sure she's just autistic and just didn't feel like she fits in. It's annoying having to use those third-person genders, but I'll play along since family is family. There you go. Well, I'm glad that Hasan's washing machine is, treating his sister with respect.
I know. I'm a little question how to take that, because I mean, it is kind of serious, but at the same time, it's Hasan's washing machine. So,
Jeff for $3 says, I'm in sponsor announcer voice. Okay, I'll try. Are you like our friend Doomer Media, always gaining and losing wrenches? Well, we here at Sitch and Adam Show recommend 100% free will. Use code Sitch and Adam at the checkout for 75% extra free will.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but give me a wrench, please.
No. Dr. Diddler for $3 says, Hasan actually made fun of Ben's laugh. LMAO, I took a timestamp of his cancerous laugh, so I'll be able to go back and make fun of him for it later. There you go. Kyle Katarin for $1 says, Hasan has to purchase sex because his personality is more toxic than Chernobyl. Oh.
Scary.
Magor for $1 says, Shu said in her stream that she wanted to organize a fake debate where about 4 people argue each other for ridiculous platforms, and the audience votes at the end. She said Sitch would be a good candidate for this. I hope it happens. I would 100% be down for that. That's hilarious.
That would be fun.
Yeah. That would be fun.
That would be great. Yeah.
Desert Runner for $3 says, how does it feel, Sitch, to have your trivia victory snatched away from you by the cruel hands of fate? I say it again, suck it, Americans. Desert Runner just barely beat me. and Jackbox.
How does it feel?
He just barely beat me and he's rubbing it in my face.
How does it feel?
Look at this fucking guy. He's just mad that he's
your own.
He's just mad that he lives in an imaginary country. Okay. Why are you bringing that picture?
What's the matter with the picture?
Is that from Identikit? Who drew that? That's an old Sitch picture, isn't it?
It's one Sitch man.
It is.
You don't like it?
Is it from who drew that? Is it Identikit?
I
feel like it. That's
I didn't keep the
a million yonks ago. Let me see if I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. Let me look.
There you go. I got this one too.
Why do you even have that?
What's that?
Why do you even have that? I just think it's funny.
Because I've been saving all the fan art in the same folder for a million fucking jillion years. I got them all together.
Who drew this? Or did Felix draw that? Now I'm confused.
Look, I have a picture of Sitch as ContraPoints here.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh,
who drew that picture?
Which one? The O Adam? Oh, Adam, soon you'll understand that. Class, it's the bus class.
One day, Adam.
I know.
One day. Anyways, let's get back.
Oh my God. What is that?
That's me as ContraPoints.
Wow.
We watched the ContraPoints video, and ContraPoints was wearing this lingerie, and Adam was very uncomfortable the whole time.
Very.
Because he's a transphobe. That's why.
Very uncomfortable. Just like my good friend Hasan Dave Chappelle.
Yes. Hasan was right. Vosh was right. We are far right. That's true.
Yep.
CT, you can go to sleep. Don't worry. You can go to sleep. We're almost done, CT. But you can go to sleep.
Almost
don't feel pressure to stick by. The inauthentic CT, speaking of CT, the inauthentic CT for $5 says, Doomer, I grew up in bumfuck Illinois. 2, I understand your pain. At least there's Chicago and St. Louis and a few nice college towns sprinkled around. Fuck Decanter, though. I got mugged there and almost died. Wow.
Okay, fuck that
Crazy.
place.
Yeah, geez.
I mean, I don't really leave my apartment, so it doesn't really matter where I live. So
that's true.
Just go to the
How many times have you been mugged, Doomer?
I don't think I've been mugged.
Oh.
Have I been mugged?
Ooh.
I don't think so.
How do you not know the answer to this? I feel like you'd remember if you've been mugged.
Yeah, you usually remember it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never been mugged.
I've had shit stolen from me, but I don't think it was like taken from me by force while I was there.
I had my car broken into.
Oh,
yeah, it was awful. Took all my shit. God,
that's terrible.
Made me so mad.
Yep.
Cerebral Friction for $1 says, Jon Stewart has a new podcast. I was hopeful, but then he said the phrase, the people who are attacking critical race theory don't even know what it is, and my head fell. Yeah, he had some pretty woke takes that I heard about cancel culture that I was like,
who's the podcast?
Jon Stewart.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, John.
Well, the thing is, I mean,
chat for Jon Stewart.
Well, the thing is, on the surface level, that statement's correct. People on both sides of the CRT debate tend to have no idea what they're talking about.
That is fair, but I'm assuming he didn't go then and then like explain the nuances of it.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's a very difficult thing to defend if you have any idea what it's talking about.
Yes. But we've talked to people that defend it vehemently and try to tell me it's not anti-liberal because,
I mean, good luck with that. No. Like, how do you even address that? It's like the entire essence of it. Like,
this is how they do it. They say, just because they say they're critiquing liberalism doesn't mean they're against liberalism.
Oh God! Like if you go read the fucking Delgado and Stefanchik had like a bibliography where they laid out their criteria for like what CRT is, and like one of the main things was anti-liberalism.
I know. No, but yeah, I know. It's so dishonest.
Well, my team likes it, so it must be good. Bunch of fucking
CT for $1 says, so Doomer, are you looking forward to getting your play button before Sitch gets his? It's a very possible outcome.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Actually, what I'll do is see, that's what will motivate me. Literally trolling Doomer, like right when he's like at 95K subs, that will motivate me to get the button. just so I can get it first. Say, fuck you, bitch.
I mean, literally the minute that I have more substance, Sitch, you guys will be hearing about it.
Okay. Not gonna happen. Dr. Dylan for $2. I'll literally make videos just to prevent Doomer. I'll go back to making videos just to prevent Doomer from outsubbing me. Dr. Diller for $2 says comedy is of course subjective, but Hannah Gadsey's Nanette is about as close to as objectively unfunny as you can get. I guess that was the lady that we were talking about earlier, the local lady. CT says for $1, okay, I don't ask these questions to ruin your lives, by the way. Just so happens to work out that way. I think CT, weren't you the one that asked the weird food question that got Adam flack forever? I think so.
Probably. CT just said she's gonna mug me in chat.
Good. She could probably take you easy.
I mean, I'm a little bitch, so probably.
CT says, question time. What's your least rational fear? Something you know isn't a real threat, but you're still scared of it. I'll go first. I'm still scared of the dark. Least rational fear.
Least rational?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's being
my fears are rational.
Well, that's the thing is I'm like terrified of the ocean, but I think it's perfectly justified given how terrifying it is.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't like flying. I wouldn't call it a fear. But I don't like going in any place I can't like physically leave without dying.
You know what's really weird is that I'm super afraid of heights. I guess it would probably be heights. But like I find it easier to like fly on a plane if I'm looking out the window.
That's
such a fucking weird thing.
You should be afraid of heights.
From my reading about it, I think it's less a fear of heights and more a fear of like edges. Because like the second story in a mall will bother me, but like flying in a plane doesn't really.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because you're not gonna like fall off the plane.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like your brain going, "Oh fuck, there's an edge, get away, run away, don't fall off the Grand Canyon or whatever."
I mean, I don't like bugs. There's certain bugs that freak me out, so I don't know if that counts as an irrational fear, but.
Yeah, like my dad took me to the Grand Canyon as a kid. And he was trying to get me to go over to it. I wouldn't go with any fucking 40 feet of that shit. You'd be like, I'm not going anywhere fucking over there, dude. There weren't even, this was like 20, 30 years ago or whatever. Mm-hmm. There weren't even like rails. Like
I've been there.
There was just you could just fall. I'm like, I'm not going. Why are we here? Leave. We need to go. This is freaking me out.
I will say that counts as an irrational fear.
Yeah.
Adam.
What is this cursed image?
I fear nothing. Can't believe you guys are afraid of things.
This fucking guy.
So ridiculous.
Oh, I'm not afraid of anything.
Who would be afraid of irrational things?
What are you afraid of? That's rational.
Dr. Diddler says, afraid of the ocean, why? Okay, literally any reason. Like there's fucking jellyfish you can't even see that can kill you. There's this thing in Australia called a rockfish.
That's really in Australia though. That's not really.
It disguises itself as a rock, and you step on it and you die.
That's true.
I mean, there's fucking sharks. You can just drown. Like it's a shithole. It's a fucking shithole.
What a pussy.
The whole ocean can fuck off. Yeah, exactly.
What a pussy. Have you ever played the best ocean video game of all time?
Are you talking about Subnautica?
Yeah. Oh wait, didn't you say it was terrible because you suck and you're a shit person?
I own it and I started playing it, but I didn't finish it.
Because it's boring. No one would finish that game.
Jesus fucking Christ. Imagining thinking Subnautica is boring. God, what's wrong with you?
I watched Sitch play it for a while and I was bored just watching it.
Okay. Why do you have Hellraiser Baby Yoda up on screen? Is that what you're afraid of, Adam?
I just brought it up.
That's pretty terrifying.
just going through his saved images. There you
go. Here's one for you.
That's pretty terrifying.
You'll like this. This is Sitch's best friend.
See, here's the thing. Joomer is saying like, "Oh, I didn't like Subnautica because it's boring." The truth is, he didn't like it because he was so terrified playing this game. He just couldn't deal with it.
I am a coward. Yeah.
He's like, this open ocean is just like, oh.
I mean, at least you have a fucking suit. But
that's true. You a little. Oh, that's even more terrifying. Jesus.
Oh God, why?
Just for you.
Point of view, you're a hamburger.
That's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny. CT for another $1 says, do you guys know what next Sunday is? Trick question. It's Halloween. I see you shiver with anticipation. Is that true?
No.
I mean, it's about a month. It's about a week away. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Are we streaming on Halloween?
I don't know. Are we? I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm gonna go trick or treating or anything. So.
Well, yeah, but sometimes I go to like Halloween parties and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we were planning to stream on Halloween, right?
Shut the fuck up.
Halloween party.
Get the fuck out of here.
Listen. By the way, Adam, I was wondering, do you want to stream on Sundays? You could just cancel any prior commitments. Anything in the way.
I don't think I can do it, man.
This guy. Listen, this guy.
Usually I let you down easier on DMs, but.
Did Adam ever put up my second meme making fun of Doomer? I haven't been here the whole time.
Which one? The one that was on screen for 4 hours?
No, it was too spicy. I didn't put it up.
Send it to me, not Gay Ben. Adam is a pussy and said he didn't put it up because he's a pussy. So. What was it?
It was Doomer on his way to a concentration camp.
What the fuck? Was he on the A train? Was it taking him to Auschwitz or something?
I think he was on the S bus.
Jesus.
Here's my big beefy man tits.
It's such a weird picture.
Look at this.
The Saxton Hale Adam picking up a tiny Sitch.
I'm wearing
Chad
Crocs.
Adam versus the Virgin Sitch.
Yes.
I'm wearing Crocs. How cool is that?
Let's see. This isn't about concentration camp, you liar. What? This isn't spicy at all.
It is.
It's not though.
DM it to me.
Come on.
It's got people in the back of the bus.
Jesus, don't be a pussy.
I'm gonna be accused of racism.
You're gonna be accused of racism regardless. Okay.
I'm gonna be accused of calling people racist. That seems to be the accusation I get most of.
Okay, this is pretty funny.
This is funny. It's a funny meme.
Well, now I
what
have
does
to
that have to
bring
do
it
with
up.
concentration camps?
Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck? Why did you bring content? You made it like this weird, like
Kind of
anti-Jewish.
disappointed now. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like really spicy.
Right.
I mean, I almost made exactly this joke earlier.
This meme is racist.
It's not racist. How is it fucking racist?
You didn't like what I was bringing up? I have to bring this up instead. Okay.
Yeah, bring it up. Listen, our favorite super chatter, not Gay Ben, slaved over a hot MS Paint to make this.
It is MS Paint because you can see it's in boxes.
Is it really? Just kind of. Oh, you're right. That's funny.
Yeah, you can tell.
All right. What's up? I put it up. A crappy
I'll
robot.
read it when I can see it. A crafty. Oh, I can see the picture now. So the first picture says buses in 1955, and you see the black ladies in the back of the bus crying, and you see all the white Wojaks at the front. And then it says buses in 2021, and it has all the wrenches in the front and Doomer in the back.
Yeah.
And it says, this says a lot about society.
Poor Doomer.
There you go. Back at the bus for Doomer. There you go.
How dare you?
Crafty Hergok for $5 says, last retarded moment. Would you fight one lion with a pitchfork or 6 wolves with a what? A wurak? What the fuck's a wurak? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
A war rack?
Yes.
A rack of wars?
It says WRRRACK.
Sounds interesting.
Are you still alive? Are you in the chat? In the normal chat, Crafty? What the fuck's a wurak? I don't know what that means. Fighting a one lion with a pitchfork would be a doomed wrench. I don't get it.
Chat is spamming wrenches again. I don't know why I come here to subject myself to this abuse.
You should. A rake.
Unfair.
Yeah, are we
spelling
live
rake with a
streaming on
W?
Halloween? I think Sitch is going to a party.
I don't know if we are or not. Are you spell rake? There's no W in rake. I don't know if you knew this. It's not how you spell rake. Okay.
Look, Sitch doesn't need to be here, Adam. We can just hang out.
Well, there you go.
We can beta test it.
Okay. So 1 lion with a pitchfork or 6 wolves with a rake. I think you're, even though taking out 1 lion with a pitchfork is going to be like fucking hell, I think it's better to fight 1-on-1 versus 6 wolves, which are going to be like attacking from behind and shit. I think that's going to be too much. I think it's going to be too much.
6 wolves, you're going to need like a gun to take on 6 wolves. 6 wolves is like, you underestimate how fucked up of a situation that's going to be.
Yeah, that's not good.
You're going to die.
Yeah.
Why are you putting this hate speech on our video?
What's hate speech? How's this hate speech?
This Sargon with a lacy green picture.
What's wrong? You don't like it?
God, this is just hate speech.
Why is it hate speech? This is love speech.
I wonder what happened to her.
She still live streams all the time.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Crafty Hergok for $5 says, or 1 lion with a pitchfork versus 6 wolves with 6 rounds and a revolver. Oh, well, if you're a good shot, you go with 6 lions. I mean, the 6 wolves, but I'm not confident enough that I could hit every wolf with the 6 bullets, so I might still go with the lion and the pitchfork. Have you seen the size of wolves? Some of them look as big as lions. Wolves are not anywhere near the size of lions. Okay, listen. Jar full of love for 2 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Jar full of love.
Jar full of love doesn't like it. My MMT takes on Twitter at all.
I see. Anyways.
That's it. I was just getting into the pictures. I'm walking down memory lane here.
Yeah, look, it's when we were playing Human Fall Flat. Look at that.
That was a fun game.
That was a fun game.
That's back when you guys played fun games. What happened?
I think CT made that cool Human Fall Flat, right? I tried to make one and I couldn't do it because I suck at drawing.
Human Fall Flat?
Yep.
Yeah, the little Human Fall. My Sitch looked terrible compared to hers. Anyways. Anyways.
Oh, yeah. I was having, man, some of this stuff here. God, we've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it's great.
It's not sad. Here, come on, I have to. So many things to unclick on. Look, I'm still here. I'm alive.
Anyways, thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you for watching Hasan's idiotic Dave Chappelle take with us. Thank you, Doomer, for coming on and making it through the end of the stream with us. Even though you said you were going to leave and then you didn't.
Yeah, I'm a liar.
Let me add you. I forgot to add you to the title. Featuring Doomer again. Sad face. I'm just kidding.
You should do it.
Okay, fine. Thank you all so much for your generous time donations, for supporting our comic, and I hope you all have a wonderful week. If we don't see you again next Sunday because it's Halloween, have a happy Halloween.
Bye-bye. Hang up on these fuckers now.